Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. The legendary aura farming system. The legendary aura farming system. My day was going as usual, just following my daily routine while hoping to win the lottery one day even though I never bought lottery tickets. Sleep, shit, eat, go to school, eat, go back home, eat, homework, shit, eat again, and then sleep. Truly, one of the days of all time, or at least it was until I saw Heimer rather, Iten my way home. The hell? I met it just a block away from my house, right after I turned a corner. Since I was listening to music and was a bit lost in my own world, I didn't quite notice it at first. But when my eyes went up, I saw it. A truck. No, not only a truck, a driverless truck. One that was parked in the middle of the sidewalk with its front pointed directly at me, funnily enough, like it had been waiting for me. At first, I thought nothing of it. A truck in the middle of the sidewalk? Weird, sure, but maybe it was just the truck of some idiot who didn't care about blocking the way to other people and parked it there. Beep, beep. However, the moment it beeped at me, I stopped walking. How the hell did it do that? It was as I asked myself that question that I realized something. Right after it beeped at me, everything in my surroundings seemed to have silenced completely. There was no chirping of birds, no sound of people walking or talking, and no sounds of faraway cars speeding towards work. It was like the entire city had become desolate from one moment to another. Like an apocalypse. The people I swore I had seen around, or even on the other side of the street, all had disappeared as well. I was alone. No, it was now me and the truck. Broom. The bad feeling I had only intensified when its engine roared into life in a threatening tone, like it was saying, "I've been expecting you." Making cold sweat roll down my back like a waterfall. It was as if something within me knew I wouldn't be making it back home today. Gulp. As the realization settled in, we locked eyes. Well, I locked eyes with its headlights. Both of us stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. My forehead prickled with sweat as I narrowed my gaze. It was like a standoff from a Wild West duel. Except in this case, I wasn't a cowboy, and my opponent could squash me flat the moment it decided to charge. For a moment, I considered all this to be part of my imagination, maybe a sign that I had schizophrenia or something, and tried moving away from its path. After all, it was an inanimate object. If I moved out of the way, it wouldn't hit me. But the moment I tried moving, the fucker simply adjusted its direction and kept blocking my way, like saying, "Where do you think you're going?" Humph. Once I finally realized that this guy wasn't going to give up on me, I snorted and smiled in resignation. So, this is how it ends, huh? It seemed like this was the end of my story, overrun by a fucking supernatural truck that seemed to have picked me over anyone else to fuck with. As the absurdity of the situation sank in, my mind started to wander. What were the chances this was one of those scenarios? The ones where you die and wake up in another world. Maybe after this passed, I'd be getting reincarnated as some badass hero destined to defeat the Demon King. Or maybe I'd just get dumped into a random fictional universe. Or, well, maybe I'd just die, plain and simple. I had no idea what came next. But one thing was clear. I ain't going down without a fight. No sir, I muttered, determination flashing in my eyes. So, I stepped forward, facing the death-made truck without fear. Maybe these OL fists of mine would do nothing but dent its stupid bumper, maybe not even that, but if there was a thing I knew for sure, it was that I wasn't going down without a fight. That was the right thing to do, the honorable way to go out. Crack, crack. So, cracking my neck left and right, I rolled my shoulder and prepared for the fight that'd decide my destiny. Bam! And so, I kicked the ground, ready to begin with this last dank slip. Sadly, as I was charging toward the truck like a hero in an action movie, I suddenly slipped on something. Then, as my world turned upside down, I felt my head hit the floor, hearing some kind of crunch not long after. Thud. Crack. And just like that, it was over. I lay there, blood pooling around me, my vision swimming around, confused. My neck probably snapped like a twig. And as my life slipped away, I saw it. The true cause of my demise. A banana peel. In the distance, the truck's engine roared again, and then, slowly, it turned around and began rolling away, almost like saying, "My work here is done. What the fuck?" But before I could process the fucking absurdity of my end, something new appeared in my vision. Due to the lame and pathetic cause of your death, you've been granted the aura farming system. May you have lots and lots of aura in your next life. Man, shut the hell you. Years later, somewhere else. As I finished recalling the memories of my previous life, I couldn't stop myself from face-palming. Really? That's how I died. My name was Takahashi Fukumoto, and just a few seconds ago, the floodgates of my past life's memories opened wide. Why now? No idea. I didn't hit my head, and there was no dramatic moment of revelation. I was just pouring some All Might's puffs into my breakfast bowl, and bam, a vivid replay of my death by some random banana peel in the middle of the road, along with the memories of an alternate self. There was, however, one other revelation that completely overshadowed the rest. This world is from an anime. My local ass was utterly baffled by this discovery. I'd lived a completely normal life in this world, unaware that this Earth or My Hero Academia world, as it was called back there, was supposed to be a fictional creation, which kind of annoyed me a bit now. It was like someone had called Earth in my previous world as I don't know, Harvard World. It kinda crammed the world into a single organization. My foreign ass, on the other hand, was equally stunned. I had reincarnated into a fictional universe. Did that mean the multiverse was real? I sat frozen, staring at my breakfast. A storm of emotions churned inside me. Shock at discovering my new reality. Sorrow over leaving behind an entire life. Envy toward the broccoli-haired protagonist for hogging the spotlight in my world. And, strangely enough, excitement at knowing a bit about what the future might hold now that I possess all this knowledge. After processing all of that, I eventually let out a single, profound response. Damn, that's crazy. Satisfied with my deep reflection, I picked up my spoon again and resumed eating. After all, you can't have an existential crisis on an empty stomach, right? Beep. Host's memory recovery detected. Initiating system. And of course this was here the infamous golden finger, or whatever younglings called it these days. Normally, I'd be over the moon about having a system, but its name killed any enthusiasm I might have had. Or a farming system initiated. The hell is that? I couldn't help but think. Still, what kind of manners would I have if I didn't at least greet it? Sup? I nodded at the floating text. Greetings, host. So, you're a system, huh? That is indubitably correct. That's crazy. After a short silence, I scratched my cheek awkwardly. This moment was way less exciting than I had imagined. So, what do you do? Thanks for asking, dear host. Due to the abysmal amount of aura you lost at the moment of your death, I was assigned to you to restore balance to your auratic universal value. What kind of word was auratic? Thus, my primary objective is to enhance your ability to farm aura, allowing you to accumulate as much as possible during your lifetime in this world. To facilitate this, I will provide various functions that will aid you. Here's your status page, for example. Status page. Strength, 50. Defense, 100. Aura projection, 0. Total aura, 0. Skills, none. I blinked, a bit confused by what I was seeing. So, what am I looking at? These are your current stats, determined after a full body scan. You will be able to increase them by harnessing aura and distributing it accordingly. The strength stat enhances the force behind your movements, while the defense stat reinforces your body against incoming attacks. My eyes widened slightly. Damn, so it's literally like an invisible aura cloak around me. Indubitably. Although with certain skills, you may eventually make it visible. I nodded, a small smile tugging at my lips. It sounded really good. But then, my eyes landed on the third stat, making me frown slightly before voicing my confusion. What about this aura projection stat? Ah, yes, unlike the other two, aura projection represents the amount of aura you can harness externally. Think of it like mana in a fantasy set, and you'll use it for things beyond raw physical enhancement, like magic of course, within the constraints of what your aura can do. My smile turned into a full-on grin. It was obvious by now that I was pretty excited about what I was hearing. Like previously stated, you'll be able to pour the aura you gain eventually into your stats to increase them. However, as an energy source over which you have absolute control, you'll be able to take away or move the aura between your stats depending on what you feel is better, meaning your stats won't be rigid. Now that gave me a lot of ideas. This thing was amazing, wasn't it? Haha, you had a stupid name, so I figured you'd be a pretty lame system, but I gotta admit, you were kinda cool. I can leave if you want. I nearly fell off my chair at that. See, come on, I was joking, man. This system sure didn't have a sense of humor. Ha, ahem. After clearing my throat and regaining my composure, I asked another question that surged as I stared at the status page. Hey, this might sound stupid, but how do I actually gain aura? -10 aura. Oh, come on. That was a joke, host. My smile twitched. I was wrong. It seems the system is quite the comedian. I kinda wanna punch it. Aura is gained by performing awe-inspiring actions in front of others. These actions must elevate the perception others have of you. The greater the shock value and the more spectators present, the more aura you will gain. So I have to act cool to get stronger. I winced at the thought. The idea of posing like some edgy badass just to power up made me cringe. I had no problem with getting stronger, but being cool, that wasn't exactly my strong suit. Do not worry, host. Over time, I will issue various missions that will grant you skills and unconsciously refine your actions. Eventually, you will farm aura naturally without even realizing you are doing so. I made a prayer gesture. Lord hears you, system. Ding. However, a cheerful sound snapped me out of my devoted pose, making me raise an eyebrow as I turned back to the system. Now then, let's start with your first mission. What? Change that horrible appearance of yours and make yourself presentable for your next day of school. Conditions for completion. Learn proper hygiene and skincare techniques. Style your hair appropriately. Present your improved self to your classmates. Maintain this lifestyle for at least 1 week. Reward, plus 100 aura. Gain the skill, clean. Damn. I grimaced at the mission panel. Isn't splashing some water on my face in the morning enough? Looking good is the first step to making an impression. Alright, I sighed, leaning back in my chair, looking as enthusiastic as I was when I found out school existed. I guess I don't have a choice. For a few moments, I sat in silence, letting it all sink in. But first, I'm gonna go rub one off. There was no better way to de-stress after A-10 aura. This time for real. Oh, come on. There's no one here. I'm here. Damn it. To be continued. A/N, here's the first chapter. Originally, this was a setup for another idea I had where the protagonist had to perform various actions in order to stack up boosts. Like eating a bread gave you a 5x in strength, and so on, but I realized it'd be too chaotic and hard to administer, as well as to reach a good power level with just that, so I ended up changing to the idea you have now. As for why another MHA series, well, in a series that directly deals with performing for the masses as a hero, there was no better place for a system like this to thrive. Maybe Marvel, too, but I don't like Marvel. So yeah, nothing I can do. 2. Goals. Next day's morning. Damn. Takahashi sighed as he stepped out of the barbershop, running a hand through his newly trimmed hair. It wasn't anything drastic, just a neater cutlass of a jungle than before. He never really cared about his hair, but apparently, the system did. So here he was, looking slightly more presentable. At least I can finally see in front of me, he muttered, a wry smile forming on his face. Then, his gaze shifted to the bag in his left hand. Inside, a variety of skincare and hygiene products lay neatly packed. A single tear rolled down his cheek as his expression twisted in despair. God damn it, all my savings, gone just like that. He quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, suppressing the overwhelming sorrow of his financial loss. Never mind that. It's an investment, Takahashi. It'll be worth it, I think. With that feeble attempt at self-comfort, he shook his head and resumed his walk home. The trip didn't take long. The mall wasn't too far from his place, just a few minutes away. As soon as he stepped inside, he kicked off his shoes carelessly, and while he did that, his eyes scanned the entrance, noticing something. Home alone again, huh? Rolling his eyes, he carried the shopping bag to the bathroom and started unloading the products one by one. Before long, the sink counter was cluttered with dozens of bottles, tubes, and containers, most of which he had no idea how to use. Alright system, how the heck do I even use all this? -1 aura. Hua he. For depending on me like I'm your mother. You're a functional human being, host. Figure it out yourself. What are you, my muff? Forget it. Clicking his tongue, Takahashi picked up one of the bottles and turned it around, scanning the label for instructions. It didn't take long to find them, so he followed along, applying the products one after another. As he did that, a brief silence hung in the air. Takahashi squinted at his reflection in the mirror, suddenly aware of how he looked. I feel kinda girly, system. You do look kinda girly with how you're applying them. The heck? I'm just following the instructions. Instructions mainly written for a female audience. God damn it. Takahashi resisted the urge to drop to his knees and contemplate his life choices. All this just for a damn mission. What does the clean skill even do? I swear, if I'm doing this for nothing, I can't tell you. Whatever. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Then, staring at the remaining products with growing resentment, he resumed applying them, though this time, with much less finesse. Rather than carefully dabbing and rubbing them in, he practically smacked the creams onto his face. At least that made him feel a little better. The next day, at school, Takahashi sat at his desk, staring bleakly at his teacher as he entered the classroom. His shoulders slumped, and his expression tired. Taking care of one's skin is exhausting, and I'm supposed to do this for a whole week? Ugh, I hate this. Should I just give up on the mission? As if responding to his thoughts, the system's mission panel popped open. Change that horrible appearance of yours and make yourself presentable for your next day of school. Conditions for completion. Learn proper hygiene and skincare techniques. Style your hair appropriately. Present your improved self to your classmates. Maintain this lifestyle for at least 1 week. Reward, plus 100 aura. Gain the skill, clean. I could get 100 aura points, though. Takahashi grimaced. That's basically tripling my strength if I put it all into that stat, or doubling my defense in the other case. Thud. Realizing the reward far outweighed the suffering, he sighed heavily before slamming his head onto his desk. He'd just have to endure this torture for the next week. While Takahashi, or rather, Taka for short, continued sulking, the teacher finally made it to his podium, his expression serious. I've already reviewed your printouts regarding your desired career paths, and I have to say, it's about time you all started taking this seriously. The class immediately fell silent. The teacher's gaze swept over the students like a hawk, his expression stern until, suddenly, a goofy grin spread across his face. Come on, kids. You all want to be heroes? Are you crazy? Laughter erupted throughout the room. Some students excitedly activated their quirks, showing off as if proving their potential. In an instant, the serious atmosphere had shifted into one of excitement. At least, until the teacher's gaze landed on Taka, whose face was still glued to his desk. Well, everyone except Takahashi. The teacher sighed before sending a scolding look his way. Hey, Takahashi, snap out of it and write a serious answer. Taka barely lifted his head, just enough to respond while keeping his forehead pressed to the desk. What's wrong with my answer? The teacher snapped a finger at him. What's wrong? You wrote that your life goal is to win the lottery and make love to thousands of women. Taka raised an eyebrow. And, you know what's wrong? Write a proper career goal, or I'll inform your guardian. Groaning, Taka reluctantly took the paper back. I was serious when I wrote this, though I suppose I could choose something different now. Without hesitation, he scribbled something down and handed it back. The teacher gave him a long, skeptical look. You didn't even think about it for a second. Just what kind of nonsense did you write now? Still frowning, he glanced at the paper and his eyebrows shot up. UA? You want to go to UA and become a hero? Taka didn't say a word. He simply leaned back in his chair, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. Laughter erupted across the classroom. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? Takahashi actually wrote UA. I know he's kind of a joke, but isn't that a bit much? For a quirkless guy, he sure has a great sense of humor. Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the room. A pen had shot across the classroom like a dart, embedding itself right into the center of the desk of the student who had been talking just now with unnatural precision. The whole classroom froze. Eyes widened in shock. No one in class had a quirk capable of something like that. Which meant, slowly, all heads turned toward Taka. He was still sitting back in his chair, one hand in his pocket. However, the other one was pointing directly at the embedded pen, like a king commanding his subject. His gaze was cold, unreadable. Think again. A heavy silence fell over the room at his words. Taka allowed himself a small glance at the status page floating beside him. Status page. Strength, 50. Defense, 10,030. Aura projection, 070. Total aura, -11, currently in debt. Requires 11 points before new allocations can be made. Skills, none. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Thank God that worked. I wasn't sure if I could control the aura right away, but it seems like I'm a natural. Next, his eyes moved to the changes in his stats, ones he had caused himself. Since the system said I could move points between stats without them being permanent, I wondered if base stats were included in that too. Apparently, yes. Letting out a huff, he flicked his finger, and as if responding to his command, the pencil unembedded itself from the desk and flew back into his hand. Taka stared at it for a second, lost in thought. So this is aura projection, huh? I can't physically feel anything changing, but with just a mental command, the aura envelopes whatever I want and lets me control it with ease. It's almost like telekinesis. With that thought, he put the pen down and sighed. The stat is cool, but I should revert my stats to normal. I'm feeling weak as hell. Is this the side effect of taking points from my physical stats? Feeling like he would crumble onto his desk at any moment, but maintaining a tough front, Taka quickly ordered the system to revert his stats. In an instant, his body returned to peak condition, at least by his standards. He wasn't exactly an athlete, after all. After shifting his stats back and losing all points on aura projection, his control over aura disappeared, but at least he wouldn't be knocked over by a strong breeze anytime now. Phew, plus 20 aura. A goofy grin almost broke through when he heard the notification, but he suppressed it before it could show. He had an image to maintain, after all. Good thing I was never a social guy. These idiots don't know me well enough to tell when I'm acting. He snorted, closing his eyes for dramatic effect like some brooding anime protagonist. Perks of being ex-quirkless, I guess. Since Taka had his eyes closed, he didn't notice the teacher walking toward him. It was only when a loud slam hit his desk that he snapped them open slowly, as if he didn't care. Not that the sudden noise had startled him or anything. Takahashi, you have a quirk. The teacher blurted out, echoing the question on everyone's mind. I awakened it yesterday, Taka replied nonchalantly. He paused for a second before adding, apparently, I was a late bloomer, not quirkless. Ha! The teacher ran a hand through his hair, clearly in disbelief. His gaze drifted down to Taka's career form. UA, ha, well good luck, I suppose. Taka snorted, his eyes glinting with amusement. I don't need luck. Silence filled the classroom. Taka almost raised an eyebrow, expecting to hear the sweet sound of another aura gain notification. But nothing came. Maybe that was a little too much. I should tone down the edge just a bit. To be continued. A/N, second chapter, and Taka finally tries out his aura projection stat. I had quite a few ideas about this stat, but I ended up selecting the one that let him use it like telekinesis. Only, in this case, it's the aura around him that moves things around, not his cerebral power. I may add more uses for this stat later, though. There's one in particular I'm excited to make Taka develop. 3. Challenge. Challenge. After returning from school, Taka curiously checked his gains for the day. Status page. Strength, 50. Defense, 100. Aura projection, 0. Total aura, 9. Skills, none. Without overthinking it, he ordered the system to allocate all his aura into aura projection, bringing the stat up to 9 points. Rummaging through his backpack, he pulled out the same pen he had used earlier to shut up one of his classmates. Alright, let's see, 9 should at least be enough to lift it, right? Since both of his physical stats were in the 50 to 100 mark, 9 points were pitiful in comparison, but they should be able to lift a pencil at least, shouldn't they? He squinted and pointed a finger at the pen, not because it was necessary, but because it helped him focus, and because he thought it made it cooler. Gotta enter that mindset, you know? Immediately, the pen lifted into the air, floating above his hand and moving in sync with his finger, like a director in a band. The only difference from earlier was that it felt incredibly heavy for a pen, at least 7 times heavier. Taka snorted before stopping the technique and stuffing the pen back into his bag. With his little experiment complete, he quickened his pace, eager to get home and rest. But as he crossed the street, he ran into a huge crowd blocking the sidewalk. Their attention was fixed on the road, where a chaotic fight was unfolding. Several heroes were ganging up on a single massive villain, a guy with bulging muscles and antler-like horns sprouting from his back. As Taka's eyes landed on the scene, an unexpected chime rang in his ears. This evildoer can't get away. Help the heroes, and establish your heroic presence early before officially taking on the path of a true aura farmer. Conditions for completion. Help the heroes capture the villain. Reward, gain aura. The amount increases based on your performance. Taka blinked, then glanced back at the villain. Get away or I'll kill all of you. The guy roared, flipping cars and cracking the pavement as he charged forward. He swung at a hero, sending him flying straight through the window of a nearby shop. Crash! The impact happened barely a meter away from Taka. The hero passed by him like a rag doll before piercing the glass. Taka smirked and closed his iced-tea image of effortless confidence. Of course, that wasn't what he was thinking. Ah hell nah. Yeah, he might have gained a quirk, or a system whatever this thing was, but he was not about to jump into a fight with this guy and die. Without hesitation, he turned around and started walking away. But just as he did, a screen flashed in front of him, blocking his way. Despite being intangible, it felt like a roadblock. Don't get discouraged, host. You don't necessarily need to fight the villain. Ha! Taka frowned, then glanced at the fight from the corner of his eye. That's when his eyebrows shot up. Oh. For a moment, he stayed silent, simply spectating the battle from a safe distance, with his eyes squinting as if in great doubt. Then, his eyes turned to the rewards of the mission, licking his lips almost by instinct only to shake his head furiously the next second. Come on Taka, don't let greed blind you. If you screw this up, you're not ending up in a hospital but in a coffin. For a while more, he looked torn between dipping out of there or taking on the challenge. Ultimately, however, he fell for his primal instincts. Alright, let's get that aura baby. Leaving those resolute words more because he wanted to placate the unease in his heart rather than to express his greed, Taka began making his way back to the crowd, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead as he approached the chaotic scene. Once he returned to the dreaded place, he dived right into the crowd of people, blending in just like an excited teenager wanting to see heroes in action. Then, when he finally reached the front row, where he had a vast view of the whole battlefield, he began rummaging through his backpack, until he took out what he was looking for. The pencil. Dunno if this will do anything, but I suppose it's worth a shot. He swallowed hard, then opened his status page, sending the system a command. Status page. Strength, 50-10. Defense, 110. Aura projection, 9-139. Total aura, 9. Skills, none. Instantly, he almost fell to his knees, gathering a few looks of concern from the people around him who weren't that focused on the fight. You alright, kid? A woman asked, looking at him with concern. Taka nodded, trying his best to maintain a straight face as he pushed himself to stand again. Yeah, I saw a coin and bent to pick it up. An old man from nearby clicked his tongue. Lucky kid. As the attention shifted back to the fight to the death between the heroes and the villain, Taka exhaled exhausted, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stay on his feet. So this is what happens when I take away points from my strength stat. I can barely maintain myself on foot. He swallowed and breathed hard, almost as if he were performing an extremely difficult exercise. Not to mention that now I feel like the punch of a little kid would be enough to break one of my bones. Shaking his head, at least mentally since he didn't know if he had the strength to perform such an extenuating task, he decided to put his complaints for later and got right into action, releasing his hold on the pencil, and dropping it to the ground. However, as it fell, it suddenly stopped before it touched the ground. Then, it quickly began moving swiftly through the crowd, circling around the fighting area like a snake waiting to strike. Taka's gaze darted between the pencil and the villain, gauging the perfect moment to make his move. Then, his eyes widened. One of the heroes, a woman with hammers for hands, began sprinting towards the villain, raising her hand in preparation for a powerful blow. However, the villain caught wind of it pretty quickly and rapidly prepared to intercept the height either to block it or to counter it. Now! However, before he could take his stance, a small blur shot from the crowd, moving like a bullet in his direction. Right as he prepared to intercept the hit, the villain felt a sharp pain in the backside of his knee, bending it slightly for a moment, and distracting him for a brief momentum that lasted enough for the hero to make her move. Clang! Uck! The woman swung her hammer, and with a nasty hit, snapped the villain's head to the side as some teeth, spit, and blood escaped his mouth. The blow sent the giant straight to the floor, his head spinning like never before. He's down, restrain him. It's our chance. Don't let him move. Right away, most of the heroes present moved to restrain the villain while he was down, putting some high-tech cuffs on his wrists. However, as the heroes restrained the man, one of them noticed a peculiarity. A pencil, embedded right into the man's back of the knee. But just as he was kneeling down to inspect it, squelch! The pencil yanked itself free and flew back to the crowd, disappearing from his view in an instant. Frowning, the hero marched toward the crowd. Hey, who used their quirk to attack unauthorizedly? On the other side, Taka smirked faintly as he maneuvered the pencil through the sea of people, letting it weave and dart between them until it reached his side. The hero's suspicion had been successfully misdirected to a group of people away from him, leaving Taka scot-free. With his work done, he exhaled deeply and immediately restored his stats to their original state. His body nearly jumped as the sudden increase in strength hit him, but he forced himself to remain steady. Then, quickly yet discreetly, he tossed the pencil back into his backpack, careful not to touch the blood on its tip. The last thing he wanted was to give the angry hero in the distance a clue about his involvement with the criminal pencil. Just as he secured it, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Completed. This evildoer can't get away. Help the heroes, and establish your heroic presence early before officially taking on the path of a hero. Conditions for completion. Help the heroes capture the villain. Calculating reward. Plus 65 aura. Note, while your procedure and execution were flawless, your hesitation early on allowed some heroes to sustain injuries. Next time, be more decisive, for the true aura farmer knows hesitation is defeat. Taka scoffed. Alright, Sekiro. Despite his grumbling, a grin crept onto his face as he glanced at his reward. 65 additional points of aura. That was enough to keep him from draining his basic stats too much and nearly collapsing like before. At least he hoped so. However, just then, his smile froze as a familiar chime rang in his ears. +5 aura. Ha, wah. He turned in confusion, his gaze landing on the old man from earlier. The elderly man was smiling at him, giving him a firm thumbs up. Taka blinked before offering a wry smile in return. With a slight bow, he quickly slipped away from the scene, vanishing into the crowd and then quickly running away, taking another way to this house. The last thing he wanted was for the old guy to snitch on him with the heroes, despite seeming nice. After a while of running and being out of breath, he finally stood in front of his house. Without hesitation, he opened the door and entered. Uncaringly and evidently fed up, Taka didn't even bother to leave his shoes neatly at the entrance. He simply shook them off with a kick and left them sprawled over there. However, as he made his way inside, ready to go to his room and plummet onto his comfy bed, a figure appeared and blocked his way. "Oi, Taka, I heard quite the interesting news today while I was working." Taka's smile twitched, and he glanced at the person who stood before him. A blond man, sporting a ridiculous monkey costume like it was the most natural thing in the world, stood proudly in front of him with both hands on his waist. "Your school called me what's this about having a quirk?" Murata Seiji, a professional hero albeit infamous called Super Monkey and Taka's guardian. To be continued. A/N, I was wondering who would fulfill the mentor's role, because it's a fun trope to write, and, bull, I came across this image. Hence, I had the idea of matching a character like that. So yeah, that's Seiji. Inspired by the GOAT GTO. 4. Examination. Examination. The doctor in front of them stared at the pair with wide eyes, his glasses almost falling from the shock. You say young Takahashi here awakened his quirk? At 15 years old, nonetheless. That's right, tell him, kid. Seiji now out of his monkey costume and sporting a simple white t-shirt and black shorts patted Taka's back, laughing loudly as he did so. The teenager simply gave the man a look before nodding at the doctor. Yes, I got it yesterday. Before the doctor could ask about its function, Taka pointed his hand at an empty coffee mug lying on the doctor's desk, and, in an instant, the mug flew straight into his grasp, making the doctor widen his eyes and lean forward to inspect the mug in Taka's hand more closely. So it's true. What an unprecedented case. From the looks of it, it's some kind of magnetism, telekinesis, or cup-attracting quirk. Do you know what might have triggered it, young Takahashi? Taka scratched his cheek, acting clueless. Not really. It just came to me when I was having breakfast. Technically, he wasn't lying. The quirk, if it could be considered one, as he honestly had his doubts about what kind of existence the system truly was, had come along right the instant he awakened his previous life's memories, which had been midway through breakfast. The doctor scratched his chin in wonder. How strange. Maybe it needed some sort of time requirement. Is controlling cups from afar all it can do, or is it not limited only to cups? If so, how much weight can you control? Taka raised an eyebrow. For a moment, he considered what he was about to say. Should he reveal the full potential of his new quirk, or should he just downplay it? He recalled his previous life's memories about this world. There was supposedly some evil potato-headed guy in a suit out there looking for powerful quirks to add to his collection. So, in hindsight, it didn't seem like a good idea. Still, his quirk made flexing his source of power, so acting like a weakling would be a wasted opportunity to show off and gain some aura. Let's just show what I can do at the moment. I'll leave its potential out of the talk for now. With that plan set in mind, Taka turned to the doctor, his voice cool and his expression impassive. Is there somewhere I can show you? The doctor instantly perked up. Ah, yes. We have a room with equipment specialized for this. He then proceeded to lead Taka and Seiji to what looked like a mental asylum room, only bigger, and filled with all sorts of tools and devices. Over there we have the barbells. They come in different shapes, so pick whichever you like. Taka nodded, and keeping his mysterious and enigmatic silence, he made his way to the barbells. Once in front of them, however, he paused. Crap, his eyebrow twitched. He just realized that he didn't know which one to pick. He hadn't measured the exact amount of weight each aura point allowed him to lift. For all he knew, he might pick the 10 kilograms one, and he'd fold instantly. He had only used it on a pen, after all. It's a gamble, he mused, his eyes inspecting each barbell with an unsure look, before closing them enigmatically only to open them the next second with determination. But so is life, I'm going all in, bitch. Right after, he opened his status page and began moving most of his stats to aura projection, boosting the stat from 79 to a whopping 199 points, while leaving both his strength in the 20s and his defense on the 10s, neither on 0, as he didn't want to collapse mid-examination. As expected, a wave of weakness hit Taka's body right after that, but he dismissed it quickly. He could still stand, after Alan, that was all he needed. The next second, Taka raised his hand with the demeanor of a king commanding his subjects, and pointed it at one of the biggest barbells there. The one with the big 500 kilograms imprinted on it. About 1k pounds. And so, with his objective locked in, Taka gave the order. To move. Let's go. Oh, damn it, move. Sadly, even after a few seconds had passed, the barbell did not budge. No matter how much he pressed, it didn't even do as much as twitch. Seeing he had met his first insurmountable wall, Taka relaxed his grip on the tool and discreetly began moving his hand to a less heavy one. Hopefully, the two behind him wouldn't notice he had failed pathetically. And so, he tried with 250 kilograms. It twitched, but didn't budge. Damn it. He moved his hand again and pointed it at the 150 kilograms one. It moved a bit more, but ultimately, it still remained glued to the floor. Come on, how come 200 points is actually this weak? He eyed the 100 kilograms one with hesitant eyes and aimed his hand at it. This one's moving. Taka's eyes brightened in delight as he felt the object finally budging, though he kept his composed face. Then, he began lifting it more properly into the air, albeit with still a lot of difficulty, something he didn't show on his face. As a result, after a few seconds of it rising into the air, the weight began swaying and moving around in the air like a UFO. Ho! Seeing the 100 kilograms barbell fly through the air with fluidity, the doctor nodded, surprised. Amazing, it seems you got a really good quirk. Seiji, by his side, nodded with a grin. That's at least an adult man he is lifting. Can you lift more? While Taka struggled to keep the weight on the air, the doctor threw such a question as if it was completely natural while he tapped on a notepad, probably writing information about it. You want more? Taka blinked, and sweat dropped with a troubled expression. It seemed his stunt hadn't been impressive enough to get him some aura. This guy was expecting even more than this. Damn. Taka clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, it seemed he'd have to swallow his pride this time and walk home with no gains. This was his limit, after all. No, this is as much as I can lift. The doctor nodded after hearing his words, but he didn't stop with the questions. Is there any reason why? Does your quirk stop responding if you go beyond your limit? Or do you suffer any pain if you do? Taka considered for a moment before deciding it didn't matter much if he revealed a bit. It'd make for a more believable quirk, having weaknesses and all that. Well, the more I push it to its limit, the weaker my body begins to feel. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was enough truth for the moment. Oh, so your quirk works by consuming physical force. How long does your body take to return to its normal state, then? Taka released the weight, causing it to fall to the padded floor. Then, he began closing and opening his fist, as if demonstrating he still had strength in him. Of course, he moved all his stats to their normal state for that. As soon as I stop using it, or diminish the force I'm applying, the strength returns to my body. I see, a very interesting quirk indeed. The doctor nodded as he wrote on the pad. Next, he signaled Taka and Seiji to follow him. Come, I'll do you some more tests. After that, you can go back home. Taka nodded with an uncaring face. Though, damn, he looks like he sees this stuff daily. He discreetly glared at the doctor's unimpressed face and heaved a sigh. Maybe I overestimated my chances of standing out in a place that reviews all sorts of quirks daily. Then, as the doctor opened the door of the room, leading them somewhere else, Taka reviewed his status page once more. Status page. Strength, 50. Defense, 100. Aura projection, 79. Total aura, 79. Skills, none. It seems I have a long way to go before I can begin flexing my skills. Maybe he'd need about 500 points before thinking about impressing anyone. An hour later. Cling. Both Seiji and Taka walked out of the clinic, their expressions completely different from each other. Who'd have thought you'd get a quirk one day? Taka. It seems you can finally stop using the excuse that you don't get girls because you're quirkless. Shut up. Haha Hano, but really, you get your quirk, and you're already acting all serious and broody. What happened to the little prick that I've been taking care of until now that liked to ogle at my porn magazines when I wasn't looking? Taka squinted his eyes, stuffing both hands in his pockets coolly. You are misremembering. This is how I've always been. Seiji simply looked at him with skepticism, arching one of his eyebrows to its limit. Sure, though your internet history doesn't say the same. Taka stopped for a moment, turning to him with a blank expression. What hate do you mean? The older man grinned. I'm the one who pays the bills, kid. I can get that information pretty easily. The young aura farmer seemed a bit lost after receiving that information. You have a refined taste if I say so. Big-titted. Arg, shut up already. Fortunately, that seemed to have done the job of snapping him out of it. Seiji laughed out loud with a mocking grin. Ha ha ha. Come on, kid, I just wanted to say that I almost can't believe we are not related by blood. We are not so different, you and I. You see, the other day, I almost got a date with a heroine with huge. I don't care. Seiji glanced at Taka with suspicion in his gaze. What, are you in your edgy phase? Maybe your quirk needed you to enter puberty or something like that to finally kick in. Taka gritted his teeth. He was trying to stay in character, for God's sake. Though, that story about the heroine sounded really interesting. No. Fortunately, it seems Seiji was finally gonna stop fooling around, his tone turning a bit more serious. Anyway, kid, since you now have a quirk, any plans for the future? Taka glanced at him. What do you mean? Well, when I asked if you wanted to be a hero like other kids, you said that as long as you remained quirkless, that'd be a waste of time. Taka raised an eyebrow before looking away, reminiscing about those times. I was like 7 at that time, this guy sure has a good memory. In the end, though, he didn't see any reason to hide his new intentions. Sure, I was planning on trying to go to UA, he replied, keeping his tone casual and calm. Damn kid, you're striking high. Taka simply nodded. Whack. Suddenly, he got slapped hard on the back, making him wince slightly and look back at Seiji with dissatisfaction. A look that the man disregarded without a care. Ha 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 ha. It seems you finally decided to follow my steps, huh? Do you want me to contact the hero agency I work at so that they can make you a costume similar to mine? You can try and be Super Monkey Jr. Please don't. Seiji clicked his tongue. You don't know what's good, kid. After the guy's words, black lines appeared on Taka's face, his face turning faintly grim. Ain't no way I'm going out on a costume similar to yours, that'd give me like -1 million aura points the instant I get seen or recorded. Honestly, he simply couldn't figure out how this guy even had fans. His monkey costume was lame as hell. It was an outright terrorist attack on decency and dignity. Anyway, be sure to clear your schedule for all evenings. Seiji's voice suddenly chimed from the side, snapping Taka out of his thoughts. He looked at him, confused. Huh? Why? Seiji grinned, though, unlike previous times, this one seemed to hold a hint of savagery on it. What do you mean, why? You heard the doctor, your quirk seems to run on your physical force, so if you want to have any chance at UA, you better start training right now so you don't get hooped like you did today by that 500 kilograms barbell. Taka's face darkened. So you noticed. Seiji patted him on the shoulder. Yeah, so I'm gonna be personally training you from now on until the exam's time comes, so that you don't screw up when you're at UA's practical exam. Taka grumbled, annoyed at how abrupt this was. Sadly, Seiji didn't seem to care in the slightest. Be grateful, for I, the great super monkey, am gonna be personally mentoring you, kid. Taka looked at the endless sky with a vacant expression. This sucks. To be continued. A/N, the conversion rate in terms of lifting capacity is 1 aura point and strength and aura projection is about 1 pound, or 0.5 kg. At least, that's how I get an estimation of what the numbers mean. Don't expect it to be perfectly consistent. It's a bit hard to know what certain amounts of strength are capable of doing and what not when they get too high. Power scaling is not my forte, for I am not a physicist. Also, as you might have noticed, Taka isn't exactly cool material. But that's what the system is there for. Aura farmers aren't born, they are built. Or something like that. 5. Clean. You know the drill. More chapters at my Patreon, currently at the 20th for this FF in there, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Clean. A week later. Complete. Change that horrible appearance of yours and make yourself presentable for your next day of school. Conditions for completion. Learn proper hygiene and skincare techniques. Style your hair appropriately. Present your improved self to your classmates. Maintain this lifestyle for at least 1 week. Calculating reward. Plus 100 aura. Plus skill. Clean. Ha! The notification popped up the moment Taka applied some shady and supposedly hydrating ointment he had bought at a Chinese store to his face. He immediately dropped the product like it was toxic, before tossing it into the never-to-be-touched-again corner of the bathroom. His usually deadpan expression broke into a bright grin. He was free. Sure, his skin did look cleaner than it had ever been, but he couldn't care less. The effort it took was simply not worth it, at least for him. There may be weirdos out there who are willing to put up with it, but not him. He simply wasn't one of them. Now that the quest was finally over, he could stop wasting his mornings applying weird goop in front of the mirror for hours and instead do, well, anything else. What exactly? Taka himself had no idea. But free time was free time. So, sighing in relief, Taka smirked confidently at his reflection and pulled up the status page, dumping all the newly gained aura into aura projection, or AP for short, since typing the whole thing out is starting to get annoying. Status page. Strength, 53. Defense, 106. Aura projection, 179. Total aura, 179. Skills, clean. Taka grinned. His AP was now almost back to what it had been during the quirk test a week ago, lacking just 20 points, but that much was negligible. If I throw in my other stats as a backup in case I need that extra aura, I should hit over 300 points in AP. Wonder how much I'd be able to lift then. He raised a hand, counting on his fingers. If 199 points barely let me lift that 100 kilograms dumbbell, that means each kilo needs about 2 aura, 1 pound. So with 300 AP, I should be able to lift that 150 kilograms, 300 pounds, one I could only make twitch before. Finished with his math, Taka nodded, satisfied. A 50% strength increase in just 1 week. That was massive. Next up, the other reason he endured the whole grooming quest in the first place. His eyes darted to a specific point on his status page. The clean skill. I swear, if it's something useless, I'm gonna, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll do something, that for sure. So, with the resolution to do something in the case the skill let him down, he tapped on the skill, and a new screen popped up with its description. Clean, passive. Description: a proper aura farmer can't go around dirty and unkept. This skill grants your aura cleaning and purifying properties, so you can be clean at all times. Automatically keeps all parts of your body clean at all times. Dirtiness does not stick to your body for long. Impurities no longer surge on your skin. Aura projection can be used to apply this effect to clothes as well. Ha! Taka stared, dumbfounded, as he let out a loud exclamation. He wasn't mad, despite what his earlier tone might have implied. Just confused. This definitely wasn't what he expected. Though, to be fair, he didn't even know what he had expected from a skill called clean. But still, it looks useful. He raised an eyebrow. Still a bit unsure, he ran a hand through his hair. Whoa! It felt like he had just stepped out of the shower, smooth, light, and grease-free, even though he hadn't bathed since yesterday. Next, he glanced around the room with squinted eyes to make sure he was alone, despite being in his own bathroom. When he was sure no one was watching, he raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and looked around innocently while one hand slipped into his pants. A few seconds later, his hand came out and went straight to his nose. Damn! With extremely raised eyebrows, Taka washed his hands and left the bathroom like nothing happened, leaving behind a crime scene with no witnesses. Except for the unfortunate few still reading this. With a confident stride, he made his way into the living room, where he came across a wild Seiji, sipping morning coffee on the couch while bobbing his head to music only he could hear. The instant he stepped into the living room, Seiji noticed Taka and shot him a mocking smirk upon seeing the young aura farmer's satisfied look. Well, don't you look good? Maybe I should amp up the training. Taka deadpanned. No, please. Ever since a week ago after Taka underwent the quirk test and had both the doctor and Seiji think his telekinesis worked by consuming his physical force, Taka had been forced to undergo special training to build up his strength by Seiji. Naturally, Taka had tried to refuse at first. He wasn't exactly the training type. He didn't get a rush of dopamine each time he pushed his limits. The only thing that came after each plus ultra was a wave of nausea. A light one, but nausea nevertheless. Unfortunately, like the obedient little system slave he was, all it took to change his mind was a shiny new quest. This is the start of your aura farming path, and as is to be expected of you, you must be prepared for the many hurdles ahead. Endure the brutal training, and ascend ready to carve your path to glory. Conditions for completion. Do not use your aura to boost your physique in any way during training. Complete at least 1 month of training without missing a single session. Get your fighting skills acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Get your physical condition acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Reward, plus 200 aura to gain the skill, Trouble Radar. After that damned quest notification popped up, Taka had given in and started training without complaint. A week had passed since then, and after all of it, his strength and defense stats had gone up by 9 points total. Strength 3 points, and defense 6. He wasn't sure if that was fast or not, but seeing his stats rise without spending a single point of aura, that was a pleasant surprise. It motivated him to endure the training, as that way, there would be more emergency use only aura points to spend. Of course, that didn't make the training any less brutal. Taka had never worked out so much in his entire life. Seiji really went all out with the planning of his training. Not a single muscle was left untouched after each session. Ha ha ha, come on. Seeing your dying face yesterday was amazing. Seiji chuckled. Taka grumbled and turned away. Fuck you. He grabbed his backpack and made for the door. But just as he was about to leave, Seiji called out to him. Hey, Taka. What? Have a nice day. Taka raised an eyebrow. Cause I'm increasing the intensity of your training once you get back. Black lines appeared on Taka's forehead. Without saying a word, he simply opened the door and left the house. Hours later. The hell is this? Taka found himself cornered by 3 of his classmates. The day had been going smoothly. He was no longer ridiculed for being quirkless, and after his power move last week, most of the class just ignored him. But then these 3 suddenly popped up next to his seat after class ended, and forced him to follow them to a hidden corner of the school. Not that it was shocking. These guys weren't exactly model students, and everyone knew they had ties to shady guys. So yeah, it wasn't exactly a surprise when they pulled something like this out of nowhere. Oi oi oi, Takahashi, you've been acting all smug this past week, haven't you? Yeah, it's already starting to piss us off. Just cause you got a quirk now doesn't make you better than us. Wipe that smug look off your face. Taka raised an eyebrow, confused. This was just his normal face. Unfortunately, it seemed his normal face was exactly what pissed them off. Hey Takeo, this guy's seriously getting on my nerves. Yeah, Toshio, he's still looking smug even after our warning. What should we do, Aniki? The biggest of the 3, Shoji, sneered. A vicious grin spread across his face. I think we should show him why he needs to learn to keep his head down. At that instant, his 2 minions smirked and moved in to grab Taka by the arms, locking him in place. With his target restrained, Shoji grinned wider, then slammed his knee into Taka's gut, folding him in half. His cronies chuckled like it was the funniest thing they'd seen all week. Sadly, their smiles didn't last. Taka slowly unfolded himself, completely unbothered, and stared at them with an unreadable expression. You done? The 3 froze, shocked by the calmness in his voice. Wasn't he supposed to be gasping for air right now? Taka, meanwhile, glanced at his status window. Status page. Strength, 53. Defense, 106,285. Aura projection, 1,790. Total aura, 179. Skills, clean. This thing's seriously convenient. Smirking widely at how effective the stat interchanging was, Taka then gave the 2 still in shock delinquents on both sides a look and poured all his aura into strength with a savage grin, boosting it up to 232, basically multiplying his raw strength nearly 5-fold. Then, with one casual swing of his arm, whoa, ick, he sent the 2 goons grabbing him flying like potato sacks. Wah! Shoji could only gape as his friends hit the ground in crumpled heaps, but his pride wasn't about to let him back down. You dare! With a roar, he charged, fists erupting in flames. Taste the difference between our queer. He didn't get to finish that sentence. Taka raised his hand in the blink of an eye and Shoji suddenly found himself floating several meters in the air. His so-loved quirk useless as in the air, he was completely at Taka's mercy. What the? Put me down! He screamed, flailing like a brat whose mommy had said no to him for the first time. Taka just smirked, thoroughly amused. And then he started spinning Shoji. Fast. Like, Blender on max fast. SSSSSTOOOOOOP. By the time Taka graciously returned him to the ground, Shoji was green in the face and instantly threw up his lunch. Blurg. Still smirking, Taka turned to the 2 goons lying on the ground, who were now staring at him wide-eyed, utterly speechless after witnessing their leader get absolutely decimated. Still, the fire in their eyes hadn't completely gone out. They got up, rage written all over their faces. Then, sorry, Aniki. They turned and bolted, leaving Shoji alone with Taka. The 2 stared silently at the fleeing duo. In the end, Taka gave the still nauseous Shoji a pat on the shoulder, then turned around and began to walk away. Just leave me alone from now on. Shoji didn't respond. He looked like he might throw up again at any second. With that, Taka casually walked off. He paused, however, when a notification popped up in his vision. +30 aura. He raised an eyebrow, confused. Then, as he turned the corner, there they were, all of his classmates, just standing there, awkwardly trying to act nonchalant, pretending they hadn't seen anything. These guys were watching. He deadpanned. Seriously, didn't they have anything better to do? Well, I was having trouble finding moments to be cool. I guess this works too. Pleased with the unexpected bonus, he instantly redirected all his new points into ale, bringing the stat up to 209 and strolled past his classmates, keeping his expression cool and unbothered. At this rate, by the time U.8's entrance exam rolled around in 9 months, it'd be a walk in the park. Or rather, a perfect or a farming spot. Taka smirked deviously. To be continued. A/N, fair warning, most skills Taka will gain will be for aura farming, not for increasing his power. This isn't a power fantasy, or maybe it is, but you know, the main focus is flexing as much as possible. Of course, I might always change my mind if I feel like he needs more power. 6. What's with these missions? What's with these missions? A month later. Come on, Taka, don't tell me you're going down already. Seiji shot Taka a disdainful look as the kid now lay on the ground, sprawled and beaten, a cigarette flicking at the corner of his lips. Taka groaned as he pushed himself up, looking at him with an annoyed glare. Shut up, man, it's not my fault a damn monkey quirk can be so stupidly overpowered. This is called hard work. Seiji scoffed, taking his cigar reedy away from his mouth and tapping it twice, letting the cinders fall. When I was your age, the only thing my quirk gave me was these big-ass hands and a long-ass tail to whack people with. So quit your whining and get here. Don't tell me this is all you can do after an entire month of training. Taka stood up while grumbling under his breath, looking at Seiji with an annoyed gaze. You say it like it was a long-ass time. It's only 4 weeks, damn it. How the heck am I supposed to master all the shit you taught me, especially when after each session you leave my body aching like hell? Skill issue, kid. All I am asking is that you fight properly, not excellently. Or don't tell me you think it's fine to try and become a hero with the skills you had in our first class? You tripped yourself after throwing a punch. KGH. Taka clicked his tongue like a Dragon Ball character, and naturally, his eyes drifted to a floating screen beside him. This is the start of your aura farming path, and as is to be expected of you, you must be prepared for the many hurdles ahead. Endure the brutal training, and ascend ready to carve your path to glory. Conditions for completion. Do not use your aura to boost your physique in any way during training. Complete at least 1 month of training without missing a single session. Get your fighting skills acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Get your physical condition acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Reward, plus 200 aura to gain the skill, Trouble Radar. A month had already passed, and as such, he had fulfilled the first 2 objectives of the mission, albeit one of them would receive its checkmark once the mission was over. The other 2, however, had no time limit to be fulfilled. They all depended on Seiji and his opinion on his progress. He couldn't even boost his physical stats using his gained aura so far, since the quest specifically told him not to. He could only do this fair and square. The horror. With a scoff, Taka put his hands up once again, ready to begin throwing once again. And he threw, yes sir. Bam. Less than 10 seconds later, he was easily thrown to the ground by Seiji, who simply tripped him, not even using a lock or throw on him. Damn it. Seiji knelt beside Taka and now lay on his back on the ground, staring at the air like questioning his life choice, and threw him a dissatisfied look. Look, kid, I don't think you're focusing right now. You're throwing punches just to throw. Taka groaned, giving him a side eye. What's that even supposed to mean? Seiji sneered, flicking the cigarette on his mouth to the other corner, before tapping into Taka's temple with his feet like a woodpecker bird. It means thinking properly about what I'm going to do, and what you should do in response. That's the use of all those flashy moves I've been teaching you so far. They're the responses. You use them when it's time, not when you feel like it. Taka didn't say anything, watching silently as Seiji let out a sigh and stood up, giving his back to him as he walked away. Whatever, kid. Let's do this again tomorrow. Be sure to practice today so you don't suck as bad tomorrow. Wait. Taka quickly stood up. Seiji turned, a sly smile appearing on his face. You're not him, kid. He said, smiling mockingly as he shook his head. Stay on the ground. Just cause you got motivated doesn't mean you're gonna do any better. That's not it, Taka said, pointing at Seiji's crotch. You got your zipper down. Seiji's face instantly fell, and in a hurry, he turned down to fix his improper state. Only, his zipper was fine. This kid. Seiji's eyes widened, and he lifted his head back in a hurry, watching as Taka lunged at him with hands open like claws. In a hurry, he sent a palm strike to Taka, trying to keep him away, only for his attack to get deflected to the side the instant it had been about to make contact. Then, mid-movement, as his palm was pushed aside, Taka lowered his stance, and with his remaining hand, fingers curled like the nails of a dragon. Clang! He struck Seiji's nuts. Ugh! Seiji's eyes widened like saucers, cold sweat pouring down his back as he glanced into Taka's cold, unyielding eyes, his mouth trembling as he spoke. Monkey grabs the peach, you copied my signature move. Indeed. Taka closed his eyes solemnly, retracting his hand as he turned his back on Seiji, who was already dropping to his knees, both hands clutching his crotch, face twisted in agony. Now fall. Leaving those words behind, Taka walked away, hands coolly stuffed into his pockets. +5 aura. Suddenly, Taka lifted an eyebrow and looked back over his shoulder. Seiji, despite his scrunched-up face of pain, was giving him a thumbs up. That was a cool one, kid. Write that down. It'll make the ladies go crazy. Taka looked at him weirdly for a second before he gave a faint nod. Will do. Then, for real this time, he walked away, ignoring Seiji as he collapsed fully to the floor and had his soul ascend into heaven. Completed. This is the start of your aura farming path, and as is to be expected of you, you must be prepared for the many hurdles ahead. Endure the brutal training, and ascend ready to carve your path to glory. Conditions for completion. Do not use your aura to boost your physique in any way during training. Complete at least 1 month of training without missing a single session. Get your fighting skills acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Get your physical condition acknowledged by Murata Seiji. Calculating reward. Plus 200 aura. Plus skill, trouble radar. Note, although an unconventional path to achieve those last 2 conditions, it was well thought out. Stand proud, for your path as a professional aura farming is about to start. A small smirk curled on Taka's lips as the notification popped up beside him. Minutes later. In his room, Taka now lay sprawled on his bed, checking out his new gains with amusement. Status page. Strength, 61. Defense, 122. Aura projection, 215. Total aura, 215 415. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Now this is what I call good progress. He grinned as he dumped all of his newly gained aura into AP, making the stat shoot up to 415. Next, he opened his new skill, already dying to know what it did. Trouble radar, active. Description: real life can often be boring and uncool as heck, making it difficult for an aura farmer like Yusumion who thrives on attention and shines through impossible odds to grow smoothly on your path to becoming the ultimate aura farmer. With this skill, you'll never miss those rare moments when an aura farmer can truly stand out. Grants you a sixth sense that can be toggled on or off at will. It points you toward the place where trouble is most likely to begin brewing, or to immediate danger coming your way. Can also faintly gauge the level of incoming trouble from minor inconvenience to world-ending catastrophe. Fate is unpredictable, tread with caution. Ha! Taka raised an eyebrow. Another skill he wasn't sure how to feel about. Sure, it seemed like it'd be useful for powering up until U.8's practical exam in 11 months. But the idea of actively being on the lookout for trouble, that was something else. Especially because trouble in this day and age usually meant one thing: villains. Like the skill warned, if he didn't tread with caution, especially now, with his aura basically in its baby stage, Deing wasn't off the table. In his parallel life, he might have scoffed and jumped into things without thinking. After all, this was a world from an anime, and villains didn't seem that bad when you were just a viewer. But now that he had a whole second life in this world, and memories of his past one, that illusion had long since faded. Dealing with villains here was like messing with terrorists back on Earth. Yeah, not exactly appealing, huh? Cold-blooded people with no qualms about killing at least the serious ones, not the occasional purse snatcher. That's what villains were. So yeah, he had every right to eye the skill with a healthy dose of caution. Still, if he wanted to power up, there was no way around it. Though, if the trouble seems too much, I'm just dipping out. Taka nodded to himself, reassuring his ego. He wouldn't overestimate his ability. If it got too hot, he'd just leave it to the pros. That's what heroes were there for, weren't they? With that resolution, he finally let out a breath of relief. It hadn't really hit him until now, but after a month and a half of non-stop training missions, he was finally free. He could focus on doing other things, maybe even relax a bit. New mission. Now that you're capable of holding your ground barely, it's time to focus on other aspects of being the perfect aura farmer. Not everything in life is about fighting, so sharpen your other skills and avoid becoming a one-trick pony. Aura farming is everywhere in life, so broaden your view. Conditions for completion. Practice a type of art for a month. Dominate the basis of said art. Reward: gain aura depending on your performance beyond what is asked of you. Gain the skill, connoisseur. Taka blinked at the floating screen, thoroughly unamused. What's with these missions, man? He flopped back onto the bed, already regretting jinxing himself. What was even the point of learning art? How was that supposed to help with his aura farming? Sure, people would like what he did, for example, drawing, but would simply liking his drawings grant him aura? As far as he knew, the feelings of people had to go beyond that for there to be any cashable aura. So it seemed really unlikely any art would be worth the trouble of learning, considering the time he'd need to master it to a level where aura would just then start being gained. For that, he could just fight some random-ass villain in the street to show off, and get done with it. He scoffed and glanced at the mission description again. Maybe I can just ignore this mission. Even the aura to be gained depending on performance may be a small amount, considering it is not specified. For a moment, he looked at it with a tired expression, already fed up with having to go out of his comfort zone purely for the aura points. But then, his eyes twitched, a certain thought popping into his head. Aura farming is everywhere in life. That line stuck with him. It echoed for a moment, like guiding his train of thought as a certain idea began brewing, until it fully formed. Say, system, Taka smiled, looking slyly at the screen floating beside him. When aura farming, do people necessarily have to be physically near me for me to gain the aura? What if I'm being cool online? Would the aura still reach me, even if they are kilometers away? Analyzing question. Answer: your quirk draws in the energy produced by awe and relatively similar feelings from people near you. The system's function is to harness this energy and prevent it from dispersing. If people are too far away, the energy may dissipate before the system can absorb it. However, if the number of people generating such feelings is large enough, the energy may persist long enough to reach you. Note, a significant portion of said energy will likely be lost in transit. Taka frowned, looking at the screen, thoroughly confused. What do you mean by my quirk? I thought I was quirkless. Are you referring to yourself? Negative, you have always possessed a quirk. However, due to its nature being practically indetectable as you could do nothing with the aura you gathered, and you not drawing off from your peers often at all, there was never a concentration high enough to be noticed by you or anyone around. Ouch. Taka's eye twitched at the jab. That hit a little too close. Yeah, since he was a kid, he'd basically given up on getting along with people once he got labeled as quirkless. Never bothered to put on a good face, and never tried to impress. He didn't get bullied, but he for sure wasn't especially liked. So yeah, the math checked out. Loner no aura. Still, he couldn't help but feel speechless at the revelation that he was never quirkless to begin with. He actually had a quirk, albeit a useless one if not for the system here. He deadpanned, though this time, he gave the screen a slightly more appreciative look, as he slowly came to terms with this new truth, not world-shattering, but still something his mind circled back to that earlier idea. A small smirk curled on his lips. So I could actually gain aura online. His eyes gleamed with interest, the idea of a video going viral and aura raining from the sky practically making him giddy. Okay, maybe not giddy, but interested, very. Though his enthusiasm dipped slightly at that whole part about most of the energy dissipating, it still didn't kill the idea. This could be another viable method of aura farming, one that didn't involve nearly dying for the cool factor. His eyes drifted back to one of the conditions from the mission. Practice a type of art for a month. If he combined this assignment with his new plan to go viral, yeah, he might be onto something. To be continued. A/N, plans are forming, and gains and growing. Check that one out. Just thought about it now. 7, I need more power. I need more power. A month later. Well, this idea sucked, Taka muttered, glancing at the laptop in front of him with dissatisfaction. He had, in fact, not been onto something. It had already been an entire month since he had received the new mission of learning a type of art, and after very little deliberation, he chose the guitar. Why? Because if he wanted to aura farm, it was the best instrument. You don't see chicks going crazy for the pianist, drummer, or bassist, right? The one getting attention was always the guitarist. Of course, singers were also pretty popular, so it was also a choice, but his voice honestly wasn't very melodious. So, he just chose the guitarist path. As for where he got a guitar, considering he was out of funds after spending all his savings on skincare, well, Seiji seemed to have one taking dust on a corner of the house. When Taka asked him for it, the guy just shot him a disbelieving look before waving him off as he muttered, "So you're at that age, huh?" And like that, he got a guitar. A month passed since then, with him practicing with the instrument and learning not to suck. During it, however, Taka decided to try uploading his process on QuirkTube, awaiting the moment his videos would explode in popularity, and aura would begin raining like crazy. Sadly, as may be evident from how he complained earlier, that didn't happen. Not to mention that he forgot to account for the fact that him just showing his progress on learning it wouldn't generate much aura if any at all. To top it off, he also barely received any visits on his videos. He had gotten, like, 10 subs throughout the span of these 4 and something weeks. Truly, a disappointment of a project. Who could have thought becoming famous would be such a hassle? Taka grumbled, turning his laptop off and glancing at the ceiling with a lazy expression. Of course, his attempt at going viral was secondary. His main concern was the mission, which was going fairly well. Now that you're capable of holding your ground barely, it's time to focus on other aspects of the perfect aura farmer. Not all in life is fighting, so be sure to sharpen your other skills so you're not only a one-trick pony. Aura farming is present in all actions. Conditions for completion. Practice a type of art for a month. Dominate the basis of said art. Reward, gain aura depending on your performance beyond what is asked of you. Gain the skill, connoisseur. If it weren't for that last condition that he had yet to fulfill. What does the basis even mean? I'm pretty sure I already learned most of what there's to know. Taka grumbled, squinting his eyes as he glanced at the mission screen. If he had to say so himself, he already could play fairly well when not rushed or under pressure. And he might sometimes make mistakes. And he might forget the notes from time to time. But he could play, and that was all that mattered. So he didn't know what this damn system wanted, but he assumed all that was left for him to do was to keep practicing until he eventually fulfilled that last condition and took that aura and skill with him. What does connoisseur even mean anyway? With a grumble, he got up and left his room. He walked into the living room, meeting once again a wild Seiji reading a newspaper with an amused expression. Noticing him, Seiji smiled and pointed at the newspaper, showing it to him like it was some incredible discovery. "Hey, kid, look at this. Some kids your age just did something crazy." Taka raised an eyebrow and took the paper, eyeing it with curiosity until he saw the cover. It was an image of Bakugo trapped inside a mud monster, and Midoriya running after him to save him. His eyes squinted faintly. The article explained pretty much what had happened in the anime, with All Might helping them at the last minute and saving them from the mud villain. Besides that, it didn't offer much information. Just a few declarations from All Might, the list of crimes of the mud villain, and the usual spicy stuff to anger someone. None of that mattered to Taka, however. His mind was focused on something else. That guy is already hogging the spotlight, huh? He clicked his tongue, eyeing with annoyance the green-haired kid in the image. Without a word, he returned the paper to Seiji, who looked at him with an odd expression. "What's wrong, kid?" "Nothing." Taka ignored him and walked to the door. "I'm going out." Seiji tilted his head. "What? Where are you going so suddenly?" "To buy stuff, I'm hungry," Taka replied without looking back. Seiji scoffed, shooting him a deadpan look. "Already spending your allowance? The month is barely starting, kid. Try to make it last. If you gave me more, it'd last longer." "Ha, you wish." With a mocking smirk, Seiji lifted the newspaper and proceeded to ignore Taka, who looked at him with an annoyed glare. "Stingy prick." With a curse under his breath, Taka opened the door and left. swearing in his mind to one day find something to blackmail Seiji to increase his allowance. Minutes later, as he walked through the street, Taka let out a quiet grumble, glancing up at the sky with a scowl. My time is running out. As he mumbled that, he pulled up his status screen with a displeased frown. Status page. Strength, 66. Defense, 132. Aura projection, 430. Total aura, 430. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. There were only 10 months left until the UA entrance exams until the anime's main events began unfolding. Right now, he was way stronger than he'd been 2 months ago, and by the time the exams came around, he'd probably be even stronger. With Seiji's training still underway, his physical stats were steadily increasing, so he'd probably be pretty fit by then, even without using his aura to boost his physical stats. And his AP, well, it was unnecessary to mention it was his favorite stat. Being able to use telekinesis was awesomely convenient. When he was in bed and needed to stand up to pick something, he could just use his AP to bring it to himself. And that was pretty much the only use he was giving it. But well, regardless of the menial tasks it was being subjected to, its growth was undeniable, and Taka would probably continue pouring his aura on it whenever he got more. If he had already gained over 400 aura points in around 3 months since getting his system, how much higher would it get by the time the exam happened? Would he reach the 2,000 points? Maybe even more? He was awaiting it expectantly. Suddenly, Taka's look full of anticipation turned slightly more moody, glancing ahead with a squint of eyes. But will it be enough? Midoriya would enter UA practically powerless, total baby tier. But within a single year, the guy would shoot up to All Might levels. Taka would have a head start, sure. He'd be strong right from the beginning if he reached the 2,000 aura mark by then. That was a ton in terms of force, after all. But who was to say he wouldn't be outpaced? He didn't know how strong All Might was in terms of stats, but judging from his feats, he was sure the guy was pretty far ahead of his current self. Maybe in the hundreds of thousands? In the millions? So, for Midoriya to reach that guy's level in merely a year, Taka couldn't help but ask himself, would it be possible for him to also have that level of speed in his growth? Would he really be able to keep up with the protagonist of this world? Cause if he didn't, then his entire plans of aura farming would come down as Midoriya hugged the spotlight all to himself. He needed to stay on top, mark the difference clearly from the very beginning. A difference the guy wouldn't be able to cross, even with that protagonistic luck of his. Taka narrowed his eyes, then finally closed them. In that case, I guess I should start taking this a bit more seriously. With that resolution, he commanded the system to activate that. Trouble radar, activated. Instantly, Taka felt something, a faint, eerie sensation in the vicinity not too far actually. It was just around the corner. Opening his eyes, he quickly made his way toward the source, not wanting to miss anything. When he arrived, though, he saw nothing. Just the usual bustling street he sometimes passed through. Hold up. He squinted. A hero had just stepped into the street, quickly gathering attention as people surrounded him, asking for autographs. If he recalled correctly, the hero's name was Force Kick, a colleague of Seiji. However, what truly caught Taka's attention was that despite the crowd surrounding him, the hero's eyes scanned the area intently, as if looking for someone specific. Taka immediately picked up on what may be happening, and with the quickness of a normal teenager with no vision-enhancing quirk, he began scanning the crowd himself, eyes sharp. It took him a while, and nothing seemed out of order. But then he saw it. Someone in the crowd shifted, their appearance warping for a split second. A flash of reptilian features surfaced before the figure morphed into another look entirely. Taka's eyes widened. That was it. These two were about to fight. Maybe he was being mutant-phobic, but judging from how the guy looked like he was hiding, and the hero being on the lookout for something, plus his trouble radar telling something was about to happen here, Taka immediately came to the conclusion that the reptile-like guy was a villain escaping, and that soon Force Kick would discover him, giving place to a fight. That, or a car crash would happen. That was also possible. But for now, he was gonna lead into his first supposition. But what should I do? This didn't feel like a high-threat incident. Nothing catastrophic. So there was no need for him to jump in. But that didn't mean there wasn't an opportunity. What was the best way to aura farm from this? Attacking the villain right away was an option, except he wasn't completely sure the guy was a villain. Plus, Taka would get in trouble later if he attacked with his face and identity exposed. He didn't have a hero license, after all. So, yeah, for now, that was discarded. For now. Damn, aura farming really is troublesome. He groaned, rubbing his chin with a deep, thoughtful expression. Until his eyes lit up. A spark of inspiration hit. That's it. Without another word, he turned on his heel and bolted back home, a wide grin stretching across his face. Minutes later, just like Taka had predicted, the hero eventually spotted the chameleon-quirked guy, and a fight broke out. Force Kick's quirk consisted of producing small bursts of energy from his feet, which could be used for both mobility and for combat, enhancing his kicks and his running speed. The chameleon's quirk, on the other hand, not only let him copy people's appearances as it'd be expected of such a quirk, but also gave him enhanced agility and a long, powerful tongue that he could use to attack. Both combatants were fine. Nothing special. Middle-of-the-road power levels. But that meant the fight lasted a while. Neither side gained the upper hand. The hero held his own, but the villain wasn't being overwhelmed either. The chameleon's only real threat was that more heroes might arrive and tip the scales. For now, though, he held his ground. All he needed was the right chance to slip away. Cha-ka-chan. But then, the sound of an electric guitar strummed sharply across the city block, cutting through the noise of battle. Both combatants were startled mid-motion, halting just before their next clash. They looked around, confused. Then they saw him. Perched atop a building, overlooking the fight with both legs crossed and an electric guitar in his grasp, was a figure dressed in a black hoodie that cast his face in shadow. A dark mouth mask obscured the rest of his features. The only thing visible were his eyes, sharp, black, and fixed directly on them. Behind him, a compact kit of amplifiers stood humming softly, making sure every strum of his guitar echoed powerfully across the street below. Both hero and villain glanced at the newcomer in confusion, darting looks at each other every now and then, as if asking, "Can you believe this?" The crowd around was just as stunned. What was this guy doing? Fortunately, they would get their answers right away. Without a word, the figure tightened the grasp on his guitar and began to play. To be continued. A/N, I don't know how to play music, so don't expect perfect realism, and while at it, I also don't know how to do many things Taka will do, so the same applies for that. Whatever unrealistic part, let's simply attribute it to the great system. Also, if we reach 100 Power Stones, I'll be uploading an extra chapter. 8. Success. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Success. Song Taka is playing, Future in My Hands, Devil May Cry, instrumental only in his case, but hear the full song either way. The entire avenue was dumbstruck as the unknown guy began playing a catchy song out of nowhere, still sitting on the edge of a rooftop, casually strumming while the villain and hero stared at him in disbelief. The blatant disrespect was staggering. What the hell was this guy doing in the middle of a battle? Still, he's kinda good. That thought echoed in more than a few heads, some people in the crowd instinctively bobbing along to the rhythm of the guitar solo. However, not everyone was entranced by the music. The chameleon villain, though momentarily confused, soon smirked, clearly thinking this was the perfect distraction to slip away. Force Kick was still staring at the black-clad figure above, trying to make sense of what was even happening, making this the perfect moment to get away. Kukiku, I don't know who this weirdo is, but thank you very moha. However, just as the villain tried to dart off, using both speed and stealth to vanish unnoticed, something shoved him back at the last second, making him stumble and land on his butt. He quickly scrambled up again, narrowing his eyes at the air in front of him. What the heck was that? He took another step forward, only to be pushed back again. KGH. This time, he caught himself before falling, glaring at the path that should have been his clean getaway with disbelief. What the hell? He muttered, scanning the open space in front of him like it had just betrayed him. It felt like gravity itself was changing directions just to not let him pass. His gaze suddenly snapped to Force Kick. Was this his doing? No, his quirk doesn't work like that, and he's still distracted by weight. His eyes locked onto the figure in black, still up there, still playing a song like this was none of his business. And in that moment, when their eyes met, he saw it. Contempt. The guy was looking at him with contempt. "It's you," he snarled. The culprit was the guy in black. Without thinking twice, he shot his tongue toward the rooftop, intent on teaching this random a lesson. Dynamic kick. Bam. Ugh. Sadly, before it could reach, a powerful blow slammed into his side. He tumbled across the street, rolling like a kicked can, before catching himself mid-spin and landing on all fours. Furious, he turned to his attacker. "You fucker." Force Kick. Apparently, the moment the villain had tried to lash out at the masked guitarist, Force Kick had finally snapped out of his confusion and launched a high-powered kick to his ribs. He had planned on using the guitarist as a distraction, but ended up being distracted himself. Damn it, the villain cursed, glancing up at the rooftop again. He wanted to attack him, but with the hero meddling, it didn't seem like he could for now. Still, it seemed the guy in black didn't plan to interfere beyond stopping his escape. Otherwise, he'd have done more already. For now, he just kept playing, watching them with cold eyes from above like he wanted them to fight, all while playing his music, using them as entertainment. Sick bastard. Unfortunately, as much as he didn't like it, with Force Kick meddling he didn't have much option but to fight as the masked guy wanted. Force Kick seemed to come to a similar conclusion. Annoying as this interruption was, whatever law this fell under, the real threat was still in front of him, so he had to focus on that first. As for the guy with the guitar, I'll deal with him later. The two thought the same thing, unknowingly in sync, and with that, the fight resumed. Only no, with a sick soundtrack on the back. Blow after blow, hero and villain clashed without pause. Sometimes, Force Kick landed devastating kicks, sending his opponent flying down the street, only for him to spring back to his feet like nothing happened. Other times, the chameleon villain caught Force Kick by the ankle with his tongue, spinning him like a ragdoll before hurling him across the intersection, only for the hero to stabilize mid-air with a burst of energy and shoot back in like a missile. Meanwhile, someone else was banking on this whole fight. Ha ha ha, yes, let it rain. Plus 13 aura, plus 15 aura, plus 11 aura, plus 14 aura, plus 9 aura. Taka was grinning like an idiot behind his face mask as he continued playing, soaking in the beautiful sound of system notifications popping up erratically every once in a while through the song. This had been a genius idea. He'd already collected around 60 aura since the start of the song, and there were still 2 minutes left. If it kept up like this, he'd earn a full 100 points in a single day. A massive ass gain. And all thanks to a piece of music pulled straight from his past life's memories. Thankfully, just before he got permanently KO'd by that banana, he'd been watching that obscure Devil May Cry anime from the 2000s. This song had made it onto his playlist, so it was still relatively fresh in his head. Well, most of it. There were a few parts he'd had to make up during the past month or so since he couldn't recall them, but it had turned out pretty damn good regardless. His technique was still that of a total noob, though. The only reason this concert was going well was because the song was unknown, so people couldn't really tell when he missed notes or completely butchered a section. Plus, it was the only song he'd practiced since picking up the guitar. It made sense that he could play it decently. If he tried anything else, he'd probably suck 3 times as much. But hey, it was doing its job. +5 aura, +7 aura, +7 aura. Taka's playing sped up in response to the notifications, a wide grin spreading under his mask, though his expression twitched slightly when he noticed the numbers were starting to dip. The gains are diminishing a bit. Guess the surprise factor can only carry me so far. His eyes flicked toward the two still going at it in the street below. That reminded him he had another problem he hadn't quite figured out yet. What the hell was he gonna do when the fight ended? Just casually walk away? Yeah, no, he had the feeling it wouldn't be that easy. The last thing he needed was to get arrested for interfering with a public arrest or some other nonsense. That would wipe all his aura. Then again, maybe if he played it right, he could spin this into some kind of mysterious bad boy vigilante with a sick riff image. Surely someone out there would get flustered and toss him a few bonus aura points. Still, jail time wasn't exactly a good look when you were aiming to get into UA. That might leave a mark on my file, he mused, discarding the idea right away. As Taka mulled it over as much as he could, given half his brain was focused on not screwing up the guitar, he eventually just shrugged. That's future Taka's problem. Right now, he had to focus. The climax of the song was approaching fast. And just like the song, the battle down below was also reaching its peak. Bang! Galactic kick. Force kick slammed his boot right into the chameleon villain's face, releasing a burst of energy that blasted the villain backwards. Crash! The impact launched him several meters, straight into the side of a nearby building, shattering glass as he crashed through a window. Huff! With his opponent seemingly down and his foot having a bit of smoke coming out of his soul, Force kick heaved a weary sigh. This fight had left him utterly drained. Who would have guessed that someone with a chameleon quirk could fight that well? But that last kick, it had to be enough, right? It was his strongest move. Whip. What? His thoughts were cut short as, suddenly, a tongue lashed out from the broken window where the villain had crashed, shooting toward him like a bullet. Tired and worn out, the hero had no chance to dodge. In the blink of an eye, his wrist was caught. There was a moment of eerie stillness as he glanced at it, then, the realization hit him. Oh no. And then the tongue pulled. Arg. Bam. Crack. Slam. Crash. Force kick was flung like a ragdoll. He crashed against cars, bounced off buildings, got dragged along the asphalt and smashed through the ground like a plaything at the mercy of that unnaturally powerful tongue. Then, just when it looked like he couldn't take any more, the tongue snapped upward one final time, launching him high into the air before letting go. Up he soared, like a beautiful bird. Then gravity kicked in. He began falling helplessly, his eyes rolling back. As he plummeted, the villain leapt out of the ruined building on all fours like a beast, quickly beginning to gather momentum as he dashed towards the falling hero with an enraged face. And just as Force kick was about to hit the ground, bam! The chameleon tackled Force kick midair like a meteor, slamming into him with terrifying speed. Crash! The hero's limp body was sent hurtling into another building, piercing through another window and ending up stuck halfway in, his legs dangling limply outside. He didn't move. He was out. Ha ha ha, that's what you get, the chameleon villain panted, grinning triumphantly as victory washed over him. The crowd was stunned. They had expected the hero to win. That's how it always went. And yet now their hero lay limply on a shattered window, unmoving and unresponsive. He was knocked out cold. Dozens of wide, fearful eyes locked onto the villain, who glanced back at them with a chilling expression. I'd kill all of you right here, but I guess you're safe this time. As much as he wanted to take out his rage on these onlookers, same people who had just cheered his beatdown moments ago couldn't afford to stick around. Another hero could show up any second. And this time, he was spent and barely had any strength left in him. So, without wasting another breath, he dropped to all fours and began to run, preparing to make his grand escape. Gah! Only to end up letting out a surprised cry as he was once again thrown backwards by a mysterious force. Keg what? Catching himself, his eyes widened. Masked guy was still blocking his way. Angrily, he turned to the figure in black above. That's when he noticed it. The song was still not over. The guy in black hadn't stopped playing, even when the hero lost. And he had stopped him from leaving yet again. That meant, you. The chameleon's eyes burned red with fury as his teeth clenched. This freak was still treating him like part of the show. Still making him look like a fool. He was planning to keep him here until the song ended. Was he gonna fight him next, so the show didn't end like that? Or was he planning on keeping him here until reinforcements came? Whatever the answer was, he wasn't going to sit and take it. If he thought he'd be an easy opponent, then he was gonna show this fool who he was messing with. His tongue curled in preparation, tension building like a spring. If you won't let me leave, then don't blame me for what's about to happen to you. And with those words, the tongue shot out like a bullet. Watch out! Someone yelled from the crowd, worried as even when being attacked, the figure in black continued playing the song unbothered. Fortunately, their worries were unfounded, as the next second, Nanny! The villain's eyes widened. His tongue stopped midair, like it had been stuck on something invisible. He immediately tried pulling it back, using all his strength, yet it refused to move. Whatever was grabbing it was stronger than him and his tongue. This can't be. Back to Taka, he heaved a sigh as he watched everything unfold. I didn't expect that herp to lose so suddenly. I didn't even have the time to cushion that last hit he took. He glanced with pity at the still fallen hero not too far away, before turning back to the villain, his troubled face slowly turning into a grin. Still, it's not all that bad. The fight ended before the song's final part, so I was worried it'd look a bit stupid for me to continue playing with nothing going on in front. His fingers picked up speed, finally entering the last part of the song. But it seems I got myself the entertainment I wanted. A twisted grin appeared on his face, hidden by the mask. With those thoughts, the song intensified, and at the same time, the villain's tongue began being pulled. Time for the grand finale. AAAA arc. Just like the hero had been earlier, the villain was swung around without mercy, using his tongue as the focal point of the swing. Crash. Bang. Thud. Slam. A building, a car, the street, even the nearby trees. Taka didn't hold back in the slightest, slamming the villain against anything in view. His AP was now nearing 500 points, basically enough strength to lift two really heavy men. So tossing this chameleon guy around was no problem for him. If anything, it was trivially easy. And as he focused on thoroughly beating the guy, he also made sure to play the final part of the song as best as he could, pouring in every drop of sweat he had spent the past month practicing for this one moment. And that showed. His concentration reached its peak. The poor chameleon was now being swung to the rhythm of the song, drawing every onlooker into the melody again, hypnotized by the strange harmony of violence and music. And they weren't the only ones. For a brief moment, Taka immersed himself fully in the show, fusing both the beating and the song into a single, seamless act. There was no longer a distinction between them. The villain was no longer an enemy, but more like an unwilling orchestral conductor, dictating the tempo of the piece being flung around. Then, as the guitar's chords sped up, the melody began to signal that the end was near, just like the villain's fate. The notes grew sharper. The melody built tension, all leading up to the grand finale. As the music reached its most intense moment, the villain was sent flying just like the hero had been earlier. And, with the final note, Chan, he was slammed into the ground, cracking the asphalt beneath him. His downfall timed perfectly with the song's ending, a single powerful guitar chord cutting through the air. Then silence. The crowd stood frozen, staring in awe as both the impromptu concert and battle reached their dramatic end. Plus 50 aura. That's when a final burst of aura followed, generated from the awe of seeing a villain, one who had overwhelmed a hero, defeated with such bizarre flair. And with that, this entire thing was done. Taka heaved a satisfied sigh and eyed his gains. 158 aura, all in just a few minutes. He almost let out a loud laugh out of disbelief at his insane gains, when something even more surprising popped up. Completed. Now that you're capable of holding your ground barely, it's time to focus on other aspects of the perfect aura farmer. Not all in life is fighting, so be sure to sharpen your other skills so you're not only a one-trick pony. Aura farming is present in all actions. Conditions for completion. Practice a type of art for a month. Dominate the basis of said art. Calculating reward. Plus 150 aura. Plus skill, connoisseur. Note, while your performance during your practice and learning of the guitar was average at best, that last stunt you pulled by shamelessly butting into a fight between a hero and a villain for the sake of clout was worthy of a master aura farmer. Due to that, your gains in aura in this mission have been greatly boosted. Remember, aura favors the brave. Ha! If it weren't because he didn't want to lose aura by looking like a lunatic, Taka might have burst out laughing maniacally right then and there. A gain of 298 aura points in one day. He had almost doubled his aura since the morning. He hurriedly opened his status screen. Status page. Strength, 66. Defense, 132. Aura projection, 430. Total aura, 430,728. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur, new. Nice. He eyed the new numbers with delight, then his attention shifted to the new skill, and he quickly opened its description. Connoisseur, passive. Description: since you've already shown others that you can be capable in this area too, it's only natural that your talent and skill are not merely average. You've got to show the whole world that you shine in more than one way, for you are the shiniest gem of all. Increases your learning capabilities and talent in all types of art. Augments your creative thinking. Increases chances of entering a state of absorption on the type of art you're doing. Ha! Yet another skill that didn't exactly make him jump in excitement, but definitely didn't look bad either. Especially because he had now seen how good aura farming through art could be. If he improved further, then there was no telling how much he'd be able to gain in the future. Plus, his goal of getting famous online might now be even more feasible. This day just gets better and better. As Taka was admiring his gains with a satisfied face, the sound of police sirens approaching startled him. Oh shit. Without hesitating, he enveloped his instruments in aura and began making them float. Then, with all the aura he could spare, he boosted his physical stat and made a run for it. He wasn't about to get caught. Of course, he first made sure to do a bow to the still watching crowd before dipping out of there. Plus 10 aura. Nice. To be continued. A/N, how was it? I'd have liked the chapter to progress along the song, but it ended up a bit too long. Either way, I think it did its job. 9. Step into fame. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Step into fame. The next day. Inside a room filled with all sorts of music-themed decorations including a few guitars and a drum seat, a certain black-haired girl with earlobes strangely resembling earphone jacks sat at her desk, yawning lazily as she closed her notebook. That's enough studying for now. My brain's gonna fry. Tossing the notebook onto her bed without looking, she picked up her laptop and plugged it in. The device let out a small chime before coming to life. For the next few minutes, the girl stared at the screen with a bored expression, scrolling through random videos online. Sometimes she darted to other pages to check various things before returning for more doom scrolling. That was, until she came across it. What's that guy doing? The video began with someone filming themselves, their face twisted in shock, before they turned the phone around and tried to capture the bizarre scene unfolding in front of them despite the shaky camera and poor video quality. But from what the girl could make out, it seemed that just above the typical skirmish between a hero and a villain, some weirdo was sitting on top of a building with a guitar. That caught her attention. Was he about to? Cha-cha-chan. The thunderous sound of the electric guitar confirmed her suspicion. He's actually going to play at a place like that. A slight smile crept onto her face. The sheer boldness of using a hero-villain battle as a stage for your own performance was pretty impressive, she had to admit. But would he actually be good enough to make it worth it? She leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, giving the video a smirk and an expectant look. He had the guts, now all that was left was to see if he had the skills. After that, she proceeded to binge nearly 3 minutes of the 4-minute video. It's good, she thought, sweat dropping slightly. The song was actually good. And after a while, the hero and the villain resumed their fight, which only made the song sync better with the action below. But it sounds like it's incomplete, she muttered, squinting and leaning in closer. For some reason, it felt like a song meant to support other instruments. But since the guy was doing a solo, that was probably why it felt that way. Still, she couldn't help but wonder how would it sound completed. The video went on. It was about 4 minutes long, so she figured there was just a minute left before the song ended or before the guy got interrupted. Either way, she kept watching, wanting to see the performance to the end. But then something happened that pulled her attention away from the music. The villain won. About 30 seconds from the end, the hero received a devastating blow and was knocked out cold. The sight sent a chill down her spine. Like many others, she wasn't used to seeing heroes lose. Justice was supposed to always win. So what now? With the hero down and no reinforcements in sight, the villain was free to do whatever he pleased. What would happen to the people? Hold on. That's when she noticed that music hadn't stopped. The guy on top of the building was still playing like nothing had happened. Did he not see the chaos going down there? Was he blind? If he kept playing. Sure enough, after a strange stumble, the villain turned his attention to the guitarist, lashing out his tongue at him, while the masked guy just kept playing. Her pupils shrank. What was he doing? He had to dodge. The one recording was just as shocked. People watching from afar seemed to panic, too. Watch out. Someone even tried to warn him. But the masked guy didn't flinch, entranced by his own performance even as the villain's attack closed in. However, just when it looked like things were about to end, horrible result was the exact opposite. The villain's tongue was suddenly caught midair by an invisible force, making her and the crowd gasp. That's when it hit everyone. From that point on, it wasn't a battle anymore, but a beating. Soon, the chameleon-like villain was being swung around like a rag doll, all to the rhythm of the song. A full minute of relentless chaos played out as the music reached its climax. The villain was slammed into buildings, cars, the ground. It was a bit pitiful. And then, the finale arrived. The song ended with one final, powerful note and so did the fight. The villain was slammed into the ground with one last mighty swing. Chan! Bam! Vexingly, that's where the video ended, snapping the girl out of her daze. She bit her lip in frustration. What's with that ending? What happened after that? Annoyed, she dove into the comments. Most were rambling about the music, the guy's quirk, or arguing about whether interfering in a hero fight was illegal, none of which she cared about. Until finally, she saw something that mattered. I found his channel. He made one after the incident where he's uploading his videos. She opened the link without hesitation and sure enough, there it was, a channel full of videos apparently from the same guy. Allegedly. He was wearing a dark hoodie and a black mask, so it was hard to be sure. But it seemed like him. She dove into one of the videos, and sure enough, he was playing the same song from the original clip. However, she was quick to notice a difference. For some reason, he seemed more skilled with the guitar than before. Not only that, but the song itself had changed slightly. It felt more polished, more refined. Still lacking other instruments, sure, but closer to completion than it was in the video she had just watched. The channel was fairly new, so there weren't that many videos uploaded yet. But without much thought, she went straight to the follow button. I wonder what weird thing this guy's gonna do next. I wonder what I'm gonna do next. Taka muttered as he stared blankly at the ceiling of his room. A day had passed since his crazy stunt with the chameleon guy, and it had definitely been worth the risk. His aura had shot up from around 400 to 700, a gain of nearly 300 aura. He'd also gotten a new skill, and while it didn't boost his power directly, it definitely helped with farming aura online. But that was not all. Yesterday, he ended up with 738 points. Today, 744. And how? +1 aura. Exactly like that. The count had just gone up to 744 now. These kinds of notifications had been popping up every so often since yesterday, probably because people at the scene had recorded and uploaded footage of his mini concert. Add to that the new channel he created, using his masked persona as the face, and sure enough, it worked. Aura began falling from the sky like the system had said. In small droplets, spaced hours apart, but it was falling from the sky nonetheless. It might seem like a tiny amount, but 5 points a day would mean 150 by the end of the month. And with 10 months left before he applied to UA, that could mean 1,500 aura gained passively by then. Of course, that was assuming people didn't forget about him in a week, which they probably would. So he had to come up with something new before his 15 minutes of fame were up. But what would it be? Ideally, something that wouldn't put him on the police's radar. So far, it didn't seem like he was wanted for anything, probably because he hadn't really interfered with the fight until the villain had already won and directly attacked him. Still, he had a feeling he was already walking on thin ice, and that if he pulled another public stunt, the police might come knocking on his door. Then again, playing the badass anti-hero Vigilante could earn him a ton of aura, but for now, he preferred to avoid that path. His eyes drifted to the guitar leaning against the wall. I could always try uploading new songs, he thought, grabbing his chin. It may have been hard for the me from 2 days ago, but with the connoisseur skill now, it won't be half as bad. His gaze shifted to his PC. I've also already racked up a decent number of subscribers. 3,000, not massive, but definitely something. Way better than my old channel ever managed. If I upload more songs, I could probably milk some decent aura from them. Yeah, that seemed like a solid plan, but I need more power. He couldn't just coast on music videos for the rest of the year. There was still a huge power gap waiting to be made between him and the crybaby protagonist. When UDA's exam arrived, he needed to have absolute power. Thus, he needed tons of aura and more skills too. And that meant heading out, risking his hide, and grinding like hell. The online aura farming would just be supplementary. If he wanted the good gains, he'd have to crash a few more hero-villain fights over the course of the year. But that could wait. Just a little. I don't want to end up a hunted vigilante or something. To be continued. A/N, here it is, folks. The extra chapter for reaching the 100 stones. Don't ask for more, as I don't have that many chapters stashed. I'm a rather slow writer. 10. The Beating. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. The Beating. A month later. Sip. Ha, life sure is great. +1 aura. Ha ha ha. There goes another one. Taka lounged on a beach chair in his garden, sipping a cool lemonade while shade shielded his eyes from the harsh UV rays, truly embodying the image of success. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and opened YouTube, scrolling through a saved list of videos, all of them featuring him crashing villain and hero battles, putting on his usual performance in the middle of the action. Opening one, he watched it from start to finish, a small smirk tugging at his lips. When it ended, his gaze fell on the text below. He squinted, pleased. Views, 80,000. With a satisfied sigh, he turned off his phone and slid it back into his pocket, running a hand through his hair. It truly seems I've ascended to stardom. +1 aura. Ha 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 ha. Let it rain, let it rain. Another notification popped up. He laughed aloud, raising his lemonade in celebration and spilling a bit without caring. It wasn't quite at the level of being called rain yet, but his passive aura income had increased noticeably compared to a month ago, back when he first performed his stunt at Force Kicks battle with the chameleon villain. The boost was thanks to everything else he'd been doing in the past month. After his initial success, he had decided to reuse the same formula. The arrest of a gang, dangerous villains on the run, petty thieves. Taka took advantage of every heroic incident nearby to set up impromptu concerts, playing the same DMC song every time. Mostly because he hadn't had the time to learn another one. Recomposing songs from memory was a nightmare, even with his enhanced talent. He hadn't been deeply involved in music in his past life beyond being a listener, so no, he didn't magically remember a music sheet for every song he knew, nor could he recreate them perfectly with some photographic memory he didn't have. Still, it wasn't impossible. With effort and thanks to his new skill, he had been working on recreating another song from his old world. Sometimes it didn't sound exactly like the original, but those flaws were easy enough to fix with time. Once perfected, he could either upload it or, better yet, save it for another hero versus villain event to ride the wave of action and fame again, boosting both his aura and passive income, which, by the way, had doubled. From around 5 per day to roughly 10. That meant about 2,700 aura by the end of the remaining 9 months. Hee hee hee, Taka chuckled, smirking at the math. Why was I so worried about being left behind? At this rate, I'll be invincible by the time UDA's exam arrives. With a satisfied grin, he opened his status window, ready to bask in the results of his month-long grind. Status page. Strength, 75. Defense, 150. Aura projection, 1,104. Total aura, 1,104. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Nearly 400 aura gained in a month. It was the combined result of his passive income and his stunts. Though none had matched the ridiculous gains of his first big performance, they still brought in plenty. Satisfied with the numbers and his bright prospects, he stood up, stretched, and headed inside, planning to go straight to his room. He needed to practice the new song so that when the next opportunity arose, he could give his best performance yet and cash in as much aura as possible. Sounds like a plan, he muttered as he walked, a sly grin creeping onto his otherwise dull face. Shay. However, just as he slid the glass window open to step inside the house, a figure blocked his path. Taka raised an eyebrow, recognizing the person in front of him, and deadpanned. It was Sugio, who returned Taka's deadpan with one of his own. Hey, kid, shouldn't you be heading to school right now? Ha, oh, right tisk. Taka clicked his tongue as the realization hit him. He'd been so engrossed in admiring his gains that he'd completely forgotten there was school today. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head in lament. I guess I'm still not famous enough to skip school. Hours later, Taka leaned on his palm, boredom written all over his face as his teacher droned on with the lesson. A yawn escaped him for what must have been the 10th time, making his feelings on the class crystal clear. Ring. The second the bell rang, his posture shifted instantly. In one smooth motion, he stood up, gathered his things, and made for the exit, obviously unwilling to spend a second longer here than necessary. His teacher shot him a baffled look. Couldn't the kid at least pretend to care about his feelings? But in the end, he let it go. It wasn't like Taka was doing badly in class anyway. So, with no one to stop him, Taka left the classroom, his bag slung casually over one shoulder. He headed for the lockers to swap his shoes and grab the rest of his things before heading home. After a brief stop to change, he finally stepped out of the school building, a faint smile forming as he looked at the setting sun in the distance. But just as he was about to cross through the school gates into the outside world, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hey, we wanted to have a little chat with you." Taka turned his head and his eyebrow twitched faintly when he saw who it was. A trio of thugs with ridiculous hairstyles. He knew them well. They were infamous around high-ranking members of a gang of delinquents that had sprung up between this school and several others nearby. Teenagers with superpowers tended to go on massive ego trips in this era. Of course, when actual heroes stepped in, their bravado tended to vanish. Sadly, no hero had stepped in for this gang, yet they hadn't caused enough trouble to warrant official attention, which explained why Taka was in this situation. The group from his class that had tried to mess with him months ago had been part of this gang. After he'd casually swung them around like ragdolls, he'd basically put a target on his back. Not that he cared. His current stats were enough to take on small-time villains, so a few delusional teenagers didn't exactly worry him. Besides, if someone sees me beating them up, I might gain some aura, sure, why not? Suppressing the grin tugging at his lips, Taka gave a simple nod, not uttering a single word. The trio blinked, clearly not expecting him to accept so easily. Still, they shrugged it off with a snort and motioned for him to follow, which Taka did gladly. They led him to a secluded spot behind the school where no one ever went. With no one around to interrupt, they shoved him against a wall and closed in with smug expressions. "Oi, I heard you roughed up our juniors pretty bad a while ago. We can't just let that slide, can we? Yeah, haven't you heard of us, the Apocalypse Gang? Or did you just not care about the consequences of provoking us? I believe he thinks he's better than us. We ought to teach him his place, brothers." Agreed. Taka gave them a calm gaze, holding back a mocking sneer from escaping his nose as he heard their supposedly intimidating chat. "I'll make sure to put you three to good use. Maybe I'll even make you do acrobatics in the air. That'll yield some aura for sure, given that someone's watching, of course." His eyes darted around, looking for anyone peeking or similar. Unfortunately, they seemed to be truly alone. "Well, whatever. I guess you can't always gain aura." Taka sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "I suppose I'll deal with this quickly then." However, just as the trio was about to get on the move, and Taka was about to do so as well, a window popped up on Taka's peripheral vision. Seeing someone beat up their opponents with overwhelming power is amazing, but you know what is even more jaw-dropping? Having someone tank their attacks unaffected, until they make them realize the difference between powers. Show these punks that they're not even at the level of making you lift a finger. Conditions for completion. Take all their hits without fighting back, and don't wince, groan, or curse. Do not enhance your defense to reduce the damage. Do so until they give up or the beating stops. Reward, plus 100 aura. Gain the skills, pain is just a feeling, and, in a movable object, gain a mysterious reward. Note, host may be exempted from continuing with the mission if the conflict escalates to causing potentially dangerous injuries. Ha! Taka eyed the screen with wide eyes. "You've got to be kidding me." Bam! A sucker punch connected right with his face the instant that thought went through his mind. His face was thrown back, saliva coming out of his mouth, and he stumbled a bit backwards, his back hitting the wall where he had been encircled earlier. Seeing the attack connect, the two at the back snickered, glancing between their companion who had swung and struck Taka with an amused face. Their joyful faces froze the next second. Just an instant after being struck, Taka's face turned back to face them, eyes squinted in evident anger, and a trail of saliva on his mouth from the punch. Without turning his defiant gaze away, Taka swept the saliva off. Seeing no fear or hesitation in those eyes, the one who had struck grinned savagely, preparing another punch. "Oh, so you're feeling brave." And then, he swung again. Bam! The fist connected right with Taka's solar plexus, bending Taka in half for a few seconds. However, despite the strike, not a sound escaped him. He went as far as biting his inner cheek to hold the groan from leaving. Shaky and in undeniable pain, Taka still forced himself up, meeting eyes with the main punk who had been punching him so far. Whack! Right away, another fist hit his face, snapping it to the side, along with his body, making him almost stumble. And yet, Taka stood back up again, his eyes never leaving the three teenagers. This time, the amused gaze from the main guy faltered a bit, and even his two goons behind him looked a bit confused. "What's with you? Are you masochistic or something?" Taka snorted and lifted both, beckoning them to come at him by smugly waving his hands. The three didn't leave him hanging. Soon, the main punk threw a kick and folded Taka in half, this time throwing him to the ground. Following that, the other two dashed to beat him up while he lay on the ground. Soon enough, Taka began receiving many kicks while down. His body is curling a bit due to the pain. "These fuckers." Taka gritted his teeth as he felt several kicks connect with his body. "I could beat them up so easily, and yet I'm here pathetically receiving kicks on the dirt. How is this aura farming?" As Taka questioned the veracity of the mission from the supposed aura farming system, the kicks suddenly stopped. His eyes opened for a moment in confusion. What had happened? But then, he felt one of the guys pull his clothes and him along with them up, before slamming him against the wall, almost making him let out a groan out of instinct. He held it in, somehow. As Taka caught his breath, the main punk glanced at him with disdain, smirking at Taka's sorry visage. "We had considered inviting you to join our gang, considering you were capable of beating our juniors alone, but what's this? You're so pathetic, not doing anything despite us beating you up." Taka didn't say anything. Bam! But then, he almost let out the best profanity he knew as he felt a fist sink right in his stomach, taking him by surprise. That's when pain and frustration piled up. That's it, I'm tearing you fuckers down. Mission or not, I'm turning you bunch into meat powder today. Taka's eyes widened from the anger, and he lifted his hand, preparing to begin the beating. The aura began moving, wrapping around the trio, who looked oblivious to their approaching fates. But just as Taka was about to move, he stopped, his hand falling, and his eyes closing depotently for a moment, before opening back again. Slap! Suddenly, he slapped away the guy's hand gripping his shirt and took a step forward, coming face to face with him. The sudden action took the three by surprise. They prepared, thinking he was about to use his quirk. But instead, hit me. Ha! Taka pointed at himself. I said, hit me. The trio looked at each other before turning back to Taka. Well, if you say so. With no hesitation, one of them threw a punch directly at Taka's face. Whack! This time, blood was drawn, having been hit enough to tear his lip. But just a second later, Taka turned to face the guy who had punched him again, taking another step forward, and meeting his gaze just a few centimeters away. Hit me. Why you? The guy stepped back, startled by the sudden, non-hesitant attitude of what was supposed to be their victim, but Taka followed after him. Come on, hit me. The runt threw another punch. Whack! It hit Taka, but it barely moved his head before he turned back with the same unshaken gaze. Come on, hit me, you fuck. Isn't that why you're here? If it's a beating you want so much, take it. Then another of the guys joined in, punching his face again from the side. But unlike before, Taka's head didn't move, his cheek sank from the impact, but that was all. Slowly, he turned to face the newly joined participant. His beyond angry, murderous eyes locked with the startled punks. I told you to hit me. Is that all you lame fucks can do? The trio looked at each other, clearly baffled by Taka's attitude. From his gaze alone, they could tell he wanted nothing more than to tear them apart, and yet, he was asking them to hit him more? They hesitated. Something was clearly wrong with the guy in front of them. But could they call themselves proper delinquents if they backed down just because some guy was messed up in the head? Let's see if you like this then. Yeah, you fucker. See if this is enough for you. Soon, punches began raining on Taka, who folded a bit under the storm of strikes. But even then, no sound came out of him. He simply closed his eyes tightly throughout the whole beating. Until the three became tired. Damn, why is he still on his feet? Didn't they say his quirk was some telekinetic shit? How does that equal taking a beating this long? My hand hurts already. Should we use our quirks? This guy doesn't look like he is going down anytime soon otherwise. The three took a few steps back when they saw Taka still standing tall, despite the bruises on his face. A wave of hesitation passed between them as they faced the still unwavering eyes of their opponent. Eventually, one decided to give up. Tisk. This is getting boring, hey, let's dip out of here. But just as he was about to propose leaving, a voice called out to them. Hey, you three, what the hell do you think you're doing? A girl came running at them angrily. The group turned to look at her, Taka included, baffled. She had short black hair and two long earlobes resembling earphone jacks. For a moment, Taka felt a faint familiarity with her appearance, but given the current situation, he didn't pay it any mind for now. As the girl arrived in front of them, she placed herself between Taka and the group, almost like trying to shield the aura farmer. Enough of beating him up, can't you see he's not even defending himself? The trio sweat dropped. I mean, he was kinda asking for it. We were just leaving anyway. Move aside. Hey. The trio froze when they saw Taka push the girl aside and step forward. For a moment, they thought he'd ask for more like earlier, but then, they all felt a chill when they saw his wicked smile. If you stopped hitting me, then I'll assume you're done with your turn. In the corner of Taka's vision, a certain screen could be seen. Seeing someone beat up their opponents with overwhelming power is amazing, but you know what is even more jaw-dropping? Having someone tank their attacks unaffected, until they make them realize the difference between powers. Show these punks that they're not even at the level of making you lift a finger. Conditions for completion. Take all their hits without fighting back, and don't wince, groan, or curse. Do not enhance your defense to reduce the damage. Do so until they give up or the beating stops. Calculating reward. Plus 100 aura. Plus skill, pain is just a feeling. Plus skill, in a movable object. Plus mysterious reward, harness of perfection. Note, you took that beating like a champ, host. If Taka had already been feeling angry, the system note at the end certainly didn't help. Right now, he didn't know if he'd be able to continue on the path of heroism, or if he'd have to live a life on the run from now on, charged with triple homicide. But he didn't care. Right now, he'd return the beating he took tenfold. Minutes later, Taka let out a satisfied sigh as he admired his work of art. The three punks, who'd been so cocky earlier, now hung beaten and humiliated, swollen eyes, bruises everywhere, broken noses, and dangling from a school flagpole by their underwear. The old but classic Wedge never failed when it came to humiliation. He could have left them naked for everyone to see, but the girl was still there. He decided to spare her the view. Besides, after the beating he'd given them, he was already feeling plenty satisfied. Although when the pain from his own earlier beating flared up again, the thought of doing it regardless was tempting. In the end, though, and for the sake of maintaining his facade, he held back. The matter was over. With the annoying mission finally complete and the strong urge to just collapse into bed, he turned to head straight home. Hey, you're not just gonna leave like that, are you? Never mind. Taka turned to the girl, deadpanning. Honestly, he wasn't in the mood for conversation, not with his body aching all over, so. What? He cut straight to the point. The girl sweat dropped at his bluntness but spoke up anyway. Well, if you could have done that from the start, why didn't you? I thought you were about to die or something. Taka stayed silent for a moment, trying to come up with an answer. He couldn't exactly say he was a slave to some system and couldn't resist the temptation of racking up aura and new skills, so he went with the quickest excuse that came to mind. I was making a point. The girl frowned. Huh? What point? A beat of silence passed before Taka replied, that they're not even worth defending myself against. With that, he turned and started walking away, leaving the girl glancing between his retreating figure and the knocked out trio. What's with that? To be continued. A/N, how was that? I didn't see much problem with how Taka handled it, but you are the readers, you tell me. Maybe it was too annoying to see him get beaten up. Hopefully not. 11. Masochistic System. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Masochistic System. Taka walked back home, limping a little, and his face betraying any intent to hide the pain in his body, not that the bruises and dirt all over him helped with that. He looked totally wrecked. As he walked, he let out a long sigh, one mixed with disappointment and disgust. I'm a fucking slave, to let myself get beaten up this much just for some aura and skills. What am I doing with my life? He stopped walking and glanced at the bruises on his arms with a scowl. I really should stop following blindly the system's missions. But then, his eyes darted to the screen, his annoyed gaze flickering just slightly. But well, I did get beaten up a lot for this, so let's see if it was really worth it or not. He tapped the air where the screen was and checked the 3 rewards he had gotten. 100 points of aura, making his total reach 1,170. 2 new skills, which he planned to check out in a second. And lastly, a mysterious reward that turned out to be something called Vest of Perfection. An object-type reward, something he hadn't seen so far from the mission's rewards, and that he was especially thrilled to check out. But since he preferred to leave the most important things for last, he checked the skills first. Pain is just a feeling, passive. Description: pain, like any other feeling, is essential to our own survival. Without it, we wouldn't even notice the damage to our bodies, nor the limits that we have. However, sometimes there are more important things than our body, and the need to transcend our suffering becomes essential. Never again shall you become a slave of pain, for pain is an alert, not a wall. Greatly enhances pain resistance. Note, pain resistance is not the same as pain negation. The pain you'll feel is the same, but how you respond to it is the key. No comment on that one. Taka deadpanned, another skill that didn't boost his combat power. Or maybe it does. Taka mused, grabbing his chin with a pensive face. If he ever was in too much danger, at least now he had the assurance he wouldn't get paralyzed from pain or something similar. Plus, now I can aura farm by being able to act like I can't feel pain regardless of whether I might be crying my heart out inside. Taka nodded with his eyes closed as that thought crossed his mind. Once again, another skill focused on aura farming. Maybe all skills will be like that. He blinked, then let out a wry laugh. Well, I suppose it's called aura farming system for a reason. His eyes turned to the next skill. And sure enough, in a movable object, active. Description: the enemy launches their best attack, one that shatters earth and ignites the air, and yet, as it strikes their foe, he stays there, unmoving, his body unaffected, and his gaze unwavering. All that power, all that energy, they were nothing before a man who was like a mountain. Grants your aura the ability to negate all knockback or recoil from an attack, making you unaffected by it, at least on the outside. Due to the energy behind attacks having to go somewhere, all the energy behind attacks will be redirected and distributed throughout your entire body. Note, the energy distribution takes into account the energy that is lost on the air, ground, and anywhere else, so you're more likely to take more damage while using this ability. Come on, man. Taka deadpanned at the utterly useless skill, if not for the aura farming use, because that was all it was good for. It basically made him more vulnerable, in exchange for not being knocked back from attacks. I guess only the first skill had some real use, huh? He rubbed his temples, already feeling like getting beaten up hadn't been worth it at all. So, his attention went to the last reward on the list. Hopefully, it'd be what he needed for his mood to improve. Vest of Perfection, item. Description: what is perfection, but an unattainable goal for anyone but the true aura farmer, that is. Aura farming is not only present in battle, but the very reality that surrounds us. The way we breathe, the way we walk, the way we talk, the way we act as a whole. They all shape the true aura farmer, and differentiate them from a fake one. So, what path will you take? One of deception? Or one of perfection? Do you want to take the item out? Yes, no, and what the hell is this? Taka eyed the item with a dumbfounded gaze. Whoever wrote that description had a knack for saying a lot but not really saying anything. So, still confused as heck about what the hell the item really was, Taka clicked on the yes, and soon after, a very simple vest dropped in front of him. Taka picked it up with a deadpan. The thing looked lame. It was just a very plain vest made out of what looked like leather. But besides that, it had no design at all. But just as Taka was beginning to think he had been scammed and beaten up for nothing. So you've gotten a hold of the Vest of Perfection? Then better put it to good use and start right away with your revolution. Conditions for completion: put on the vest, and wear it for an entire week. Do not take it off until the end of the mission. Do not support your own body by using aura projection. Reward: plus 50 aura. Gain the skills, True Walking, True Breathing, and True Speaking. Taka's eyes widened like plates the moment he saw the reward of 3 whole skills for completing a mere week-long mission, though his awestruck expression disappeared pretty quickly once he gave the skills names a look over. Talk about lame-sounding names. He squinted his eyes at the reward's description and then turned to glance at the vest in his hands hesitantly. Still, it's 3 skills for only a week. Compared to most missions so far, which have taken me a month each, a single week seems pretty simple. He inspected the vest from closer, looking at it with a suspicious gaze. But this system wouldn't just give me that many skills for such a simple job, so what's the catch with this thing then? Taka stood silent in the middle of the street, inspecting the seemingly normal-looking piece of leather for a few seconds, his eyes never losing the distrust in them, but ultimately, he shrugged it all off. Well, whatever. How bad can it be? And so, without much worry, he began putting on the vest. And then nothing happened. He gave himself a look, raising an eyebrow. He looked ridiculous, like some poorly made cowboy costume. Is that the challenge? To keep a straight face despite wearing this during an entire week? If that's it, then I think I can managewug. Taka almost let out a strange cry the next second, not because of pain, but rather because SSS. A huge pressure suddenly fell upon his throat. No, not only his throat, but on all the muscles that allowed him to speak. His mandible was heavy, and he barely felt able to let out air, even less able to control it to speak. What had been a simple task he'd been doing since he was a brat now felt like torture. But why? His eyes immediately shot to the vest. It's this thing's fault. Taka scowled, his hand gripping tightly his throat. But how? It's not even touching my neck. How is it even hold on? Taka's eyes widened as a thought reached him, and sure enough, soon he felt it. The true culprit behind everything had been his own aura. And what was worse, the aura was moving. The pressure that had only been difficulting him to speak soon began affecting other areas as well. Taka's eyes widened in horror as his own aura betrayed him and acted on its own. After the throat, the pressure fell on the lungs and all muscles responsible for allowing him to breathe. Suddenly, breathing felt like the most excruciating exercise ever. Every intake felt for his lungs like trying to take in solid rock instead of smooth air. Not only that, but muscles that helped with taking the air in, like his back and a bit of his abdomen, also felt incredibly tight. Much like talking, breathing had become almost impossible. But even then, the aura still wasn't done. Lastly, the pressure extended to his lower zone. No, not that lower zone, fortunately. His waist, legs, knees, heel, and even toes began suffering from a jarring pressure, along with the muscles that supported them. Eventually, his legs buckled, and he fell on his knees, unable to stand under the strain. But even on the floor, living wasn't easy. Ha! His breathing was close to sounding like that of a dying person, both because he could barely let out a sound and because he barely had any air to produce a sound. It took most of his effort just to be able to intake enough air not to die, and yet, he still felt like he was asphyxiating. What the hell is with these missions? Taka's fist clenched as he glared at the floor like it was his worst enemy. First it was getting beat up without fighting back, now it's this shit. He tried to stand up, but his knees were barely able to push him up for a moment before he lost control of himself and fell to the floor either way. Thud! As his face hit the pavement, he let out a pained groan or at least something akin to that. Or a farming system? Don't make me laugh, it's more like a masochistic system. I refuse to do this shit. With his patience at its limit, Taka reached for the vest, planning to take it off. A week. He could barely hold it together a minute after putting it on, but just as he was about to reach it, "Hey, are you okay?" Someone picked him up and lifted him, placing one of his arms over their shoulder for support. When he turned to look, "It's you." Taka's eyebrows furrowed lightly, though the question that came out of his mouth sounded more like it came from a zombie than a person. There, supporting him with a complicated gaze, was the same girl from before. Taka gave her a confused look. Where had she even popped out from? "I'd been worried you might have been acting tough and actually needed medical attention from the beating you got, so I came to check quickly on you. Turns out I was right, huh?" She gave him a funny look, though a faint worry was visible in her eyes. Taka shook his head, cold sweat dropping from his forehead. Then, he pointed a finger at himself. "Am my quirk's side effect?" The girl blinked, then let out a hiss, giving him a look over. "What kind of horrible side effect leaves you like that?" "This one." She shot him a deadpan. "That's not very helpful." Taka closed his eyes, eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Don't need help." The girl stared at him in silence, then gave him a quick look from head to toe, only to raise an eyebrow, thoroughly unconvinced. "Are you sure about that?" Taka nodded, not wanting to bother trying to speak. The girl fell silent for a moment, seemingly in thought. In the end, she sighed. "Can you stand on your own then?" Taka simply nodded, though a faint uncertainty could be seen in his eyes. She noticed it, but decided to continue regardless. "Then, I'm going to let you go slowly." Another nod from Taka. "Okay," she said, before slowly beginning to take his arm off her shoulder. As the weight of his body began falling on himself again, Taka's teeth gritted beyond measure. Brace for the pain, brace for the pain, brace for the pain. And sure enough, as his body became forced to sustain itself, all of his weight fell upon his legs. Taka's eyes widened, and he bit his lips. "I'm a superior human being, a once-in-a-trillion birth, even all might success before me, he is my errand boy, and I'm a motherfucking good." With strange thoughts giving him power, Taka pushed as much as he could, all to simply not buckle and fall. Soon, pain followed. Not sharp pain like he had a broken bone or something similar, but the kind of pain that comes from being on your limits. The kind of pain that is your body telling you to stop, or soon there'll be consequences. And sure enough, this wasn't an anime where willpower could do it all, so there would probably be consequences. Alright, a torn muscle, or something similar. But as he felt himself between the decision of continuing and tearing something, or falling and losing aura in front of the newly arrived girl, Taka realized what the true answer was. Neither. Somehow, in a moment of clarity born from desperation, he found strength. Strength and muscles he hadn't noticed were there, or he hadn't noticed that they could be used for this. So, he pushed. And this time he didn't fall. Soon, he stood upright, his stance tall, and his face though sweating like crazy was victorious. I win. Fresh air met his visage, and for a moment, he almost laughed except he couldn't, though a small smirk did appear on his face. Through relentless effort and a lot of pain, he had done it. He had stood. Meanwhile, the girl could only stare dumbfounded. Minutes later. Turns out, Taka still needed help walking. With the girl's help, they walked to a nearby park and sat down on a bench to rest. Ha, ha, ha. Taka's low, but rather noticeable, shallow breathing filled the silence between the two. After a bit of hearing it, the girl gave him a dubious gaze. Seriously, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? I'm sure. Look at that, he managed to say that clearly, despite the tightness around his throat. Maybe he was finally getting the hang of this. Taka felt triumphant at that small win. As for the girl's question, well, he felt like shit, but controlled shit, not impending death shit. So he probably didn't need to go there. Unless he tore a muscle or something. But if he was ever really about to reach that point, he could just take the vest off. Although, now that he thought about it, why hadn't he done so already? He had been about to do it, but then this girl appeared. Since then, he unconsciously forbade himself from taking it off. Like trying to prove something. Must be the aura farmer inside me, fucking hell, I already got brainwashed. As he cursed the system, sulking over his own weakness of mind, the girl gave him a curious look. Your quirk was something like telekinesis, right? You used it on those guys, but how the hell does it result in such a side effect? Taka didn't say anything. He couldn't come up with any excuse. Thankfully, his difficulty when breathing and talking was enough excuse not to say anything. Well, you don't need to speak. That was just me mulling it over. The girl smiled wryly and turned to look at the front. I just thought it had looked like a pretty powerful quirk. It's a shame it has such consequences. You might have even been able to postulate to UA. Taka continued with his haggard breathing, but gave her a look. Well, a little talk can't hurt. With his newfound mastery of forcing his voice out despite the struggle, Taka began talking. I'm going to. She gave him an incredulous look. Seriously? But this side effect, it's a one-time thing. She raised an eyebrow. A quirk that had a side effect, but it was something that happened only once. That sounded weird. Then, something clicked in her head. Like a caterpillar. Taka turned to her slowly, giving her a dumbfounded gaze. She quickly began explaining herself. You know, because of the evolving process when they get into a cocoon and become a butterfly, is it something like that, or did I completely miss the mark? Taka raised an eyebrow at the clarification. He glanced to the front and thought actually, that sounded fit. The vest was the cocoon, a rather painful one, and the butterfly would be the skills. Something like that. So I was right. Something like that. What's with that? The girl chuckled and soon held a hand in front of Taka, offering a handshake. Well, if you're going to UA, then we might be classmates next year since I'm going there too. I'm Kyokajiro, by the way. I forgot to introduce myself earlier, but you left too fast, so it wasn't all my fault. Taka took the hand, gathering some air and speaking. Takahashi Fukumoto, nice to meet you. And with that last introduction, another small silence settled between the two. This time, a little less awkward. During it, Taka leaned forward and closed his eyes, resting after such a lengthy conversation. He honestly felt like he had just run a marathon and couldn't even catch his breath, since even doing that was hard. So he spent quite a few minutes resting, at least until his eyes suddenly snapped open. Hold on, Kyokajiro. Swish. His head turned faster than a bullet to the girl, who was startled by the sudden look. Fuck, how did I even miss something like this when she has been next to me for over 30 minutes? Taka felt the need to slap his forehead, but he was too tired to do so, so he didn't. His eyes went directly to her earlobes, and sure enough, they looked like earphone jacks, the same ones the Kyokajiro from the anime had. Damn, I'm a dumbass. The girl, or rather, Jiro, picked up on his gaze rather quickly and furrowed her eyebrows faintly. What, haven't you seen a mutant-type quirk before? Realizing he might have come off as shocked by the long earlobes, Taka averted his gaze quickly. I just saw a cat. She deadpanned. On my ear. Something like that. The girl just stared at him, dumbfounded. But before she could say anything, Taka stood up with surprising speed. Anyway, I'm leaving. And with that, he took off. Somehow, he picked up on a similar trick to the one from when he tried to stand up, and did it. He walked. Using muscles he didn't know he had, controlling his balance more thoroughly to not put too much pressure on one leg, using every single centimeter of his leg, from his toe to his ass. It was like he had gotten enlightenment on how to properly walk despite his disability, all just to avoid having to come up with more excuses. And so, he began walking away with difficulty, but he was walking. Jiro could only look at his departing back with a strange look. What a weird guy. To be continued. A/N important, yo, there were a lot of people that didn't like the last chapter, and I don't blame you. I kinda predicted it'd be like that. So let me explain why I did it. First of all, you may have noticed that Taka isn't exactly the most admirable or cool person around. The point I wanted for the missions to accomplish, besides obviously letting him farm aura in front of others, is to build his character so that what he is doing now, acting and putting on a front to act cool, becomes second nature for him without even noticing. Hence, not all missions will be focused on showing off, some will be about developing abilities or his mentality. In the case of the last chapter's mission, it was also Taka could grow in terms of grit. Have in mind his physique is mildly above average, as he began training not long ago, so the 3 punks attacks weren't something he could just ignore. And yet, by the end of the mission, he began pushing against them, not backing up and even mocking them outright. While the process may have been unsightly, I personally think there was coolness in that. But for those of you who are still dissatisfied, a moment like that where he's put down by others won't repeat. Even that mission was something I came up with since I wanted something fitting for a skill that let him tank attacks without moving or flinching. There may be missions where he struggles or has to do something hard, like this new mission, but from now on, he'll aura farm even in those moments of struggle. He is becoming more and more of an aura farmer with each chapter, after all. So you don't need to worry about losing aura either. It was just a gag from the earlier chapters. He'd have to screw up badly for me to consider lowering his aura. Anyway, enough yapping, hope you liked the chapter. 12, Evolution. A/N, sorry about the delay, I was out yesterday, so I couldn't upload the chapter. Consequently, accordingly, and henceforth, double chapter today. Evolution. Taka's classroom, a week later. Takahashi, come answer this question. Sigh. In response to his teacher's demand, Taka stood up with a sigh and calmly walked towards the board, snatching the chalk from the teacher's hand once he got close enough. Then, with it in his grasp, he quickly began scribbling the answer. Tack, tack, tack. The class and the teacher calmly watched him scribble all sorts of calculus on the board, a few eyebrows furrowing, while others raised in confusion. Once he was finally done, he returned the chalk to the teacher, who took it while glancing at the board with a slight squint of his eyes. Then, having done his job, Taka began walking back to his seat with both hands in his pockets, all while holding back a grin. Yet again, another problem flawlessly solved. His classmates must have been gawking at how effortlessly he had made it look. It's wrong. His teacher's voice interrupted Taka's thoughts. He stopped dead in his tracks and turned back to his teacher, keeping on the poker face. You sure? The teacher felt an eyebrow twitch. Ha, of course I'm sure. You wrote x equals 9, yet the answer should be x equals 11. I wrote x 11. Don't screw with ha. The teacher blinked as he saw that, on the board, was indeed the correct answer. He glanced back at Taka, seeing the stoic student blink while staring blankly at the air, as if his head was somewhere else. He scratched the back of his head and let out a frustrated sigh, not sure how to interpret this. Is my sight getting bad or something? Can I go back to my seat now? Yeah, sure. With the dismissal, Taka left his teacher to question his eyesight alone and returned to his seat, ignoring the muffled giggles from his classmates around as he sat down. Unlike their teacher, who had been at an angle where he hadn't been able to see the board while he looked at Taka, they had seen clearly how a magical chalk suddenly began floating in the air and corrected the mistake in a flash. Their poor teacher had been played. +5 aura. Despite the sudden gain popping up at the corner of his vision, Taka's face remained expressionless. The only thing he did was close his eyes for a moment as if enjoying the sound of the notification, before opening them back again as if nothing had happened. After the teacher finally shook the matter of his vision off for a moment, the class continued from then on like normal. Questions flew towards other students, and other times, they were told by their teacher to read a certain part of the school textbook. Right-ing. Eventually, the school bell rang, declaring an end to classes. Without hesitation, Taka stood up, picked up his things, and walked out of the classroom. However, he didn't leave school right away. Instead, he passed by the bathroom first. Then, as he opened a stall and took a seat at the toilet, he let out a long and exhausted breath. Holy fuck. As if those words had been some kind of trigger, the next instant his back slouched forward and his until then calm and collected face turned weary and completely exhausted all of a sudden, his eyes trembling slightly. And how could he not? He's been in pain for the entire week, all thanks to the vest currently hidden under his clothes, making the 3 basic human skills torture for him to do. Walking, breathing, speaking, all necessary to be a functional human being, and all of them being actions that made Taka regret being born at the moment. Luckily, his pain was significantly less than on the first day. Compared to then, at least he wasn't crawling through the ground while breathing like he had 10 holes in his lungs anymore. In his meeting with Jiro, he managed to come up with other ways of performing these actions without looking like a zombie out of sheer desperation. From then on, he continued making small improvements in these changes so that the pain and burden would lessen as much as possible. Using muscles he didn't know were there, changing the rhythm at which he walked or breathed, applying force on different places during each action. All of those changes ultimately evolved in him managing to act completely normal on the outside, despite being in agony inside. The pain resistance skill also helped a lot to put up a good act. Although sometimes he still had to get to somewhere devoid of people so he could take a breather from keeping up the act. Hence why he was now in a bathroom stall. And right now, he had finally gotten to the supposed last day he had to keep up with this. So you've gotten a hold of the vest of perfection? Then, better put it to good use, and start right away with your evolution. Conditions for completion. Put on the vest, and wear it for an entire week. Do not take it off until the end of the mission. Do not support your own body by using aura projection. Reward, +50 aura. Gain the skills, true walking, true breathing, and true speaking. Neither of the conditions were completed, but he supposed that was because the mission had yet to end. When would it, though? A week had already passed, and he was still having to put up with this torture. Maybe the week would end when the day reached the same hour as it was when he got the mission? Taka could only hope. He hadn't been paying close attention back then to what hour it was, but it shouldn't be too long from now on since he was leaving school right now, much like he had been back then before he got stopped by the annoying delinquents. All he wanted was for this to end. Hugh, he let out a short breath, sweeping the sweat on his forehead, exhausted already. I swear to God, if someone tries to stop me at the exit, I'm snapping their head. Right now, any kind of composure he had in him was going to keep up his act. If someone else tried to get funny with him like last week with the delinquents, then he didn't think he'd be able to spare them enough mental power to keep them alive when he crashed out. Though that might actually help me relieve some stress. With that ominous comment, Taka stood up from the bathroom seat and left the stall. His previously exhausted and defeated appearance shifted instantly to a more composed and normal one as he stepped out. Keeping that look up, he resumed his plan to leave the school. After quickly changing shoes and taking his stuff out of the locker at the entrance, he began walking towards the exit, ready to go straight home as soon as he reached the outside world. Come on. Only, yet again, someone was waiting for him there. What's this, the new tradition of the school? Taka deadpanned, but didn't slow down in the slightest. There, leaning against a wall, was Jiro, checking her phone with a bored expression. Taka glanced at her, squinting his eyes slightly. She must be waiting for someone of her class, right? She better be. I'm fine with being talked to, but not when I'm in constant agony. All I want right now is to go back home and lie on my bed until this mission is over. With fear inside him, he quickened his pace as he neared her, not wanting to be seen, regardless of her intentions. He even began looking away, fearing she would sense his gaze or something. Sadly, it didn't seem like things were going his way today. Ah, it's you, Takahashi, right? He had no choice but to stop. Then, he gave her a look, one that barely hid his annoyance. The twitching eyebrow also didn't help. What do you want? She flinched and raised an eyebrow. What's with that look? I thought we were cool from our last meeting. Taka huffed and closed his eyes. I'm not in the mood for talking right now. What, you got beat up again? Sorry. She laughed wryly, scratching the back of her head. Then, her eyes widened slightly as Taka began walking away. Oi, wait up. She quickly caught up to him, eyeing him from head to toe. You out of the cocoon already? Ha! Taka looked at her in disbelief. You know, out of your quirk's side effect or whatever. You said it was something like that. Oh. Taka rolled his eyes, recalling what he had told her. No, then the side effect weakened. No, she blinked, but you seem fine. I'm in suffering, Taka said, keeping his deadpan, but I've adapted enough to look normal on the outside. She almost tripped at that, glaring at him with a sweat drop. And you've been going through whatever that was when we met for an entire week. Yes. You sure you're not just dying or something? Fairly sure. Damn, any idea when it will end, then? Taka sighed. Hopefully, today. Seems specific. Jiro gave him a curious glance. It was kind of a decision of mine to start with it in the first place, and to keep it going for an entire week as well. If I wanted, I could have ended it at any moment. She gave him a wry look. Is that evolution of yours really so worth it? Taka simply heaved a sigh and shot her a more annoyed look. Did you want something? He might have found a life hack for talking without sounding like a zombie, but that didn't change the fact that it was one hell of a task to do so. So, better go straight to the point. Ha! Oh, nothing, just she scratched her cheek, looking a bit sheepish. You know, since we are both going to UA, I thought we could chat for a bit. Taka raised an eyebrow, letting the silence stretch for a bit before replying. Maybe tomorrow. I don't exactly feel like it right now. He was cut short as suddenly a screen popped up in front of him. Completed. So you've gotten a hold of the vest of perfection. Then, better put it to good use, and start right away with your evolution. Conditions for completion. Put on the vest, and wear it for an entire week. Do not take it off until the end of the mission. Do not support your own body by using aura projection. Calculating reward. Plus 50 aura. Plus skill, true speaking. Plus skill, true breathing. Plus skill, true walking. Right as the rewards began being listed by the system, Taka felt something change. It was as if his very body structure was changing. His muscles, his tendons, his bones, they weren't growing or becoming stronger, but moving. The change was minimal. He could feel it. Most of them were moving mere millimeters, and just a few past the centimeter mark. But the shift in all of them at the same time inevitably caused a great deal of pain. Taka's legs almost buckled in front of the sudden influx of agony. But the suffering only lasted about 5 seconds before it all ended, leaving as soon as it came. For a moment, Taka was only able to focus on the relief of it finally ending, but as his mind calmed down, his eyes widened in realization. Something was different. At first, he didn't know exactly why. He simply stood there, baffled as he tried to find something different inside of him. But then, as he took a breath, the pain was gone. It still felt somewhat obstructed, but he could now breathe relatively easily, despite the pressure still being there. Not only that, but as he tried shifting his weight around, he noticed something different too. What had previously been a hellish task, having to focus constantly on using the right muscles on his legs and back to not suddenly collapse in the middle of the street, was now an almost effortless task. Like breathing, the pressure was still there, but now it barely seemed to affect him. As for talking, well, he couldn't exactly find much of a difference, but just like the other actions, speaking was also much smoother, and the pressure barely affected him anymore. Taka looked around at himself, raising an eyebrow as he saw no change in his appearance. His muscles had been moving, that was for sure, but it appeared they hadn't caused that much of a change outside. And yet, he felt so different. Suddenly, his eyes shone as if he had realized something. Without warning, he took off his school sweater. Then, he grabbed the vest under it and quickly took it off, leaving only his t-shirt on. The next instant, he felt it. This. His eyes widened, his mouth curling up slightly. It wasn't like he had become stronger or anything. This hadn't been gravity training, but in a way, it had been similar. Taking the vest off had freed him from the pressure his own aura applied to him, and without it, he could now feel it even more clearly. He was breathing differently, but not in a bad way. It felt like, no matter how much he forced himself, how much he ran or exercised, he would never get out of breath again. The same went for walking. Even though he was currently standing in place, he could still feel a great difference. His balance while standing was perfect. That slight awkwardness he felt sometimes, wondering if he was doing something as simple as standing correctly, was gone. He could tell the same went for walking. There was no longer any uncertainty in anything that regarded using his lower body to move or stand. If he gave a step forward right now, he knew it'd be in the most perfect way possible. Why did you suddenly begin stripping down? Suddenly, Jiro's voice snapped Taka from his daze. Right, I forgot she was there. Taka's sweat dropped. Not only had he stopped talking mid-walk, but then began making strange noises, and then began taking his sweater off. Sorry about that. The moment those words came out, Jiro flinched, her eyebrow furrowing slightly. She paused. Can you repeat that? Sorry about that. You sound different. She commented, suddenly looking a bit shy. Taka raised an eyebrow. Really? He cleared his throat and hummed a bit, trying to feel something different, but other than feeling a bit more in control of his volume and pitch, there wasn't much difference. No, actually, that was it. Since he got the system, he'd been putting on a bit of an act in front of everyone. Along with it, he'd made his voice a tad deeper. So far, he hadn't had a voice crack or made it overly deep, but like all conscious acts, there had been times his control over it had slipped faintly. Now, though, that was no longer the case. Suddenly, he felt in total control over his voice. The deepening of his voice, which had been part of the act to sound cooler, no longer felt like an act, but simply another range his voice could take. It all felt much more natural. Jiro scratched her cheek, looking a bit confused herself. I don't know, it's just different. Taka smiled faintly. Yeah, I suppose it is. Satisfied with all the changes that he had gone through in an instant, his attention shifted to his newly acquired rewards. Quickly, he opened the 3 skills descriptions and gave them a quick overview. True speaking, passive. Description, talking is a basic human skill. It represents the main way to communicate and convey more complex ideas to others. Yet, only a few have the true gift of swaying and igniting the spirits of those around them with only their voice. For the true aura farmer makes hearts shake, no matter what stupidity comes out of their mouth. Enhances the control over your voice. Enhances talent in speaking. Boosts singing-related skills. Boosts capacity to imitate others. True breathing, passive. Description, oxygen intake, a bodily necessity for most living beings. Yet, it's also something that represents the limits of the body, often being the reason for exhaustion, passing out, or outright dying. An aura farmer masters the need of his body for this resource, and manages it perfectly, for the true aura farmer must flex until their last breath. Perfects the body's motion for breathing, allowing for much larger oxygen reserves. Makes it harder for the body to get exhausted. Reduces strain during air intake. You sound badass, even when breathing. True walking, passive. Description, anyone can walk, for that is how human beings move. However, aura farmers are different. To silence a room when you stride in, to stand out from those around you by simply moving, to make a crowd make way for you simply with the aura you emanate, all of that represents a true aura farmer. Eliminates all awkward movements performed accidentally or intentionally during walking. Prevents long-term damage to the articulations. Reduces leg strain during physically heavy activities. Improved leg strength. More control over the noise you make, making it dependent on you and what you decide is best for each situation. 3 passive skills, not a strange sight amidst all he had gotten so far. Actually, was there nothing but passive skills in his status? Do I even have active skills? Right, there's the unmovable object skill and the trouble radar skill. In a movable object, host. Whatever you say. Regardless, a skill was a skill, passive, active, or trash, he'd always welcome more, regardless of how much he complained about them in the moment. Those harsh comments were just his frustrations at not receiving a planet-busting ability. The new 3, though, were the real deal. If he had only read their names, he might have assumed they were lame, or that they wouldn't be worth much, but now that he was actually experiencing the change in his own flesh, he accepted his mistake. He was wrong. It was like he had ascended to a higher plane of existence. Like the way he'd been living before had been plainly wrong. Having checked his newly acquired skills, albeit very swiftly since there was someone beside him right now and he didn't want to appear more schizophrenic than he already had, he then opened his status page and gave his aura a quick look. Status page. Strength, 77. Defense, 154. Aura projection, 1213. Total aura, 1263. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling. In a movable object. True speaking. True breathing. True walking. It's growing steadily. He let out a satisfied sigh. Taka dared to say, in a month or 2, it was possible he'd reach the 2000 aura. Which, in terms of power, would be enough to lift around a ton. Nothing too groundbreaking in a world filled with people who had superpowers, but it would practically be on the level of a really high strength enhancing quirk. And when using that much aura in aura projection, it was like having really long hands that he could use to fly, to lift multiple things at the same time, and to reach things from afar. So it was practically even better than just some plain enhancement. He only needed to stack 800 aura points until then. Anyway, where were we? Taka turned back to Jiro, who was looking a bit weirded out by his behavior. You were explaining why you were suddenly stripping down. Suddenly, Taka didn't feel like talking anymore. To be continued. A/N. Now, Taka has become immune to scoliosis, asthma, and, stuttering. Sadly, he won't be able to duel anymore. I don't know what I'm saying, ignore me. 13. New song. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. New song. A month later. It was Saturday morning, and life in the city went on as usual. People strolled with friends or family for outings, heroes patrolled the streets while signing autographs, and some poor souls trudged to their jobs despite it being the weekend. Such was the cycle of life in the asphalt jungle. Just another day in the city of Shizuoka. And just like any other day in a society filled with superpowered individuals, evil ran rampant. Stay away, you bastards, or I'll leave you with so many holes that your fans will mistake you for strainers. A man covered in spikes like a walking porcupine snarled as he found himself surrounded by heroes. One stepped forward, his suit entirely white except for the helmet, which resembled a robotic bird. His most striking detail, however, lay in the massive pair of angelic wings spread wide behind him, like an angel. He was the hero Vigilante, number 257 in the hero ranking. Surrender now, foolish villain Hedgehog. Your days of evil are numbered. He said as he pointed a finger with solemn elegance. What's with that cringy ass line? Hedgehog bellowed. Then, he curled inward, spikes aiming in every direction like a sea urchin. Fine, if you won't leave me alone then die. The hero's eyes widened. Before they could act, Hedgehog let out a guttural roar. Omniversal perforation. An instant later, his spikes shot outward in every direction, creating an expansive wave of piercing projectiles while new ones sprouted immediately to replace them. Watch out. Protect the civilians. Quick. The heroes reacted quickly and scrambled. A woman's nails grew into a massive wall of gleaming steel, blocking the volley of spikes from hitting the crowd. Handbreakable, number 213 in the hero ranking. Another slammed his palms together, generating a shimmering bubble of energy that expanded to shield a group of kids. The spikes hammered it, the barrier trembling violently before shattering once the last projectile hit just in time to leave them unharmed. Plasma Pop, number 344 in the hero ranking. Vigilante, however, wasn't so lucky. Spotting a group of students watching from too close to the approaching wave, he leapt forward, spreading his wings as a shield. But unlike another, more famous winged hero, his feathers weren't weapons nor as hard as metal, they were just wings. Arg! The spikes pierced with ease, some lodging in his back despite his suit's protection, though, fortunately, it did help prevent them from getting too deep. Damn you! He growled, blood dripping from his feathers. As civilians were pushed back to safety, he and the other heroes regrouped back in front of Hedgehog, glaring at him in anger. The villain laughed manically. Ha ha ha, now you see the difference? Your pathetic little quirks can't. Chuck A can. Suddenly, the sound of a roaring electric guitar split the air, silencing everything. Heads whipped toward its source, eyes wide. There. Who's that? Could it be? A figure stood imposingly atop a streetlight. Arms crossed, perfectly balanced despite the narrow footing, and a black hoodie that hid the figure's features completely, giving it a mysterious air. Beside him floated a guitar and a pair of speakers, humming with power. The instant they all saw him, the crowd erupted. Is that? Yeah, the mysterious guitarist. He showed up again. Hell yeah, this was getting boring. That guy knows how to make a good show. The heroes exchanged puzzled looks at the sudden outburst. Mysterious guitarist. Vigilante asked, baffled. Oh, I know about him, Plasma Pop replied with a snort, eyeing the person in the light post disdainfully. Some nobody who shows up during our fights to play his songs in the background. He's been getting a bit popular lately, but the guy's nothing more than a dirty vigilante, using his quirk without a license and even participating directly in villain takedowns. So, a smartass, ha. Handbreakable cracked her knuckles before slamming a fist into her palm, itching to knock him down. Well, he's not meddling with our arrest, that's for sure. I don't want the hero commission paying us less because some vigilante butted in without asking. Right away, she began walking toward the mysterious guitarist. Hold on, Handbreakable. Plasma Pop grabbed her shoulder, yanking her back. While he has sometimes butted in, it was most of the time when the heroes were at a disadvantage. He seems to care more about his show than about actually taking the villain down. So, he still needs a beating. Vigilante walked up to them, calming her. Leave it, Handbreakable. He may be someone we need to arrest later, but there's an actual villain in front of us right now. Let's deal with the bigger threat and then see how we deal with that one later. Tisk. While the heroes debated, the porcupine villain ground his teeth. Who are you? He roared, turning his fury toward the stranger who dared to interrupt. The guitarist gave no reply. He stood tall on the streetlight, arms still crossed, radiating elegance as if answering would only cheapen his presence. That silence only made Hedgehog angrier. So you're just gonna stand there, huh? He raised his arm, spikes bristling and locking onto the figure above. In that case, be gone. With a shout, a dozen needles fired fast as bullets straight for the guitarist. The heroes flinched, some ready to leap forward to save the fool chasing clout. But they froze when the impossible happened. The spikes stopped midair. Every bit of momentum vanished as though time itself had frozen for them. What? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Heroes, civilians, even Hedgehog stared in disbelief at the guitarist, who now had one arm calmly extended forward. It didn't stop there, however. The instant the stranger clenched his fist. Crack! All the frozen needles shattered in unison, crumbling into harmless fragments that rained down onto the street. Hedgehog's jaw dropped. His sweat shone under the sun. I am possible. My spikes are hard as stone. How could they? Enough, Hedgehog, your vile crimes end here. Surrender now, or face the beatdown of your life. He was cut short as suddenly the trio of superheroes dashed at him, forcing him to focus back on them. You fools, even though you saw the difference between us, you still think you stand a chance. Very well, I'll skewer all of you as you wish so much. And like that, the battle began. Back on his light post, the guitarist lowered his arm, unbothered by the fact that he'd just been attacked, and instead simply glaring at the battle below in silence for a few seconds, until suddenly, bzzz. The speakers at his side powered on, letting out a low but prominent hum, returning the attention of the masses to him, some even looking expectant. With all eyes back on him, he tapped the light post twice with his feet, and as if on cue, suddenly a heavy bass line rumbled out, slow at first, but growing, building momentum. In that instant, everyone understood. The performance had begun. Playing Animal I Have Become. Excitement surged through the crowd. Fans started bobbing their heads, phones shot up to record, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The guitar floated into the man's hands like a weapon returning to its master. A sharp riff cut through the bass, the sound raw and powerful, adding fuel to the rising storm, coupled with powerful battery beats that only filled the song with more power. Feet stomped. Shouts of hype rippled through the bystanders. And then, I can't escape this hell. A distorted voice poured from the speakers, deep and static-laced, transformed by a voice changer, but instead of breaking the immersion, it enhanced it electric, mechanical, perfect for the song's mood. So many times I've tried. Some people reacted, looking at each other, surprised, before glancing back at the lone figure of the guitarist high above, their smiles rising. But I'm still caged inside. The sound swelled, instruments building momentum. Everyone could feel the peak approaching. Somebody get me through this nightmare. The air vibrated, the whole street holding its breath. I can't control myself. The drop was here. The battle had turned into a stage. So what if you can see? Taka's POV. Hell yeah, my aura is shooting up tonight. Watching the crowd move in unison as the drop hit, I grinned behind my mask. I already had another angle recording, my aura projection keeping the camera steady in the best spot, while also helping me balance on the light post, and also stopping my speakers from plummeting to the ground. Once I uploaded this, not only would I rake in a huge bonus in aura, but my passive income would spike back up maybe even higher than before. If all went well, I'd hit 2,000 aura by the end of the month. Totally worth the prep. Truth was, I'd had this song ready almost a month ago. The only reason I'd held off was because of the skill I'd unlocked back then. True speaking, that skill cranked up my singing talent and voice control. Combine that with connoisseur, and it would have been a crime not to add the lyrics and some of the instruments. Those were literally this song's strongest weapons when put together right. So I spent the last month grinding, learning to sing, learning to play the other instruments nicely enough so I could record at least one good try, and then use it as playback while I did the guitar. At first, I doubted it was worth the time. My earnings had been dropping day by day, the longer I stayed out of the spotlight. Honestly, I thought I'd screwed up. But looking now, seeing people jumping, dancing, losing themselves in the music, I knew I'd made the right call. Nothing's was the best call. So what if you can see the darkest side of me? So this is what it felt like to be a rock star, huh? It wasn't too bad. Feeling my hands flow along with the song, hitting each note like thunder, the sweat dropping through my eyebrows, the sound of people vibing, it was amazing. That, coupled with the epic battle between the team of heroes against the villain going down there, only made this greater. For a moment, I thought, should I dedicate myself to this instead of being a hero? Honestly, this was great, seeing the people enjoy what I was playing, seeing masses dancing and jumping in unison to a song that I personally liked a lot, and that I was playing, it was addicting. But that was the problem. This wasn't my song. My smile faltered a bit. Well, does it matter? They are liking it, and I'm raking aura like crazy. As long as my power grew, it didn't really matter if this was cheating or not. I couldn't bother to worry about honesty, not when UA was some months from now on. I needed to gather as much power as I could before I had to begin fighting the big bads. Yeah, what am I thinking? I should just continue playing. I can't escape this heel. This animal. This animal. The people loved it, sure, but now that I thought about it, should I really be proud of achieving this? The only thing I had done was reconstruct the song from memory, and then recorded most of the other instruments to play in the background while I took care of the guitar. This wasn't mine. I was just copying what existed, or what exists somewhere else. It felt a bit empty, now that I thought about it. My fingers faltered slightly. Was all this aura I was gaining really mine? Don't misunderstand me, I loved power. Right now, I am incomparable to a few months ago when I unlocked my system. But, a part inside of me, maybe the part that had been brainwashed, that part, couldn't help but think, is this power earned through copying others, really the type of power I want to earn? I had the skills, the talent, and the power to do it on my own. So why couldn't I? Yeah, why couldn't I? My fingers increased in speed, feeling something akin to anger sprout inside me. Then, a notification popped up. You've taken a step forward in your path to true aura farming, for the true aura farmer does not steal. The aura farmer creates, shows, and inspires. Conditions for completion. Develop your own song. Once done, present it in a place with more than 1,000 people. Have people enjoy your song. Reward, plus 1,000 aura. Gain the skill, imaginary technique, my theme. A song of my own. That thought quietly crossed my mind as I read the mission, while my fingers started nearing the end of the song. Soon, my voice began dimming in the background, and the notes I was playing became weaker. The crowd began calming down, enjoying the end of the song. And, as I looked down, seeing the heroes still busy with the villain despite being 3 against 1, I sighed. Then, the next second, bam! I used my aura projection to slam him right into the ground, immobilizing him. I couldn't have him continue fighting when the song had ended, right? While I was at it, I also crushed all his spikes, not entirely, but just the tips, so he couldn't use them like weapons nor regenerate them like earlier. But with him unconscious, I don't know whether he'd do something like that. Well, not like it mattered. As the heroes rushed him, I heaved a sigh, and finally, I put an end to the song. Huff. That sure had been exhausting. As the hum of the guitar faded away, I cleaned the sweat on my forehead with my forearm before glancing at the people below, who were watching me with wide eyes. I suppose I gotta end this properly. I let go of my guitar, letting it float beside the speakers, and bowed in one fluid, practiced motion. The crowd cheered, and a small smile appeared on my face. Next time, it'll be something that's truly mine you're cheering for. With that, I turned around, preparing to leave once again. But just as I was about to jump away, using my aura to fly away, a technique that I had picked up not long ago, and that hadn't been that hard to figure out. Wee-oo-wee-oh. Police cars swarmed the street below, faster than I had been expecting. All this for one villain. I sneered, amused at their quick reaction to what was not that big deal of a villain. Regardless, I floated my hidden camera into my pocket and prepared to fly off. Mysterious guitarist, stop where you are. You are charged with illegal quirk usage. Come down without resistance. Ha! I paused, then snapped my head to them. Hold on, they are after me. I blinked, too stunned to do anything. Then, a taser flew my way, making me dodge. It wasn't hard, but it allowed me to snap out of it. And the worst came right after. Sometimes those who shine too bright draw jealousy and the desire to bring them down. Now, you face your first hurdle with society. Your moments of pure aura have displeased some people, and you've landed on their wanted list. Time for a tactical retreat. Conditions for completion. Run away. Farm aura while avoiding capture. Evade the police's detection for at least 10 minutes. Reward, aura gain, amount varies depending on how cool you look while escaping. Skill gained, good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Shit. To be continued. A/N, shit just hit the fan, and it made a mess. I liked this part of the story a lot, it was quite fun to write, so I hope it's also fun to read. 14. Escape. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Escape. Minutes later. Fuck, they're here. The consequences of my actions are here. Stop right there, mysterious guitarist, or you'll be charged with fleeing the scene. A voice crackled over a patrol radio as officers pursued a figure streaking through the sky. I flipped them the middle finger as I flew away, all my equipment floating behind me. Plus 15 points in style. There's style points now. I blurted when the notification popped up. No, I was just kidding. You flip between being a comedian and an emotionless system whenever you like, huh? Better focus on getting away, host. Shut up. Everything is under control. Rat-a-tat-a-tata. The sound of a helicopter closing in cut off my comment. I craned my neck and sure enough a police chopper was hovering overhead. Oh, come on, man. The sky now too. Seems like you are not in control, host. You're not helping. The true aura farmer keeps his cool, even when annoyed by the voices in his head. I'm merely helping you train. Can I turn you off? No, you suck. Stop, you vigilante, time to put an end to your delinquent-ish tendencies. While I was busy bickering in my own head, a figure flashed across my path, Pidgeal, the pigeon hero, flapping his wings majestically. God, what an awful name. Stop, or I'll be forced to act. I just swatted him down with a push of aura, splatting him against the pavement below. I cushioned the fall, of course didn't want to be charged with serious assault on an actual hero. That would only make things worse. Plus 35 style points. You're still on that. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. Another helicopter screamed in. This one wasn't just monitoring. Damn you, Vigilante. You actually struck a hero. Time to put you in your place. Handbreakable peeked from the chopper hatch, Plasma Pop standing at her side. The chopper streaked, and they touched down on a nearby building, gearing up to intercept. They're actually turning on me now that the villain's down, huh? I clicked my tongue, changed direction, and flew away from that roof. Hey, where are you going? Come back here. I left them watching as I vanished into the distance. They couldn't fly like Pidgeal or me, so they would need to wait for the helicopter to pick them up again if they wanted to resume the chase. Too bad, so sad. I snorted. Slamming one hero against the ground was enough criminal record in my resume for today, so I wanted no more fights with heroes for now, regardless of whether I could win or not. At least that was the plan. Then I heard strange noises coming from my back, and froze. I spun, and my eyes widened. The hell? Handbreakable was launching herself at me, one nail extending and thus propelling her off the building, then every other nail in her hand morphed and combined into a giant steel hammer swinging my way. Oh shit. I tried to slow the hammer with aura. KGH. Sadly, its momentum and weight won. I was battened away. Clang. Bam. Moments later, I slammed through a building and landed in someone's living room. The family looked up from dinner as I collapsed across their sofa, winded and sore. That shit hurt, I muttered and checked my status. Status page. Strength, 82. Defense, 164,992. Aura projection, 1328500. Total aura, 1,328. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling. In a movable object. True speaking. True breathing. True walking. Good thing I'd swapped aura in time, otherwise I'd be already out and probably in the hospital. That had been quite a blow, after all. I was sore, maybe a bit hurt, but still capable of moving. Still, I didn't want to think about what would have happened if I had taken the blow without my defenses boosted. Alright, now it's personal. From my sprawled posture on the couch I was laying on, I made a come gesture. My guitar and the speakers floated back toward me the next second. I'd managed to grab onto them with the last sliver of aura projection I kept, despite being swatted away like a fly. With my gear secured, I let the guitar and speakers float onto the couch where I lay and dropped them there. Why? Because I needed every ounce of aura to teach this bitch a lesson. Instruments safe, I floated up and exited the apartment through the hole I'd made on the way in. Standing on the opposite building, arms crossed and smirking, was Handbreakable. A vein popped at my temple. Alright, she asked for it. I'm gonna humiliate her publicly. Decision made, I beckoned to her with a hand. Her smirk froze. You little, very well, if that's what you want then here you have it. She screamed. She pushed off the building with one hand's nails and formed the giant steel hammer with the other, swinging it down at me and the apartment behind me. So much for heroes avoiding property damage. I scoffed, my eyes going to the apartment behind me for an instant before returning to the incoming hammer. But just before it could reach me. Status page. Strength 82. Defense 9921492. Aura projection 5000. Immovable object activated. Clang. The metal hammer struck heavily, letting out a deafening ring that echoed for a few seconds before it ceased. Handbreakable blinked, stunned that her attack had suddenly stopped, then her eyes fell on what her hammer had struck, only to find it stopped dead by a single finger of mine. I'm impossible. She stammered, eyes trembling. Rat-a-tat-a-tata. A helicopter drifted closer, carrying Plasma Pop and Pidgeal, who looked roughed up but mildly fine, thanks to my cushioning. Soon, the chopper touched down on a nearby roof. Handbreakable, stop. You're causing property damage. A voice shouted. If you're going to fight, bring him down to the street, we've cleared the area. Another barked. Handbreakable snapped out of her daze and finally noticed the apartment hole behind me. Before she could react, be gone. I flicked my finger. Bang. Status page. Strength 82. Defense 1492164. Aura projection 01328. With my aura back again, I sent her straight to a market full of stalls. She crashed into the tents, sending fruit and wood flying. That didn't make it any less humiliating, though. Sent flying with a flick that had to sting. But that's what she gets for getting rough. Next, I turned my attention to the helicopter and, without even the slightest hesitation, aimed my hand at it. Hey, what the hell are you? The heroes became startled as I began shoving it towards the building below with my AP, making land against the machine's will. It resisted, of course. The propellers spun wildly and let out a weird sound as they fought to rise in the air again, but before it had the chance to. CRRKK. I closed my fist and crushed the propellers for good with the aura, basically trapping the heroes and pilot in the roof I'd made them land. Pidgeal still looked like he might move, though, since he had wings and all. So before he had the chance, I flicked him too. Where, you ask? Ha ha ha, did you really think one mere flick would be enough to defeat Ak? I sent him barreling straight into Handbreakable, who was already coming back. Both heroes collided and tumbled down to the street, leaving Plasma Pop stuck and looking dumbfounded between them and me in the nearest building, not knowing what to do or how to get out of there. Guess that's all from these heroes, huh? I sneered and waved a hand. My instruments floated back to me. With that, I rose in the air and began to drift away. Sorry to the family whose wall I'd ruined, but that was on Handbreakable's tab. Time to go for good. Half an hour later. Ugh, these guys are persistent. I muttered, staring at the cordon of police cars down below. Why were they going this hard for a guy who just played a song and smacked a villain? Chill out. With how relentless they are, how the hell am I supposed to stay hidden for 10 minutes? I sighed. Right now, I was tucked behind a car in a 3-story parking garage, out of sight from the helicopters circling above. As for my stuff, I had left all of it behind another car 2 or 3 parking spots away from where I was, hoping that, if they found it, that would delay them long enough from finding me. I'd shaken most of the heat earlier and slipped in here during that opportunity, so even if they had a rough idea of the area, they didn't know I was in this building yet. That gave me a sliver of time. I opened the mission window. Sometimes those who shine too bright draw jealousy and the desire to bring them down. Now, you face your first hurdle with society. Your moments of pure aura have displeased some people, and you've landed on their wanted list. Time for a tactical retreat. Conditions for completion. Run away. Farm aura while avoiding capture. Evade the police's detection for at least 10 minutes. 2 minutes 39 seconds remaining. Reward, aura gain, amount varies depending on how cool you look while escaping. Skill gained, good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Hiss. Can you hurry up? I muttered, annoyed that 10 minutes could be this slow. My worry only intensified when I began hearing some officers sweeping the lower floors now. Already. If they reached the one I was on, I was toast. They'd make sure to look at every single corner, including the one I was in. Please let them take their time, I prayed, waving my 2 clamped hands up and down. At least 2. I forced my voice to a halt as I heard a bunch of cars coming up. Slowly, I peeked from behind the car, squinting at what I saw. A few cruisers were arriving at this level, lights from the cars cutting through dust as a bunch of cops stepped out and started turning on their flashlights while they began their search. I hugged the wheel well and hoped they'd just give a quick look and dismiss this place. They didn't. The cars were parked, and I began hearing them look by foot carefully through each parking spot. You've got to be kidding me. I checked the timer. Evade the police's detection for at least 10 minutes. 1 minute 52 seconds remaining. Nearly 2 minutes. Things weren't looking too bright. At the speed they were going, and judging by their numbers, I had around 30 seconds before they reached my spot. Once they found me, the timer would reset, and I'd have to begin running away all over again. Damn it. Panic flickered in me. What am I gonna hold on? At that moment, a plan flickered, and a small grin adorned my face. Using aura projection, I ghosted a walkie-talkie out of an officer's pocket without him noticing and guided it to me without anyone seeing. Once in my power, I flipped it on. He's here, second floor, come quick. I did my best impression of a panicked officer and fed it to the device. True speaking coming in clutch for the impression. What? Replies crackled. You heard him, go go go. Officers scrambled back to their cars, most of them, at least. 2 stayed. One of them realized his radio was missing. Hey, where did my walkie go? He barked. Crap, gotta tell the others it's a decoy. The backup shouted, reaching for his own radio. I couldn't have that. So, before he could reach it, I snatched the second walkie with my aura and sent it sailing against a wall. Crack. Next, it broke into many parts. That fucker. Hey, come out wherever you are. That thing was expensive. The cop shouted. Yeah, come out now, you're trapped. They were angry. Sorry, not sorry. Evade the police's detection for at least 10 minutes. 48 seconds remaining. 48 seconds. The finish line was finally in sight. Hey, I think I heard a voice overlapping with the voice from the walkie-talkie earlier in that direction, come on. One officer shouted, suddenly heading toward my corner. We got you now. The other followed immediately. Whahi now. My teeth ground. 40 seconds. How do I make them ignore the stretch for 40 more seconds? I could shove them away with aura, but that risked revealing my location, and I don't know if that counted as being detected. I'd already gambled on the stolen walkie. I couldn't afford more luck tests. I had to find another way. Footsteps came closer. They were heading straight for the car I was hiding behind, about to reach it. Oh. Then, another idea sparked. Slowly, carefully, I lifted myself with aura, floating just enough not to touch the floor. Then, I slid along the side of the car, keeping its bulk between me and the officers. Silent as air, thanks to levitation. But then they split. One circled left, the other right, cutting off my escape. Shit. Desperate, I pulled my last card. Tack. I tapped the car opposite, just hard enough to make a noise, but not to make it obvious it was a diversion. Did it fool them? Maybe not. But it made them pause, heads snapping toward the sound. And that pause was all I needed. Mission complete. Sometimes those who shine too bright draw jealousy and the desire to bring them down. Now, you face your first hurdle with society. Your moments of pure aura have displeased some people, and you've landed on their wanted list. Time for a tactical retreat. Conditions for completion. Run away. Farm aura while avoiding capture. Evade the police's detection for at least 10 minutes. Calculating reward. For flexing awesomely during your escape, plus 450 aura. Plus skill, good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Without wasting a second, I opened the skill description. If it was what I thought it was, it'd be exactly what I needed right now. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Active. Description: a battle worthy of gods erupts, punches decimate buildings, kicks ravage streets, and the weak can only watch from afar as titans clash. Minutes pass. Hours. The battlefield becomes a wasteland by then. At last, your rival lands a clean blow. You buckle, falling to one knee. His victory is certain. But then your body dissolves. A booming laugh echoes from above, freezing him in shock. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Spend a portion of your stats to create a perfect aura clone. Clones mirror you completely, personality and knowledge-wise, being fragments of your aura, and hence, of you. Clones do not receive any of your stats, only your aura, so they have to make up for their lack of stats with it. So, have in mind they might need to spend a bit of the aura you give them to build their corporeal body. Once a clone is defeated/dissolved, you regain half the stats spent instantly, the rest return within an hour. Clones can choose to dissolve if they deem it the correct choice. You can dissolve clones on command. Clones can only last up to a day. Clones can receive only up to 50% of your stats, not more, for a clone cannot surpass the original. You receive the clone's memories upon its cessation. Oh well, good enough, I smirked. Time to escape for good. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Activated. The next instant, part of my aura split off and condensed beside me, slowly materializing into a literal Mesame costume, same mask. He was standing there, calm. Freeze. The 2 police officers' heads snapped to him immediately. I sucked in a breath and glanced at my clone. He smiled faintly, then turned his back and ran. Oi, we told you to freeze. The Taseru's the taser. Ah, crap. One of them fired a taser at my running clone, but with it using aura projection to block it, it stalled midair and clattered harmlessly to the ground. The officers watched helplessly as my clone slipped out toward the edge of the parking floor, dove off the railing, and flew up toward a circling helicopter, flicking them the middle finger as he passed. Meanwhile, the 2 cops bolted down the stairwell, probably to warn the others. Exactly what I needed. Phew. As they left, I eased out from behind the car, gestured for my instruments and camera, and had them float back to my side. I opened my status out of habit. Status page. Strength 82. Defense 164. Aura projection 1328. Total aura 177814222, 80%. First clone's aura 355, 20%. Skills. clean, trouble radar, connoisseur, pain is just a feeling, in a movable object, true speaking, true breathing, true walking, good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. I raised an eyebrow at the percentages on what used to be my total aura, before upping my aura projection with the aura I had just gained, thanks to the mission. Then, with that done, I crept to the edge of the parking level and peered out. In the distance, my clone was already leading a convoy of helicopters and police cars away. He moved slower than I would have no surprise, he only had 20% of my aura, so his capabilities were limited. Hopefully that's enough to keep them busy for a while. I prayed inwardly. Then, after a sigh of relief once everything seemed to come to an end, I turned and floated off in the opposite direction, soon diving off the railing just like my clone and flying away into the distance. It was time to go home. To be continued. A/N. How was this chapter? A lot of tension, although not that many stakes. Expect a POV from Mr. Clone in the next chapter. 15. A Clone's Life. 15. A Clone's Life. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. A Clone's Life. Clone's POV. Haha, so easy. I thought, a wide grin hidden behind my mask. I turned and saw a huge cavalry of cops tailing me, 2 or 3 helicopters overhead, and a convoy of cruisers below, sirens wailing. Normally, I'd be panicking, knowing escape was pretty unlikely, and especially so at the speed I was going right now. But I was a clone, and I could return to the original whenever I wanted. There were no stakes here, no worries at all. Right now, I felt invincible, although I hardly am. I thought, giving my cloney status a look. Status page, clone, strength, 40, defense, 40, aura projection, 275, total aura, 20% of the original 355. Skills, clean, trouble radar, connoisseur, pain is just a feeling, in a movable object, true speaking, true breathing, true walking. I still had my skills, but my stats sucked. I could barely keep myself afloat right now with those 200 aura points. But, well, it didn't matter. All I needed was to distract the police long enough so the original could bail. Thus, escaping wasn't necessary. I just needed to keep them on my trail. Ha ha ha, yeah, keep following, you bastards. I smirked as I observed the army following behind from the corner of my eye, hands in my pockets like I was cool. Nothing said I couldn't aura farm while acting as a decoy, right? I grinned behind the mask and turned back ahead, worried that since I wasn't looking to the front, I might crash into a building. Then my grin died. Ha! A figure stood on a tall building up ahead, arms crossed as if waiting for me. For a moment, I wondered if it might have been someone who wanted to see the show from close. But as I got closer, I was able to discern his appearance better. That ridiculous costume, that cocky smirk, that blonde hair, it all had a tinge of familiarity that I hold on. Why is that guy here? My eyes widened as panic hit. I skidded mid-flight, ready to change direction and bolt, but I'd already screwed up. I should have reacted the instant my eyes settled on him. Before I could get away, the figure leapt from the roof, did a motherfucking flip, and latched with his tail onto one of the helicopters following me, hanging just a few meters away from me. Why in such a hurry? The bastard called. I poured most of the stats I had into aura projection and tried to speed up, wanting nothing to do with this fucker, but it was too late. Trouble radar flared, warning me of incoming danger, but with this weakened body, I just didn't have the speed to respond. By the time my head snapped up to lock onto the threat was already dropping on me with a kick aimed straight at my back. Damn. In one last desperate move, I moved my stats from AP to defense. Let's talk down at street level. It's what he said. Moments later, I felt his foot connect with my poor back. Bam. Arg. Sadly, with the amount of aura I had as a clone, it nearly stopped my bones from breaking on impact. But I was still sent like a bullet to the ground. Crash. Seconds later, I hit the pavement like a meteorite. I tried to cushion the blow by moving half of my aura to AP again at the last second, but I still ended up taking a nasty hit despite my efforts. The bastard, on the other hand, had used his kick on me to launch himself off my back and not fall along with me. Ugh, I groaned as I rubbed my ribs and forced myself up. The asphalt had cracked slightly where I'd landed, proof of the hell of a force I had been slammed onto the street. This guy doesn't hold back at all. I pushed to my feet and turned around. Soon, I was able to see the bastard as he slid down a gutter from a nearby building and landed on the street, still looking cocky as hell. As he hit the asphalt, he slammed his fist onto his palm, looking at me with a grin. You made quite the mess today, mysterious guitarist. They even called me the best hero in this city to handle you, and I was enjoying a peaceful rest. He crowed. I said nothing, so he just kept talking. You've been causing a hell of a lot of trouble lately, attacking a villain, hitting heroes, wrecking private property. What were you thinking? The damage to private property is on the hero who sent me flying with a giant hammer, I answered, warping my voice with my newfound talent thanks to true speaking. This guy had sharp ears, so I didn't want to risk him recognizing me. Though on hindsight maybe I shouldn't have said anything at all. Ugh, why is he staring at me like that? Did I actually screw up? I winced when he tilted his head and gave me an interested look. He didn't call me out, though. He just smiled slyly. Yes, you're right on that. She'll get chewed out by the brass later, but for now, I think you should focus on yourself. I swallowed hard, sweat beating down my cheek. Yeah, I suppose I will. Without hesitation, I shifted all my aura into my physical stats. Status page, clone, strength, 40,177, defense, 40,178, aura projection, 2,750, total aura, 20% 355. With the little amount of aura I had, keeping it on AP was useless. He was too damn fast and strong for me to do anything with it properly. My aura projection would be nothing more than a small inconvenience for him. Like he had said, he was indeed the strongest hero of this city. I didn't stand a chance as I was right now. Maybe the original would, but not me. So, since I was going down for sure, I thought I might as well make this defeat of mine as epic as possible, and actually go down by throwing hands with the strongest hero of this city. After all, clone or not, I was still an aura farmer at my core, was I not? So, having made up my mind, I raised my fists and took my stance. But to my surprise, instead of jumping me, the bastard blinked, then laughed. Ha ha ha, you're not even hiding it anymore, ha! I don't know what you're talking about, I said, keeping my voice warped by true speaking. He snorted. You don't, huh? It's nothing much, I just thought that stance looked similar to one I taught my ward. Excuse me for laughing. Yeah, this guy knew. If I may ask, mysterious guitarist, why are you suddenly eager to engage in combat when you mostly use telekinesis? He taunted. Because I want to smash that face of yours with my fist, I snapped. Truly, what an odd resemblance. He took his stance. Then I suppose I'll give you the pleasure of fighting me when I go serious. Just come already. Very well. He lunged. You fared fairly well against those 3 heroes earlier, so let's see how long you last against the Super Monkey. Sejimi Guardian and the hero Super Monkey, number 69 in the rankings by decision, had arrived. This is gonna be hard, I thought, and without further ado, lunged too. Right now, I, the clone, had better physical stats than the original usually showed in training. The original favored aura projection, so his body normally stayed average, though he could swap stats whenever he wanted. Still, this was more strength and sturdiness than Seiji had seen me use in practice, and I was gonna make the best of it. Bang! Our fists connected with each other's faces as we both snapped back a few steps. However, unlike me, who clenched my teeth as my face snapped to the side from the force, Seiji laughed like he had enjoyed it, still facing me. Ha ha ha, when did you get this strong, kid? He jeered. I don't know you, I continued with the gaslighting. Right. He muttered, obviously not believing me, and resumed the fight as if my strike from earlier had barely affected him. Aura. Bam. Ack. Another fist slammed into my face. This time, I wasn't able to give one in return. What's worse is that it didn't end there. Smack. Right after the punch, he buried a nasty knee into my solar plexus. Ugh. I staggered back, air escaping me as I almost buckled. Ultimately, I managed to stay on my feet, knowing that if I fell, that would have left me even more open to any kind of attack. Sadly, despite my achievement, it didn't seem Seiji was planning on celebrating it. The instant I lifted my gaze back up, I saw him lunging at me like a tiger. I tried to fend him off, but my combat skills were still too lacking compared to his. By the time I realized what had happened, he already had me on the ground, locked in a chokehold, cutting off my air. I struggled to breathe, trying to hit him in any way possible so he would let go. Thud, thud, thud. Sadly, my meager attacks barely seemed to faze him actually, he even seemed disappointed, shaking his head as I continued to strike him. Still too slow, still too predictable. What have we been doing the past few months? I thought you improved. That line pissed me off. Status page, clone, strength, 177 315, defense, 178 40, aura projection, 0, total aura, 20% 355. Reacting on instinct, I pumped most of my stats into strength and, without hesitation, whack, arg, you brat. I rammed the back of my head into his nose while he kept the lock. I felt my skull crack, but ignored it. With that blow, I managed to make him let go immediately, and I quickly popped up. But of course, I was far from done with this fucker. While he clutched his nose in pain, I slammed my foot on the ground and, using my momentarily enhanced strength, bam, blasted myself like a missile toward him, switching my stats while at it. Status page, clone, strength, 34,510, defense, 10,345, aura projection, 0, total aura, 20% 355. With endurance boosted and momentum built from that burst of strength, I slammed my head into his gut, folding him in half. Ugh. After connecting, I crashed to the ground while he skidded back several meters, still on his feet but definitely having gotten his air knocked. Then, as he recovered from the blow, I rebalanced my stats to the 170s each and quickly scrambled back to my feet, ready for him to launch his counterattack. How's that? Seeing his pained look, a faint smirk popped up behind my mask. He stayed quiet for a moment, rubbing the spot I'd hit. Then he said, yeah, you've gotten strong, Brad. I guess I don't need to hold back then. Hold BA. My question died as he vanished from view, and I felt myself being lifted, suplexed into the air. Oh shit. Bam. My head slammed into the pavement crudely, and the instant he let go of the suplex, I plummeted to the ground. This time, without a comeback, nor a way out of this. Just like that, I was out. I lay there, dizzy, watching Seiji stand over me with that shit-eating grin. I made sure not to give you cerebral damage, so be grateful, brat. Sirens and the roar of helicopters filled the air. Police cars swarmed in and choppers hovered low. I was boxed in. Seiji glanced toward the arriving officers, then back at me, his expression sharpening. I don't know why you did this, kid. He muttered so only I could hear. I'm your guardian, so I'll help as much as I can, but I'm also a hero. I can't stop the law from taking its course, so be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. I stared at him, amusedly, without saying anything. Then, only when he seemed to be about to tell the police to come closer, I sneered mockingly, catching his attention back. Like I've been saying so far, you're mistaking me for someone else. Enough, kid. You're busted. His voice turned serious. I laughed. Busted? Guess you're right. This is as far as I get. As cops sprinted closer, I decided to end the show. Time to go home, I muttered. Then, kid. Seiji knelt beside me, eyes wide as I began to vanish, growing transparent. I used that moment. With a last effort, I threw a punch. Thud. It landed square on his cheek, making his head snap to the side for a second. Take that, sucker. Then, I slumped back to the pavement, this time truly unable to move but still not fully out. As Seiji stared, baffled, I grinned with what little strength I had and let out a short laugh. I don't know who this kid you keep mistaking me with is, but I'm sure he's at home right now, being a model student. Ha! And with that, Ivani. At home, Taka's POV. Suddenly, the memories of my clone hit me. It was weird, confusing, disorienting. But after a minute or so, my head cleared and I managed to assimilate the flood of new knowledge. That damn Seiji, so that's why he wasn't home when I arrived. I smiled wryly. I was already back at my place after today's wild adventure, having stashed all the gear from my little show and even having changed my clothes just in case. Now I was reviewing the recordings I'd gotten while sheltering in my room, outside of anyone's eye. It was good. Too good. This would be gold once I uploaded it to my channel. Not only was the audio impressive, but I also put on a little show while playing the guitar without noticing, so the video was dynamic as well. Add the battle of the heroes against Edgehog in the lower part of the video, and that made it even crazier. Hee, my passive earnings are gonna flare up again. I leaned back on my chair and threw my hands in the air in celebration. The song was new, the stunt chaotic, and considering I'd managed to piss off half the city's police force, the views were bound to blow up more than ever. How much am I gonna get daily now? 15, 20 aura per day. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see my gains skyrocket. I grinned brightly as I imagined my future prosperity. But of course, for that, I had to upload the video first. So, having had enough of being lost in my fantasies, I turned on the editing program and began putting my hands to work. After that, quite a few minutes probably passed. 10, 20. Maybe even 30, I don't know really. I hadn't checked the hour when I began, so checking it now wouldn't help get the answer. The sound of clicks, and me tapping multiple keys on my keyboard filled my otherwise silent room. I was about halfway done by then, having edited parts where the sound weirded out a bit, and adding a few effects so it wouldn't be just a raw video of me singing. I was just about to add a skull emoji, because that's what all edits did, but as I looked for a proper image online, slam! The door to my room burst open. I closed the video faster than someone caught watching porn right away. Phew, that was pretty close. Having hidden the evidence of my crime, I turned around, keeping my face as normal as possible and slouching one arm over my chair coolly. Hey, what's up, bitch? Standing in the doorway was Seiji. He looked a bit roughed up, breathing hard as if he'd just finished running a marathon. Heh, it seemed my clone had given him some trouble. On second thought, how did he get home so quickly? Did he run all the way back here? What a psycho. There were at least 5 kilometers between the place my clone fought him and the house. Huff you. As he saw me sitting coolly on my chair like the proper and decent person I am, he squinted his eyes, glaring at me suspiciously. What? I raised an eyebrow, as if daring him to accuse me of anything. Right away, he went quiet, scanning me up and down like he was searching for something. I just met his gaze unwaveringly, not wanting to lose the battle of gaslighting. Ha! In the end, he huffed and gave up, grinning as he threw his hands up in defeat. Nothing. Just try not to watch too much porn just because I'm not home, kid. With that, he closed the door and left. Son of a bitch. I scowled, feeling my mood had soured. Click. But with his defeat, I could finally go back to editing the video. Damn it, I closed the editing program without saving. Seiji, you motherfucker. To be continued. A/N, how was this one? There wasn't that much progress in the story, but it was really fun to make the POV of a clone and how he perished epically before returning to the original. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite aura farm since Taka is in his baby stage of growth, and thus his clones are too. But that'll be different once his power increases, even his clones will be powerhouses compared to everyone else. 16. The infamous Rockinesis. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. The infamous Rockinesis. Days later, Taka and Jiro sat together at a table during lunch period, chatting casually as they ate from their lunch boxes. So, have you studied for U.A.'s written exam? She asked, looking up from her food. I'm not feeling very confident, to be honest. It's the top school in Japan, you know? No matter how much you study, they always find you lacking at something. Taka didn't react much. He merely looked up from his food for a moment before continuing to eat normally as he answered. I'm studying, but in case things don't work out, I'll just score the top spot in the practical exam. That way, even if I screw up on the written one, they won't be able to refuse me. You're seriously declaring you'll take the top spot? Jiro pointed her chopsticks at him, her eyes skeptical. I mean, your quirk seems strong, but come on, it's U.A. There's bound to be people with all sorts of crazy quirks. How can you be so sure you can outshine them? Taka let out a calm huff, eyes closed, unfazed by Jiro's words. Just because All Might graduated from there doesn't mean everyone's at his level. He popped a bite of food into his mouth, chewed, then grew a little more serious. And even if there are strong people there, I'll just be stronger. That's some hell of a confidence. Jiro gave a wry laugh, idly rubbing one of her earlobes. I have my quirk in high regard, but even I'm not that confident in getting in. You overestimate them too much, Taka snorted. Then his tone softened. But if you're that worried, just prepare the best you can. How? Training, obviously. Jiro winced, looking at Taka oddly. Using our quirks in public is illegal, you know. Taka raised an eyebrow. No one would see if you practiced at home. Still feels a bit illegal. She mumbled under her breath. He huffed, annoyance slipping into his tone. Well, either prepare and face the exam knowing you gave it your all, or accept whatever result you get, knowing you could have done more. Jiro froze, chopsticks hovering halfway to her mouth. Moments later, she pulled them back and seemed to think Taka's words over. But just as the silence stretched, another of Taka's comments came. But I don't know what you're really fussing about. Your quirk's solid. It'd be strange if you failed. Even more so when you passed in the original show. He thought inwardly. Really? Well, if you say so, she muttered, sheepish from the sudden vote of confidence. Luckily, before things turned awkward, at least for Jiro, group of girls approached. Jiro-chan, there you are. We were waiting to have lunch together. This is. One of them squinted at Taka suspiciously. I think I've seen him around. Same year but different class. Could it be? Jiro-chan, you've gotta. Slam. Jiro shot up, slamming her hands on the table, face faintly tinged red with frustration and embarrassment. He's a friend I made recently. The girls blinked at her outburst, then turned to glare at Taka. He just blinked back at them calmly and kept eating. Suspicion lingered in them. Why so suddenly? I don't think I've ever seen Jiro-chan hanging with anyone from the other classes. The girl in front smirked, glancing between the two of them. Jiro's voice shot defensive. Ugh, that's cause this guy's going to UA too. Come on, Takahashi, say something. Hey. Say something more than hey. What's up? This guy. Jiro groaned. Meanwhile, the girls exchanged confused looks. You're going to UA? The hero course. Taka nodded. Cool. Someone who's actually aiming for UA. I thought Jiro-chan would be the only one at our school. What's your quirk? Just so you know, Jiro-chan's quirk is amazing. She might give you a hard time if you face each other. Jiro rubbed the side of her cheek, mumbling, it's not that amazing. Instead of answering, Taka let go of his chopsticks midway through his mouth. Normally, they would have fallen and sent the food stuck between them flying everywhere. But to everyone's surprise, they remained stuck in place, as if frozen in time, floating in the air. Then, to top it off, they began feeding Taka off his bento, as if they had a life of their own, earning gasps from everyone save Jiro, who simply smiled faintly. Telekinesis. One girl asked. Taka nodded. How strong is it? Can you lift me in the air? Taka nodded. That's an amazing quirk. Taka nodded. That's like Reincarnation's power. Taka was about to nod again, but blinked in confusion as a stranger's name popped up. Who? Jiro's smiling face turned shocked as her head snapped at him. You don't know him. Taka shook his head, tilting it faintly. Quickly, she pulled out her phone, scrolled, then shoved the screen in his face. His eyes twitched faintly at what he saw. So what if you can see the dark inside of me? It was him playing his new song at the incident a few days ago. However, already a master of his act, he managed to keep his poker face despite the little eye twitch. A singer? He asked, acting clueless. So you really don't know? Jiro said, taking her phone back. He's a vigilante who's been hitting it lately online. He raids hero and villain fights just to play his songs. Taka stayed silent with his usual poker face, as if prompting Jiro to continue explaining. She did, eagerly at that. Well, I suppose it's not that crazy you don't know him. He wasn't that well known until a few days ago, when he actually took down a villain, then proceeded to defeat a team of heroes and run away from an entire batch of police officers as they tried to arrest him. Yeah, it was all over the news. One of the girls commented, sounding almost offended. Taka averted his gaze, looking a bit disinterested. I don't usually watch the news. However, he was forced to look back when Jiro shoved her phone in his face again. This time, she showed the news footage of him flying away from dozens of vehicles, along with sporadic short clips of him handling the three heroes, like slamming Pidgeal into the ground, flicking hand-breakable, or leaving Plasma Pop stranded in a building once he crushed the helicopter's propellers. Taka had to suppress his smirk as he saw himself on screen, beating down the heroes with ease. Damn, I'm cool. While Taka struggled to hide the arrogance bubbling up in his chest, Jiro went on with her explanation. He's been shown lifting all his instruments without touching them, and stopping attacks midway from afar, so it's been speculated he has a telekinesis quirk like you do, hence the nickname Rockinesis, since he also plays rock songs at his shows. Taka nodded. It's not a bad name, I think. Honestly, for a moment I thought your quirk was kind of similar, since both are literally lifting things from afar, Jiro suddenly said, chuckling wryly. But after the incident he was involved in days ago, it became clear his quirk is not quite telekinesis. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. It was crazy. One of the girls chimed in. I felt my mouth drop when I saw it live. Another said, looking excited as she recalled it. Taka was a tad confused. He'd been worried they would figure out his identity as Rockinesis for a moment, but it turns out they had already discarded him as a candidate. Why though? Fortunately, Jiro was quick to explain. You see, during the last part of the pursuit, Rockinesis ended up being confronted by a pretty strong hero, Super Monkey, you know him. Taka did his best to hide his sour expression. Yes. Jiro nodded, continuing. That guy, even though his costume is ridiculous and he stupidly seeks to rank 69th in the hero rankings on purpose when he could very easily rank higher, he's quite strong. Even Rockinesis ended up being thrashed once he clashed with that guy, despite having dealt with 3 heroes himself earlier. I wouldn't say thrashed. Taka complained inwardly. But then, just as it seemed they were about to arrest him for good, he goes and disappears. Just like that, no explanation, no warning, he suddenly began vanishing, as if he was ceasing to exist. He died? Taka asked, feigning confusion. No, that's the thing. His channel uploaded a recording of him doing his show not too many hours after he seemingly vanished, so he's hardly dead. Thanks to that, there's talk online that says he has a cloning quirk, or something with similar properties. Some speculate that's why his flight speed suddenly slowed down so much after entering a parking lot during the pursuit and disappearing for a few minutes. Because he'd been a clone, one with a fraction of the power of the original, who calmly slipped away as the police chased after a decoy. Jiro finally finished explaining, looking exhausted but otherwise a bit too excited. You sure know a lot, huh? Taka commented, a bit speechless. The group of girls giggled in response to his comment. Jiro-chan is quite the fangirl of that guy. She's been pestering us about him from day one, when he made his appearance. Yeah, she's the one who keeps us up to date with whatever crazy thing that guy has done. Shut up, all of you. I'm not a fangirl, he's just he's like a rock star while also being a hero at the same time. He's practically the vivid image of what I'd like to do with my life. He's a vigilante, one of them said. She snapped her head toward her, looking frustrated. Yeah, but he hasn't injured anyone, and even during the fight a few days ago, he made sure not to hurt the heroes too badly, even though one of them almost destroyed a whole apartment just because she lost her cool. The group of girls looked at each other before sneering and pointing at Jiro with their thumbs. Like we said, fangirl. Taka just ate silently, giving Jiro a pitiful gaze. Oi, what's with that look? It's fine, everyone has their likes and dislikes. I don't judge. Takahashi, you. Minutes later. Having finished their lunch, Taka parted ways with Jiro as she went off with her classmates. He, on the other hand, was casually walking through the hall, passing by countless students without any clear aim. His focus was elsewhere. Rockinesis? Huh? Maybe I should change the name of my channel to that. After all, the mysterious guitarist was a bit boring. If he wanted a clear identity that made him more recognizable and thus let him gain aura more easily, then Rockinesis didn't sound too bad. Just a bit dumb. Or was it very dumb? Rockinesis. Ruokinesis. Rockinesias. Rockinesis. Alright, it lost all meaning now. Rolling his eyes, Taka opened his status. Status page. Strength, 83. Defense, 166. Aura projection, 1897. Total aura, 1897. Skills. Clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling. Immovable object. True speaking. True breathing. True walking. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. About 100.5 aura gained in just 3 days, both from passive gains and a few incidents. He caressed his chin, looking at the number with satisfied eyes. His passive gains had spiked again, jumping from the 10 per day they had been a month ago to around 25 per day. That meant 5,000 aura by the time UA started in 7 and something months. And it was no wonder. The clip from his concert a few days ago had already reached 100k views and it had only been 3 days. Albeit, obviously, the views would decline as the days passed, but even then, it was a surprising feat. But would it really decline? Right now, he had enough infamy that anything he did would get the media's attention. If he stayed consistent and kept getting involved in things, public awareness wouldn't just hold steady, it might grow even bigger. Maybe using clones was a good idea too. If he sent them to handle things, not only would he avoid getting tangled or linked to vigilante activity, he'd also maintain a proper level of consistency by not having to overexert himself. The only problem was the weird feeling that hit once the clones dispersed. He didn't like it, but if it meant farming more aura, he supposed he could deal with it for a while. 7 months, 5,000 aura promised just from passive gains and even more if his fame grew. Well, seems like I've got work to do ahead. Taka smiled helplessly, already picturing the months ahead filled with countless villain battles, police chases, and concerts in the middle of the street. But when the moment came to crush everyone at UA and finally step into the big game, it would all be worth it. Taka smirked. +5 aura. His smile widened a little as another batch of passive earnings came knocking. His smile froze, however, when the system chimed in again. Your aura has reached the 1900s. Good work, it must have been one hell of a road. However, you must know by now, the path of the aura farmer never ends, and even bigger numbers are awaiting you. For that, it's important to template the body properly to be able to handle it, and for that, being able to make the most efficient use of the energy your body intakes is fundamental. Conditions for completion. Consume at least 4,000 kilocalories each day, for an entire week. Drink at least 3 liters of water a day for an entire week. Run at least 1 hour straight daily, for an entire week, and without augmenting your physique using aura. Reward, plus 350 aura skill gained, efficient body. Taka blinked perplexedly as he read the conditions of the mission. The fuck is this? To be continued. A/N, and so, another mission pops up. Like I said earlier, most skills won't be focused straight on amping Taka's power, but on giving different effects and helping with the aura farming. All sorts of miscellaneous skills are ahead. 17, time skip. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Time skip. 3 months later. Again. A middle-aged man muttered, raising an eyebrow at the newspaper in his hands. His baffled expression only deepened as he scanned the lines of text. What's up? Another man asked, seated beside him on the same bench, feeding the pigeons. It says here that the Rockinesis guy got away again. A/N, too bad for you guys, I'm sticking with the name because I'm evil. Again. How many times has it been now? 6 or 7 since the first time. Honestly, I don't even get why they bother, it's always just a clone they catch. The real one's probably still out there, laughing his ass off. At this point, the police are simply making a joke of themselves. And it's not like the punk's doing anything that bad, is he? Sure, he's beaten a few heroes, but it always looks like self-defense. True. And besides, he's finally putting our city on the map along with Tokyo. Honestly, besides that weird guy Super Monkey, none of our heroes stand out, which is pretty sad. Why the hell did that clown have to be the strongest hero in our city? He's kind of funny though. Yeah, I suppose he is. At least he's not some weirdo like Midnight. If he started perverting our kids, that'd be the last straw. Didn't he just get caught in a scandal last month, though? They say someone spotted him kissing another heroine in an alleyway. Forget it. Both men sighed in unison. At the same time, a youth jogged past them, sparing only a quick glance before a small smile curved his otherwise calm face. Clad in a black tracksuit and white sneakers, his figure stood out against the greenery of the park. Black hair swayed with his steady rhythm, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead though his breathing remained smooth, showing how far he still was from real exhaustion. He continued jogging along the park, and as he passed by other people, he couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversations. Yo, what are you listening to? Animal I have become. Rockinesis uploaded an official video on his channel a while back. What? When? Damn it, what's wrong with my algorithm? The youth's smile deepened. Yo, I heard there's a villain getting jumped a few streets away. That's sick. Think Rockinesis will show up? Hell yeah. Let's go then. His smile widened further. Mommy, do you know who Rockinesis is? I don't know, but with that kind name, it's probably nobody important. Okay. This time, the youth's smile faltered just a little, but the slip hardly mattered. The smirk that was already spread across his face was impossible to wipe away just from that little setback. So this is what it feels like to be a celebrity, huh? Not bad. He sneered, shaking his head helplessly. It seems I, Takahashi, have become someone of renown. Indeed, although you might not believe it, and as incredible as it might be, that youth was none other than Taka, now taller, leaner, and more fit than before. The past few months had been wild. For starters, one of the missions he had gotten months ago had made him go through quite a hectic week, eating like never before, drinking like never before, and running for an entire hour at full speed. To say he almost puked a few times would be an understatement. The feeling of bloating also wasn't nice. The running part was also hard in its own right. Sure, it was hard for him to run out of breath nowadays thanks to his true breathing skill, but things like friction still affected him, so by the time he was done running, he was always sweating like crazy. But after going through it for the entire week, Taka finally unlocked the skill-efficient body passive that let him eat as much as he wanted without gaining fat or suffering from health issues. Basically, he could binge mukbangs and be fine. It was actually a bit more complicated than that, but that was the gist of it, and what mattered the most to him. Although he had struggled at first, by the end of the week, his body had somewhat acclimated, so it was only bad for the first half. Unfortunately, that mission had only been a prelude for what his system had in store. As soon as Efficient Body unlocked, a new section appeared, the daily quests. It tasked him with training his body for a few minutes each day in exchange for a little aura. It varied depending on how much he exerted his body, but usually it was not much. Usually only 5 points. Still, like any kind of aura gained daily, it was a nice addition to his passive earnings, which meant more aura by the time UA started. So he happily did them. This jumped his passive earnings from the 25 aura gained per day 3 months ago, to a whopping 35. During the 3 months, he'd also been pushing his cloning ability to the max. Sometimes, he sent clones infused with chunks of aura to farm more outside, putting them to do his usual shows while he himself stayed home, safe from trouble. At other times, he had them practice with other instruments, steadily working toward his mission of creating his own song. He couldn't just let it be a guitar solo, after all. The connoisseur skill also sped up the progress a lot. Thanks to that, everything was as smooth and efficient as he could have wished. The clones were a great way to multitask, since as soon as they dispersed, their memories came back to him. Of course, if he had properly spammed his cloning ability, he probably would have been done with that already. But as convenient as it was, that memory perk, receiving all the memories of a cloning and sometimes from multiple clones crashing into his mind at the same time, was overwhelming. It left him feeling weird and kind of split for a bit, as if his mind tried to understand which of the memories had been the real ones. And having otherworldly memories also occupying part of his mind also didn't help. So, he avoided using it recklessly, sticking to when it was worth the annoyance. Hence, for farming aura, and practicing every now and then. Though there was one time he tried using it just to skip school, only to realize that without anything to actually do while his clones handled class, he felt like a complete bum. And he didn't enjoy being a bum. So, in the end, he decided it was better to go himself. Leaving all the heavy lifting to the clones was nice, but feeling useless wasn't. Plus, having his friends talk to a clone instead of him felt kind of cheap. Friends is in Jiro alone. The path of an aura farmer is a lonely one. He shook his head helplessly. Stop making excuses for your lack of friends, host. And so, that's how the 3 months had passed. The song was nearly complete. His aura had skyrocketed compared to before. He had gotten a new skill and a new section of daily quests. Truly a productive time skip. Smirking, Taka opened up his system panel to admire his growth. Status page. Strength, 118. Defense, 236. Aura projection, 5221. Total aura, 5221. Skills, clean, trouble radar, connoisseur, Pain is just a feeling, in a movable object. True speaking, true breathing, true walking. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Efficient body. Aura up by nearly 3,300 in just 3 months. It felt pretty good to look at what his efforts and those of his clone had yielded. Most of that had come from passive earnings, a bit from the daily quests, and the rest from his concerts and other aura farming stuff he did every now and then. And his physical stats weren't bad either. With all the training he'd done, both his own and Seiji's usual torture session, she'd finally broken past the 100-point mark on his strength, and the 200 mark on his defense. He was basically twice as strong as he'd been when the system first arrived. It wasn't much compared to what he could reach by pumping aura directly into his body, but it felt satisfying to have reached that point by mere effort alone. All in all, his growth had been great. And at this pace, by the time UA started, he'd be even more amazing, maybe even pushing 10,000 aura. I still remember when I thought 3,000 by UA would be a dream goal. Look at me now, huh? Taka sneered proudly at his numbers. Of course, this was only the beginning. When UA began, so would the show events, the kind that shook society to its core. Recognition would follow when he got involved, not merely city level as it was right now, but the kind that encompassed all of Japan. No, things had gotten crazy in the later arcs, maybe even global level crazy. How much aura would that bring in? He wasn't near All Might's level yet, but if he ever reached that global level of fame, then maybe All Might would be a thing of the past. But for now, there was still farming to do. Aura farming. Speaking of farming, wonder how I look from the crowd's perspective. Taka scratched his chin. Since I'm nearby, might as well check. Could help me polish my act for when I drop the big song. With that quick decision, he jogged out of the park and into the busy streets, weaving through people until he reached his destination. Somebody get me through this nightmare, I can't control myself. And there he was. Or rather, one of his clones. Up on a rooftop, in his usual black hoodie and mask, playing passionately on his guitar while a chaotic battle raged below, where several irritated heroes clashed with a villain wearing a similar type of expression. Blending into the crowd, Taka, with his hands in his pockets, watched with an analytical eye. I should move more. That looks too stiff. Luckily, the fight below pulls most of the focus. He rubbed his chin, mulling over the performance. But what else could I do? Maybe I could try flying around the battlefield instead of just staying in the same spot, but holding my instruments with AP while also playing a song is already troublesome enough. Notifications kept pinging in the corner of his vision as aura trickled in from the crowd, but he ignored them. By now, he was used to it, maybe even a little sick of the constant ringing. Eventually, though, he grew bored of watching and turned on his heel to jog away. He had already watched enough. He could always think about what to do while being in the comfort of his home. Besides, loitering at the crime scene was the kind of thing that got serial killers caught. This wasn't murder, and neither was he a serial killer, but close enough. 10 minutes later, he was back home. Click. Closing the door behind him, the first thing Taka saw was Seiji lounging on the couch, arm draped lazily across the backrest while the TV flickered in front of him. At first, Taka was just going to head straight to his room until he noticed what was playing on the screen. It was himself again, doing his concert. Right on cue, Seiji turned his head lazily toward him. Yo, Taka. How was your run? Run-ish. Yeah, that sounds about right. Seiji snorted and glanced back at the TV, where the image of his clone rocking could be seen. This guy's been playing the same damn song like 6 times now. Doesn't he know anything else? Taka's eyebrow twitched. Composing is hard, you know. Yeah, but I wouldn't be showing up this often without something new. At this point, that guy's just chasing fame, recycling content. Taka's teeth ground together, but he managed to keep his face straight. With a sigh, he muttered, I suppose. If only the heroes in this city were competent enough to catch him, whatever. Guess he'll just keep getting away. He couldn't see it, but he knew Seiji's eyebrow twitched too. Hey, Taka, you up for a spar? I'm feeling rusty. Taka smirked. Why should I deal with that? Go bother your girlfriend. Tisk. You too, huh? Inappropriate this, unprofessional that everyone's just jealous of my peerless charm. Since they can't pull a pro hero bata, they gotta drag me down. More like peerless dumbness. With that costume of yours, I don't even know how you got her to kiss you. If it were me, I'd have run for my life. Jealous, aren't you, little Taka? That's right, already entering puberty and still no girlfriend. Don't worry, since I'm your guardian, it's my responsibility to instruct you in the arts of awesomery and bata pulling. Shove it. Before Seiji could answer, Taka walked to his room and shut the door. Now in the safety of his sanctuary, Taka rubbed his temples in frustration. What an annoying guy. Flopping onto his bed, he grabbed his phone. As usual, he went straight to checking clips of himself, a habit he'd developed due to watching views in videos where he appeared skyrocket, which got him the dopamine he always needed. He scrolled and scrolled, skimming past dozens of videos, until one caught his ear. It was his first performance, the Devil May Cry track, but it wasn't his own clip. Instead, it was someone breakdancing wildly to the rhythm. Taka couldn't help but watch, fully drawn in by the insane moves. By the time the video ended, his thumb had already hit like. Something he almost never bothered doing, even when he enjoyed something. That was sick, he muttered. Then a thought struck him. He'd noticed earlier how stiff his performances looked. If he could move like that, wouldn't it make his shows way better? And it seemed he wasn't the only one who thought the same. You have finally taken notice of the mesmerizing art of dance, but you have yet to realize its true potential. Let the aura farmer within you bloom further as you open your mind to the wonders of corporeal expression. Quest conditions. Learn a dance style to a skillful degree. Reach a new level in martial skill by enduring a fight with a serious Seiji for 1 full minute. No enhancing yourself or using aura projection during spars. Reward, plus 500 aura. Gain the skill, let's dance. Taka's mouth twisted. Seriously, what's up with these missions? Still, since it was asking him for an improvement in martial arts, that meant the skill was probably something good, right? His eyes slowly turned toward the door, hesitant. Then, with a sigh, he stood up, pulled it open, and yelled, "Oi, Seiji. About that spar. To be continued. A/N, and we have skipped time by a greater margin this time. Now, only 3 to 4 months remain for UA. Also, since it's a time skip, here's a referential image of how I imagine Taka. It just looks as edgy as Taka would want to look on the outside. So it was the perfect appearance. Like, look at that face, you'd probably think he's a cold emo teenager like Todoroki. Then you realize he's probably thinking of going to take a dump. I might draw an actual picture myself, but you never know with me. Anyway, I hope you liked the chapter. 18, Further Improvement. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Further Improvement. Some days later. Thud. Taka hit the ground hard, a small cloud of dust rising as his back slammed against the earth. Shit, he muttered, staring helplessly at the blue sky above. Then his gaze dropped to his most hated nemesis, Seiji. The monkey hero knelt beside him, tilting his head slightly. Not that I don't enjoy these spars where I don't have to hold back, kid. I've been under a lot of stress lately, but what's got you so motivated all of a sudden? Not long ago you looked like you dreaded even hearing the word spar, and now you're begging me to go all out. Taka rolled his eyes, breathing heavily. There was a brief pause, determination settling in his gaze as he stared at the sky resolutely. Then, he spoke. I need to become stronger. This time, it was Seiji who rolled his eyes. Tisk, got anything more cliché than that? No, well, whatever. Seiji stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Still, if you're being serious, I can tell you it's gonna take a while. You've improved a lot. Our control over your balance, movement, breathing, even your voice, strangely, has become weirdly refined and measured, but you're still lacking up here. He tapped his temple. Taka lifted an eyebrow. I need a thicker skull. Look at you, still cracking jokes, huh? Seiji's mouth twitched. I meant that while you've got the moves ingrained, you still lack foresight, just like when we started all of this training stuff. You don't predict or anticipate, you just throw things out and hope they work. If you could fight like that one time you copied my signature move and caught me off guard, then you'd improve a lot in one go. You don't let me land that hit anymore, though. Well, I don't like getting hit in the balls. Fair enough. Listen, Taka fights are like a dance. Ha! It's a constant back and forth of learned moves. Depending on what your opponent does, you pick from your arsenal the move that counters it. Of course, your opponent does the same, so you have to anticipate his anticipation, but he probably anticipates your anticipation, so you have to anticipate even that. Though, it's likely he also anticipates. A small pebble hit Seiji's clothes, making him stop and glare at Taka with a deadpan. I get it, geez. You get the meaning, but you haven't ingrained it yet. Seiji leaned in and flicked Taka's forehead lightly. Ack. Taka groaned and rubbed the spot where he had just received domestic abuse. Meanwhile, Seiji stared at him amusedly. After a bit of letting him catch his breath, however, he helped him get up. The earth wasn't a good place to lie down, after all, at least not for the poor clothes. With Taka back on his feet, Seiji went back into the house, leaving Taka sitting on the wooden porch to his own devices. Whether to continue resting, muse on his shortcomings, or imagine weird things, it was up to Taka. Fights are like a dance, huh? He muttered, rubbing the sore spots where he'd been hit. He opened his mission panel. You have finally taken notice of the mesmerizing art of dance, but you have yet to realize its true potential. Let the aura farmer within you bloom further as you open your mind to the wonders of corporeal expression. Quest conditions. Learn a dance style to a skillful degree. Reach a new level in martial skill by enduring a fight with a serious Seiji for 1 full minute without enhancing yourself or using aura projection. Reward, plus 500 aura. Gain the skill, let's dance. Maybe that was the trick. Through dancing, he could learn that rhythm, that flow of back and forth Seiji talked about. Or something like that. Maybe. On second thought, wouldn't he need a dance partner for that? The mission only said to learn dancing styles, not practice with a partner. But dancing often required a partner, so maybe it was implied. Not the style I picked, though. Taka raised an eyebrow. Had the system overlooked the style, or did it really not matter that a partner wasn't exactly required? Never mind, he still couldn't figure out what the mission even wanted from him. Still, talking about dancing, I should go check on them. As he had that thought, he stood up. Moments later, and under Seiji's watchful and almost suspicious eyes, he left the house and began jogging down the road. Might as well make progress on the daily quest while I'm at it. With that thought, he made his way through the city. His trouble radar skill went off a few times. There ain't no rest for the wicked, after all, but none of them were apocalypse level alerts, just the usual hero versus average villain stuff. So, he didn't bother to stop to farm aura. As for why, finally here he sighed, coming to a stop. The reason was right in front of him. A huge, abandoned building. Apparently, it used to be a school in the past, but now it was nothing more than a perfect setting for ghost stories. Only there was something else inside besides the ghosts. After making sure no one was watching by looking around carefully, Taka floated up and slipped in through a broken window, landing inside a wrecked classroom. Scattered chairs, a half-collapsed board, holes in the ceiling, true decadence, exactly what you'd expect from a long-forgotten school. But this wasn't his destination. Closing the class door behind him, he moved down the desolate hallways until he reached a room labeled Music Club. Shay. Without hesitation, he slid the door open, and what greeted him was a strange sight. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Fresh meat. Don't you know you have to bring offerings when showing up unannounced? His clones, multiple of them, sat around the room like wannabe gangsters, each one striking a ridiculous pose, trying their best to look intimidating. Taka sighed. Stop it. I just came to check on you guys. We can see that. But why though? Got bored being alone. As expected of the loneliest aura farmer in history. Taka's sweat dropped. Hey now, why the hell are you all being so sassy? You do realize that once you're done with your task, you'll come back to being me, right? Well, you make us work our asses off while you stay home and chill, so I think we've earned the right to sass you. What do you mean by take it easy? I just got my face kicked in by Seiji. Right, I forgot about that. Did you at least land a hit this time? No, that mission's gonna take a while, huh? Well, I've got some thoughts about that. That's actually why I came to check on you bunch. The clones tilted their heads in unison. Taka focused on one in particular. You, how's the breakdance learning going? The clone sighed, massaging his neck and back. It's been a pain literally. My whole body feels sore. The amount of movement this requires is insane. You should remake me and give me a bigger chunk of your aura. With what I've got, I can barely move right. I'm pretty sure you have enough aura to match my normal physical stats. Shouldn't that be enough? Well, you're not exactly the most athletic person around, you know. The clone deadpanned. Taka deadpanned right back. Again, I'm you, and you're me. Stop sassing me. The clone rolled his eyes. Consider it the healthy amount of self-deprecation you never give yourself. Besides, it's funny. Even though you'll come back and realize you were mocking yourself? Yeah. Whatever. Taka sighed. How long do you think it'll take before you master breakdancing? I dunno. A week or two, maybe? This stuff's hard. A week, huh? Taka groaned. Alright, continue as you were. With that, he waved the clone off and turned toward the others. They were sitting right beside a group of other instruments, including a drum set, a bass, and even a piano. It was quite a collection, considering Taka was a teenager who, until not long ago, barely had enough to buy simple skincare products. But fortunately, his QuirkTube channel had amassed quite an audience, so he got enough money to afford the instruments. Barely. But being a teenager living under the care of someone else, he could afford to spend that much. Thus, that's how and why he had begun using these instruments in the first place. How about you guys? How's the practice going? Taka asked, raising an eyebrow as the clones remained in their delinquent-like pose. The clones grinned proudly. We've got everything in the bag. Just a bit more practice, and our aura reserves will skyrocket once we perform the show. Taka nodded, smiling faintly. Then, he turned and glanced at the last clone in the room, who was sitting nearby but wasn't doing anything in particular. What about you? What do you think? From what I'm hearing, it's pretty good. The clone gave him a thumbs up. When you're creating something, you tend to see every little detail so much that you stop seeing it like others do. That's why Taka had made a clone uninvolved in the song's creation, to get the reaction of someone hearing it for the first time. Of course, it wasn't as effective as he would have liked. Every day, his clones disappeared and their memories returned to him, meaning his new clones from the next day already had those memories baked in. So he couldn't just create a clone to react to the whole song from scratch, but had to settle for simply making him react to whatever progress the other team of clones made. It gave him a fresh perspective each day, even if not a fully detached and unaware one. So, what's your wisdom after today's progress? Taka asked. The clone rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I might say it lacks a bit of intensity. Is that so? Taka turned toward the clones practicing their instruments. Well, you heard him Thoth. I guess it'll be tomorrow's batch who has to worry about that. Scratching his hair in mild frustration, he sighed. And with that, he turned around and walked toward the door. Well, you guys keep at it. I'll do my best to punch Seiji, but I'm not making any promises. Power. 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 His clones let out a strange war cry as he slid the door shut behind him. By the time he found himself alone in the hallway, Taka's sweat dropped. Am I really that weird inside? Maybe their technically short lives had made them bring out the true weirdo he feigned he wasn't. Shaking his head with a sigh, he turned and made his way out this time, leaving the school for good. Once he was back on the street, he began running through a mental checklist of how things were going. Like his clone had said, there was only a week or two before he eventually mastered breakdancing. Maybe mastered was too strong a word, though. But by then, he felt confident he'd be able to do it with proficiency. Maybe not the best, but he'd at least know how to breakdance to a skillful degree as the mission asked. Once that was done, all that'd be left would be to last one full minute in a spar against a serious Seiji to complete the mission. He wasn't worried about that. While he may be getting beaten to the ground right now, he would eventually find the trick to tabling the turns. For now, though, he would have to continue having his face shoved in, almost like a Dark Souls boss. Taka sneered, recalling otherworldly memories. Then there was the matter of his song. As much as he wanted to release it right now, and relish in the tons of aura it would bring, even more so if he planned properly the time, place, and circumstance under which he presented it, had to grit his teeth and endure it for now. This was his own project, not another plagiarism like the earlier ones, and because of that, he couldn't help but be a perfectionist about it. It wasn't like before, where he didn't bother with learning other instruments for the DMC song, or when he did some playback for the Animal I Have Become song so he could focus on playing the guitar and nothing else. Now, he wanted none of that. No cutting corners, and no sparing effort in creating it. He wanted his creation to succeed. No, not just succeed, he wanted it to shock everyone. He wanted it to be the best song, even better than any of the ones he'd stolen before. It was a test for himself, proof that he could be great without relying on others or on sad things like plagiarism. The system had given him the tools. All he needed was to prove he had the drive and determination to go through with it. This aura farming thing sure is brainwashing me, huh? Taka thought with a wry smile. If it were his old self one from before he got the system, he wouldn't have cared about plagiarism as long as it made him stronger. But now, the very idea made him feel cheap. Like, he could be better than that. But I guess that's what it means to be an aura farmer, huh? With an amused scoff, Taka's walk home continued for a while more. It would have been great if that's where it ended, but suddenly, his trouble radar went off, making his body go stiff, and his eyes widen like platters. Normally, when the skill was activated, it didn't warrant such a reaction, but this time, it was different. There was trouble incoming, yes. There wasn't a change in that function of the skill, but the level of danger he felt coming from it was unprecedented. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the danger level, the previous villain attacks where his skill had warned him about had been between 2 to 4. Nothing too grand. But this was a solid 7. It may not seem like that big of a difference using the scale, but the difference between the feelings given by both was like heaven and earth. One was a small sense of dread, like entering somewhere you shouldn't, hence doing something illegal. It felt slightly wrong. This alarm, however, felt like watching everything go to shit without being able to do anything, staring helplessly as everything crumbles around. They were not even close. Startled, his eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and yet that only made it more unsettling. Should I leave? I have a feeling this might be more than I can chew. Taka swallowed nervously, taking a step back. Sure, he was strong right now, but in a world where quirks of every kind and shape existed, thinking you were invincible was the dumbest thing you could do. Besides, he hadn't brought his usual Rockinesis gear, so if he stuck around, his identity would be at risk. Yeah, this is stupid, Taka muttered, sneering to himself as he started turning back. In the original series, there had never been any mention of an event like this, so it was probably something that got resolved on its own. Even if he wasn't here, everything would most likely go fine, right? Well, now that he thought about it, it wouldn't have been strange if there had been a few casualties, but not enough to make it a society-shaking event, and it's not worth appearing in the show. Or maybe he was wrong for thinking of both this reality and the show as the same. Regardless of what may have happened in the show, this was real life, and things never went as expected in real life. Taka stopped mid-step. His eyes shifted to the side, scanning his surroundings almost as if expecting something. No, he was searching for something. Something like a mission. And yet, nothing came. Do you have nothing to say about this system? He asked. Do you really need a mission for this, host? I think you know what you should do. Taka blinked. Then, a wry smile spread across his face as he let out a scoff. Yeah, I suppose I do, huh? As the words left his mouth, his gaze sharpened. He took a deep breath and swept his hair back, his usual leisure and bored attitude shifting to a more serious one. Then stepped forward. To where? Directly toward where the alarms were ringing. As for the reason? For I am an aura farmer. To be continued. A/N. Now, the base of operations has been revealed, along with some of the process Taka goes through to improve. And now, another hurdle appears before Taka. Will he triumph, or will he suck? Also, was that last part tough? Or did it make you cringe? 19. Real Battle. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Real Battle. Sitting around a round table in a dark, damp room, 3 people faced each other while one of them pointed at a screen on the wall. The screen displayed a map of what seemed to be a bank, and many notes regarding guards' movements and shifts, cameras, etc. And that's pretty much the plan. Questions? Said the one present. Inga Broad, tall bald man in a leather jacket and jean shirts, glare sharp and commanding. The person to his right, a woman with spiky, static-charged hair, lazily raised her hand. Dressed in a tank top and military pants, she spoke with a drawl. Yeah, why this city? I had to endure a 3-hour drive just to attend this little meeting of yours. Couldn't we just have done it in Tokyo? The man snorted. We are here because the heroes in this city suck. A few might be trouble, but the rest are just fodder we'll crush easily if it comes to that. With such weak resistance, our little plan has a much better chance of working. Neat. The woman nodded, satisfied. His gaze shifted to the third member, a man whose entire body seemed to be made of jagged stone, some pieces smooth, others sharp, like a golem come to life. Any questions, Rocky? Yeah, the Rocky man rumbled. What do we do with the heroes that get in the way? Why are you even asking that? The leader scoffed. We kill them, obviously. The stone man grunted, accepting the answer. Phew, the woman stretched with a crooked grin, cracking her neck. Man, knowing the big league heroes won't be around makes me feel way more at ease. We're finally in a pond where we're the big fish, huh? The man sneered, fishing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Now that you're mentioning it, yeah, it's been a while since I've been on top of the food chain. Reminds me of my school days. No kid could match my quirk, and they were all terrified. Teachers too. The whole school was practically my playground. The golem man frowned, not angry, but clearly skeptical. Still, are you sure the heroes here are that pathetic? From what I've heard, this place does have a few aces who could give us trouble. It might not be Tokyo, but it's still a big city. Ah, right. The leader smirked. Forgot to include that in the presentation. There are a few, but I've already handled them. I sent some of our guys to act as diversions once we start. They'll stir up chaos near those heroes' patrol zones, keeping them busy while we get the job done. This'll be easy peasy. The woman smirked. Though, he added, narrowing his eyes, there are a couple of pests I couldn't account for. Who? The stone man asked. The first's supposed to be the strongest hero in the city. Calls himself Super Monkey. Ranks 69th in the charts. The two others looked unimpressed. His patrol patterns are a mess, random, chaotic, he just seems to go wherever he pleases. Sometimes he doesn't even show up. Because of that, I couldn't pin down where he'll be, so he's a wild card. We might run into him, or we might never see him at all. He doesn't sound like much with that name, the woman said. Yeah, but you never know, the man shrugged, then his tone hardened. The other one who might cause trouble isn't a hero. That got their attention. Both looked up, confused. It's some kind of local vigilante, the man continued, puffing some smoke from the cigar reedy. He's been gaining popularity lately. Apparently, he shows up during hero and villain fights, plays a song, and knocks out the villains if the heroes can't finish the job before the song ends. Again, doesn't sound like much, the woman said. And I'll say it again, you never know. An acquaintance of mine with a pretty decent quirk got taken down by him. How decent are we talking? Asked the Rocky man. Fairly good. Of course, nothing compared to ours, the leader replied with a smirk. We are high-ranked villains, after all. It wouldn't be fair to judge him by our level. The woman laughed. Yeah, that'd be unfair. The Rocky man didn't laugh, instead, he squinted. Any info on their quirks? Super Monkey's got a mutant-type quirk that gives him the characteristics of a monkey, like a tail, big hands, or a stupid face. As for the Vigilante, I think it's something akin to telekinesis, but not exactly. He's a mystery to everyone these days. Couldn't dig up much. The woman snorted. Well, neither of them sounds like a problem. With the three of us on one team, even the heroes in Tokyo would have their hands full. And it was no wonder she thought that. The three were A-class villains, infamous ones at that. The bald man was Reaper Sight, a villain charged with multiple assassinations of influential people and heroes, robbery at gunpoint, dozens of homicides, arson, etc. His quirk, zapping, lets him teleport rapidly to places within his eyesight with a non-existent cooldown, something that made him a target difficult to catch, and that the villain used along with guns to secure quick assassinations or hero murders. The woman was Electraction, known for multiple successful robberies at jewelry stores or similar places of luxury, and was also charged with multiple homicides left behind during her delictual activities. Her quirk, Electrocharge, lets her transform her entire body to electricity momentarily, and also charge her own body with electricity, so any kind of attack she launches can discharge up to 20,000 volts. Is this correctly described, chat? I'm no electrician. And finally, the man filled with stones was none other than Titanophyte, an ex-prisoner who had been charged with dozens of millions of yen in destruction of private property, multiple homicide, and the hospitalization of heroes and officers alike. His quirk, Stone Shell, gives him an outer armor of hard and sturdy rocks that he can mold, limitedly to his desire, sharpening them or thickening them slightly. A trio of powerful villains, something not seen in a long time, since villains rarely work together. With this team, even if both those guys show up, I doubt they'll be able to do much. She laughed loudly, her confidence absolute. That Super Monkey guy isn't needed, said suddenly a calm voice from behind them. I alone am enough to deal with the three of you. Instantly, their eyes widened. They spun around, shocked to find someone had entered the room without them noticing a lone figure leaning casually against the wall, staring at them with cold, indifferent eyes. Who are you? Electraction shouted, her spiky hair crackling as a small current of electricity surged through it. Titanophyte scowled as the rocks covering his body expanded, making him larger and more imposing. Reaper Sight narrowed his eyes, studying the intruder before a smirk spread across his face. I see, so it's you. Reincarnation, right? Who? The other two asked in unison. The Vigilante, Reaper said. I believe that's his nickname. Reincarnation closed his eyes, his voice calm and steady. That's what I'm called these days. Why are you here? Reaper frowned, his smirk fading. I thought you only showed up during hero-villain fights. We haven't done anything yet, have we? Reincarnation uncrossed his arms, his stance tightening, hands flexing, as if ready to fight. I was just passing by. I see. Reaper nodded slowly. Then, kill him. The street. Pedestrians bustled along the sidewalks. People darted in and out of restaurants or stopped at food stalls to grab snacks for the road. Traffic was awful, a line of cars stretched down the street, the blaring of horns filling the air like a chaotic symphony. And yet, despite the noise and confusion, it was everyday life. Ordinary. Predictable. What wasn't ordinary, however, was the massive explosion that suddenly tore through a nearby building. Boom! A deafening blast rocked the street. Debris rained down, dust billowed into the air, and the screams came almost instantly, high-pitched, panicked, echoing through the chaos. What's happening? Is it a villain? The crowd erupted in panic, scattering in every direction while staring wide-eyed at the rising cloud of smoke. Then, as the dust began to settle and silence tried to return, swoosh! The cloud exploded outward as a figure was launched through it, soaring high before crashing down onto the street near the retreating crowd. He skidded backward for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Black hoodie, black joggers, masked face. Everyone knew who he was. Reincarnation. No way. The real one. He's here. Terror turned into excitement. AAAARG, D. only to twist back into terror again. An enormous figure burst from the smoke behind him, Titanophyte, a towering, rock-covered monster that looked more like a walking mountain than a man. Despite his size, his speed was terrifying, each step shaking the ground. The sheer force of his charge made everyone nearby stumble back in fear. Ugh! A low grunt escaped Reincarnation as he steadied himself after being hurled away. But there was no time to breathe. Titanophyte was already upon him. Reincarnation raised his hand, aiming it at the giant. For a moment, Titanophyte's momentum faltered. Slowly's massive body enveloped in a faint aura. Yet it wasn't enough. You think you can stop me, runt? Ugh! Reincarnation grunted, unable to hold him completely. Titanophyte's massive fist came swinging down. With no other choice, Reincarnation released his grip and leapt back, dodging the strike by mere centimeters. Before the giant could strike again, Reincarnation propelled himself upward, soaring into the air out of reach. He looked ready to attack again, but just as his aura began to gather around the giant, bang! A distant explosion, sharp like a gunshot, rang out. Reincarnation barely had time to widen his eyes before a projectile struck his shoulder. His hoodie sizzled, smoke curling from the hole burned through the fabric, but his skin only showed a bruise. Bang! Another shot. This time, Reincarnation's aura flared around him like a shimmering force field before the bullet could reach. As a result, the bullet slowed enormously, and when it hit him, it barely bumped onto him lightly before falling powerlessly to the ground far below. With the danger gone, Reincarnation scanned the surroundings until his eyes caught Reaper's sight perched atop a distant building. He shot forward, intent on taking him down first, aura already shooting in the villain's direction. But before he could reach him, the man vanished, like he had just become air. Bang! And then, another shot rang out from behind. The bullet slowed at the last second again, failing to deal any damage by the time it hit him. This guy. But before Reincarnation could locate the shooter again, a giant shadow fell over him. Titanophyte. Wah-arg. The massive villain came crashing down from above, fist swinging with brutal momentum. Reincarnation's hand shot out, moving his aura to block the impact. The punch slowed Medarius but still landed. Bam! Instants later, Reincarnation slammed into the ground like a meteor, concrete shattering beneath him. Dust erupted, swallowing the street. He staggered to his feet a moment later, unsteady but still standing. Then, the giant began falling upon him. But as the giant's shadow grew around him, a flicker of pleasedness passed by Reincarnation's eyes. Now that the villain was in the air, he didn't have the ground anymore to exert any leverage and overpower his aura. In the air, he was vulnerable. He focused his aura on the monster, and soon, energy began to wrap around him. Bang! Another shot struck Reincarnation in the back, making him stumble and breaking his concentration. That fucker! Reincarnation muttered, eyes widening faintly before a frown took over. He looked ready to turn around and look for Reaper again, but before he could recover, a flash of electricity crackled beside him. Hell yeah! Electraction appeared from a burst of lightning, her charged fist swinging straight at him. Reincarnation reacted instantly, his aura flaring to immobilize her. Bang! But another shot came. This one hit his lower back, just enough to make his control falter. Titanophyte broke free, finally getting to touch the ground, and Electraction's punch connected. Bam! Crackle! Electricity burst across Reincarnation's body, lighting him up in a violent flash. Smoke billowed from his clothes, parts of them charred and blackened. But even then, he moved faster than she expected. His aura flared again, wrapping around Electraction as he prepared to slam her into the ground. Yet before he could, Titanophyte came charging in once more, roaring as he swung. Reincarnation switched tactics. He threw Electraction at the charging giant, forcing Titanophyte to halt to catch her. Using that split-second distraction, Reincarnation leapt back, putting distance between them. His breathing was ragged now, and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Bang! Another bullet whizzed toward him, but his aura barrier was up again. It struck and bounced off harmlessly. Reincarnation exhaled, eyes narrowing. Then, he let out a nervous laugh amidst mutters. This might have been more than I could chew. Taka's POV. This might have been more than I could chew. I hadn't thought much about fighting these three villains at once. After all, with how much aura I'd racked up these past months, I didn't think they'd be able to do much against my now greater aura projection. After all, no villain had been able to get out of my grasp once my aura enveloped them. But in hindsight, I should have been more careful and considered the numerical advantage more. Trouble radar had warned me they meant trouble, after all. Turns out, I was slightly wrong in my assessment. These guys were stronger than they looked. And worse, they knew how to gang up on someone. These bastards were coordinated. I barely had time to focus on one before another popped up and hit me. Not to mention that this fight wasn't seeming to be very favorable for me so far, judging from their abilities, at least. First, there was the bald guy in the leather jacket. He had what seemed like a teleportation quirk and used a sniper rifle with it, basically a pest that hit and ran. Or more like shot and ran. It wasn't much of a problem since with my increased defense stat, bullets could barely bruise me, and even less the more aura I poured into the stat. I could also use aura projection to form a shield around me that slowed the bullet down, lessening the damage even further, and allowing me to not need to pour every single aura into defense. Why slow the bullet down and not block it completely like a literal shield, you ask? Because my aura worked like a hand, an omnidirectional, not physical, and multipresent hand, that I could manifest all around me to grab things, pull, or push. But the aura wasn't solid, so I could only use it to push things away from me when using it as a shield, like just now. So yeah, slowing down the bullets, no problem. Blocking them completely? I could, but that'd require me to actually see the bullet incoming, and use my aura to try and catch it instead of pushing away. The main problem wasn't the bullets, though the problem was that he stayed far away, and when I went after him, he went somewhere else. I couldn't catch him, so he was a constant annoyance while I dealt with the other two. Then there was the matter of the female villain. So far from what I'd seen, she could turn into electricity or something close to a tan move at super high speed in that state, while also using the energy to charge her attacks like she had done with that earlier punch. Even with increased defense, electricity was great at bypassing protections, so yeah, it had hurt. Not to mention that with how fast she was, it'd be hard to react on time if I got too distracted with the other two. If I were taken by surprise, it might be dangerous. Besides that, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to grab her with my aura when she was in that electric state, but as far as concerned, when she looked like a person, it hadn't seemed like there was a problem, at least she didn't seem capable of escaping when I grabbed her earlier. So, I just needed to find the time to catch her and take her down in one go. And finally, there was the rock guy. At first, I thought he was just super durable with all those rocks around him, but no, had insane strength, speed, and durability. So much that even with all my aura around 2 tons of force, that bastard could still muscle through it, even when slowed. My only chance at having aura work on him would be in the air, like earlier, where he wouldn't have anything to apply force to, and where he'd be at my complete mercy. But it was a wonder if I'd be able to get him to jump again. So, in summary, these guys were rather bad news for the way I fought until now. The woman was too fast for me to react properly, the mountain guy was too powerful and overpowered my current aura projection, and the sniper guy was too far away for me to do anything about him, making him a constant annoyance. So, the question was, what the hell do I do now? My eyes darted to my status, a nervous sweat drop running down my temple. Status page. Strength, 119. Defense, 238-1038. Aura projection, 3059. Total aura, 53093859, 73%. First clone's aura, 350, 5%. Second clone's aura, 300, 6%. Third clone's aura, 300, 6%. Fourth clone's aura, 300, 6%. Fifth clone's aura, 200, 7%. Skills, clean, trouble radar, connoisseur, pain is just a feeling, in a movable object, true speaking, true breathing, true walking, good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Efficient body. The first answer was clear, I had to dispel my clones. That'd give me back half of the aura I'd spent, and the rest would recover over time. That would give me a decent power boost, from around 70% to 85%, while the rest of the aura recovered over time, but even then, I wasn't sure it'd be enough to take on all 3 of these jumpers. I could deal with them one-on-one, sure, but together? Not a chance. So what else could I do? I glared at the screen with a deadpan expression. What? No conveniently timed mission with a new skill this time, system. There's no need. You already have what you need to beat them, host. If we're talking in more murderous terms, maybe I could take out the woman, but the other two? Too slippery or too damn tough, even if I went all out. Not to mention that I don't want to cross that line yet. Not when the police are already after me. That'd just be giving them more reasons to take me seriously. That's not what I meant. Then what? All I can say is your thinking has been too uncreative until now. The hell's that supposed to mean? I looked back at my status window. Uncreative? In what way? My skills? Most of them are just simple buffs or look cool while doing it types. Maybe immovable object? No, what use would taking more damage just for not being knocked back half? Unless maybe it's telling me to combine it with a defense boost to catch them off guard? But that's too obvious, isn't it? It must be talking about something else. What's wrong? Getting tired. Sadly, not the best time for deep thinking. The woman and the rock guy were walking toward me now. Slowly. She wore that smug, arrogant grin, and he had that same scowl plastered across his face. I'll figure it out later. For now, though, first things first. You have dissolved your clones. Total aura used, 27%. You have recovered 5% of the used aura. 725. The rest will recover naturally during the next hour. Instantly, I felt power usher back to me, along with the annoying memory influx. I grit my teeth at the dizzy sensation, but then, as it cleared up, my eyes shone with newfound determination. Right away, I poured the aura I had recovered into aura projection. Status page. Strength, 119. Defense, 1038. Aura projection, 3059 3784. Total aura, 3859 4584, 86 5%. Recovering, 5%, 59 minutes, 56 seconds left. I took a deep breath and cracked my neck, humming in satisfaction as my bones creaked slightly. Alright, round 2, bitches. To be continued. A/N, for those who had been expecting Gigantomachia's event with Mina and Kirishima, sorry for the disappointment. Honestly, I had not even considered it before. But now that you've brought it to my mind, I think I can do something with that, so I look forward to it. 20, new move. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. New move. The battle, which seemed to have come to a momentary stop, resumed abruptly, with both parties clashing fiercely. Electraction dashed in first, using her electric-enhanced speed to get to Taka first in but an instant, her charged punch swinging savagely towards him as a wild grin spread across her face. Die! Crackle! Before it could connect, however, Taka simply raised a hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, his aura expanded and engulfed Electraction, immobilizing her mid-air. Let me go! She demanded as she struggled, releasing electricity to try and shake herself off. To her surprise, however, as you wish. Ack. Taka proceeded to wave his hand with dismissal, as if batting a fly. That alone was enough to send her hurling back in the direction of the still approaching Titanophyte. The rocky villain's charge was forced to a halt once he noticed his companion flying in his direction, catching her before she flew past, and glaring at her with annoyance. What the hell are you doing? If you're not going to be useful, get out of the... Don't get distracted. Status page. Strength, 1192221. Defense, 1038 2.221. Aura projection, 3784 499. What Titanophyte didn't expect was for Taka to appear in front of him with just a moment of distraction, fist winding up a punch. Without a chance to react, and with both hands occupied carrying Electraction, all Titanophyte could do was receive the punch head-on. A fraction of a second later, the impact came. Clang! A metallic ring drowned the vicinity after that, and to the surprise of everyone watching the fight, the one who was sent hurling several meters away after the impact, despite his humongous size, was Titanophyte. He left a trail of broken concrete as his feet dug into the ground to halt himself. What was more surprising, however, was the huge crack on Titanophyte's stony chest, exposing his inner skin. After recovering his balance, the villain inspected the crack with shocked yet angry eyes, passing a hand through it in disbelief. What did you do? Taka simply raised his fist, showing his slightly reddened knuckles. I hit you. Titanophyte's breath became more labored, and the look in his eyes sharpened. You hit me, you say. His fist clenched, and he dropped the already recuperating Electraction onto the floor, who barely caught herself and sent Titanophyte a venomous look. But the villain simply ignored her. Then, he began to walk again towards Taka, the rocks surrounding his body growing larger and sharper with each step, almost like a terrifying and enormous stone hedgehog. Only for his slow walk to quickly turn into a full-on sprint, like a bull charging at its prey. Then how about I hit you back? The villain's eyes reddened, and suddenly, what had been a stone fist began sharpening into an eerie spike, making the nearby spectators gasp. Taka, however, remained still. His figure relaxed and composed before the incoming threat, and soon, the dangerous weaponized arm began falling upon him with a weight and speed that would impale a human being with terrifying ease. And yet, just as it was about to reach Taka, one finger, that's all he lifted to block the attack. Status page. Strength, 2.221200. Defense, 2.2214.741. Aura projection, 499 Immovable object, activated. The ominous spike, which had painted a picture of blood and skewering, came to a stop just like that, letting out a sharp metal ring as it struck. Clang! And Taka, who had simply used one finger to block the spike's tip, remained unmoved and unshaken, his posture still tall and relaxed. Furthermore, is that all? He asked, his tone equally unimpressed and teasing. That was enough to break Titanophyte. What? No, how does that make it impossible? Titanophyte snapped his arm away, stumbling back in shock. Status page. Strength, 202.221. Defense, 4.7412.221. Aura projection, 0499. Sadly, he wasn't about to get away that easily. Before he could fully escape, Taka's other hand opposite of the one that still had its finger raised mockingly clenched into a fist and followed after Titanophyte, who, seeing he couldn't dodge it, decided to block it with his rocky and spiky forearms. Clang! The same metallic echo from before filled the area, however, this time it didn't come alone. Crack! The sound of rock cracking apart and crumbling came right after, making everyone, including Titanophyte, stare at his arms in shock. And no, this can't be. The powerful guard of rock crumbled and fell to the ground uselessly, showing the reddened and bruised human skin beneath. No, my invincible armor, how could you, someone who was barely able to hold me back earlier, shatter it? Taka didn't answer, but simply studied the rupture with a satisfied grin beneath his mask. Turns out, I was right about changing stats for this one. Although he evidently favored AP over his other stats, always pouring his gains onto it right away, in this case, it was hard countered due to its low offensive nature. After all, AP worked only like a pseudo-telekinesis that used aura instead of cerebral power. It could grab, hold, pull, or push, like some sort of ethereal force under his absolute control. However, against someone as durable, strong, and heavy as Titanophyte, all these uses were rendered useless or ineffective. He couldn't push him as his strength and weight overwhelmed the aura's force output. He couldn't pull him either, not even mention grabbing and holding him back. The amount of aura points in it might have been high, but the type of attacks it could enforce was not ideal. Hence why he shifted to a more physical approach. With his strength increased by his 2000 aura, which was around a ton in strength, and all that blunt power focused into the single point that was his fists, which were comparatively small to Titanophyte's body, it was understandable why it had become a lot easier to pierce through the man's armor. Of course, if he had placed all his aura into strength, then he could have probably dealt even more easily with the guy. However, with the other two villains around, he didn't dare take too much aura from defense, and AP was still useful in case he needed some long-range mid-fight. So he settled for 2000 aura in strength, which, as seen now, worked wonders. All that rested now was to beat him to the ground. Taka's eyes narrowed, and he took a step towards Titanophyte, who backed off instantly, his earlier intimidating and stoic attitude completely cracking. Stay away. His opponent was utterly panicked, which makes it even easier. Taka smiled, and, without warning, kicked off, winding another fist. But just as he was about to reach him, crackle! A lightning bolt shot at him, In the next instant, said bolt transformed into a human form and revealed Electraction, whipping a powerful and electrically charged kick in his direction. While Taka's body may have been too slow to respond, his mind wasn't. Status page. Strength, 2221 200. Defense, 2221 4242. Aura projection, 499. Immovable object, activated. The kick connected cleanly, an explosion of electricity going off on his body the next second, almost as if lightning had descended on him. Smoke burst from Taka, his costume clearly more charred now. But as the smoke cleared, his unaffected eyes showed to everyone. What the heck? Electraction groaned as she jumped away to make distance. Taka was about to lift his hand to command his aura, but then, bang! The distant sound of a gun echoed, and soon, another bullet struck him on the head. The impact sounded clean, but the bullet still ended up bouncing off harmlessly. By then, however, Electraction had returned to Titanophyte's side, looking vexed at the now ominous figure standing before them. A man in tatters, surrounded by the smoke of his own clothes, but that no matter what, never received any damage. Just what kind of monster was this vigilante? No. She shook her head, refusing to believe that someone could just be invulnerable. Oi, snap out of it. She punched Titanophyte, who looked the most shaken between the two, snapping him out of his trance. Don't let him trick you, retard. There's nothing invincible in this world. I'm sure damage must be accumulating, even if he doesn't show it. He blocked a sharpened strike of mine with his finger, and it doesn't even have a droplet of blood in it after that. How can you say we are inflicting damage? Titanophyte snapped at her, growling. I don't know, but this ain't the time to be crying like a bitch. She gritted her teeth, eyes darting back to Taka, who stood impassively before them. We might be getting bodied one-on-one, but we can overwhelm him working together. He can't hold you with your strength, and he can't react to my attacks. If we continue, we should be able to breach his defenses eventually. And if we don't? Titanophyte asked, looking unsure at the man in the dark in front. Electraction snorted, electricity already flaring around her again. Then this was a lost cause from the beginning. But we won't know that unless we try. Titanophyte frowned at her words and glanced at the cracks in the stones around his chest and forearm. Very well. Then, with a dissatisfied huff, the rocks around him sharpened again, giving him the dangerous appearance from earlier, and he prepared to charge. Taka, on the other hand, opened his arms welcomingly. Come. And so, the two jumped into action. Or yeah. Electraction was the first to reach Taka, performing an elbow strike that sent yet another discharge on the youth's body. But Taka didn't seem to care and simply lifted his hand, shooting a burst of aura to capture her. But before it could get her fully, a huge shadow descended on him. Ray-ah! Swish! 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 Titanophyte, now with both hands turned into spikes, stabbed at Taka multiple times. Like a Gatling gun of piercing jabs. Taka blocked the first barrage with his forearm, but soon they became too fast and too many to block, making him receive the full barrage on his chest. While that happened, Electraction circled around him before delivering a swift kick to Taka's back, discharging some more electricity. He tried to grab her, but she then turned into a lightning bolt and circled him yet again, appearing above and hitting a knee strike right onto Taka's face. Bang! At the same time, a bullet hit his ribs. Bang! 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 No, not one, many bullets began raining on him. All while Titanophyte's onslaught continued, and Electraction hit and ran constantly. Ultimately, though, their stamina wasn't endless. After a while, the two in the front line ran out of fumes, and Reaper Psyche must have run out of bullets, or was recharging, because the attack barrage came to a halt, and both villains in the front retreated, catching their breath. Did you have enough, freak? Electraction yelled, frustrated, amidst gasps. But then much to their growing vexation. Pat, pat, pat. Taka simply patted his clothes, as if brushing off dust. Then, his eyes glared at them with disdain. Is that all? In an instant, the exhaustion that was beginning to dull their fury reignited. Their eyes sharpened, blazing with renewed rage. And so, the fight resumed. Thud, 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 thud. Titanophyte's charge shook the earth, each step cracking the concrete further. Crackle. Electricity erupted around Electraction, escalating from the level of a faulty power line spark to the chaotic overload of a collapsing city grid, and then, she shot forward like a lightning bolt. Then came the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Electraction and the hail of shots reached him simultaneously. Catch Ian. Cling. Go down already. Crackle. Bullets ricocheted violently off Taka's body, and Electraction's electric discharge detonated against him only for him to stand there, unbothered. Electraction's teeth ground against each other, but her frustration was interrupted when she saw Taka lifting his hand to capture her once again. But yet again, before he could do so, Titanophyte forced his attention away from her. Ray-ah! With a thunderous roar, another barrage of heavy, stabbing blows crashed toward Taka. He blocked what he could with his palms, but several still hammered into him. Meanwhile, Electraction had already turned into a lightning bolt, spiraling around him in search of an opening. And then, to her delight, Taka finally shifted from defense, pulling back a fist to strike Titanophyte. She quickly transformed back into her human form and sent a swift kick into Taka's ribs. Or that's what should have happened. What? Before her charged kick could connect, her whole body froze mid-air, the feeling too familiar to mistake. Taka had captured her. Impossible. You didn't even point your hand at me like earlier. She shouted, struggling and failing spectacular light move. Titanophyte noticed her predicament and immediately intensified his barrage, hoping to knock Taka off balance and free her. But he didn't. Taka's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold as it locked onto Electraction. That was just me playing around. Even as Titanophyte's onslaught continued, Electraction began to rise slowly at first, then steadily floating higher. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down along with Titanophyte's stabbing strikes, but none of it stopped her ascent. She only kept rising until she reached the top height. Let me go. No can do, Taka muttered, closing his eyes. Then, status page. Strength, 200. Defense, 4242 3242. Aura projection, 49914999. Immovable object, activated. She plummeted. Bam! Her body slammed into the street, back arched, eyes rolling back instantly. Titanophyte's eyes widened, his assault faltering for a moment. Then, seeing his partner's limp form fly past him as Taka flung her away from the area, he cursed under his breath and broke off to catch her before she hit anything else. With Titanophyte momentarily out of the fight, Taka summoned a field of aura around himself. The bullets slowed drastically the moment they hit their boundary, losing all momentum, thus, finally earning himself a moment of respite. Taka closed his eyes. Fuck. His body was aching like hell. The villainess had been right. He might be looking fine outside, but he was not really. With all three villains cooperating, he'd been forced into an entirely defensive stance. If he moved even a sliver of his aura away from defense, he risked getting seriously injured. So he couldn't hit back and couldn't use aura projection for anything meaningful. And with his defense pumped to absurd levels, the damage was still stacking. He'd activated Immovable Object because he realized its effect spreading incoming damage throughout his whole body helped soften certain attacks, like Titanophyte's piercing blows. Under normal circumstances, those strikes would pierce straight through, but by distributing the force evenly, the piercing effect was lost at the cost of taking a bit more overall damage, but which could also be reduced more easily with his defense stat than a piercing attack would. Same with the bullets. And with his defense on such great heights, he'd been tanking everything like a champ. But tanking isn't nullifying. The damage kept piling up. What started as mild discomfort had become sharp, jarring pain radiating across his entire body. Good thing he had that pain-resisting skill. And honestly, it would have been far worse if he hadn't managed to bait Electraction into overcommitting so he could use his AP on her and finally land a solid blow. Her electricity damaged his whole body regardless of Immovable Object being activated or not, which meant the damage could only be reduced by his defense stat. But with her gone, his job had gotten way easier. Now, only two villains remained unless she woke up, which Taka hoped she wouldn't. The rocky guy can be dealt with strength, but as for the other, Taka frowned, glaring around, unsure of Reaper Sight's location. The bullets weren't the main threat, annoying, sure, but manageable. The real problem was the guy's quirk. The bastard could teleport away the moment Taka got close, meaning he'd stay an annoyance for the entire fight, until he dealt with the rocky villain. So, what could he do? A clone, maybe? If one could keep the sniper busy, that'd solve it. But thinking it through, Taka grimaced. Wasting aura on a clone right now was a terrible idea. He needed every aura point at his disposal. He couldn't afford to make a clone, at least not one with enough power to make a difference in this fight. So what the heck do I do? How was he supposed to get rid of that guy? Your uncreative host, uncreative. The system's words earlier in the fight echoed in his mind. Whether it was an actual memory or just the system replaying it for him, he wasn't sure. Whatever it was, he focused on finding the answer to what they meant. Where was he lacking creativity, exactly? He'd already been pretty creative with Immovable Object. His other skills? They were practically built for aura farming, not combat utility. None functioned like a long-range attack either. So what the hell did the system want him to be creative with? His stats? Taka frowned. Strength? Defense? How would getting creative with either help him deal with a guy who could teleport around constantly? So that left aura projection. But what could it do? The sniper was too far for him to drag in, and even if he got close, the guy would just teleport again. His range wasn't wide enough to catch him pre or post teleport. What was he supposed to do against that with just a pseudo-telekinesis? Exactly. Hold on. Pseudo-telekinesis? Taka's eyebrows lifted. That didn't sound quite right. Aura projection, the name didn't suggest telekinesis at all. It suggested using his aura, turning it from a simple stat booster into something that could interact with the world. Thus, projecting his aura, duh. So why did he automatically assume it was just telekinesis? And if it really wasn't just that, was there something else he could do with it? His closed eyes furrowed. What was aura, really? According to the system, it was energy generated from other people's aura toward him. Energy. Aura was energy. One with multiple purposes. It could boost his physique. It gained odd functions through skills like clean or his cloning ability. It could move things around him. So why couldn't it do more than push and pull? It was energy. And when you talked about energy, how could it be? A small smirk curved under his mask as his eyes opened with newfound resolve. Status page. Strength, 200. Defense, 3242 2242. Aura projection, 1499 2499. Immovable object, activated. His body lifted off the ground, floating higher and higher until he had a clear vantage point over every rooftop where the sniper could be hiding. Titanophyte remained below, choosing not to jump. Wasn't about to enter a situation where he was vulnerable to Taka's telekinesis. With the ground threat effectively stalled, Taka waited Eddie's closing as he focused. Soon, the sound he'd been anticipating arrived. Bang! Another shot. The bullet pinged off harmlessly a moment later. But that was all Taka needed. His eyes snapped open, locking onto the source. there you are. He raised a hand. Bzzzzz. With a buzzing noise, a sphere of pure light was generated on his palm, heat radiating from it, growing hotter and hotter until, whoosh! The light erupted into a blazing ray, shooting toward the sniper at blistering speed. Having seen Taka gathering energy in his palm from the beginning, Reaper's instincts flared, and he managed to teleport away at the last possible second. As for the spot he'd been standing, TSSSS. A clean, molten hole burned through the rooftop, and concrete liquefied around the edges. Taka stared at it in stunned silence. Then, to his satisfaction, new skill gained. Aura projection pew pew mode. Description: through sheer creativity, you realized your aura's potential is far from limited. And let's be honest, what's cooler than shooting lasers from your hands? Nothing. Is there anything else to be said? You can now condense AP points into pure destructive energy. The more AP spent, the stronger the blast. Spent AP deducts from your total AP and regenerates over time. The more you fire, the longer it takes to recover, 50 aura per second. You are now authorized to shout Kamehameha. Taka blinked. So this was it? Ha! Thinking back, yeah, he had definitely been uncreative. Ha ha ha, he laughed under his mask, smirk widening. Now, this is good. Now he could finally end this fight. To be continued. A/N. I hope I was clear on why an immovable object reduces the damage Taka receives in some cases. I'll explain it here just in case. Piercing attacks like Titanophyte spike jabs deal higher damage through Taka's defenses thanks to the smaller focus points. Think of it like an attack with armor penetration. Taka's defense stat doesn't block as much as it would with a blunt attack, for example. But within a movable object, the piercing in Titanophyte's jabs is nullified as the energy behind the attack is spread through Taka's whole body instead of focusing on one point in piercing. Hence, taking away the attack's armor penetration effect and making it a normal attack that Taka's defense stat can reduce normally, even if the attack's damage value goes a bit higher, thanks to the skill's effect of increasing incoming damage. In LOL terms, the skill makes true damage become physical damage, which allows for armor to reduce it. Maybe I just made it overly complicated. But either way, I hope you understood. And I hope you liked the chapter. Either way, until the next chapter. 21. The Guardian. The Guardian. Boring, Seiji grumbled as he flipped channels, sprawled lazily across the sofa. 1 channel. 2. 4. 9. His rapid-fire channel surfing continued without pause, his bored expression never shifting. As he did, his eyes drifted toward the front door, one eyebrow creeping up. That kid, it's getting late. Why is he still out? Don't tell me he went to do another one of his shows. He frowned, thumb shifting over the remote. Better check the local news and see if that brat is at it again. He punched in the channel number. After a moment, the familiar intro of Shizuoka News came up. However, instead of anything exciting, they were covering the usual fluff. Small-time villains getting arrested, comedic clips, city events or celebrations, nothing out of the ordinary. It seemed Taka was actually not out there committing crimes otherwise, there was no way a channel focused only on the city would ignore him. That kid, I wonder why I'm even allowing him to do such things. Every time he beats a villain, he lengthens his possible sentence if he gets caught. I'm such a shitty guardian, aren't I? Seiji's memories went back to the day he fought Reincarnation, as discovered and theorized later, a clone of him. Until then, all he'd had were mere suspicions about the Vigilante's identity being Taka. The Vigilante used a suspiciously similar guitar to the one he'd given Taka, wore identical clothes to the now edgy kid, and one appeared whenever the other was gone, at least until the clone matter, but that was after his fight, not before. The only reason he hadn't been sure of it was because the guitar he had given the kid had quite a common design amongst other guitars, and because he'd never seen Taka outright using the same outfit of the Vigilante when appearing in front of him, always wearing a piece less or different. Albeit nothing said that Taka didn't just change outside the house to fool him. He tended to go out with a backpack most of the time, so he could easily have carried extra clothes inside there. But after that fight, his suspicions were basically confirmed. Similar voice even if sounding a bit off, pretty much the same height and contexture, same fighting stance he taught him, same edginess and sassiness. The Vigilante was indeed Taka, which came with quite a shock. He'd believed Taka's quirk converted his physical force into some telekinesis, but Reincarnation's display of power was enormously higher than what Taka had shown at the examination months ago. Unless the exchange was exponential, there was no way the growth Taka had undergone in their training would have made him so strong, not to mention the fact that now Reincarnation had a cloning ability, which literally had zero connection with Taka's supposed quirk. So, either he was being paranoid and Reincarnation was actually not Taka, or Taka had lied about his quirk. But given all the coincidences and Taka's rather bad acting skills, it seemed that he had indeed lied about his quirk. So what the hell was it even? Too troublesome. Seiji shook his head, not feeling like bothering with it. For now, the two things he had shown, telekinesis and cloning abilities, seemed a bit too far apart to reach a conclusion. All that was left was to wait for internet addicts to make their theories and do the job for him. But talking about jobs, and going back to what he had asked himself earlier, why the heck do I let him do all that? Seiji wondered, staring at the TV with a puzzled expression. He was Taka's guardian. His job was to protect the kid, to keep him from doing reckless, dangerous things. And yet he never stopped him. Of course, he had tried at first. When he was deployed to deal with Reincarnation and realized mid-fight that the Vigilante was actually his ward, he tried to suppress him before the boy could get himself into even deeper trouble. But everything changed after he discovered Taka could clone himself. Whatever his quirk was, it was clearly far more complex than simple telekinesis. That had given Seiji enough justification to look the other way, even though the kid was breaking the law by fighting villains. If Taka could just send clones to do the dirty work, then there wasn't any real danger, right? Sure, the legality was another matter, but if Seiji was honest, he liked seeing the kid like that. Taka had been ostracized for being quirkless. He'd given up on becoming a hero earlier than most kids even learn what a quirk is supposed to do. That left him with little to talk about, few friends, and fewer dreams. As his guardian, it had been a painful sight Seiji never really found the right fix for. Without a quirk, the kid had just grown hopeless. All he could do was cheer him up when possible. But now he was out there, fighting villains with a confidence and ease that even surprised him. Seiji would bet anything the kid was grinning like an idiot behind that mask whenever he appeared. It was a good look for him, far better than the hopelessness he'd carried for years. Maybe that's why Seiji let him keep doing this. Maybe that's why he kept pretending he didn't notice. And honestly, the kid really was strong. Way stronger than he let on during their training sessions, judging by how he handled his fights against villains. And yet, in their spars, the kid always lost. Never using his telekinesis or whatever that quirk was, even though he could very well beat Seiji with it. Was he trying to defeat him with nothing but skill? That was actually kind of cool. Seiji snorted at the thought and casually glanced at his wristwatch. Still, that doesn't explain why the heck he's out so late. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. Don't tell me that kid finally got a Chan. His speculation was cut off by an ominous chime. The words "breaking news" flashed across the screen. A deadpan spread across Seiji's face. Don't tell me. We are getting word that, right at this moment, Reincarnation is engaged in a fearsome fight with 3 villains. Of course he eyes wait, what? Seiji shot to his feet so fast the sofa bounced. He leaned close to the screen, eyes widening. 3 villains. That was too much. He'd fought 3 heroes at once before, sure, but heroes never went for the kill. Villains were different. They had no such qualms. Shit, well, Taka's pretty strong as Reincarnation. He should be able to hold out against some no-name villains until a hero arrives or until I get there myself. He calmed himself, rubbing his temple and wondering if she should go grab his suit. The TV's next words left him speechless, however. The conflict is currently taking place in the Western District. We don't yet know what triggered this clash between the infamous Vigilante and the 3 villains. However, police have reported minor crimes erupting all over the city, an operation previously identified in an investigation as a coordinated diversion, allowing these 3 confirmed A-class villains free rein to carry out their plans. A-class villains. Seiji's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A-class villains, those were the kind of criminals whose very existence endangered entire city blocks. The kind normal heroes struggled with. The kind that usually required multiple high-ranking heroes working together just to take down. He'd fought a few in his active years. None of those battles had been easy. And Taka was fighting 3 of them at once? He didn't even want to imagine the outcome. He grabbed his phone and dialed immediately. After several rings, someone finally picked up. What do you want, Super Monkey? Isn't today your off day? I'm extremely busy, don't you see the news? Oi, what the hell are the other heroes doing? Taki mean, that Vigilante guy is fighting 3 damn A-class villains by himself. Why hasn't anyone been deployed? We're aware of the situation. We were aware of the villains even before this escalated. But all our preparations were for intercepting them at the bank they planned to hit. Since the Vigilante exposed them early, we're scrambling to mobilize as fast as possible. Shit, and why hasn't any hero nearby stepped in? There are none. The entire city has fallen into small-scale pandemonium. Minor crimes are breaking out everywhere, and they've pulled all available heroes away. Seiji ran a hand through his hair in frustration, eyes flicking back to the TV. There, the screen showed Taka being hammered by dozens of attacks from the trio of villains. Crap. He clicked his tongue and brought the phone back to his ear. I'm going personally. Sigh, alright. I'll notify the higher-ups. Click. With that done, he hung up. Seiji immediately began searching for his suit, only to end up taking way longer than he expected. Where is my super suit? He tore through every corner of the house, frustration growing by the second until suddenly, he froze. It's in the washing machine. Shit. Cursing under his breath, Seiji sprinted to his room and threw on a simple tracksuit, one that conveniently had a hole in the back for his tail. I'll just go like this, he muttered, grabbing for his keys in a hurry. What's this? Reincarnation is showing a new power. Ha! Only to stop dead when the TV's narrator suddenly raised his voice. Seiji's head snapped toward the screen, confusion plastered across his face. On the TV, Taka floated high into the sky. What? He's just flying. How's that anew? His thought cut off abruptly as Taka lifted his arm, and a beam of pure, blinding light blasted from his palm, streaking straight toward one of the villains, who only avoided being vaporized by teleporting at the last second. The beam ended up simply hitting the ceiling of the building, but even then, it melted a hole into the concrete, like it was mere butter. After that, a brief pause came, where Taka himself seemed briefly surprised by the new ability he'd unleashed. But once the surprise was gone, the villain's break ended. A barrage of beams rained down on the villain. One after another, light shot from Taka's palm like divine artillery. The sniper teleported desperately, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, narrowly avoiding each beam by a hair's breadth. His eyes didn't have time to look for distant places. The lights were coming at such speed that he had to teleport to the first place that was in sight. And so far, he was managing to avoid being turned into ashes like that. But it was clear he was weakening with each teleport. His posture sagged more with every jump. His landings grew sloppy, sweat poured from him like a cascade, and his legs trembled harder each time he reappeared somewhere else. Until, finally, after the 30th beam he couldn't keep up. A beam struck him. Seiji's eyes widened. Crap! Had Taka actually crossed the line? With an attack like that, there was no way. But before he could finish the thought, the camera zoomed in, revealing the villain alive, panting on his knees, inspecting himself as if shocked to still exist. Not a scratch on him. Seiji exhaled. It was a fake? That's when Taka descended, arms crossed and legs floating leisurely beneath him, backlit by a beam of sunlight as he stared down at the defeated villain. The next instant, the gun the villain had been using to shoot crumpled like paper before being tossed away like trash, far from the villain's reach. It was an imposing scene. Even the villain seemed to have thought so, as soon he shut his eyes and slumped his head in surrender while still on his knees. He had given up on escaping. But then, the camera suddenly jerked. A shadow streaked from below, rising like a rocket. Right away, it became clear who it was. Titanophyte, one of the 3 villains who had been fighting Taka earlier. He launched himself like a missile toward Taka, his rocky form reconfiguring midair, sharpening into a massive spear-like horn twice his size. The intent was clear: impale the teenager straight through. But Taka was no unaware target. Before the giant could even blink, Taka turned lazily and pointed a hand at him. Instantly, Titanophyte's incredible momentum bled away, slowing until he hung suspended in midair, helpless. And with a single, effortless motion, Taka slammed the 2 villains together. Reaper Sight, being a normal human physically, took the brunt of it and went limp instantly. Taka flicked a hand, sending the unconscious body plummeting to the ground below. Only Titanophyte remained struggling, twitching, frozen in place. Taka floated toward him, the 2 facing each other in midair. Then with one decisive downward gesture, Titanophyte was hurled earthward like a meteor. The camera shook violently as the villain crashed into the street. A massive dust cloud erupted, swallowing the scene. Through the haze, Taka began descending calmly, hands tucked casually in his pockets. When the dust cleared, Titanophyte was forcing himself up, glaring daggers at his opponent. His breathing was ragged, but his fury burned bright. Then, he noticed not his companions lying just a few steps away from him, one to the right, and the other to the left, even though they shouldn't have been there, having been defeated in completely different places earlier. So why were they there? It instantly clicked in his mind. The man in black was preparing a scene in which the 3 lay defeated on the ground orderly, while he stood victorious before them. He was using them to look cool. With a feral scowl, the giant took another fighting stance, his rocky armor sharpening to its absolute limit. As he did, Taka finally landed, hitting the street, and then, seeing Titanophyte's readiness, he too readied himself. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand as if beckoning Titanophyte to come. That was enough to spark the droplet of conflict into a full-on blaze. Titanophyte launched into his strongest and likely final charge of the fight, his massive frame thundering forward like an unstoppable train. The ground split beneath each step, cracks spider webbing outward. Taka moved as well. No telekinesis this time and no flatting. Just a full sprint, fists clenched and muscles ready. And then they collided. The clash was brief. With ruthless precision, Taka punched straight through Titanophyte's rock armor using nothing but raw, unrestrained strength far beyond anything he'd shown earlier. Titanophyte clearly possessed the higher physical power on paper, yet Taka's sheer resilience ignored it entirely. Blow after blow, the only one taking real damage was the villain. Within minutes, Titanophyte's armor shattered completely, every rocky plate on his front obliterated. His body finally gave out, collapsing backward with his eyes rolling up, landing right between the already unconscious Electraction and Reaper Sight. Just like that, the trio of A-class villains fell. And Taka, realizing his victory, raised a fist to the sky. The helicopter camera caught him perfectly, sunlight breaking through the clouds at that precise moment, casting a radiant beam over his form. The image was nothing short of dazzling. And then, in an instant, Taka took flight, faster than the camera could follow, disappearing into the sky. Like that, Seiji collapsed on his couch once again, his mouth twitching. Haha, that kid, he's even more of a monster than I thought, huh? He ran a hand through his hair, letting the unease from before disperse, and even laughing humorously at the unbelievable situation. I might be the guardian of a future #1 hero. To be continued. A/N. There, I was wondering about whether to do another chapter of Taka's fight with the villains, but honestly, I felt like I could just cover it from a spectator's point of view as it's more epic that way. And since I was lacking a chapter delving into Seiji's mind, here it is. What did you think? Was it good? Or did I screw up the guy? Also, sad news for all of you, we've reached the limit of the chapters one had stacked up, so daily updates will hardly happen from now on. 22. Chain Reaction. More chapters at my Patreon, and you help me make ends meet while at it. Chain Reaction. Taka's POV, after the battle. I arrived home completely demolished. My whole body hurt like hell, and when I say my entire body, I'm not being metaphorical or exaggerating. I could feel pain from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. There wasn't a single inch that didn't hurt. Well, maybe a part was safe, but I won't talk about it. Doubt you want to hear about it either. Is this the price of abusing an immovable object? I mused, staring annoyedly up at the sky. Sure, it kept me from being skewered by Rocky McCorn for a head, but in exchange, every ounce of force behind his attacks got redistributed straight through my whole body. And even with my defense stat soaking up most of the damage, I still took plenty of hits, enough that it eventually piled up to an annoying degree. I really wondered what kind of disaster my insides look like right now. It hurt a lot, but I don't think anything had collapsed, maybe. Still, with the help of pain resistance and my very professional acting skills, I straightened up, fixed my expression, and opened the door with my keys. I had to look like nothing happened. Click. Well, look who it is. But to my surprise, Seiji was right behind the door, arms planted on his waist like he'd just caught a criminal in the act. My eyebrow twitched faintly. This guy probably already knew of my little adventure. Sadly for him, I wasn't about to be caught lacking, so I narrowed my eyes, refusing to fold. "What's up, bitch?" He raised one eyebrow and began looking me over. Of course, I'd already changed clothes. The outfit I'd worn to fight the villains, the one I usually used when taking on the Reincarnation's persona, was at the abandoned school. I decided to keep it there to avoid getting this dumbass stumble upon it on the washing machine or something and make the connection. That way, I could go outside, change at that school, and then go save the world as Reincarnation. Or had a clone do it for me. That worked too. Honestly, that place had kind of become my secret base. It was where I sent clones to train in whatever skill my system asked me to master, where I kept the equipment and instruments I'd bought with my channel's money so Seiji wouldn't ask, and, as mentioned, where I kept my Reincarnation fit. I might as well just start calling it the Rockabase. Is that name lame? I've been called that for so long that I can't tell anymore. My thoughts drifted. Meanwhile, Seiji kept inspecting me, frowning slightly when he didn't find a single visible injury, which was a relief. I was half worried I would be looking like an eggplant thanks to bleeding internally all over without even knowing it. It didn't seem like that was the case, luckily. It still hurt like hell, though. By the time I refocused, Seiji stepped back and scoffed, a faintly amused look on his face. "Seriously, what the hell?" he muttered, moving aside so I could enter. "Finally, I can't wait to drop dead on my bed." I let out a soft breath and stepped forward, only for a big hand to clamp down on my shoulder. "What now?" I shot him an annoyed glare. "So," he said casually, "where were you?" "It's pretty late." I shrugged, putting on my most innocent face. "You know, jogging, exploring the city a bit, the usual." He hummed like he totally believed that. I see. Did you know that Reincarnation's guy fought 3 A-class villains an hour or so ago? It was all over the news." I raised an eyebrow. The press was watching. Alright. The helicopter. I was so focused on beating the hell out of the villains that I tuned it out. My gaze drifted to my hands. Then I guess that is out of the bag too. I thought, remembering the glow that came from them earlier. And apparently, Seiji continued, the guy even revealed another new power he'd never shown before. Laser rays and everything. Yup, busted. I groaned internally. Externally though, heh, what a shock, I exclaimed in mock awe. Yeah, what a shock indeed. His smile tightened. We fell silent for a moment, eyes clashing like trying the other to crack first. But eventually, I closed my eyes and scoffed. Then, assuming that the silence had meant the interrogation or whatever this had been was over, I began walking toward my room, ready to collapse face first onto my bed. "Hey, kid." Of course, it wasn't over just yet. "What?" I turned back, irritation finally slipping through. "I don't care what hobbies you might have," he said quietly, "but just consider that everything has consequences. Don't fool yourself into thinking secrets last forever, or that you'll never have to face what comes after." He said, his expression unusually serious for him. I blinked, a tad surprised with his directness. Once he said that, however, his smile returned to being as goofy as ever. "That's all the advice I can give you. Think it through. Now go. I can see that you're dying to go bust one at your room. You whatever." I was about to tell him my mind, but found it not worth the effort. So, with black lines on my face, I turned around and walked to my room. A bit later, I finally fell onto my bed, letting out a groan as I was finally able to let my very manly muscles rest. Consequences, huh? I closed my eyes, thinking about it. As much as I hated to admit it, he wasn't wrong. Leaving aside whatever he meant by that, probably getting caught by police or heroes raiding this place, fact was that I was showing way too many abilities with no clear relation to each other was obviously gonna become a problem in the long run. I was basically painting a giant target on my back for the real monsters of this world to see. And not only had I shown a bunch of different powers, but I had also defeated 3 A-class villains, according to Seiji. That meant anyone who had dismissed me as some random vigilante with a bit of power and a curious quirk had definitely reconsidered. Honestly, I'd be quite lucky if I hadn't caught Potato Head's attention by now. Although maybe I'm overestimating my fame. While in this city I'm kind of well known, I'm not sure how wide that fame actually spreads. Maybe in all of Japan, I'm nothing more than a curious fact in a courttuber's video about the tourist attractions of this city. Or someone people just heard on the news one time and then became forgotten. And as for the rest of the world? I bet barely anyone knows I exist. Then again, maybe I'm downplaying how urgent this situation really is. But honestly, I'm not in the state to think about it right now. I groaned. As much as I wanted to take this seriously, the pain I was feeling was no joke. I needed to take a nap and recover, now. So, as a final ritual before sleep, I opened my status panel. Status page. Strength, 119. Defense, 238. Aura projection, 5765. Total aura, 5765. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling. Immovable object. True speaking. True breathing. True walking. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Efficient body. Aura projection pew pew mode. An hour had passed already, so the aura my clones had used was back. On top of that, I gained a bunch of aura throughout the fight thanks to all that nonchalant attack tanking I did, bumping my total up by 400 something. Plus 1 aura. Plus 2 aura. Not only that, but my passive income had shot up even more. I wasn't sure by how much since the increase only happened after the fight and I haven't had time to measure it, but it was noticeably faster. Last time I checked, it was about 3,540 a day. Now, it felt like a 3,050% boost, so maybe around 60 a day? I'll just check later. It'll probably go down once the news about me beating those villains gets old, I thought, deciding it wasn't worth dealing with now. So my eyes moved to the next important thing, my new skill, or rather, the new application of aura projection. Sure, shooting lasers from my palms was cool, but that wasn't why this mattered so much to me right now. The real importance was the confirmation of the stat's potential. It actually was had never been just telekinesis by another name. It could have more uses, more abilities, more depth than I had considered initially. And I probably haven't even scratched the surface, I thought, eyes glinting with interest as I imagined just what other uses my aura could have, my hand automatically going to my chin in contemplation. But right then, the movement sent a jolt of pain through me, making me wince. Hiss. Shit, I wonder if it can heal injuries too. New mission available. Ha! As an aura farmer, it is in our nature to overwhelm and oppress our rivals in the most disrespectful ways, and to flex our awesomeness no matter the cost. However, the path of the aura farmer does not end there, for one can destroy as well as protect. You have discovered the destructive potential of aura projection, but have yet to tap into its opposite, its protective and healing potential. Plus, you're injured as hell, so this will come in handy. Conditions for completion. Tap into your aura's other potential. Heal someone, not counting yourself. Reward, plus 100 aura, you'll have acquired the aura projection their mode. I fell silent at how conveniently that appeared, but I guess this was just the system's way of confirming my theory and giving me something else to work on. Whatever. I frowned, mostly because part of me was annoyed that yet another task had been added to my already busy enough schedule. But don't think I wasn't happy about the news. Healing in the real world was, after all, pretty broken, and now, it was within my grasp. Only, the conditions don't really tell me much about how to tap into this potential of my aura, so I suppose I'll have to figure it out on my own. Good thing I have clones, eh? I'll be sure to put those bastards to work on it as soon as I can. Does that count as child labor, considering I'm a teenager? Who knows? But for now, snore. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow me can deal with all of this, and whatever else pops up. How worse can it be than now? U.A.'s principal office. Well, isn't this interesting? Nizu muttered to himself as he watched the most recent news on the notepad on his paws, his eyes scanning the footage of an incident in the coastal city of Shizuoka. On the screen, a dark-clad figure was fighting 3 villains at once, taking blow after blow without so much as flinching. Impressive resistance to attacks, possibly shock absorption, or something similar. Then came an unexpected shift. Thanks to one villain's mistake, the Vigilante managed to bring her down using swift, telekinetic-like movements, thus, reducing their numbers and hence all the attacks he had to react to. The capability to affect objects from afar with considerable force, telekinesis, or at least something really similar. Moments later, he shot into the air and began raining down lasers from his hands onto the long-range villain. The beams showed remarkable firepower enough to incapacitate if they hit properly, as shown when they hit a building's ceiling and burned a hole through it. But when one finally reached the villain, the man emerged unharmed somehow. Energy manifestation: either it only damages inanimate targets as it did when it tore through a building's ceiling but not on the villain, or he somehow lowered the laser's energy output not to hurt the villain. After that, the Vigilante dealt with said villain less lethally and then dove down to face the last villain for once and for all. The battle concluded as both clashed, the sheer difference in size making it a ridiculous but amazing spectacle. But, eventually, the Vigilante overwhelmed the villain through sheer physical prowess, breaking through his rock-like armor and bringing him to his knees in the end. Immense strength, speed, and a faint grasp of martial arts from what I can see. The video ended with the figure raising a fist in victory before flying away too fast for the camera to follow. As the footage cut off, Nizu set down his notepad with a cheerful smile. Truly interesting. He already had a solid idea of who the villains were, his memory was good like that, and in the past, he had made sure to get to know most of the individuals who could potentially present threats in the future. In this case, the 3 were dangerous A-class villains with powerful or extremely tricky quirks, which made them require multiple standard heroes to subdue each, unless they sent top-tier powerhouses like All Might, Endeavor, or others. And yet, now, before his eyes, a single person had handled them. A Vigilante, no less, not a trained hero. And so now came the matter of the Vigilante himself. Nizu had become aware of him months ago, thanks to his rising reputation and steadily growing list of feats. He even had to admit, the 2 melodies the Vigilante had composed were pleasantly catchy. But what truly stood out to the public were his quirks. What had first seemed like simple telekinesis slowly turned into a complete enigma. Cloning, super strength, enormous durability, an ability akin to shock absorption, and now pure energy projection, be it thermal, luminous, or both. The more time passed, the more abilities this individual displayed. And the more time passed, the more he went from petty criminal charged with vigilantism to a full-fledged powerhouse with multiple abilities. Why and how did he have such abilities? Nizu had several theories, some not so good, but neither of them was something concrete. Not yet. However, unlike the public, Nizu's interest lay in something more peculiar about the Vigilante than in the multiple abilities he possessed. Something that would be far more common and unimportant in the eyes of others, but that, for him, the principal of a hero school, it was but the most interesting thing about this walking mystery. Something only he, with his sharp mind and attention to detail, could have possibly noticed from the footage. The Vigilante's physique. He looked young, or at least, that's what his contexture suggested. Nizu's eyes gleamed with mischievous delight. And he had a channel on YouTube, on top of that. He had been looking into it earlier due to pure curiosity, and he'd noticed the Vigilante had taken some precautions to avoid being tracked, uploading most stuff through cyber cafes, and probably using pen drives or other devices to transport the videos. Unfortunately, that was clearly not enough to stop him. With an amused and almost childish chuckle, Nizo hopped onto his desk and began using his computer. No more than 30 minutes later. Takahashi Fukumoto, Ward of Super Monkey, the 69th hero in the rankings, and a child previously documented as quirkless until recently, where he unlocked his quirk muscle to mind, which allowed him to convert his physical strength into telekinetic abilities. Nizu's small, beady eyes glistened as he went through the information. Of course, he made sure not to touch the more private information about the kid. He just wanted to get a grasp of who the person behind the Vigilante was. But then, he read something that he couldn't ignore, his eyebrows shooting up for a moment. Desired career plan, hero course at UA. He chuckled like a joyful kid. This incoming year suddenly became even more interesting. To be continued. A/N, the consequences have arrived. How will they unfold? Even I don't know. I suppose I gotta think now. I'm doing it, I'm thinking. Off my head. 23, all out. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. All out. Rockabase, at the music classroom, a week later. Taka sat on a worn-out chair, his back slumping as his foot's heel tapped constantly on the floor, his eyes unusually interested in the floor. Phew, so the time has finally come, he muttered, pulling out his phone and checking on the date with squinty eyes. Then, he checked the hour. It was evening already, the darkness of the night already creeping in. Having checked that fact, Taka put his phone down and sighed dejectedly. However, just a second later, his gaze turned back forward, determination flashing from it. Tonight's the night, he said, this time louder. Whether to look cool or to encourage himself, it was unknown. As to why he would be encouraging himself? The answer was that today was the day he showed his song to the world. Today was the day his constant grinding and effort finally culminated in one result: success, or failure. Would the song he had taken 3 months preparing and refining be good enough? Would his attempt at leaving the art of plagiarizing work? Or would he realize that he should have never walked out of it? His eyes darted to the side, where all the instruments he had been using for practice these past few months were. A bass, a drum set, even an electric board. All of them represented weeks of effort and constant grinding that, while he himself did not go through, the memories of his clones basically made it as if he had done so. And it wasn't only practicing. Composing had been just as hard. He ended up modifying the entire song several times, fixing mistakes, improving parts, or simply changing his mind from time to time about certain parts, even while already being at the band practicing stage. That was why it had taken 3 months for this day to come. Otherwise, he would have been done a month or so ago. Albeit, with what would probably be a much inferior version of what his creation had become nowadays, at least. That's what Taka thought. Who knew how the masses would react, after all? If this actually flopped, then forget the aura loss he'd have to bear. The shit feeling he'd get would last for the entire next year, and would probably make him bury his Rockinesis persona 10 kilometers below the earth, never to mention it again. If it did not, however, today's gains of aura would be immaculate, especially because of the special preparations he had taken in advance. He had made sure that today's gains would be maximized to the limit. While his excessive perfectionism may have had a lot to do with why the song's creation took 3 months, there was another factor that had led to today being the date when he struck. And that was the existence of a concerter, actually, a bunch of them, in Tokyo. A musical festival, basically. No hero or villain shit involved this time. Yes, he was actually crashing a festival show to present his song. Illegally, if it wasn't clear enough. After all, he was currently a wanted vigilante. Attempting to inscribe legally would probably only get the police to come knocking, regardless of whether the organizers would allow him in there or not. This was a rather bold move, since it moved from morally ambiguous vigilantism to outright intruding forcefully in a festival and taking the scenery hostage to play his song before dipping. This time, he was actually stepping into the path of a criminal or a villain, in the words of the media. But if that's what it had to happen for him to present, then so be it. Today, he was going all out. Cringe or epic, the line blurred today. While he may feel a little sorry for causing trouble for the producers and organizers of this event, there was simply no better place he could think of where the presentation could be done. No other place had everything needed to make this song's debut the best it could be. Equipment, audience, acoustics, vibe, everything was perfect. Of course, he wasn't planning on just landing on the scenery and then rocking plainly. That'd be like serving a gourmet meal on a cardboard plate. He had actually meticulously planned this. Throughout the past month, he sent clones several times to the place to investigate and learn how to use the scenery's implements and lights, along with learning the place's schematics, so he could plan properly where and how to make his entrance. He also checked some tutorials online to complement. And since he was still feeling a bit sorry for just intruding like that, he also learned to some extent the schedule of all the bands and other events, so that he could make his entrance at the moment where he'd make the least problems for those involved. All in all, his plans were as thorough as he could have done them. The only way this would go wrong was if his song actually turned out to be shit, or if All Might appeared and punched him to oblivion. He wouldn't be there, would he? He could deal with the heroes that may be there as security. He had planned to station some of his clones as guards to hold them off while the song played, but if anyone like All Might stepped in, he was going to prison for certain. Of course, to avoid that, he could simply have his clones do the entire show while he stood amidst the crowd, safe and sound from any powerful hero that might be there. He could do that, but it didn't feel right. It had to be him who stood there. He was showing the results of his own effort to the world. leaving it all to the clones while he stood aside. That didn't sound very Aura farmer-like, even if it was unnecessary, and maybe dumb sometimes showing off was that. Sometimes, Aura farming was like that. Probably Taka snorted wryly before glancing around. You agree with me, right, system? But even after several seconds had passed, no answer came. Taka raised an eyebrow, glancing around with an odd look. After a bit, though, he let out a snort and shook his head helplessly. Yeah, I suppose having doubts isn't very Aura farmer-like. Heaving a sigh, Taka stretched for a bit his arms and back, and then stood up, his gaze now gaining a resolution unseen until then. Without further ado, he went to a nearby locker and took out his Reincarnation outfit. Black hoodie, black mask, and black pants. Edginess to the limit. A cape would have been good to have, but changing his street-like outfit to having a cape would have been too brusque a change. Maybe once he entered UA, he'd ask for a cape for his hero suit, but that was for the future. Having changed his clothes, Taka let out a nervous breath and walked to the center of the room. From his aura, suddenly several clones began materializing next to him, all of them wearing the same Reincarnation outfit. And then, out of nowhere, all of his clones took dramatic poses beside him, making him the only one standing normally. Taka's sweat dropped, turning to look at them, flabbergasted. Why were his clones like this? No matter. He sighed and shook his head wryly, already somewhat accustomed to his clones' antics. A neck crack and a shoulder loosening later, he glared ahead with determination. Alright, let's fucking do this. Swearing doesn't make you cool. One of his clones chimed in, the rest nodded in unison. Taka sighed. I know, just nervous. Another clone spoke, tilting his head slightly. By the way, why did you summon us? It's a 3-hour trip to Tokyo. Moving in tandem like this doesn't seem very efficient. Taka snorted. It was for the dramatic effect. His clones looked at him weirdly, and then, they disappeared. Ahem. Taka cleared his throat. It was time to move. Hours later, a huge crowd stood before a stage, at least 1,000 people jumping, bobbing their heads, and singing along with the main band standing at the center of the show. The air around was thick and hot, but even then, it did not lessen the spirit of those enthusiasts of music, who rather than dislike it, seemed to revel in it along with the music. Their hearts drummed, and goosebumps flowed through their body, forcing them to move to release such energy, their eyes getting teary as they stared at the people in the middle of the stage. But just like all in life, the song being played eventually began reaching its end, and in unison, the emotions of the crowd began dimming as well. A minute or so later, the song came to an end, and the band performing it gave the audience a deep bow before stepping off the stage while the crowd called for them and clapped feverishly. Simultaneously, the announcer stepped in and walked towards the mic, waving at the crowd. That was epic, wasn't it, everyone? Let's give the band I Just Ate a Banana a big round of applause. Cheers and applause from the crowd intensified, with some whistles adding onto them, flooding the entire place. The announcer nodded satisfiedly, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, I can feel the love you guys have for this band in the air. Hopefully, this won't be the only time we are honored with their presence. The crowd cheered. After laughing a bit more, the announcer glanced fakely at his wrist as if he had a watch there, and turned back to the crowd. Anyway, folks, we'll be taking a small break. Go buy something or go take a break from all that jumping around so you can be fully recovered for when we come back with the next band. My shirt is itchy, in 10 minutes. Another cheer came, and with that, the announcer got off the stage. The crowd also started to disperse, with some people rubbing their bellies, wondering what they should eat, and others planning to go to the edges of the festival to lie down for a bit and recover. But just as they were beginning to leave for good, bang! Everyone got startled as all the lights in the area went off, summing the entire place into darkness. What's happening? A blackout? You've got to be kidding me. They better not cancel this. I spent more than half my salary on this. Confusion soon took over the entire mass of people, with many looking around to see if there was any staff that could tell them what the hell was happening, and some others already getting angry. But then, just as some of the crowd were starting to wonder if something bad might actually be happening, bang! A single light turned on, aiming at an empty spot on the stage. Everyone turned confusedly to the scenery. The confirmation that a blackout had actually not happened created more questions than answers. Even more oddly, something seemed to be happening at the stage, judging from how a soul light had fallen at the center, as if highlighting someone who wasn't there. Was there a special event or something? Was someone important coming? The crowd only grew more restless as nothing happened. But then, the soul light on the stage began moving upwards, until it landed on the top of the stage, where half of the light was lost in the night sky, while the other half illuminated the beams that gave the scenery form. For a moment, everyone tilted their head. Was something actually malfunctioning? Nothing was there. But all confusion was turned to shock once, from high above in the sky, a figure descended, landing cleanly and elegantly on the beams with his arms crossed. What the hell? Who's that? Wasn't this a break? Why is the show restarting? Hold Oni know that guy. Soon, some of the crowd began noticing a certain familiarity in the figure. Black hoodie hiding the hair, black mask hiding the mouth, and black pants that only added to the edginess. There was only one person with a fit like that. Reincarnation. Why is that guy here? Reincarnation? That guy? In this place? Why would he? Don't tell me. Every single gaze centered around the same person, some annoyed, others excited. The emotions of the until then relaxed crowd began surging again, turning the entire place noisy again. But just when the chatter and noise seemed to be stabilizing, something happened that threw the entire vicinity into pure chaos. What's that? A man pointed to where Reincarnation was. Holy! A woman went agape. So it was true. A teenager beamed. Suddenly, several more figures began descending from the sky and landed next to Reincarnation. Same clothes, same stature, same constitution. What had been a single Reincarnation had turned into Reincarnations. I don't know, man. Then, to everyone's surprise, the group jumped down in tandem, a loud bang echoing as the group landed in the middle of the stage while the light followed after them, only for them to, right as all eyes settled on them, pose dramatically. Save for the Reincarnation who had arrived first, and who stood at the front of the group now with his arms crossed. At least that was the case until all of them raised their hands into the air simultaneously. Instants later, instruments of all kinds flew in from all around, landing perfectly on their palms, or in the case of those heavier instruments, landing right in front of them, thus, making it quite clear what was about to happen. Holy shit, a Reincarnation concert. I don't know why they didn't advertise this, but I'm all in. Wonder which song he'll play. Must be Animal I've Become. Nah, appearing at a concert like this, what else would it be but the first song he composed? It's gotta be Future in My Hands, now improved and with more instruments. Why not both? The crowd went wild as the realization of what was about to happen dawned on them. Constant chatter, cheers, and whistles filled the vicinity. Meanwhile, the Reincarnation group remained at the center of the stage, unmoving, like statues, illuminated by a single light, until suddenly, bang! All the lights turned on at the same time, blinding the crowd and making them cover their eyes. But as their sight became negated, their other senses heightened. Cha-cha-chan. Soon, the familiar riff of guitar that announced Reincarnation's arrival reached their ears, turning frowns into disbelieving smiles. And then, as their eyes regained their sight, they saw it. The group of Reincarnations, standing with the blinding lights hitting their back, their fronts shrouded in black. An image that would imprint in the minds of many that day. And so, as the hearts of the crowd began beating as one, the music began. To be continued. A/N. I'll be straightforward with you, I'm no musician, so I ain't going to write lyrics for a song that doesn't exist. That'd be corny beyond my limits. So, let's do it like this. You can imagine whatever song you like and think would be appropriate for the character to be playing, and lore-wise that song won't exist in Taka's old world, hence being his original creation. And in case you don't feel like it, I also chose a song on my own. Which, it's a very special song, so you can just imagine Taka playing that. 24. The song. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. The song. A/N. Ready your songs, readers, or don't. Anyway, your author's choice was specials, in case you feel like hearing it too. As Taka's voice fell, the crowd silent but brimming with anticipation erupted all at once. The melody struck them instantly. The rhythm, the vocals, the arrangement, everything burrowed deep into the audience's chest in a single beat, dragging their emotions along with it. The visuals were not falling behind either. Red and blue lasers sliced through the air, sweeping across the stage and illuminating the silhouettes of the many Reincarnations, while a thick veil of theatrical smoke spread over the floor, giving the identical figures an almost otherworldly presence. Cheers and whistles came from the excited crowd, but the song overpowered all of them, and the audience didn't seem to mind in the slightest. They jumped, screamed, and even cried as their emotions overflowed. There were always those emotional ones who cried at concerts. The entire place was submerged in the performance so deeply that almost no one noticed what was happening at the sides of the stage. Hidden beneath the thunder of the music, frustrated shouts struggled to be heard. Damn it, has anyone made it up there to stop that guy? A hero in a blue and white suit yelled into his radio, trying not to be swallowed by the deafening song. A reply crackled back through the static. East side here. The path is completely blocked by a clone. We can't get through. Shit. How the hell can clones be enough to hold all of us back? A hero beside him groaned. This is getting depressing. Unwilling to give up, the first hero shoved the radio into his pocket and marched toward the stairs leading up to the stage. But before he could reach them, a figure silently appeared in his path. Reincarnation, a clone, presumably floated calmly in midair, arms crossed, and legs dangling. It appeared in front of him, blocking his path completely. The hero clenched his teeth. Reincarnation, why you don't have permission to perform here? Actually, forget Thottiaria wanted fugitive. Get out of the way and put an end to this farce. A second of silence passed, both of them clashing gazes, in a contest of will until the black-clad figure suddenly lifted a hand, and wagged a single finger left and right. The hero's request, denied. Enough. The hero snapped, thrusting his hands upward. Pebble sharp, dense, and accelerated shot up like a hailstorm toward the Vigilante. Sadly, they all crumbled into dust before even reaching him. Wah! Then, in the blink of an eye, the hero was yanked off his feet, hoisted into the air like a misbehaving child by the telekinesis, and flown straight back to the cluster of other heroes before being unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. Seconds later, he scrambled back to his feet and groaned, rubbing his temples. Why is my quirk so pathetic? Before he could fully wallow, his radio buzzed again in his pocket. All heroes, be advised you are not to stop Reincarnation. The hero snatched it up instantly. But Mr. Takeda, he is sending the crowd wild. Sure, he may have butted in forcefully on the stage and messed with the schedule, but this is incredible publicity for the event. You're kidding me. Besides, he's completely overwhelming all of you, isn't he? Just let him be. It's not like you could do anything anyway. The hero's posture slumped forward in defeat, looking on the verge of tears. Back on the stage, the many Reincarnations kept playing in perfect coordination, each clone hitting their part with almost supernatural precision. But they didn't stop just at that. Before long, some of the clones started breakdancing while still playing, flexing so hard it bordered on showboating. But judging by the public's excited reaction, they sure didn't give a damn about the obvious flexing. Taka, meanwhile, sweat dropped from his spot at the front, standing normally while playing his part. "You bunch are doing too much." He sent his clones a look. His clones looked back at him. "We are doing everything." "Fair enough." Taka sighed inwardly, eyes darting away. He had to admit watching someone shred a piano, bass, or a drum set while spinning on their head was objectively impressive. Whatever, he muttered aloud. Then, in one smooth motion, he dropped down, braced his palms, and began spinning on his head too, guitar in hand, holding it with aura while his fingers continued playing. The rhythm he played surged in intensity, taking over the melody as his legs kicked and swung wildly in the air, and then pumped the show up. He floated while still spinning, his guitar riffs blazed through the song, momentarily drowning out the clones, who slowed to let the main act take the spotlight. The crowd froze. Their frenzy died mid-jump, the sheer awe enough to bring everything to a still. And there was more. As the song approached its climax and Taka landed back on the stage, every rockinesis lifted a single finger. And then, a barrage of lights blasted into the sky, rapid and relentless, like Gatling guns firing fireworks that never exploded. The audience's eyes sparkled. The emotional ones were already foaming at the mouth. Even the heroes who'd been trying to shut everything down earlier could only stare, entranced by the spectacle. Taka's eyes gleamed beneath the mask, an excited smirk tugging at his lips. This was it. This was what he'd spent months preparing for. This was the culmination of all his efforts, the proof of what he could create with his own hands, with his own mind. The waves of aura notifications ringing in his ears were ignored entirely. All he cared about was the stunned faces before him and the sound of his own song filling the night. The heat, the sweat, the deafening volume. Any other day, it would have driven him insane. But tonight, every sensation fueled him, sharpened him, pushed his performance further. Tonight, he wasn't the Taka he was every day. Tonight, he was at the peak, even if it was temporary, even if it was only in his own head. Tonight, he shone brighter than anyone. Haha, Taka laughed, eyes gaining a glow. Another system alert rang in his ears, but once again, it was tuned out. Taka's smirk behind the mask widened into a full-on toothy smile. Once again, he rose into the air, floating higher and higher, the guitar cable stretching taut behind him as the speakers followed. Soon, the song reached its final stretch, and with it came the climax, an overwhelming surge that sent the crowd into emotions most had never even grazed before. Inspiration, excitement, raw motivation. Their throats tightened, their bodies trembled, their hearts thundered in sync with Taka's. For a moment, every single person in the venue felt it. Nathe saw it. His presence, his existence, his very essence blazed brighter than anything they'd witnessed. Like a new star had erupted across the night sky, drowning out the rest. They felt it ripple through them, every cell shivering as if awakened. His aura. As the climax faded, Taka slowly drifted back toward the stage. The blinding light around him receded, and the crowd's emotions began stabilizing though not fading. Eventually, the frantic beat slowed, and the melody softened. And finally, with a last resonant chord, the song ended, leaving behind a satisfying, almost cruelly tempting sense of wanting more. A full minute of absolute silence fell over the entire festival. Not a whisper or a breath from the public. Instead, everyone just stared ahead with blank gazes. For an instant, Taka's smile wavered behind his mask. But that had simply been the crowd snapping back from the trance. Once they all returned to reality. Clap. One single applaud broke the silence. And then another. And another. Until the entire venue erupted into applause, not a single person stayed still. Even the heroes, who'd been scrambling to stop him minutes earlier, couldn't help but clap. Taka let out a long, satisfied sigh, sweat rolling down his face beneath the heat of the lights and the stuffiness of the mask and hoodie. He snorted lightly, closing his eyes as he soaked in the crowd's frenzy and awe. His heartbeat and the intense state he had been in earlier cooled down as the crowd's cheering reached his ears. His clones did another batch of ridiculous poses behind him, but he didn't care. All that entered his mind at that moment was the people's acclaim. At least, until the blaring wail of police sirens cut straight through the cheers. His eyes snapped open, and his until then relaxed face turned to a deadpan in one go. Ah, shit. Immediately, he snapped his fingers, and every clone on stage puffed out of existence at once. A single wave of his hand disconnected all the instruments from whatever setup he'd jury-rigged. And then, after a short bow to the audience, bam! Taka shot into the sky, soaring upward as every piece of equipment trailed behind him like a floating tail of metal. Taka's POV, minutes later, through the sky. It's finally done. 3 whole months of work finally paid off. Phew, I exhaled, trying to calm my still beating like crazy heart. That had been amazing. Even now I felt elevated. Like I'd ascended or something. Maybe I'd fall back to mediocrity once I collapsed on my bed tonight, but for now, I felt like the whole world was in the palm of my hand. Instantly, my mind went back to the concert. Would I ever feel like that again? That sensation of standing at the top? My fist clenched, a small mocking smirk tugging at my lips. What the hell? I'm acting like an overly excited kid. I shook my head. Whatever that was down there, it had shaken me more than necessary. For now, I should focus on outrunning the police. Reminder that you have unchecked gains. Right, I forgot you existed for a second. It was partially the system's mission that pushed me into doing all this, wasn't it? Crazy how I completely forgot. Well, whatever. Hit me with it, I said, waving a hand beckoningly. And hit me it did. Complete. You've taken a step forward in your path to true aura farming, for the true aura farmer does not steal. The Aura Farmer creates, shows, and inspires. Conditions for completion. Develop your own song. Once done, present it in a place with more than 1,000 people. Have people enjoy your song. Calculating reward. Plus 1,000 aura. Plus skill, imaginary technique, my theme. That's a lot of aura, I muttered, sparkling at the reward. Naturally, I opened my status to see how ridiculous my numbers had become. Status page. Strength, 119. Defense, 238. Aura projection, 6,062. Total aura, 9,052. Skills, clean. Trouble radar. Connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling. Immovable object. True speaking. True breathing. True walking. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Efficient body. Aura projection, pew pew mode. Imaginary technique, my theme. Sperm eye. Whoa, what the hell? I gawked at the number. It was. Over 9,000. How the heck had that even happened? My AP had barely been in the 6,000s this morning. It jumped by 3,000 in a single night. That's crazy. 1,000 was from the mission, so the other 2,000 must have come from the audience? Haha, I let out a wry laugh. This was beyond anything I expected. My prediction of hitting 10,000 by the time UA started suddenly felt way too conservative. 3 months remained. With stats like these now, who knows how broken I'll be then? New skill unlocked. Yeah, I know, the my theme skill, right? No, another one. Ha, just now. No, it happened during the show. You were simply too caught up in it to notice. Oh, so what is it? Showing. Sperm eye, active. Description, the eyes are the window of the soul, and they too can reflect the sheer aura you exude. You just gotta make them glow a little. Cause glowing eyes means you're locking in. You can change your eye color to your choice. You can make your eyes glow. You can add a small non-burning flame to your eyes to give yourself the classic sperm eye. How well, I guess it makes sense something like this would show up, I muttered, looking the skill up and down, before deadpanning a bit. But did that have to be its name? Couldn't you just have called it the edgy eyes or something? No, whatever. You do you, buddy. Still, as amusing a skill as it wasn't the one I was looking forward to at the moment. So, having given it a look over one final time, I closed the notification and opened my newly gained skill, eager to see what it could do. Imaginary technique, my theme, active. Description, everything seems lost. The heroes are beaten, the world is a disaster, and only doom stains the horizon. Now, the weak simply stand powerless for a fate they are unable to change. Evil has triumphed, there is no hope left. Or so they thought. As the survivors cry in defeat, something sharp cuts through their despair. A melody. One they all know too well. Heads rise, and tears of hope fall, and all eyes are centered on one point. There he is bathed in the sunset, accompanied by a song engraved in the world's memory. The Aura Farmer. Play a song of your choice in the minds of the people around you whenever you desire. The song chosen won't manifest as a literal song playing in their heads like a speaker had been put in their brain. Instead, it will be created by the unconscious of the person, making them imagine said song, even if it's not actually playing. Pretty much like schizophrenia, but cooler. You too can hear the song if you desire. Zam. Yeah, that's. Ahem. It's not like I'm already dying to try it out or anything. Sighing, I closed the screen and focused back on flying, though I kept glancing at the empty space where the window had been more times than I want to admit. Well, that's gonna be one hella fun skill to use in the future, I muttered and smirked faintly. But then, my phone buzzed. I raised an eyebrow and took it out. Someone had sent a message. Had Seiji seen the stuff I was up to and finally decided to hold me accountable for my actions? Curious, I opened the app, and my eyebrow twitched upon what I saw. Jiro, yo Takahashi, guess what? I was at this music festival in Tokyo, and suddenly Rockinesis popped up. Can you believe it? Image of Jiro making a peace sign with the Rockinesis gang in the background, rocking hella hard. I massaged my face in something akin to confusion or frustration, I don't know. Of course she was there. Then, sighing, I tapped a response. You, stop fangirling. Jiro, to be continued. A/N, well, and that was the song chapter. From here on, just a few more preparations are in order before Taka finally makes his debut at the UA. There's still one skill I want him to acquire. I'm sure you guys will like it. It's very to make you take a seat from the awe? I don't know how to describe it, but it's for sure a skill an Aura Farmer should have. So look forward to it. 25. Viralization. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Viralization. Chiba Prefecture, at a certain house. In an, extravagantly decorated room, a girl with both pink skin and hair complete with small hook-shaped horns and black eyes with yellow irises let out a loud sigh as she dropped her school bag beside the bed and threw herself face first onto it, groaning. She was none other than Nina Ashido, one of the future WANA students. Final exams, what a pain. Can't they just make my last year easier? Why do they have to make it hard until the end? She kicked and thrashed like a child in the middle of a tantrum. Eventually, though, she ran out of energy and exhaled one last dramatic sigh. Then she grabbed her phone, diving into the usual scrolling session to decompress for a bit. Videos of all kinds passed before her eyes: fashion, dance collabs, random health and training tips, a few memes. The usual. Minutes passed, but then, just as she reached what she decided would be the last short of the day before finally getting up to do something productive, a very peculiar video appeared. It looked like a concert, or maybe a festival. It was hard to tell. The footage was filmed from the crowd, so the angle wasn't exactly clear, and neither was the quality. Nina paused on it for a moment. The show happening on stage was surprisingly eye-catching. Whoever was in charge of the lighting and special effects had gone all out. And the song is oddly catchy, too, she thought, bobbing her head faintly at the rhythm. However, the distance of the one recording video lowered the quality a bit. But aside from that, it wasn't anything special. So after a few seconds, she hovered her thumb over the screen, ready to close the app and then turn off her phone. But then, something caught her eye. The band on stage, despite their pretty plain outfits, suddenly started breakdancing. Her thumb froze mid-movement. Breakdancing was her territory, after all, and she was quite good at it in her very humble opinion, at least. So, feeling her curiosity flourishing all over again, her gaze sharpened as she watched over their movements more carefully, analyzing the performance with a critical eye. They are good, she hummed, massaging her chin like an old master. Of course, not mind-blowing good, just pretty good. She had seen amazing performances online that could have only been accomplished by breakdancing gods who had descended on Earth to shock the world. This one, on the other hand, remained at the level of mere mortals. That didn't take away the skill the band had. They looked like they had been doing it for a year already, and it showed in their movements. But of course, if that had been all there was to see, the video's destiny was to be left unfinished anyway. However, as soon as she had been about to close the app again, the band's qualification shot from pretty good to what the heck levels. They began playing their instruments while breakdancing. Nina's eyes bulged like platters at the sight. How the heck are they pulling that off? She screamed internally. After a bit, though, she guessed it must have been thanks to one of the members' quirks. But just as the novelty was starting to fade, impressive as it still was, band member at the front, who had until then simply been playing normally, suddenly stepped up his game. Oh, he began to float. No, not only that. Float, and move, spin, and kick around in ways she could hardly believe, while the guitar in his hands surged into a fierce solo that took over the entire song. Without realizing it, she found herself completely absorbed. And, after a few seconds, curiosity got the better of her. She dove into the comments to figure out who this performer was. And it didn't take long. Rockinesis, what kind of name is that? In the same city, somewhere else. Bam, thud, whack. A long black-haired boy with red eyes hammered his fists against a sandbag, each strike fueled by exhaustion and pain. This was none other than Kirishima, future manliness-seeking member of U.8 HES Class 1A. After about 5 minutes, he finally stopped. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he stared down at his fists with a wry expression. Becoming a hero, will I really be able to do it with just this quirk? He clenched his fist, frustration twisting his face. But then he shook his head, stepped back, and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat off. Once dry, he sat on his bed with a dejected sigh and picked up his phone, scrolling through social media to relax for a moment before returning to training or studying. He didn't plan on resting long, as it was just a breather. Maybe he'd see 1 or 2 at most, before going back into action. But coincidentally, the first video that popped up startled him. It was a concert, several guys with the exact same appearance performing a song while pulling off insane breakdance moves that defied logic. He wasn't very familiar with nor particularly interested in music. He was just a casual consumer who enjoyed whatever sounded good, but who never committed to any band. So, besides some surprise at the surreal choreography and the slight nod he gave at the muffled song, the video didn't strike him as anything too special. At least, not until the main guy at the front began floating while dancing in the air, the song intensifying along with his rise. There was something about the music, something about the way he moved, something about the confidence he radiated. It was so manly. At Tokyo, home of the hero Ingenium. Yo, Tinya, come see this. Tensei Idobiter, known as the hero Ingenium, called out from the living room couch, eyes glued to the TV. What is it, Tensei Naizen? Tinya Ida stood up from the dining table, where several textbooks were spread out, probably from a studying spree. He walked over while adjusting his glasses, glancing between his brother and the television. I was wondering why some of my colleagues were so hectic yesterday. Turns out something big happened at Tokyo's musical festival last night. Look. Tinya turned to the screen, squinting as he read the headline. Festival taken hostage. Vigilante crashes show, seizes the stage, and forces multiple heroes back while performing an original song. Clips of Rockinesis performing and the crowd reacting from multiple angles played across the screen, making the younger Ida's eyebrows sink into a deep frown. The reporter began explaining the Vigilante's identity in detail, listing his previous feats and crimes, and then showed testimonies from the crowd which were surprisingly positive for people who had technically been victims. Tinya's glasses shone with intellectualism as he adjusted them and said sharply, "Vigilantism is a dangerous and irresponsible activity. I hope they catch him quickly." Tensei let out a wry smile. You're always so serious. I actually liked the song. Naizen, we must not encourage that kind of behavior. Yeah. Nya Prefecture. Okako Urarika gripped her head in frustration, groaning loudly as she sat at her desk. A bunch of notebooks lay sprawled open in front of her. I'll become a hero for sure. Just you wait, UA. I'm just getting started. With that newfound determination, she tightened her grip on her pencil and prepared to keep studying. Okako, dinner is ready. Slam, only for her face to collapse onto the desk the next second. Yes. Ultimately, however, she lifted her head back up and stood, leaving her room not long after. A few minutes later, she sat with her parents at the dining table, eating some very traditional Japanese dishes. Rice with something, I don't know. As they ate, their eyes occasionally drifted to the TV in the corner of the room, which was playing the latest news, hero scandals including the most recent one about some super monkey guy caught going on dates with another heroine during work hours, crime reports, weather forecasts, and whatever else counted as important nowadays. And among them, a festival was taken hostage by a vigilante? That's no longer a vigilante, that's a villain. Eureka's father muttered with a frown as he brought more rice into his mouth with his chopsticks. Oh my. I hope those people were okay, her mother added, worry in her voice. Okako didn't say anything. She simply watched in silence until the interviews with the victims began playing. They seemed to be having fun. Saitama Prefecture, in a room that was a bit of a mess. This guy did what now? A teenager with blonde, sharp hair marked by a thunder symbol in black, shouted as he stared at his phone in shock, gaping at the images of a very familiar vigilante delivering the performance of the century. He was entranced for the whole song, his head bobbing without him noticing. By the time the song ended, he wiped the single tear rolling down his cheek. That was damn beautiful, only for his emotion to shift into excited anger the next second. Damn, this guy never misses. How can someone be this good? I swear if I ever come across him, I'm risking getting killed to get his autograph. Knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. Denki, have you studied? Yes, yeah, of course I have. Endeavor's home. Shoto Todoroki sat on his living room's couch, checking his phone with a bored expression, being yet another victim of doom scrolling. Of course, being the disciplined guy he wasn't exactly enjoying it. He was only scrolling because there was nothing else to do. He had already studied a respectable amount, trained in the morning, and had another session scheduled for the evening. So for now, he was simply killing time while waiting for his sister to finish making lunch. Then, the video you already know about appeared. Rockin'. Sadly, he scrolled down almost immediately. If it wasn't interesting at first glance, he wasn't gonna waste time watching it. And so, while the minutes passed, many videos fell victim to Todoroki's lack of interest. He only stayed in for informative videos about hero life, or scientific shorts that talked about temperature or similar stuff. His spree of doom scrolling came to an end, however, when his sister's voice called out to him. Shoto, food is ready. He tossed his phone aside and quickly went to eat. Today, his favorite dish was being served, cold soba. As soon as he sat at their table, he eyed the plates covered in food with hungry eyes. But as he glanced at his sister, he couldn't help but be taken aback. She had stopped mid-serving while glancing at her phone, music coming from it. What is it, Fuyamai? Oh, nothing. She was quick to snap out of it, shoving her phone back in her pocket, before sitting down with Shoto. Shoto blinked, then dismissed it easily. Whatever it was, it didn't seem important. But as he was about to sit as well and begin eating, that one's going to the playlist. His sister muttered something. Shoto could only raise an eyebrow in confusion. Yaeorozo household. Momo was deeply absorbed in her studies. A carefully organized pile of books sat beside her, one containing advanced chemistry materials. On her other side was a plate piled with assorted sweets. As the minutes passed, she alternated between reading, eating a sweet, and creating small cubic samples of different materials, each perfectly shaped, while remaining engrossed in the book in her hands. Eventually, she let out a weary sigh and rubbed her temple with a tired expression. Some tea would be nice, she murmured, placing the book down and standing up. She left her room and headed toward the kitchen. There, she saw the maid in charge of cooking scrolling through her phone with one hand while wiping down the counter with the other. Yuka-san, could I bother you with? Her words stopped when a melody reached her ears, sound coming from the maid's phone. Although Momo wasn't particularly fond of that genre, for some reason, she found herself unexpectedly drawn in. She approached, leaning slightly to peek over Yuka's shoulder. Yuka-san. Ah. The maid jumped out of her trance, spinning around in a hurry. I'm so sorry, Momo-sama. I got distracted. It's fine, Momo assured with a gentle smile, though her eyes drifted curiously toward the phone. What was that music? This. Yuka blinked, then turned her phone back on. The video resumed immediately. Yuka explained, it's the song a Vigilante played yesterday at the musical festival in Tokyo. Apparently, he crashed the event and took over the stage before leaving once he finished. Momo's expression tightened with concern. Did anyone end up hurt? Yuka blinked rapidly, sweating slightly. No. Actually, from what I've seen, the crowd looked like they enjoyed being hostages a lot. Momo's sweat dropped lightly, but before either could comment further, the song intensified. The footage showed Taka floating high above the stage as his guitar solo completely overtook the music, making both their eyes widen. By the time the song ended, it took them a full 10 seconds to snap out of their trance. Alright, what can I serve you, Momo-sama? Yuka asked quickly. Atia, please. I'm a bit stuffed from the sweets. Right away. As the maid began preparing it, Momo spoke again. By the way, what is the name of that vigilante? Takaba Municipal Beach. Ha, green-haired teenager breathed heavily as he sat on a malfunctioning refrigerator, the top of his tracksuit resting beside him while his upper body dripped with sweat. His gaze swept across the massive stretch of trash left for him to clear, nearly a kilometer of it. His body might have been taking a breather, but his mind was still running nonstop. I should prioritize cleaning that area first. That'll make it easier to carry the scraps on this side, since they're pretty big and cumbersome. His analytical eyes scanned the mess, planning a better approach to the task he'd been given. But then he snapped out of his thoughts and turned toward a certain person nearby. A skeletal blonde man wearing an oversized t-shirt, none other than the #1 hero, All Might. Midoriya had long since grown accustomed to his mentor's presence. Instead, what caught his attention was the fact that All Might was staring intensely at his phone and music was coming from it. All Might. Midoriya stood and approached him. The hero paused the video he was watching and looked up. Sorry, young Midoriya. I was checking some footage from an incident that happened a few stations from here last night. I had been asleep, so I didn't get called in. An incident. Midoriya tilted his head. Nothing too major. Something happened at the musical festival, you know, the one that's done every year. Midoriya looked a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I don't. All Might waved him off. It's fine. I don't know much myself either. What happened? Midoriya asked, curious about what kind of situation would catch the number one hero's interest. Someone intruded into the event and took over the stage for a bit, played their song, and then left. Oh. Midoriya nodded, though he looked a little lost. It didn't sound like something big enough for a hero of All Might's caliber to care about. All Might laughed. Ha ha ha, no need to think too hard. I was just checking the footage, and I liked the music, so I kept replaying it. Oh. Midoriya nodded again, still clearly confused. He wasn't into music, so he didn't really get the appeal. But then, when All Might showed him the video, Midoriya's eyes widened. That's Reincarnation. Oh, you know him. All Might smiled. Of course. He's been trending a lot these days, mostly because of the mystery around him having multiple abilities when he was originally assumed to just have telekinesis, ranging from creating clones, allegedly, shooting lasers, super strength, super speed, and who knows what more. I actually have a theory that all his powers come from a single. Ahem. All Might cut him off before he went on with another of his rants with a forced cough. Enough chit-chat, young Midoriya. There's still plenty of scrap to move, and plenty of daylight left. Yes. And with that, Midoriya went right back to work. Not too far away, in the same city. A spiky, explosive blonde grinned cockily as he finished answering several questions on a worksheet on his desk. That written exam will be a piece of cake, he snorted. Now I won't need to worry about some extra overstepping even in this. Although at the mention of extra, memories of what happened months ago with the sludge villain resurfaced. That bastard Deku, he had jumped in to save him. And after that, he'd said he'd try to enter UA too. That guy, he was going too far with his delusions. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Then he scoffed proudly. As if that damn Deku could actually enter the hero course being Quirkle. Katsuki, go throw the trash, please. Bakugo's mom called from outside his room. Arg, you damn hag, why can't you do it? I'm busy over here. What did you say, you brat? You better move this instant, or I'm beating your ass to a pulp. Bakugo scoffed. Whatever. Minutes later, he stepped outside carrying several trash bags. He tossed them into the container and turned to leave. But just as he was about to walk off. Hey, did you see the Vigilante thing from yesterday? Yeah, it was awesome. My dad says our uncle was there. Apparently, he almost had a heart attack from the hype. Really? The song in the clip is good, but was it that epic? Dunno, wasn't there. The group of kids walked away, leaving a slightly puzzled Bakugo behind. A Vigilante. Kanagawa Prefecture, in a room full of posters of sexy heroines in swimsuits. HNGH. That guy, I am so damn envious. He must have dozens of chicks digging him right now. A short, purple, bald-haired teenager bit his nails as he stared at the Reincarnation video you already know, a vein pulsing on his forehead. But then, he closed the video, tossing the phone aside as a determined expression appeared on his face. That'll be me once I get into U.A and nothing and no one will stop me. Sadly for him, the world is full of disappointments. Taka's room, 2 days later. The sun seeped in through the window's blinds, hitting Taka's face and stirring him awake. Yawn. What, it's morning already. Taka pushed himself up from bed, scratching one eye albeit unnecessarily, since his clean skill prevented things like gunk from forming in the first place. Groaning and stretching, he slipped out of bed and went straight to his laptop. Alright, let's see how the song is doing. The evening after his stunt at the musical festival, meaning yesterday, Taka had gone back to the rockabase and performed the whole song again, this time to upload it as an official music video on his channel. He finished editing it at home, passed by a cyber CAF to upload it, then returned home and knocked out instantly, which brought him to now. His anxiety level was high enough that checking his gains was the first thing he did upon waking up, so he opened his non-criminally attached account and clicked on the video. Alright, about 8 hours have passed since I uploaded it. A few dozen thousand views would baha. He blinked, then blinked again, then rubbed his eyes, wondering if his clean skill had malfunctioned and let something blurry slip through. But when he stared back at the screen, he realized it wasn't his vision. It was real. 1 million views. Taka almost fell from his chair. Immediately, he pulled up his status. Status page. Strength, 126. Defense, 252. Aura projection, 9,463. Total aura, 10,802. Holy shit, Taka gawked at the number. Just 2 days ago, he'd barely reached the 9,000s. After that, his passive gains had jumped from 60 to around 200 in one go, netting him roughly 400 points in just 2 days. And now, after uploading the song in just 8 hours, he had gained 1,400 aura? Haha, Taka laughed, half shocked, half overjoyed. And that was just over the night. More aura would probably be coming during the week, until it eventually slowed down. But even then, he could just do something else to keep his fame ignited. And if he continued like this for the 3 months that were left, I'm gonna be stacking aura like crazy from now on, Taka laughed, making the calculations in his mind. And, as he reached exorbitant numbers, he couldn't help but wonder, just what kind of monster will I be by the time Canon arrives? His future was bright, that was for sure. From now on, it would all go up high. Oi, Taka, I heard you waking up. Stop jerking off and come downstairs to spar. Some idiot photographed me while I was on a date yesterday, so I'm feeling extra rusty. Seiji's shout from outside the door snapped him out of his power trip, black lines appearing on Taka's face. Despite all his almighty power, he was still getting knocked around by that guy. I hate this, Taka gritted his teeth. Today was the day he beat the shit out of him, that was for sure. With determined eyes, Taka stood up. Prepare to get humiliated by a kid 15 years younger than you fucker. To be continued. A/N, hey, how was the multiple character showcase? I tried to portray everyone's personality nicely, and while at it, show some funny situations, but I don't know if I screwed up. I think it went well, but you never know. Also, you know, it's kind of funny. In my notes where I plan some things of this story, I have the objective of making Taka reach 5,000 aura by the time UA begins. I guess I didn't have enough vision. 26. Style. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Style. Insert Old West duel music. Seiji. Taka. Both contestants stood meters apart, gazes narrowed, and faces scrunched in hostility. Their fingers twitched as if itching to draw, despite having no pistols. A lone cloud of dust drifted by between them, like something straight out of a desert showdown. Then, Taka took his stance, and Seiji did the same. Your luck's up, old man, the edgy teenager declared, fingers curling like claws. Ha, didn't you say the same thing yesterday? I recall you ended up on the floor after that. The blond man mocked, one hand on top of his head, the other on his butt, knees bent faintly, and tail wiggling enthusiastically. An immaculate imitation of the classic monkey scratching pose. How does that stance even work? Taka muttered, sweat dropping. By confusing amateurs like you, kid. I'm not confused, I just made you think I was, so you get confused. And I'm confusing you by making you believe I was confused by your confusion. Seiji. Taka. With that bizarre exchange, the standoff and the building tension ended and soon, the two lunged at each other like hungry beasts. Taka struck first, claw turning into a full-on fist, and aiming directly at Seiji's face. Swish! Unfortunately, his punch was fast, but Seiji was faster. Moments before impact, Seiji spun mid-charge, dodging by centimeters, and then casually fixing his hair as he passed by the charging Taka. The teenager stumbled forward after his fist met no target, clicking his tongue. Slap! Only to receive a smug tail whack to the back of his head right the next instant. Annoyed, he spun with a back fist. Seiji ducked effortlessly, then used his tail to hook Taka's legs out from under him, slamming the kid to the ground. Thud! The fall did little physical damage, but it sure caused Taka a lot of emotional damage. This guy is aura farming and aura farmer. Taka groaned inwardly, shooting Seiji a glare. Then, he scrambled back up in no time and lunged again, this time opening with something new. A flurry of blows, punches, and kicks combined, but switching unpredictably, hoping to overwhelm Seiji. Sadly, without any stat boosting, Taka was still far too slow. Seiji merely hopped back, dodging each strike by making distance, turning the duel into a chase in which Taka threw his attacks, and Seiji continued going reverse. Tack! Ah! Sadly, it all came to an end when, during one of Taka's attacks, Seiji grabbed his wrist, pulled Taka towards him, and then slammed a palm strike into his chin. Thud! The kid staggered back, his chin reddening, before collapsing onto his knees and falling flat with a groan. Damn it! Seiji snorted, hands in his pockets. What did I tell you about chin strikes? Never let them hit. Yeah, I know. Taka clicked his tongue. At this rate, you'll barely qualify by the time UA starts, Seiji muttered, massaging his chin with a troubled expression. Taka's eyebrow twitched. Then, to top it off, Seiji waved at him dismissively before turning away. Forget it, kid. I'm not feeling rusty anymore. And like that, he began walking away. Shit, Taka cursed inwardly. He glanced at his status. His stats were fine, more than fine. He was over twice as strong as when they started training, and that was without aura boosting him. So why the hell was he still getting clowned on by this guy? Was it really just a stat issue? No, that wasn't either, maybe just partly. He recalled the mission that had sparked this obsession of his with winning, how it had asked him to learn to dance, and to beat a more serious Seiji in combat. He reminisced about Seiji's words. Fights are like a dance, Taka repeated in his mind, his eyes narrowing in thought. It's a constant back and forth of predicting the other's movements until one side falls behind. With that definition in mind, Taka's mind went back to the fight they had just had, his face scrunching in distaste as he recalled how quickly they ended. In my case, there's a back but no forth. I attack, he counters, but I never respond. I just end up on the floor. He thought about the tail sweep and the chin strike from earlier. Frown deepening. Like he said, predict the prediction of the prediction. But I'm not predicting anything, and I find it hard to do so when that guy moves so wildly. Meanwhile, he's predicting everything I'll do. With a frustrated slap to both cheeks, Taka snapped himself awake, earning a curious glance from Seiji. Focus, you dumbass. Remember what you said once? I'm a god, and All Might is my errand boy. If I don't end this crap today, who the hell am I to say that? Then, Taka did something that made Seiji pause. He placed his palms on the ground, spun wild lie, and pushed himself up into a clean landing, stance rising anew. Predicting him may still be a bit too much for now, but that doesn't mean I'm helpless. If I can't predict him, then all I gotta do is even the field. Right away, his stance began shifting this time, no more martial artistish, instead, it seemed way more relaxed, but ready to snap at any minute. Now that I think about it, the mission itself made it pretty clear as to what the answer was. If the movements he's taught me are obviously easy for him to predict, then all I gotta do is use movements he hasn't taught me. He took a deep breath. Let's just hope all this practice was worth something. And so, with that resolve burning in him, Taka lifted a hand and beckoned. Come on, you son of a chimp. One last time. Seiji's eye twitched. Haha, I was wondering what you were up to alright. I suppose there's still a little rust left to brush off. Cracking his neck and knuckles, Seiji retook his stance, smirking confidently. Alright, come at me, little Taka. Taka snorted, a confident grin tugging at his lips. No, you come at me. Seiji raised an eyebrow but didn't move. No, you come. Nah, you come. Seiji shrugged. Little kids first. Taka shrugged back. Elderly first. Silence. Neither moved. What's wrong, Taka? Scared. Seiji teased. You're the adult guy with twice my body weight and a supposedly successful hero career. You tell me. Oh ho ho, alright. Seiji chuckled, then snapped his eyes open and lunged forward without a shred of warning, his speed vertiginous. As you please. Taka barely had time to react before a punch shot toward him, but instead of simply raising his guard like every other day, he suddenly dropped to his knees at the last second, the punch cutting through empty air. In slow motion, Seiji's eyes widened, following Taka down in disbelief. Not just because it was unexpected but because Taka had left himself horribly open for a follow-up. A knee strike from this angle would end the fight instantly. What is this kid doing? He already had Taka's torso in view. If the kid tried something frog punch-like, he'd see it coming instantly. But he didn't think the kid was so stupid to attempt something like that. So then what was? His confusion only deepened as Taka's kneeling posture collapsed, even low-roan leg threading between Seiji's, his back nearly brushing the ground, and palms planted firmly. Then, thud, Taka spun, his legs hooking around one of Seiji's in a tight clamp. The monkey man yanked himself free with a sharp pirouette, escaping the entanglement by a hair. But by the time he regained his footing and lifted his gaze, Taka was already there, fist cocked and flying. Seiji readied himself to sneak by his attack and reach Taka's weak point. Ha! But once again, contrary to every expectation, Taka's punch vanished as he suddenly dropped mid-charge, sliding across the rough dirt. No seasoned fighter would let someone slide between their legs, so Seiji lashed out with a kick to intercept. But Taka's hand slammed the ground, twisting his whole body in a wild, acrobatic spin. Whack! A powerful heel smashed into Seiji's face, snapping his head sideways. The counter kick he'd thrown missed by a breath. With one last push of his arms, Taka launched himself backward, landing cleanly on his feet. He exhaled a long, steady breath then smirked. Still think I won't qualify. Seiji turned back toward him, rubbing the forming bruise on his cheek. That shit hurt, he hissed then chuckled, eyes gleaming with new respect. Looks like you finally figured something out, huh, kid? Yeah, how about I show you a few more times? Taka taunted, jumping in his spot, all fired up after that hit. Ha ha ha. Seiji laughed again. This time, though, his laugh carried something more than amusement. You're seriously asking for a beating, kid? Taka beckoned him with a cocky wave. Let me help you confront reality. The future's now, old man. Seiji shook his head. All right. Then he charged again. Minutes later, Taka lay flat on the ground, bruises blooming across his face, dirt smeared over his clothes. Seiji stood over him, victorious, and grinning wide. If only that grin wasn't framed by swollen cheeks and a fresh purple eye, he might have looked infinitely cooler. You're still a few decacillion years short of beating me, kid. Shut up. Laughing, Seiji took out a cigarette and lit it up, puffing up a big one. Good spar, kid. Good spar. With that, he turned and started walking off, occasionally letting out small, pained groans that betrayed his attempt at acting tough. Taka watched him go, then let his gaze fall back to the sky with a defeated sigh. So I still lost, huh? What bullshit quirk he has. Serious lie, how did a monkey quirk turn someone into that kind of monster? Taka would never understand. He pushed himself up from the dirt, shaky but determined, and managed to get to his feet. The instant he stood, the dust coating his clothes vanished, as did the blood on his face and knuckles, clean skill doing its job. I guess this is all I can do without using my aura against a guy with a quirk like that. You have a mission's reward you haven't checked, host. Wah, oh, right, that. He chuckled and opened the notification. Complete. You have finally taken notice of the mesmerizing art of dance, but you have yet to realize its true potential. Let the aura farmer within you bloom further as you open your mind to the wonders of corporeal expression. Quest conditions. Learn a dance style to a skillful degree. Reach a new level in martial skill by enduring a fight with a serious Seiji for 1 full minute without enhancing yourself or using aura projection. Calculating reward. Plus 500 aura. Plus skill, let's dance. Note, the request was for you to last a minute, as the physical difference between you and Seiji was too wide. Yet you went beyond that, contesting the hero for several minutes and even dealing solid damage. Truly worthy of an aura farmer. Keep up the good job, host. Right, it was a minute. Taka scratched his head, annoyed. He'd gotten so into the fight that he forgot that part of the requirement, and he must have tuned out the notification entirely. Well, all that ends well. He opened the new skill. Let's dance. Passive. Description: the aura farmer is unmatched, peerless, and unreachable. When conflict arises, he overwhelms opponents and shows them the true gap between their powers. Brute force is one way to establish superiority. style is the other. Because if you beat someone up while still being stylish, what better way is there to prove the difference between you? Boosts battle IQ, improves overall control over your body, enhances improvisation, reflexes, and thinking speed when mixing dance with martial arts mid-combat. Pairs well with my theme. Dancing mid-fight sounds kinda cringe, but I guess if I fight as I did against Seiji, it'll work, Taka muttered, before his eyes focused on the battle IQ boost and enhanced control over his body benefits, glistening with satisfaction. And even without that, it is a nice boost either way. Would this be enough to close the gap that there was this time, for the next spar that the two had? Maybe. Would it be enough to win? No idea. Taka shrugged. Either way, that was future Taka's problem. I'm gonna go try unlocking my healing abilities now, ouch. Still grumbling and sore, Taka shuffled toward the house, planning on practicing a lot. He didn't want to stay hurting, after all. To be continued. A/N, the final mission Taka had in store is done save for unlocking healing, but that'll be covered in the next and last arc before UA, which will be the last hurdle Taka will have to surpass before being fully ready to aura farm the heck out of the main cast. 27, Level 9. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Level 9. Why the heck was shooting lasers so easy, when healing is so fucking hard? Taka grumbled. Wearing his Rockinesis costume, he lay on his back Maderomost as if he were lounging on a mattress, idly rolling a sphere of aura between his hands, all while flying at absurd speed through the sky. He didn't even bother looking where he was going. Come on, op. Crap, it's just getting hotter again. He clicked his tongue and dispersed the aura, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Figures. Healing's supposed to be broken, so of course it's got the difficulty set to max. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since he received the mission to unlock the healing mode of aura projection, and progress had been, let's call it, slow as hell. The mode demanded a level of precision far beyond simply compressing energy into a single point, as its destructive mode had asked for. From what he'd managed to understand, healing worked by literally transforming his aura into whatever material the body needed at that moment, and making his aura do that was proving to be quite the challenge. What's worse, that seemed to be the basic part of it all. The actual mechanics underneath, what other functions it performed, or what else was needed besides focusing on that aspect for it to work as an actual healing skill. That was way beyond his understanding at the moment, awaiting to be deciphered in the foreseeable future. The biggest obstacle, however, was the ridiculous aura expenditure. Even short attempts drained him fast. Still, he wasn't completely in the dark anymore. He'd managed to evoke healing properties a couple of times, enough to dull pain and accelerate recovery after the villain gang incident or whenever Seiji turned him into a punching bag. Granted, both times natural regeneration had carried most of the weight, but his aura had definitely helped with internal damage. Anyway, it was still in its baby stage. But hey, baby stage was better than being at the undiscovered stage, and with time, he'd figure out the complete method. He just needed to practice. For now, though, he didn't exactly have many subjects to practice on, and trying it on actually injured people seemed questionable. Especially since he still occasionally mixed up the heal function with obliterate into sizzling chunks function. So until he could reliably make the aura heal when he wanted it to heal, regardless of how effective it was, he'd have to be the only test dummy. Once that was sorted out, then the real healing training would start, and he'd finally add a proper healing skill to his arsenal. Speaking of skills in his arsenal, BZZZT, Taka summoned another sphere of aura into his palm, watching it hum and glow. I wonder what other modes this thing has. There was destruction, triggered by condensing aura into a single point, making it hotter and brighter the more aura he poured in. He could also isolate the brightness aspect to make fake, harmless shots like the one he used on the sniper villain. Not powerful, but great for sending the message of, if that had been real, you'd have disintegrated. And there was healing, which, as said earlier, was still a work in progress. If you looked at aura projection alone, you'd think those were the only two functions. They work like a yin and yang, after all. Normally, yang didn't exist. But the stat wasn't the only thing that granted his aura strange properties. His skill list also affected it directly: clone creation, cleaning, radar-like detection. They made his aura a chaotic mess of potential applications. And there were probably more effects waiting to be unlocked. But what could the AP stat do on its own, without relying on future unlockable skills? Sigh. He dispersed the sphere again and stared up at the vast blue sky, clouds drifting above and below him. Aura, he muttered. Come on, some fiction back in my old world definitely used aura as a power system. Maybe I can steal a hem, be inspired by something. He recalled a few. Aura. First thing that came to mind, a blade sharpener. He thought, snorting at the thought. Not as in the tool, but more like the medieval trope where knights enhanced their weapons with energy. Often called aura or ki, or whatever fitted the world. Could his aura do that, too? Taka glanced around, expecting his system to throw him a mission as it had for healing. But nothing popped up. So either that's not it, or the system wants me to figure it out myself, he muttered with a wry smirk. With a sigh, he rolled over from his relaxed, belly-up flying posture. Finally, looking to where he was going. Well, I can just test that with a knife once I'm home. But that'll have to wait for now. Let's finish our business here. He looked down. Tokyo, an entire city sprawling beneath him, almost the whole metropolis visible from where he hovered. Why was he in Tokyo again, you may ask? It all went back to the release of his song the other day. Thanks to it, he'd realized a couple of important things. First of all, he was kind of actively being hunted in Shizuoka. And while he'd hardly be arrested, the police showing up immediately whenever he sent a clone out was getting annoying. Their timely interventions kept cutting his show short. Meaning, putting on a performance was becoming harder and harder. He could suppress them with his clones since they could be pretty powerful with all the aura he had now, but doing that would ruin the mood. Second, after his musical festival stunt here in Tokyo, Taka had realized something else: this city was basically a gold mine for an aura farmer. Not only was Shizuoka's population tiny in comparison, but the media adored Tokyo more than anything. Sure, news from other cities popped up sometimes, but Tokyo owned the spotlight. So if he wanted to become renowned, if he wanted to show off his aura to the most people, then hitting the most important city in the country was obviously the move. And third, though not exactly a benefit, another reason he chose this place was that, after the festival show and the massive bump in aura gains, his top travel speed had improved so much that going back and forth between cities was now actually viable. If this were the old him, it would have been annoying as hell. 3 hours by car, which had been somewhat his speed, meant a 6-hour round trip. But now, just a neat little 1-hour flight. 2 for the round trip. Truthfully, even before the show, he could have squeezed the first trip into 2 hours instead of 3, but back then, he needed to channel part of his aura just to block the air blast on his face, and that was an aura he couldn't put into flight speed. Now, though, with a bigger reserve, he could afford both, the shield and the velocity. In short, traveling here wasn't a chore anymore. At least to him. A clone would still probably find it tedious, which was why he came himself. Of course, a clone had the whole day free, so they could spend more time traveling, but he suddenly felt like coming personally. No, it absolutely wasn't because he wanted to check out the delicacies and some pretty interesting spots exclusive to the bigger cities. How could anyone even think that? Alright, maybe that's a bit of a reason. Taka cleared his throat, folding instantly under absolutely no pressure. Then, as his gaze swept below, he activated his trouble radar. Time to make his debut. You may be wondering why he wasn't carrying any instruments if he was planning a show. Well, because this time he was going for a more brutish presentation. As in, beating up villains. As for the music, he had a skill for that now, and it was already configured with his most recent track. All that was left was to find a villain to beat into the pavement while a song played inside everyone's heads. Not that he was giving up his instruments, this was just a temporary approach while he gauged the city's reception, difficulty, and the amount of hero/police interference. If everything went smoothly, he could find an empty building, set up another rockabase, and have his clones gear up there after each trip. But first, he needed to see if things were viable. Travel certainly was, especially if his aura kept growing at this ridiculous rate. But if the heroes here were too strong, maybe not. So, with his plans already laid out, he scanned the city for a while. But even after a few minutes had passed, seems like a pretty calm day, he muttered, annoyed by the lack of crime. Some alerts were popping up, sure, but they were all level 1 or 2. That wouldn't do for his debut. Come on, I know it's just for checking on this place, but give me something big. A level 5? Maybe level 6? With how powerful he currently was, those would be easy enough to win against, but still strong enough to leave a lasting impression. A level 7. Yeah, that could work too. It may prove a bit annoying, but it shouldn't be too hard. So please, appear. Taka prayed inwardly. Unfortunately, fate seemed uninterested in cooperating. Should I just go for a level 2? Taka wondered after even more minutes had gone by, rubbing his chin. That felt like such a waste for his first official appearance, festival crash not included, in Tokyo. Some random crook? Really? But if that's all I've got, then I guess I can't help it, he sighed and began descending. Wait. A thought hit him, making him stop mid-descent. If he jumped down there, what were the chances a powerful hero was nearby? It was morning prime patrol hours. At the festival, it had been night, so heroes like All Might, who had limited time, were unlikely to appear. But now, diving into central Tokyo in broad daylight? Chances of running into someone troublesome were high. Sure, he was strong enough now that he doubted he'd actually get into danger. And even if things went south, he could hide, send a clone to mislead them, or just let a clone handle everything while he watched from afar. But his goal was to perform unbothered. That sort of chaos ruined the point if his show was interrupted mid-act. Still, Tokyo was a gold mine. More trouble might just be part of the trade. Higher risk, higher reward. Is there a workaround, he wondered, scanning the city carefully. His gaze narrowed toward the outskirts, near the bay. Maybe the hero density would be lower there. And his aura didn't reach that far, so a higher level crime might be happening unregistered. Well, I lose nothing trying. With a shrug, he shot forward again. He kept scouting the whole way, but the highest alert he saw was a level 3. Today really was quiet. After 5 minutes, he reached Tokyo's edge. Beyond lay Chiba Prefecture, which was not his goal. Well, it was worth a try. I guess that level 3 alert will have to do, he muttered, dejected. He prepared to head back, but then, his whole body froze. His pupils shrank, and his eyes widened like platters. He turned sharply toward Chiba. From there an alert from his skill came. However, it was one completely unlike any other he had ever felt. Not even those 3 villains from weeks ago compared. Back then, even if it was risky, he had felt the chance he had to win even before confronting Theme, and he won in the end. But this was pure, primal danger in its rawest form, converted into an alert his aura could catch. It was a kind of threat even his body and aura recognized instinctively as something above his level. If he went there, it wasn't about whether he could win. The question was, would he even be able to do anything? What worried him more was that he was twice as strong as weeks ago, when he fought the villains. And yet, he felt powerless before this alert. It was that unnervingly ominous. How could the show not have mentioned this? Or did it? Taka frowned, digging through his memories for any hint that something of this caliber had ever been brought up. But nothing came to mind. Maybe All Might had shown up to handle it, making the whole ordeal look simple in hindsight, and thus never got mentioned in the show? Maybe, he muttered, though his gaze never left the distant prefecture. But what if that wasn't it? There was always the possibility that the show had glossed over countless tragedies, background events that never made the spotlight. Right now, he had power. He was no longer the quirkless kid who looked at the world and thought, there's nothing I can do. He could do something now. Even if it wasn't much, judging by the suffocating pressure radiating from that alert, could still act. And if All Might really did show up, Taka could simply stay on the sidelines and make sure nothing went wrong. The symbol of peace wasn't a god, after all. He could always use a bit of backup. Well, I guess a level. What level even is this? Taka rubbed his chin, brows furrowing. Level 8? No, as I am now, a level 8 should be manageable. This feels a tad too overwhelming for that. With a decisive nod, he readied his aura. Level 9 then. I guess a level 9 will have to do for my grand debut. And with that, boom! A thunderous burst of air exploded behind him as Taka shot forward, faster than ever before. Soon, he disappeared into the distance, going to face his hardest challenge yet. To be continued. A/N. Originally, I wanted there to be 2 events before UA, but after a bit of thought, I realized I could fuse the 2 and be done with it. Not as to be lazy, which I am, but rather because one needed a powerful villain to serve as Taka's final obstacle before UA, and I was racking my brain trying to invent one. Meanwhile, the other event already included a dangerously strong villain. Maybe too strong a villain, though. But nothing Taka can't overcome with pure coolness. So, in the end, the thing clicked in my head, and the 2 last events became only one, so you won't need to wait that much before UA. 28, Real Battle. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Real Battle. Chiba Prefecture. After a small incident in which bullying somehow turned into a breakdance lesson, and bullies and bullied walked away as best pals, school finally ended. Mina Ashido hopped out of the school gates with her usual happy bounce, her 2 friends chatting beside her. Say, I know I said we should go to the store, but why don't we hit the karaoke instead? One friend suggested. No YAI. I was thinking the same thing. Mina perked up. There's the song I got into recently, she added with a smug little grin. The other friend gave her a flat look and a teasing smile. Don't tell me it's that Vigilante's song. Ah, how did you know? It's trending everywhere, Nina. Kind of obvious. Well, am I wrong for wanting to sing it? Nah, you're valid. Humph, thought so. She crossed her arms with a proud smirk. After a small pause, however, she tapped her lips in puzzlement. But do you think karaoke rooms allow breakdancing? The 2 stared at her, baffled. I mean, I don't think there's a rule against it, but the space is pretty tiny. Why? Mina suddenly started swaying left and right, doing all sorts of random movements in a mock dance. Since I'm gonna be singing it, I also want to try to imitate that guy's sick moves. They are the reason why I got into the song in the first place, after all. I don't think that's humanly possible, Nina. You never know until you try. She pumped her fist, face full of determination. Well, just know that the hospital isn't that far away, so that's one worry less. You. Giggling together, the trio made their way into town, passing storefronts and busy sidewalks. Minutes later, the karaoke building came into view. Mina suddenly froze, eyes wide as though she'd remembered she had left the stove on. What's wrong, Nina? Her friends asked. Mina turned around and waved them off with a wry smile. Go ahead without me. I'll buy us drinks. The karaoke ones are way too expensive. The 2 gasped in awe. Oh, Nina, you must be a genius. Hee. But hide them in your backpack, okay? We don't want to get banned. Of course. Mina giggled, putting a finger to her lips before taking off. Her friends continued onward, the karaoke being just a few more streets away. Meanwhile, Mina jogged toward a vending machine she'd spotted earlier, the one that had inspired her plan to dodge the karaoke's overpriced drinks. She scanned the options with a dramatic squint. Let's see, lemonade would be nice, right? Don't want my throat to die mid-song, but iced tea sounds good too. Why is this so hard? After a bit of melodramatic suffering, she finally chose drinks for all 3 of them. Money in, beep, and moments later, the cans clattered down into the retrieval slot. Mina scooped them up, barely managing to hold 2 in one hand, and stuffed all 3 into her backpack, away from prying eyes. Snickering to herself, she dashed back toward the karaoke, and stopped dead as she rounded the corner. There, standing outside the entrance, were her 2 friends, but looming in front of them was a massive, robed figure, towering, broad, overwhelming. His very presence pinned the girls against the wall, making them shake in terror. And even though Mina wasn't directly in front of him, she felt the fear too. The figure emanated intimidation. Intentionally, not, it didn't matter. He simply had a presence that froze her blood solid. But then, it became worse. Not just the presence anymore. Where is the agency of the hero Spriggan? The figure's deep, raspy voice rolled over the girls, making their shivering intensify. Terror swallowed their eyes. When they failed to respond, his tone darkened. Hostility seeped out of him like poison. You're hiding it from me, aren't you? The wall behind the girls cracked, whether from the weight from his hand or his rising agitation, Mina couldn't tell. Why won't you tell me? The killing intent grew so heavy it felt like the air itself was being crushed. But somehow, that had been what she needed. Mina's eyes snapped wide open, a realization dawning on her at that very moment. If she didn't move now, her friends were going to die. KGH. Forcing her trembling legs to obey, she shot forward. He wanted to get somewhere, right? She only needed to say a fake direction, and he'd leave them alone. She hoped so, at least. But, just as she was about to wedge herself between her friends and the towering figure, "Oi!" a voice called out, deep, commanding. It carried the same oppressive weight as the giant's, yet somehow, it wasn't frightening at all. If anything, it felt reassuring. The three girls and the giant turned toward the voice, and soon, they saw him. A man in a black hoodie and mask stood behind the villain, arms crossed. "Who are you?" the giant growled, brows tightening under his hood. The masked man didn't flinch. His gaze held the giant's effortlessly. "Leave." Silence descended after that, thick and suffocating for the girls, the people around watching, and even the animals in the vicinity. They felt like prey standing before the imminent conflict of top predators. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. Then, why does everyone want to hide it from me?" Sorrow warbled in the villain's voice. His fists clenched, looking ready to snap. But before he could do anything, swish! The masked man raised a hand. Swoosh! In an instant, the giant was blasted skyward. Everyone froze, stunned. It had all been too abrupt. They had expected words to be exchanged, an interchange of blows, something. But the seemingly tense standoff was over just like that. Or it was until the man too moved. Bam! As everyone's eyes fell on him, the concrete beneath him fractured, and his figure vanished from its previous spot. For a moment, they didn't understand where he had gone. But soon, someone pointed it out. The sky. Everyone's head snapped up at that instant. Indeed, there he was, soaring like a rocket at a tremendous speed, all while following behind the figure of the giant, which also continued moving up. Basically, they had left. As everyone struggled to understand the events that had just occurred, Mina sprinted to her friends, throwing her arms around them as they all broke into tears. "Mina, I was so scared." "Me too." "Wah!" Nearby, a black-haired boy stared, caught between awe and disbelief. His gaze followed the two distant figures rising into the sky, eyes sparkling. "Manly." Taka's POV. "Alert, alert, enemies level too high." "I know I shouldn't be saying this, given my purpose, but are you sure this is worth it?" "Shut up already." I groaned, dismissing the annoying pop-up as I squinted toward the still ascending giant. He was slowing down now, just about to start falling, and judging by how his robe shredded apart as his body expanded, it seemed this fall was about to be a heavy one. Too bad I'm in the falling zone, and I'm not moving, I thought, squinting my eyes as the robes of the giant finally ripped apart, and revealed the real identity of this guy, one that I already knew of. Gigantomachia. All for one's most powerful minion at the moment, and my opponent today. This sure wasn't going to be easy, huh? Rah! He roared as his figure descended on me, now being at least twice as big, enough to bloat the sun, and to seem like a humanoid meteorite rather than the guy he was. I snorted. "Yeah, this won't end well at all," I groaned internally, but I kept flying upward. There was, after all, a reason I'd launched him into the sky in the first place. Status page. Strength, 128. Defense, 2627. Aura projection, 10,000. Total aura, 12,371. I glanced at my status, more specifically, towards the AP stat. I needed more. Sighing, I lifted my eyes back to the falling mountain of hard as rock muscle, my gaze narrowing in preparation. This was why. He had no foothold. And without a foothold, no matter how sturdy he was, he wouldn't resist being tossed around. Up here he was just a big target. Status page. Strength, 150-128. Defense, 2,221-256. Aura projection, 10,000-12,371. With a quick shift in stats, I accelerated me figure blurring through the sky. The world stretched around me, and the distance between Gigantomachia and me shrank to mere meters. Then, status page. Strength, 128-10,000. Defense, 256-2000. Aura projection, 12,371-755. I wound up a fist, pouring my entire back, waist, and aura into it. Gigantomachia mirrored me with one of his own, his giant fist dwarfing my entire body like a boulder looming over an ant. Arg. We both roared as we charged. I roared because I needed the confidence boost for what was about to happen. He probably because he was angry or something. And then we clashed. Boom! The shockwave was monstrous, loud enough to resemble a damn thunderstrike. I swear I saw the air itself split for a moment. But the sound wasn't my concern. What happened? I squinted, dizzy as all hell. Seconds later, I managed to recompose myself, aura stabilizing me mid-air after I'd been launched who knows how far. When I finally stopped, I looked down then winced hard. Shit, my arm was broken. And the worst part? I'm pretty sure his fist didn't even fully hit me. I dove under at the last second. His punch only grazed me as I passed, before I slammed my own into his abdomen. Yet that much contact had been enough to wreck my arm this badly. No way natural recovery is going to be enough fix this. I sweat dropped. I was either gonna have to master healing by the end of today, or come up with a very suspicious excuse for Seiji about why my arm was turned to shreds in one evening, if that was all I ended up with by the time this battle was over. Maybe this was even where I died today. Sighing, I shifted my focus back to Gigantomachia. Luckily, I hadn't been the only one affected by the clash. He, too, had been launched away by the sheer force of my punch cutting through the air like an arrow. A very, very big arrow. And, just as planned, he was flying toward the bay bordering the town. There. At least I won't have to worry about anyone getting killed during our showdown. Yes, that had been the point of throwing him upward in the first place, to drag him somewhere isolated before things got messy. Because honestly, even if he had a huge disadvantage in aerial mobility, his durability alone more than made up for it. I bet that 10,000 aura punch barely even tickled him. That's like 5 tons, you know. Clicking my tongue, I shifted my aura back into AP and shot after him. This wasn't a battle to win. I'd already made peace with that. This guy's level was simply way too much for me to handle right now. But that didn't mean it had to be a loss. I'd already thought of a few ways not to perish today. None of them was remotely safe, so I was gonna have to brace myself for a very possible fight and, by extension, for a lot of broken bones. But that was part of the risk I'd accepted the moment I decided to butt in unnecessarily into this situation. Or was it really unnecessary? When I arrived at the scene, I recognized exactly which moment from the show this was. Kirishima's and Mina's backstory. In the original, Mina tricks Gigantomachia so he leaves them alone, and then she and her friends all run away. All while Kirishima watches from the sidelines, feeling powerless. Normally, that would have meant I didn't need to intervene at all. The situation was supposed to resolve itself. But then I heard it. Where is the agency of the hero Spriggan? That single line made me consider something I hadn't before. What was he planning to do at a hero agency? This guy was, after all for one's most powerful lackey. The only thing someone like him would be doing in a place like that was stealing quirks or the people who had them for his master. Not to mention, wherever it was that Mina planned to lead him, nothing guaranteed the aftermath would go smoothly. She ended up unharmed in the show, sure, but that didn't automatically mean there weren't consequences for other people. And I, standing here, couldn't just let them happen whether they were canon or not. The show was, after all, a shonen. They weren't exactly known for having the most sanguinary authors, nor ones who consider such events to happen. This, however, was real life, and here, anything could happen. Which is why I was now here, with a broken arm, sprinting toward a guy about 10 times my size, and knowing I have literally 1 or 2% chances of winning this shit. I would stall for time long enough for stronger heroes to arrive or, alternatively, long enough to show this guy that even if I wasn't at his level yet, he really didn't want to fight me to the death. I'm not top tier strong, but I am strong, and I'm going to engrave that into his very being. To be continued. A/N, sorry for the cliffhanger, but I am quite the mischievous individual. The next chapter shouldn't take much anyway. For those who are wondering how powerful Gigantomachia is compared to Taka, I am thinking of him to be stat-wise in the 50,000s. If you disagree, then please tell me so, because I'm honestly not too sure. And since I'm entering into power scaling shit, I might as well tell you about other prominent characters that lead the power system of this world. Have in mind this is just my musing, and I might be completely wrong and suck. All Might, 500,000, Prime, 30,000,060,000, Weekend, 100,000, Last Fight against AFO. Black Anti-All Might Nomu, 20,000, his quirks do the rest of the job in letting him fight All Might toe-to-toe. AFO, physically speaking, his attacks probably can get further 50,000. 29, Clash. Join my Patreon for more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Clash. Whoosh. A colossal figure cut through the sky, almost like a falling meteor as it tore through the clouds. A moment later, gravity reclaimed its hold, and the figure began to descend, its momentum still monstrous, even as it started to fall. What the hell is that? Hey, that looks like it's coming in this direction, right? Shit, what the hell is happening now? I'm gonna be late for my appointment. Below, people across the city looked up and pointed. Some shouted in excitement, thinking they were observing some kind of hero activity. Others, however, had better survival instincts and began running away in worry. But just as the figure seemed upon them, look, there. Another figure appeared from a distance. It accelerated at a frightening pace, a sharp, deafening whistle trailing behind it as its speed climbed to inhuman levels. And then, just as the collision of the giant with the ground seemed imminent, the smaller figure crashed into the giant. Boom! A thunderous shockwave rippled through the air, making people cover their ears and wince. The giant's falling momentum twisted violently, sending him rocketing upward once more, away from the area. The smaller figure, however, recoiled slightly from the impact, hovering in place for just a brief moment. That pause was enough for those below to catch onto his appearance. Rockinesis. What's he doing here? Holy hell, is he subduing a villain right now? Excited voices erupted from those who recognized him, and for those who didn't, they were equally enthusiastic as they assumed he must have been a powerful hero, given the power he showed. But before anyone could understand what was truly happening, the air around Rockinesis stirred as his figure blurred and shot after the giant, rapidly vanishing into the distance, leaving people behind full of wonder. Not a single instrument in hand. Is this a serious fight, like against those 3 villains? That guy he was fighting was massive, so yeah, probably. Go, Rockinesis, go. Beat his ass. Nearby, 2 patrolling officers stared at the distant contenders in disbelief. Then they snapped into motion, raising their radios. We have a conflict between potentially A to S-class individuals in the upper left zone of Funabashi, requesting immediate reinforcements. Moving currently towards the coastline through the sky. The radio crackled. Received. Do you have visual confirmation of who these individuals are? Only one, confirmed Rockinesis. Back to the fight. Taka tore through the sky like a black bullet, his dark eyes locked with unwavering focus on the flying giant ahead. His aura flared, and his speed surged again, the world around him blurring everything except his target. You won't stop me from obeying my master. Gigantomachia roared. Taka answered with motion. He dove in once more. Gigantomachia swung his arm, a massive blur of rock-like muscle and air. Boom! But just like before, Taka slipped through the titanic strike and drove another punch into the giant's body, blasting him backward and reigniting his unwanted momentum, albeit at the cost of having the recoil blast him away again. Just a little more. He narrowed his eyes as he stabilized himself mid-air, eyes glaring past Gigantomachia, onto the giant coast ahead. I can already see it. One more push, and this monster would be far enough from any populated area. There would probably still be people, given how sparse civilization had grown, but it was better than fighting him in the middle of a residential area. There, at least, the people would make a run for it when they realized what was happening, and an evacuation would take less time, but it had already taken dozens of hits to force him this far. Gigantomachia's sheer mass made every fall stubborn and slow to redirect. Fortunately, despite his overwhelming size, the man was slow, or at least compared to Taka's flight speed. That alone was the only reason Taka hadn't been crushed already. Even so, the violent storms of compressed air created by his wild swings as they missed him, but still caused such chaos, were terrifying enough. But so long as he didn't let himself get hit in this last one clash that needed to be done for Gigantomachia to reach the coast, then those powerful strikes mattered little. With a wave of determination hitting him, Taka surged forward once again. He accelerated, already locking onto the zone where to punch, and predicting Gigantomachia's movements. One last hit up? What's he doing now? But then, he was forced to hit the brakes on his flight. Instead of winding up one arm like in earlier attempts, Gigantomachia drew both back. Sure. Krathum. The next instant, a devastating clap tore through the sky. A visible pressure wave exploded outward, forming a raging vortex of hurricane-force winds. The sound itself slammed into Taka like a physical blow, hurling him backward through the air and sending him spinning several meters away. By the time he steadied himself, he felt something hot trickling from his ears, and a deafening ring drowned out every other sound. But he forced the sensation down and quickly searched for Gigantomachia. That bastard. The giant was already on his way down, falling straight toward a still populated area beside the coastline. Without wasting a second and forcing down the pain in his ear, she shot after the villain. On the streets, people pointed as many began to run. Gigantomachia's size was, after all, nearly 25 meters tall. If he hit the ground, the destruction would be catastrophic. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, Taka's vertiginous figure swept down, slamming into Gigantomachia as the giant braced for impact. Boom! Once again, Gigantomachia was launched into the air. You annoying weakling. Gigantomachia's guttural roar echoed as he was sent flying, his hateful glare locked onto Taka. The people below gasped as the villain was flung away, sparing several houses that would have otherwise been reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, Taka let out a heavy sigh, watching as Gigantomachia finally soared over the coast in the distance. Finally! He shook his head, then immediately followed after him, this time at a more controlled speed. Splash! Moments later, the giant crashed into the water, sending a massive explosion of spray into the air. Taka hovered at a safe distance above the scene, untouched by the falling droplets, as Gigantomachia sank into the mass of liquid. As he watched the rippling water, Taka began reconsidering all of his life choices. Alright, I got him here, what the hell do I do now? He mused. His main objective, dragging the fight away from civilians, was accomplished. Now all that remained was to end the fight. But how the hell do I do that? Taka deadpanned, glancing down at his fist. His knuckles were red from the repeated impacts. Yet he was certain that Gigantomachia's skin didn't even carry a bruise after all that punishment. This wasn't a winnable battle. Or rather, it would require beating Dark Souls with your bare fist levels of patience to even think of winning. Patience and zero mistakes. If he got hit, he was almost certainly dead. Or maybe just critically injured if he managed to max out his defense at the last second. Either way, that kind of fight wasn't part of his plans. So he needed another way to end it. Either stall long enough for All Might or another heavy hitter to arrive, or force Gigantomachia to retreat on his own. He opened his palm, and a sphere of aura began to form. Maybe if I injure him enough, he'll realize staying here isn't worth it. If he remembered correctly, the guy was loyal to All for One, but still possessed a semblance of intelligence. If he could make him see this situation as counterproductive to his master's goals, then maybe he'd retreat on his own. Splash! Arg! Gigantomachia roared as he resurfaced, his voice thick and guttural. Maybe I'm hoping for too much. Aka sweat dropped. Either way, this was it. He would either stall long enough for someone with enough firepower to arrive, or scare the monster off himself. Whether or not he'd survive either option was still up in the air. Snort! What am I even thinking? Taka muttered, closing his eyes and shaking his head, only for them to snap open the very next second, an ominous red light glowing within. This will be easy. Status page. Strength, 1286816. Defense, 2000-3000. Aura projection, 10,688-3000. Fueled by those delusional words and having reconfigured his build into a more balanced one that wouldn't get him killed in a single hit, Taka dove like a comet. Everything for the master. Gigantomachia bellowed. Having swum into shallow enough waters to stand, he braced himself, massive arms ready to swat Taka like an insect. And so, with the waves of the ocean crashing against them, their battle began in earnest. Guttural groans and thunderous roars burst from Gigantomachia as he swung his fists and palms wildly. The air and even the sea itself churned beneath his titanic strength, whipping the battlefield into a raging storm. Taka, on the other hand, surfed through that storm with amazing ease. He weaved through Gigantomachia's relentless strikes as if the very wind guided him away from being pulverized. And every time he slipped past an attack, he made sure to land at least one blow. The face. the chest, the abdomen, the shoulder. Wherever there was even the smallest opening, he struck no hesitation, no mercy. His speed and agility overwhelmed the villain, who excelled in raw power and endurance, but clearly lagged behind in mobility. Even so, that endurance was monstrous. Despite the non-stop barrage of hits, Gigantomachia's skin showed no real damage, at most a few shallow scratches. Yet Taka's assault didn't slow in the slightest. Bam, 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 bam. Along the coastline, behind the metal railing of the road circling the shore, a crowd had gathered, watching the colossal battle unfold in stunned silence. Holy moly, what is happening out there? What do you think? It's a hero versus villain fight. Yeah, but who's even fighting? I feel like I'd remember a hero that's strong. Look at him, he's moving insanely fast. And from how those punches sound from all the way over here, he's crazy strong too. Oh, I think I read about him in the newspaper the other day, a vigilante who took over a concert for a bit. Though I didn't think he'd be that strong. A vigilante? That guy, with that kind of power? Why isn't he just a hero instead? How should I know? The people watched in awe as the battle raged on. Before long, even the police arrived at the scene. Unfortunately for the spectators, evacuation orders came quickly, forcing the spectacle to an end, at least for the civilians. Behind the newly formed perimeter, officers stared at the distant clash with disbelieving eyes. Geez, just where do guys like those even come from? If I get told I'm being deployed to apprehend either of them, I'm resigning on the spot. Let's just hope the heroes get here soon. Those two are getting wilder by the second. The waves are starting to reach us from here. Scary. Back at the battlefield, the two contenders charged at each other once more, Taka darting forward like a streak of black, and Gigantomachia readying another storm of attacks. But then, mid-charge, Taka suddenly dove underwater, vanishing from the giant's sight for a split second. Weakling, come out. The villain snarled, scanning the surface as his eyes narrowed. Then, a figure burst from the water, shooting straight at him from his blind spot. It was Taka, fist already wound back for another strike. But just as he was about to connect, die! Gigantomachia spun around and backhanded him with monstrous force. A massive shockwave erupted as his fist smashed through Taka's crumbling form, bones surely shattering on impact, only for Taka's figure to suddenly vanish. Where are you looking? Status page. Strength, 6,816, 11,560. Defense, 3,256. Aura projection, 3,000, 1,000. Bang! In the next instant, a devastating blow slammed into Gigantomachia's lower back, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the water, creating waves that soon crashed onto the coast and soaked a few unguarded cops. But back to the battle. For a moment, the giant staggered. But just as he seemed about to topple forward, his legs dug in. He twisted around with a furious snarl and swung at his attacker. You fooled me. KGH. Taka immediately shot backward, barely evading the incoming strike as he reverted his stats to their previous configuration. Status page. Strength, 11,566,716. Defense, 2563000. Aura projection, 1,000, 3,000. As he took his distance, and returned to a safe distance in the sky, stopping there to observe his opponent for a moment. Did that even affect him, he wondered, narrowing his eyes at the spot he had struck. That had been nearly a full power hit, and he had landed it while Gigantomachia was distracted by his clone, which had cost him 100 aura to create. To sell the deception, he had personally launched the clone himself, since its stats were mediocre at best and he wouldn't have shot at such speed towards the villain by himself. Full strength, and the surprise factor. Both aspects combined should have let him deal some damage, and yet, the villain still stood tall, completely unfazed. Taka shook his head with a wry smile behind his mask. Truly top tier in this verse, guess I'm really still not there yet. He exhaled sharply as he caught his breath. Though to be fair, the gap between the strong people in this world, and the truly strong ones was absurd. He was still in the middle. So it was no wonder he was quite lacking before this monster of a man. Let's not even think about All Might or All for One. Taka snorted, before glaring at the villain ahead, and groaning in annoyance. He still had energy to spare. His true breathing skill had been doing wonders to keep exhaustion at bay. But the monster in front of him looked even less tired. I don't remember all of his quirks exactly, but I know they boost his stamina somehow. Even a battle of attrition is a losing game. He clicked his tongue as he realized his chances of pulling this off seemed slimmer and slimmer by the second. However, after a second, a small smirk appeared on his face. But it's not like I'm out of options. For my master. Taka's eyes sharpened as Gigantomachia suddenly accelerated toward him. Instinctively, he flew backwards, retreating into airspace where the sea floor was so deep even the giant began sinking while following after him. And that turned out to be a mistake. Bam! In an instant, Gigantomachia kicked off the ocean floor and shot upward like a missile. Shit! A guttural grunt tore from both of them as Taka poured everything into aura projection to escape, while Gigantomachia unleashed a brutal upward strike in his direction. And, just barely, it was enough. The blow missed by a hair's breadth. Gigantomachia blasted past him and plunged straight back into the sea, while Taka hovered in place, breathing heavily as he watched the monstrosity vanish beneath the waves. Then his gaze snapped toward the police barricade lining the coast. Still no heroes in sight. That was more than enough of a wake-up call. I need to end this now or more of those mistakes might happen and I won't escape in time next round. With a frown, he focused on the last card hidden up his sleeve, the one he had stubbornly avoided using until now. He hadn't used it because it was, quite literally, the worst possible option in a battle where every single point of aura mattered, especially when his damage output was already lacking. But right now, it was his only real chance to injure the bastard. His mind flashed back to his fight with the 3 A-class villains, more specifically, the sniper, and the skill he had unlocked to deal with him back then. On that very first shot, he had dumped nearly 1000 aura into it due to his inexperience with it. After that, he had learned to fake the intensity, using barely 50 aura per shot, letting the brightness rise instead of the heat. But that very first shot, those 1000 aura had been enough to melt concrete. So what would happen if he poured in the 10,000 he had right now? Guess there's only one way to find out. If even this didn't deter the guy, then he doubted he had many chances left. So, he had to make this work. Gargle. Below him, Gigantomachia had sunk once more into the depths due to his sheer weight, roaring and screaming despite the water around him. Master, I'm sorry. I'm being delayed, the giant roared in his heart, gripping his sharp hair with his hands in frustration. And, as his anger grew, the fire in both his will and his quirk ignited as he empowered himself. With a rumbling underwater groan, he activated his mole quirk spines rising along his back like a visor, claws forming from his own flesh, and swam upward. This time, I'll end it for good. Splash! He burst from the ocean's surface, drawing in a massive breath as water exploded outward in every direction. For a brief moment, he scanned his surroundings in confusion, half expecting another ambush. But then, he felt it. His head snapped upward, and he saw it. Image. High above, floating in the sky, a massive sphere of pure energy hovered over his enemy's palm. Red, glowing eyes gazed down at him with chilling calm. For the very first time in the entire battle, Gigantomachia felt danger. Finally up again, huh? His enemy's voice reached him, snapping him out of his daze. Then, to his shock, the sphere began to compress, shrinking, condensing, becoming smaller, denser, brighter, and far hotter. And finally, the man pointed it straight at him. Then, I'll say it again without reserves, Taka called out coldly. Leave. Gigantomachia growled before such words, his body tensing as if to charge once more. But the voice continued. If you get injured now, whatever you came here to do will be delayed, won't it? If you retreat, you can try again another time. No need to risk it. Those words formed a small silence between the two, with Taka silently pointing the energy at the villain, and Gigantomachia seemingly pondering his words. Until, for my master, I'll do anything. Gigantomachia charged. A small pause of disbelief took over Taka. But then, he laughed. So be it. And he fired. To be continued. A/N wanted to finish the whole fight in this chapter, but that end was too good not to leave it there. Sorry, but as stated in previous chapters, I'm quite the evil individual. Also, what did you think about the image? Used IA to finish up a quick sketch I did, since it seems better at coloring than me. Though, honestly, I think I could have done it a lot more detailed, so the image ended more epic as well. But well, it's quite late now, so maybe in future chapters I'll be writing during the day and have the energy to make a proper sketch. Anyway, I hope you liked the chapter. The next chapter should be the second to last before UA. See you then. 30 Consequences. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Consequences. It was all very abrupt. Around the coast, people had been going about their daily lives as usual. A few had heard vague news about some kind of fight breaking out near the city's center, but they hadn't made much of it. Hero versus villain battles were an everyday occurrence. Then came the update Clash had somehow moved toward their area. Some went to investigate. Others chose to stay at a cautious distance. But as the battle went on, more and more people's curiosity simply won over. Even from afar, they could hear the distant thunder of impacts rolling through the air. If that didn't make them curious, then nothing would. But just as the people had begun to reunite to observe the battle, the police arrived, barricading off the nearby zone and making it impossible to get any closer. Still, from far enough away, the battle remained visible. And as shockwaves continued to ripple outward, the crowd grew. From what had been a few onlookers, a multitude gathered, all watching in awe as two distant figures clashed brutally across the sea and sky. Then just as the fight seemed to reach an impasse, with both figures standing apart, and staring at each other as if in a conversation, they saw it. The smaller figure, floating high in the sky, raised a single hand, and from it, something formed that sent goosebumps rippling through the crowd. Energy. Pure, powerful, and destructive energy. A massive sphere of it hovered above the sky like a looming bomb, waiting to be unleashed. For those who didn't know who the combatants were, the sight alone was terrifying. But for those who recognized Reincarnation and remembered what his smaller lasers had done to concrete in his last fight, the realization was earth-shattering. If something far smaller had melted through solid ground, what would that do? Was he actually going to launch that at someone else? Fortunately, their answer arrived quite quickly. Tension tightened in every chest as the sphere suddenly compressed, shrinking into a smaller, blindingly brighter and undoubtedly hotter core. One that the floating figure pointed straight at the giant below. For a moment everything stilled. The spectators' gazes flicked back and forth between both figures, hearts hammering as they wondered if the threat of that attack alone would be enough to end the battle. Maybe the giant would know when to give up? But then, to their dismay, the villain took a step forward instead. Ray-Aik. And charged with a roar. That soul shout should have shaken them, instilled in them fear. But knowing what he stepping up meant, all they felt was pity. At that instant, everyone knew what was coming. Many covered their eyes. Others stumbled backward, bracing for what they could already feel approaching. And just as they feared, boom! In but the blink of an eye, the until then calm scene of the two facing each other changed catastrophically. A terrifying beam, wide enough to swallow several people whole, erupted forward, sounding as though the very sun had descended upon the earth, screeching like an ancient creature roaring in its deathbed. The sole sound was enough to cause many to wince and cover their ears in pain. The light was blinding as well, causing many to look away forcibly. But then came the worst part: the impact. Instants later, the beam struck the water, and a colossal explosion of steam and spray surged upward, like a typhoon being born in an instant, all followed by the strong gust that exploded all around, even going as far as forcing some of the spectating people back from the sheer pressure. And to top it all off, then came the waves. A tremor rippled through the entire zone, massive waves crashing onto the coastline seconds later. Fortunately, they weren't quite strong enough to cause real structural damage, only soaking a few distracted onlookers and flooding the roads that bordered the sea. But eventually, even those violent aftershocks began to fade. The steam slowly cleared, unveiling the battlefield once more. And as the mist finally parted, and they recovered from the effects of such a devastating attack, eyes landing back on the battlefield to see what the aftermath was, every remaining witness froze. No way, even after that. That can't be. A figure rose from within the sea, slow, trembling faintly, clearly damaged, but still in its feet. And soon, the mist finally cleared for everyone to see. Though, in truth, its sheer size had already given away the answer. Gigantomachia. He still stood, and Rockins is the one responsible for such a devastating attack was nowhere to be seen. Weakling, not so weakling, after all, Gigantomachia muttered from his spot, slowly caressing his chest. A massive, smoking burn stretched from his collarbone all the way to his waist. Several layers of skin had been charred away, the damage reaching deep into the muscle beneath. But that was it. In the end, he had endured the attack. He growled, turning his gaze back to the spot where his opponent had last been before the blast. Now, there was nothing. Did he run? He muttered, scanning the surroundings. Taka was nowhere to be seen. Not in the skies. Not beneath the sea. He looked behind him. Nothing. If his enemy were preparing a surprise attack, Gigantomachia felt it would have come already. He was truly gone. In the end, Gigantomachia didn't dwell on it for long. He was not a creature of though only of obedience. After confirming his foe's disappearance, he turned his attention back in the direction he had originally been heading. It was time to resume his mission. Hero Agency, Spriga. Makia. Gigantomachia froze. His eyes widened. That voice. Master. He asked, voice trembling with emotion. Leave, Makia. Heroes are closing in. I can't afford to let you be captured. Return to your hiding spot. A second or so passed after that. Then there wasn't even a trace of hesitation. Yes, Master. Without question, Gigantomachia shrank from his towering form to a more manageable one, before immediately breaking into a run towards the coast's solid ground. Moments later, he activated his mole quirk, plunging into the earth and vanishing without a trace. And in the exact place where he had been standing, floating silently behind where his massive head had been only moments before, a figure hovered. Phew. Taka. Good grief, I was worried that wouldn't work, he muttered, exhaling deeply. God bless true speaking, and his low intelligence too. That wouldn't have worked otherwise. It might not have ended in his ultimate victory, but the result was favorable either way. With a satisfied nod, he glared at the spot where Gigantomachia had just left. Like that, whatever objective he had is now delayed, and the police will be more attentive to any appearance that guy might make, hopefully. Exhaling, satisfied at the results of his efforts, and of not dying at the hands of such a powerful foe way above his league, he glanced at his stats. Status page. Strength, 128. Defense, 256. Aura projection, 2683. Total aura, 12,683 2,683, 21%. Yeah, that beam drained me, he sighed. He was practically back to where he'd been months ago, temporarily, at least. At this rate, he'd need around 20 minutes to recover to full power. Taka clicked his tongue in annoyance and glanced toward the distant police barricade. Hopefully my plan to stall for a strong hero didn't backfire, he thought, scanning for any worrisome figure standing amidst the officers. Otherwise someone's gonna get here and beat my ass while I'm weakened. Fortunately, as he scanned the area, no hero came into view. It was only the policeman for now, though I should still leave as soon as possible. He mumbled, raising higher into the air, and preparing to take off. But just as he was about to, plus 224 aura, a massive bonus notification popped into view, making him blink. He instinctively searched for the source. Then he saw it. A large crowd gathered behind the barricades, waving and cheering his way. Well, at least there's a little reward from all this, he snorted. He gave them a brief wave. The cheers only grew louder. Still, he had no intention of lingering. The longer he stayed, the higher the risk that all-nighter someone just as terrifying would show up to ruin his perfect victory. So, turning back around, his remaining aura flared, and soon, he shot into the sky. He was far slower than before, but as his aura regenerated, his speed would steadily return. Now then, he muttered, time to go back home. 3 hours later. Well, that was some kind of progress, wasn't it? Taka muttered, scratching his head with a tired frown as he walked through the familiar streets of his city heading straight for home. It took him about 2 hours to reach the city as his aura slowly recovered. Fortunately, despite the reduced speed, the trip itself was relatively safe. A helicopter had followed him for a while, but once enough aura returned to him, he picked up the pace and left it far behind. When he reached Shizuoka, however, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he made a quick detour toward the rocket base. There, he spent about an hour testing his aura's supposed healing ability. And thanks to the sheer desperation to fix his broken arm before Seiji could see it, he actually managed to make some progress. Sadly, what he had feared from his previous attempts was confirmed. Healing consumed a monstrous amount of Auron for some reason. The aura filled back up at barely half the speed compared to when he used it for destruction. After burning through another 10,000 aura, the damage in his arm had certainly lessened, but it was still broken. Why? Maybe he still lacked full mastery over it, stuck in some kind of inefficient aura-wasting phase. Or maybe healing was simply that expensive. Either way, now he was walking home while desperately trying to think up an excuse, because there was no way he'd be able to hide a broken arm for long. Though who says I have to? Taka grabbed his chin, a slow, devious smirk creeping onto his face. If I hide it well enough until tomorrow, I can just blame it on Seiji during tomorrow's spar. Then, that guy will have to bring me to the hospital to get treatment, all without compromising my very secret identity. What genius I am. Shaking his head helplessly in response to his humble thoughts, and as evil plans brewed inside his mind, he eventually reached his house. Standing outside the door, Taka braced himself. His pain resistance skill surged to the forefront in all its questionable glory. Just until tomorrow. With that thought in mind and wearing his best poker face, Taka took out his keys and opened the door. But the moment he stepped inside, bam! Motherfucker! Seiji appeared at his side out of nowhere and slapped his arm. The broken one, in case it wasn't clear. Taka, my dear ward, I missed you. Taka's jaw clenched. His eyes shut tight for a brief moment. After a deep breath, however, he forced a smile. Hello there, my dear guardian. Haha, look at you, all polite and shit. It's almost like you're trying to hide something. Taka said nothing. He simply maintained his violently twitching smile. Seiji stared at him for a second, clearly amused, but in the end, he only gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Well, as much as I'd love to interrogate you about it, you've got a visit. Taka's pain became secondary for a second, raising an eyebrow. A visit? Now? Who? He was rather solitary, so it made no sense that someone would be looking for him, even less during the weekend. But if Seiji said so, someone like that must exist within the house. While confusion took hold, Seiji gave him another pat and began pushing him to guide him into the living room where the guest was already waiting. Well, hello there, Takahashi Fukumoto. The instant Taka took a step into the living room, he froze like a statue. Sitting on the couch, with both legs dangling uselessly above the floor, was a giant white rat, or, as most people knew him, Nizu, the principal of UA. The instant he recognized him, Taka let out a half-amused, half-helpless snort and smirked as he looked at the floor, all while arriving at a single but very profound conclusion. I'm fucked. To be continued. A/N, the consequences have finally caught up, and they knocked and invited themselves into Taka's home. What are Nizu's plans for arriving there? What will happen to Taka's identity? Discover it in the next episode of Aura Farming System, which, by the way, will be the last chapter before we time skip to to the entrance exam. It won't last long though, don't worry. Hope you look forward to it. 31. The truth comes out. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. The truth comes out. A contest had begun. A staring contest. Taka locked eyes with Nizu, and the principal returned the gaze without blinking, silent and unmoving save for the knowing smile fixed on his muzzle. Then, Taka's eyes darted to Seiji at his side. Seiji met his gaze just as unblinkingly, a smug smirk tugging at his lips. Taka slowly looked back at Nizu. I'm being ganged up on. A bead of sweat ran down his temple as he felt the weight of both stares pressing into him heavy, sharp, and painfully aware of the implications behind this little visit. Or rather, intervention. Still nothing was certain yet. Maybe Seiji had just bragged about his great and amazing potential to Nizu after their spar the other day, hence his visit? No. He doubted Seiji had those kinds of connections. Taka swallowed nervously. This was thin ice. Very thin ice. He had to choose his words carefully, or everything would go to shit. So he said at last, feigning confusion as he gestured vaguely at the massive white rat bear, dog, whatever he was. Who are you? Nizu's ears perked up, delighted. Oh my, where are my manners? He said cheerfully. I'm Nizu, principal of UA High School. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Rockinesis? Oops. I wasn't supposed to say that yet. After a long second of sheer disbelief, Taka snorted and shut his eyes. Yep, never mind. Everything went to shit a long time ago. Suddenly, something pressed down on his shoulder. He turned to see Seiji leaning on him casually, staring at him with that same damn smirk. You know, Seiji said lightly, it was quite the surprise when U.8's actual principal knocked on my door and explained the certain connections between a criminal mastermind that's been causing a lot of havoc lately and my dear little ward. Anything you'd like to say for yourself, Taka? You have no evidence, Taka replied instantly. Unfortunately, I do, Nizu cut in pleasantly. Monetization records from that very successful channel of yours. Bank transfer history. IP address logs. Upload timestamps. Location metadata. And that's just the short list. Shall I continue? No, that's enough. Taka's poker face crumbled. He was completely, utterly caught. There was no point in pretending anymore. Fucking QuarkTube and the bank, where's my right to privacy? I thought they weren't allowed to share any of that. Seiji suddenly burst into laughter, patting Taka's back loudly. Well, looks like you got caught, little Taka. Your crime spree ends here. Taka gave him a long, flat stare. Then, this guy knew too. I'm just a poor, innocent minor. If anyone's going to prison, it should be him. Seiji's laughter died instantly, and he snapped his head towards Taka with a panic look. You little shit. Taka smirked, pointing at him accusatorily. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. After I raised you for 12 years, this is how you repay me. Ha 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 ha. Nizu's sudden cackle cut cleanly through their argument, making both of them snap their attention toward him in disbelief. You two really are quite the pair, Nizu said cheerfully. There's no need to worry. I didn't come here to send either of you to prison, Takahashi-kun, nor you, Seiji-san. For real? They both asked in unison. Nizu nodded and hopped down from the couch, beginning to pace casually around the living room. While I am the principal of a hero school and would normally be obligated to ensure you face the appropriate legal consequences for what I've discovered, I have, in fact, done some rather brilliant work as a vigilante. Illegal, yes, but impressive nonetheless. Ha, brilliant work? This guy. Seiji scoffed, poking Taka's cheek mockingly, which the teenager responded to by slapping his hand away. Indeed, Nizu replied with a sly smile. He pulled a small disc from his pocket and flicked it onto the floor. A holographic projection flared to life, displaying recordings of Taka's exploits as Reincarnation. I took the time to analyze all your appearances, and surprisingly, for someone with no formal hero training, your environmental damage control is quite refined. The images showed Taka redirecting attacks in harmless directions, positioning enemies, reducing his power's impact on the surroundings, and minimizing collateral destruction. Though not perfect, Nizu continued, you consistently reduced the impact on surrounding infrastructure. That's something even seasoned heroes often neglect. Most people wouldn't even think to prioritize it. Heh, that's because of me, Seiji said proudly, crossing his arms while leaning on Taka. This brat was always tagging along at my job, so I gave him a tip or two about the hero life during my many outings capturing villains. Taka deadpanned. Bold of you to assume it's all because of you. Seiji shot his ward a sideways grin. Well, am I wrong, little Taka? No, Taka admitted quietly. But still. Nizu smiled and clicked a button on a remote. The projection shifted, now showing footage of Taka, or Reincarnation, clashing with multiple heroes who had attempted to apprehend him. Then there's the matter of you fighting heroes, Nizu continued. Legally speaking, it is resisting arrest, without question. However, you consistently showed restraint. You even held back when you clearly had a very clear advantage. Taka winced slightly as the footage showed him humiliating a few opponents. While you did seem to enjoy embarrassing them more than necessary, Nizu added with a knowing look, I'll chalk that up to youthful immaturity. In the end, you caused no lasting injuries and disengaged responsibly. Taka's face relaxed, suspiring relieved. Good thing I took something like this into account. Nizu clicked the remote once more. Two final images appeared, one being Taka's battle against the three A-class villains and the other his recent clash with Gigantomachia. His eyebrow twitched at the clearly recent picture. From what it looked like, it was taken from the coastline with a very good zoom. Whether from the spectating crowd or the police, who knew? And finally, Nizu said, his voice turning more solemn, there is your willingness to face foes that would have placed established heroes in extreme danger. In both of these cases, casualties were not only possible but likely. The room grew quiet. If you hadn't intervened, Nizu continued, there was a chance the outcome could have been catastrophic. And while that does not excuse unauthorized hero activity nor your involvement in conflicts beyond your legal standing, I must thank you, as the principal of UA, and as someone who values human life, despite not being human myself. Sure, Taka replied awkwardly. You're welcome, I guess. With that, the projection shut off. Nizu tucked the disc and remote back into his pocket, smiling faintly as the room settled into silence once more. But then Nizu turned back to Taka. This time, however, his eyes locked onto his with a pressure wholly unbecoming of such a small body. Due to all the details I mentioned earlier, and considering your young age, I decided to take a small gamble, he said calmly. Today, I did not come to apprehend you nor your guardian but to offer you a deal. That immediately caught both Ward and Guardian's attention. But first, Nizu continued, raising one finger in its paw, there is a question I must ask. Taka frowned slightly. What is it? Nizu's smile widened then sharpened. What is your true quirk, Takahashi-kun? The instant the question left his mouth, the tension in the room spiked violently. Both pairs of eyes snapped onto Taka at once. Your registered quirk, muscle to mind, supposedly allows you only to convert physical force into telekinetic power, Nizu continued. Yet that description is clearly insufficient to say the least. He gestured lightly. Cloning, energy manifestation, physical strength and durability in the superhuman range, matched by an equally abnormal telekinetic ability. And what I can only assume are some degree of precognitive capabilities, judging by how accurately you anticipate crimes and conflicts to crash at them and play your shows. Nizu's eyes glinted. To say your quirk's official description falls short of its real scope would be a severe understatement, wouldn't you agree? Taka's sweat dropped, his gaze sliding away under the weight of that stare. What was he supposed to say? He was cornered. Completely. Nizu had already noticed nearly every ability he'd displayed so far save for the ones he hadn't yet revealed. And the moment he did in the future, those too would be noticed. Lying now would only guarantee that he'd be caught in that lie later. So should he just tell the truth? This was Nizu, an ally to the main cast. Not the government, with its sick Machiavellian stuff, and certainly not a villain's spy. Even if terrifying in his own way, he was one of the few people Taka could reasonably trust, both because of his proven character and because the guy was simply that competent. Unless this was somewhere where Nizu was secretly the true mastermind behind everything. Rodin for one, or some shit like that. Focus, damn it. Realizing his thoughts were drifting, Taka forced himself back to the main point. He glanced at Seiji, who was practically breathing down his neck, eyes wide and prodding smile brimming with expectation. Taka trusted Seiji. As for Nizu, he trusted him too, even if they'd only officially met today. The guy may be a rat, but he was a nice rat. Or nice bear, or dog, whatever he was. I guess. It's fine. With a quiet sigh, Taka finally spoke. My quirk's energy source isn't physical strength. He admitted, his eyes growing serious as the revelations began unfolding. It's a kind of energy that my body naturally builds up over time, piling up in me like a battery, and which lets me enhance myself, as well as project it into something akin to telekinesis. As for the other abilities, the energy seems to be quite versatile in how it can manifest outside my body, which lets me do all the other stuff. There might be more abilities, but I haven't discovered them yet. It accumulates passively. Nizu asked. Yeah, just on its own. And it somehow allows you to create clones, boost your physical prowess to inhuman levels, allegedly predict the future, and control things from afar. Taka nodded. As I said, it's a kind of versatile. Damn, kid, Seiji exclaimed from beside him, looking at him in a completely new light. Nizu chuckled, but tapped the area beneath his muzzle thoughtfully, clearly not letting his amusement overshadow his running thoughts. And while he did that, Taka sighed inwardly. In the end, he still kept part of the truth to himself. Not because he didn't trust the people in the room, not because he was afraid, but because the true aura farmer always keeps a few cards up his sleeve. Taka thought, his eyes shining with a faint, sly glint for a second. Of course, just for dramatic effect while you read this. It wasn't something visible either to Nizu or Seiji. Such a vain reason was all he had in mind when keeping the full information. Maybe telling everything wouldn't change anything, or maybe it would one day mean the difference between survival and death. But for now, he preferred to keep those secrets wrapped. That way, if someday an epic situation arose in which his foe somehow knew about his supposed quirk and had prepared a countermeasure, he would make the big Revealth and proceed to crush them with his full power. That would be truly cool. Of course, that was all just wishful thinking. Whether it would actually come true or not was a matter for the future. Very well. Despite its bizarreness, I suppose it covers most of the loopholes I had noticed. Nizu suddenly nodded, giving the half-truth a pass. Seeing that, Taka nodded as well, heaving a sigh of relief inwardly. But then, he felt a pat on the shoulder. He turned and saw Seiji smirking at him, looking a bit too excited. The next time we spar, you're showing me what you're really capable of. Taka nodded silently, his expression unchanged, though in his mind, you just gave me free rein to beat your ass without the system's interference. If his aura could manifest a second face that revealed his true emotions, it would be wearing a wicked grin. While Taka savored the future beating in his head, Seiji turned back to Nizu. So, what's this deal you were talking about, principal? Yes, I was just about to get to that, Nizu nodded, then fixed Taka with a sharp gaze, snapping him out of his thoughts. You wrote in your desired career plan that you wanted to join UA, correct? Taka nodded, once again inwardly cursing the concept of privacy. Nizu smiled, offering a handshake. Given your amazing potential, I want to make sure such talent is properly groomed into becoming a hero in the future. So, what would you say about receiving a recommendation? Taka tilted his head, unfamiliar with the term. But then, Seiji gently smacked his shoulder, whispering it to him. It means you won't have to take the usual entrance exam everyone else does. Instead, you'll go through the recommendation exam, fewer competitors, and thus better chances of getting in. Taka's eyebrows lifted, finally realizing it was the method Todoroki and Yaoyorozu used to get in. Nizu nodded. Indeed. With the skills you've displayed, I have no doubt you'll excel in the practical portion. As for the written exam, you'll still have to study. I see, Taka murmured, closing his eyes enigmatically for a moment to think, his usual edgy persona slipping as a matter of habit. Then, he smiled faintly, looking Nizu straight in the eyes, confident and unflinching. I refuse. Minutes later, Taka's room. Click. Phew. Taka closed the door behind him and let out a long sigh. Today really can't get any more hectic. Groaning, he stretched and walked over to his bed, throwing himself onto Ithy's aura, instinctively cushioning the fall. Good thing, too. He did have a broken arm. Lying there in the soft embrace of his sheets, his gaze drifted to the ceiling as his thoughts returned to the final exchange he'd had with Nizu. More specifically, the moment he had refused the recommendation. First of all, he didn't want to take Yaoyorozu's or Todoroki's spot. As for the other recommended students, he didn't even remember them, and he sure as hell wasn't interested in the class they'd end up in. Class 1A was the one to aim for if he wanted to aura farm for good. They just got into so much shit, it'd be a waste to go to the other class. But that was only the surface reason. The real reason he had refused was due to the entrance exam. Hundreds of examens, teachers observing every move, and one giant robot just begging to be destroyed. If that wasn't the perfect farming ground, then what was? There was no way he was sacrificing that just to stroll in through the front door on a recommendation. That wasn't erratic at all. At least he didn't take it the wrong way, Taka thought with a quiet huff, remembering how calmly Nizu had accepted his refusal. Seiji had backed him up too, rambling on his own about Taka does not like the easy way and it builds character, which conveniently spared Taka from having to come up with a believable excuse. In the end, it was decided would take the normal entrance exam, just like everyone else. But after that came the unpleasant part. Nizu had promised not to expose his vigilante identity in one condition. From now on, Taka was to cut ties with his vigilantism completely and focus solely on becoming a hero. If he agreed, Nizu would also help erase the digital trail he'd left behind in his greed for money while aura farming, monetization records, paper trails, all of it. The police would never link Rakinesis back to Takahashi Fukumoto. The principal really was frighteningly flexible. Why was he going that far? Who knew? Taka could only assume it was because he didn't want him to go to prison or something. Cause if he did, he'd pretty much miss the chance to go to UA. Yeah, that makes sense. Taka nodded to himself. So, just like that, Taka's vigilante career was forcibly brought to an end. Though he had managed to negotiate one exception, he was still allowed to keep uploading songs. Fortunately, Nizu had agreed to that much. Otherwise, he would have lost all sources of aura. And honestly, with his fame already grown, the aura he'd lose by not making shows wasn't gonna be that much. Besides, after today's shit, I think I'm gonna take a rest from beating up villains. He thought, eyeing his broken arm with a wince. Of course, if some level 10 trouble alert popped up in between these 3 months that were left until UA, then he'd probably step up and help out with what was within his capabilities. But for now, he was taking some vacations. It was some really hectic 7 months and they ended in the most hectic way as well. On the very same day he fought a living catastrophe. His life as a vigilante quietly ended. Quite the coincidence. And on that note, Taka recalled his fight against Gigantomachia. His eyes narrowing as his eyes darted to his broken arm, and then to his opposite arm's hand, picturing the destructive energy he could create. Even his strongest attack, a laser beam filled with 10,000 points of aura, had merely burned his exterior. That much had been enough to understand his place in the world as of now. He was strong, but when it came to the top-tier powers of this world, he was still painfully weak. And in 3 months, the canon would start. The show lasted a single year, and in that year, the main cast jumped from dealing with baby-level threats to dealing with the motherfucking end of the world. He had 3 months and the time window in which the protagonists dealt with weak opponents to up his game. If he did not, then he would start to lag behind. And, as an aura farmer, that was not permitted. 3 months. He raised his working hand, clenching it into a fist. All Might, Gigantomachia, All for One, and whichever other powerhouse exists in this world, he mumbled, clenching his teeth and raising his fist as aura enveloped it. Prepare yourself, because by next year, you will all be my errand boys. Unfortunately, in doing so, his broken arm moved a bit more than necessary. Ouch. To be continued. A/N, and so, the preparations arc comes to an end. Now, a time skip is approaching. How was the chapter? Was Nizu in character, or did I screw up? Also, don't worry about Taka not being able to do his shows. As he said, the aura he gains during those is a bit prescindable when comparing it to his current passive earnings. And with the current level of fame, as after presenting his original song, plus with the fight against Gigantomachia going viral, he has enough fame to keep his passive earnings high enough until UA arrives. Also, I didn't get to add the last skill I had planned, but I suppose I can just add it later. BA by now. 32, Entrance Exam. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Entrance Exam. 3 months later, U.A Gate. This is it. Midoriya swallowed nervously as he stood before UA, cold sweat running down his back. The school where All Might had graduated. The best hero institution in Japan. The place where he was about to apply to become a hero. Staring up at the massive gate, he felt as if a literal barrier stood between him and the path he was walking into, like he wasn't meant to step inside. He'd been quirkless all his life, and yet here he was, about to take the hero course entrance exam. It felt almost contradictory. Although I am supposedly not quirkless anymore, he reminded himself, expression flattening as he recalled All Might's bizarre instruction from hours earlier at the beach. Eat this. He said if I ate that hair, I'd inherit his power, but did it really work? He examined himself. Truthfully, he didn't feel any different. After exhaling his nerves, determination flickered back into his eyes. 10 months of hellish training leading to this day. All Might, the strongest hero, had entrusted him with his quirk. He couldn't afford to fail. No, he wouldn't fail. PAF. He smacked both cheeks at once to shake off the anxiety and stepped forward. Thud. Out of my way, Deku. Only to be shoved aside as Bakugo, his friend/bully more bully than friend, stormed past. Midoriya flailed, trying desperately to assemble a proper greeting with his hands. Keikakin, and nice to see you. You're here for the exam, right? I wish you luck, But Bakugo had already ignored him completely and walked on. Midoriya sighed as he watched the blonde go. I got scared out of habit. Feeling embarrassed at how quickly he folded despite his earlier resolve, he forced his gaze upward toward the huge UA logo on the front doors. Then he shook his head sharply, chasing the nerves away. I'm not the same as I was 10 months ago, remember your training? He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Time to take my first step toward becoming a hero. And a step he took indeed. Squeak. But right at the next one, his legs tangled clumsily, pitching him forward. I'm done for. Midoriya thought, feeling his earlier resolve crumble like dust. However, just as his face was about to slam into the pavement. Ha! His momentum halted abruptly, stopping mere centimeters from the ground. Then, in an instant, an unseen force pulled him upright again, leaving him staring ahead with a blank expression, completely unable to register what had just happened. Only when he finally snapped out of his daze did he look around to search for his savior, and soon, he noticed a girl standing right next, also staring at him, a brown-haired girl wearing a thick scarf. Okako Urarakalbite, unknown to the green-haired kid. The instant he saw her, it clicked. She had helped him. Ah, you saved me, thank you, he said, bowing quickly. But the girl only blinked in confusion. Me? No, that wasn't me. I mean, I was going to help, but you stopped falling before I could even reach you. Then that wasn't your quirk. Midoriya tilted his head. Watch yourself. A deep voice spoke from behind him. Startled, he turned. There, a black-haired youth wearing a long, tailored overcoat, a fitted black turtleneck underneath, and similarly colored pants, walked past with a cold gaze and a confident stride. Beside him, a black-haired girl with earphone jacks for earlobes watched with vague amusement. Before Midoriya could respond, the boy continued walking, the girl following. I guess it was him who helped, Uraraka murmured, eyeing the departing boy with awe as he walked away. Midoriya did too. For some reason, that youth emanated an air of power, whether it was the way he walked, the tone of his voice earlier, or simply the way he carried himself. He was the very image of someone strong. And that quirk, what was it? Midoriya replayed the sensation of being yanked back to his feet, despite nothing touching him. A telekinesis-type quirk. While the freckled boy got lost in his thoughts, several meters ahead, the black-haired girl shot a wry look at the youth walking beside her. Did you trip that guy? No, he replied, almost too fast. She raised an eyebrow. Then why did you say we should wait at the entrance, only to start walking again the moment that kid walked in? I just thought it was a good moment to go in. His tripping was just a coincidence. She didn't look convinced, but eventually nodded with a snort. Sure. U.A.S. auditory. Once everyone found their seats, a blonde teacher stepped onto the stage, wearing a wide smile that radiated confidence. And his outfit wasn't subtle either, he was dressed like an actual rock star. Slicked back blonde spiky hair, edgy leather jacket and pants, headphones, orange sunglasses, and a massive speaker-like collar around his neck. For many, a hero renowned across Japan. Present Mike. And also, one of the teachers of UA. He reached the podium just as a massive screen behind him lit up, the UA logo shining for all examines to see. For all of you examines tuning in today, I welcome you all to my show. Everybody say hey. Present Mike threw his arms up theatrically. For a moment, silence drowned the auditorium. Not a single soul dared to answer. Hey. But suddenly, a deep voice echoed across the room. Normally, anyone speaking up then would have been met with weird looks, but the voice carried so much weight and conviction that nobody dared judge it, even for a moment. In fact, hey. Hey. It encouraged others to follow, almost instinctively, like responding to someone of high authority without thinking. And as everyone realized what they had just done, their eyes naturally drifted toward the source. With hundreds of students gathered, a single voice should have blended into the crowd. Yet somehow, all gazes settled on one examinee sitting with an unsettling level of calm confidence. He wasn't flashy, nor did he stand out physically. His outfit was good but not that good. Instead, what drew every eye was his presence. Somehow, everyone felt it instinctively the instant their gazes settled on him. He was strong. Ahem. Present Mike interrupted, snapping everyone back to attention. Even he looked surprised, whether at the unexpected response or at the strange presence of that student was unclear. But soon, his trademark grin returned. I can see you're all pumped. Then it's time to get into the rundown of the practical exam you came here for. He struck a pose befitting his rockstar aesthetic, raising a hand dramatically as he shouted, "AAAARIU red eye. Yeah. Why yeah. Once again, that same voice answered first and everyone followed. Satisfied, Present Mike nodded as the huge screen behind him shifted, showing multiple cityscapes U.A.S. battle centers, full-scale urban combat zones labeled from A to G. He proceeded to give a quick rundown of how the practical exam would work and what the examines would be doing. After the presentation, every examinee would be sent to a different battle center depending on their assigned location. Once there, their objective was to destroy the multiple robots scattered throughout the mock cities for types and total earning points for each one defeated. The point values varied based on the size of the robot. The smallest, about the size of a person, was worth 1 point, while the largest, roughly the size of a tank, was worth 3. And, naturally, fighting between examines was strictly prohibited. This was a hero exam, after all. Unheroic behavior wasn't exactly admired. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Suddenly, a sharp and loud voice cut through the teacher's speech, though it didn't look like it bothered Present Mike. Okay. He shot a thumbs up. The examinee Tinya Aitsa, a dark blue-haired youth with glasses, stood up, holding the printout they had all been given. It contained the same information that the teacher had been covering, albeit more summarized. On the printout, there are 4 villains. If that's a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of such a foolish mistake. We examines are here because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Then, in a quick pivot, he pointed directly at a certain green-haired boy Midoriya. Additionally, the curly-haired one over there you've been muttering the whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should. That's quite enough. Once again, that familiar voice rang out, cutting Aitsa off mid-sentence. The bespectacled youth turned sharply to the unknown youth, indignation written across his face. What? I'm nearly. You could have said something to him without announcing it to everyone. Stop wasting our time and let the teacher answer. Okay, examinee 7111. Thanks for the great message, Present Mike interrupted, stepping in before things escalated. The 4th villain is worth 0 points. Why? Because it's an obstacle, so to speak. It's not impossible to beat, but there's no reason to either. So, I recommend you all just avoid it. Aitsa fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the examinee who had cut him off on the far side of the auditorium, before finally bowing deeply. Thank you very much. I apologize for the interruption. And with that, he returned to his seat and remained silent. After that, and having finished explaining the rest of the smaller details, Present Mike echoed the school's motto plus ultra to encourage everyone and bid them farewell. Thus, the rundown came to an end, and the wait for the practical exam officially began. From then on, everyone was on their own. Soon, the mass of students began moving, each walking toward the battle center assigned to them on their identification cards. And while the crowd moved, sitting calmly in the stands was the youth from earlier. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he inspected the card in his hand. Battle Center G. Snorting, he stood up and adjusted his coat. Very well. Minutes later, Battle Center G's gate. Hey, why's he still wearing that outfit? Didn't they let us change into athletic gear before getting on the bus? Ha, oh damn, you're right. Maybe his quirk lets him ignore stuff like that. Damn it, why did I have to get the same battle center as him? Now I'm not gonna get any points. Maybe he's not as strong as he looks? Honestly, I can't see a single hint of what quirk he might have. You're right. For all we know, he could have a crappy quirk and is just putting on an act. A group of examines narrowed their eyes as they watched the youth from earlier, who leaned casually against a wall with his eyes closed while everyone waited for the gates to open. Yeah, now that I'm seeing him up close, he's not all that. The youth opened his eyes and glared at them. Is what I'd say if I were a fool. Ha ha ha. They immediately looked away. Humph. The youth snorted, but didn't close his eyes again. Instead, he glanced around at the other examines who were busy stretching or trying to calm their nerves. I don't see Midoriya, he thought. Indeed, this until now unidentifiable youth was none other than the aura farmer himself Taka, now 3 months older. Not only was he a little taller, but even through his clothes, it was clear his musculature had developed. He was no longer just fit, was genuinely strong. The last 3 months of training had pushed his body to its physical peak. From here on, it would mostly be up to aging naturally, with maybe a bit more training. But growing stronger through pure exercise alone would bring much slower gains. Of course, with some aura, human limits were a joke. Back to Taka, he continued giving all his competitors a glance, eyebrow twitching faintly upon not seeing a familiar green-haired curly teenager. Too bad. I guess I'll have to settle for having aura farmed him earlier. He sighed, looking genuinely regretful only to shrug a moment later, uncaring. Then again, I also won't have to worry about him failing to get into UA because I smashed the 0-pointer instead of him. He didn't dislike Midoriya. There was no reason for stopping him from getting into UA. The guy did his best to be a proper hero, and while a frustrating crybaby earlier on, he became someone somewhat to be respected by the end of the show. Even if he ended up a quirkless bum. That's also why he had helped him with Aitsa. Like he had reprimanded the glasses earlier, there was no need to humiliate Midoriya publicly for something he could have said over a hush or something, hence why he had spoken up. That, and to Aura Farm, of course. But he definitely didn't plan on being friends with Midoriya. After all, he was the protagonist of this world, and if there was someone who could steal his aura farming opportunities, it was that green-haired gremlin. From now on, a rival relationship was about to begin even if Midoriya had no clue, and it was one he had absolutely no intention of losing. He'd made sure the last 3 months were more than enough to cement his absolute superiority. Midoriya could try, but he for sure wasn't gonna be catching up anytime soon. Smirking inwardly, Taka glared to his side. System, flash me with my gains. Watch your phrasing. Status page. Strength, 162 base, 2500. Defense, 324 base, 2500. Aura projection, 26,568. Total aura, 31,082. Skills, clean, trouble radar, connoisseur. Pain is just a feeling, immovable object. True speaking, true breathing, true walking. Good job beating me, but that was merely a clone. Efficient body. Aura projection, pew pew mode. Imaginary technique, my theme. Sperm eye. Let's dance. Aura projection, even a stick is enough mode. Aura projection, hardening mode. Aura projection, their mode. Aura projection, master of elements mode. Aura projection, aura type. Over the past 3 months, he had tripled his aura. His original song's video had earned him a huge amount during the first 10 days. Sadly, after that, the passive gains stabilized, probably because the views were coming from the same people repeating the song, which didn't generate that much awe and hence didn't yield much aura, or because it simply wasn't reaching many new viewers after that. Unfortunately, he didn't have a professional company pushing his track, so while it got really popular, it never reached the outrageous numbers big promoted videos could get. And, as expected, time eventually took its toll, slowing the gains even more. Of course, his earnings were still massive compared to what he had before the video, just nothing like those sweet 1,000 spikes. In total, he'd managed to pull in 20,000 something aura, up until today. Pretty good considering he had been forced to stop his vigilante activities. And then there was the matter of all the new modes he'd unlocked for his aura projection. Some had been easy enough once he thought of them, coming naturally to him after 1 or 2 tries. Others, like the healing mode, had been tricky and took him weeks or months of constant practice to develop. But they were definitely useful for aura farming. He already had plenty of ideas for how he'd be using them from here on out. He just had to bide his time. Though for now, I have to focus on the event ahead. Closing his eyes enigmatically, he walked toward the front of the gate along with the rest of the examines. His eyes scanned his competitors, wondering if anyone from the future 1A would be here too. And, to his surprise, there was someone. A certain purple-haired, dwarf-like teenager was among the crowd. For a moment, he blinked. Then he snorted mentally apologizing. Sorry, Minetta, but someone had to go and it looks like it's gonna be you. As if on cue, the gates to the battle center began opening silently, almost imperceptibly. Some students were distracted and didn't notice. Others simply stared, waiting for a teacher to appear and announce the start of the exam. Taka, however, smirked. He stepped forward, passing everyone and strode calmly straight into the battlegrounds, leaving the dumbfounded examines behind. What are you? One student asked, feeling wronged, as if Taka were cheating. But Taka shut him up with a single line. Don't you know? Villains won't wait for you. And then, swish, he vanished. That's when it dawned on everyone, even if the teacher hadn't said it himself. The exam had begun, and they hadn't even realized it. To be continued. A/N, how was all that aura farming? It was a fun chapter to write, except for the part where I had to check the chapter every now and then to guide myself. Though I suppose that's gonna have to become a regular thing, seeing as we have stepped into the canon for good. 33, Entrance Exam 2. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Entrance Exam 2. In a dark room, several figures sat before a row of faintly lit monitors, each displaying young boys and girls fighting desperately against robots. This year's examines are really promising, Cementas said, rubbing his barely prominent chin with interest as the students on screen showcased a wide variety of quirks, many of them powerful, or at least highly versatile. Yeah, but if we're talking about promising, a few of them are shining a lot brighter than the rest, Ectoplasm muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, some examines stood out far more than others. On one monitor, a blonde student rampaged through the battlefield, violent explosions erupting from his hands as he demolished robots with brutal efficiency. It wasn't just the raw power of his blasters, control was exceptional. He used his explosions as propulsion, launching himself across the battlefield, twisting midair to dodge attacks while maintaining relentless momentum, speeding up his collection of points massively. His name, Katsuki Bakugo. He already got to first place even though we are not even halfway through the exam. At the rate he is gathering points, no one will be able to take that place from him. Vlad King commented, sweat dropping as he glanced at the charts and watched the student's score climb at an astonishing pace. Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Nizu said suddenly from the back of the room, prompting several raised eyebrows. He believed someone would score more than this. Judging by the principal's enigmatic tone, though, it seemed they only needed to keep watching to understand. Soon, more examines began to draw attention. A boy whose skin hardened like stone, tearing through robots while assisting nearby examines whenever he could, Eijiro Kirishima. A girl who, upon touching robots, rendered them weightless before sending them crashing back down like meteors, Okako Uraraka. The younger brother of the hero Ingenium, dashing through the battlefield with terrifying speed and precision, Tinya Aitsa. Many promising prospects filled the teachers' screens as they continued their evaluations. Still, none had yet matched Katsuki Bakugo, despite having earned not a single rescue point, remained firmly at the top through sheer destruction efficiency alone. And so it continued until the 4-minute mark. Up until then, nothing had seemed out of the ordinary. But then, something strange happened. On the rankings display, where the top 10 examines names were listed, a single name suddenly appeared from nowhere. It passed 10th place, then 9th, then 8th. It skipped straight past 6th, then 5th, and it kept climbing at an absurd speed. What the hell is happening? Did we get hacked? Snipe asked, disbelief clear in his voice. The rate at which the ranking was changing was far too abnormal. It almost looked artificial. Nizu, however, merely snickered. I'd say it's only fitting. The teachers stared at him in disbelief. I found him, eraser heater rather, Aizawa Shota's voice suddenly cut in. Everyone immediately turned, searching for the monitor displaying the mysterious examinee. And when they found it, why is he standing atop a building? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Instead of a hyper-aggressive prodigy rushing through the battlefield and destroying robots left and right, the monitor showed something far stranger. A black-haired youth stood calmly at the edge of a building, arms crossed as he observed the battlefield from above. His long coat fluttered behind him in the wind, hair swaying as he remained perfectly still, framed against the sky. It looked undeniably cool. But it explained absolutely nothing. How the heck was he getting so many points? Hold on, what's happening in Battle Center G? Sniper suddenly asked, noticing something odd on another monitor. The teacher's eyes shifted and widened. Across the battlefield, robots were barely being engaged at all. Instead, dozens of them were rising into the air, suspended helplessly, unable to resist an unseen force. An eerie, crimson aura wrapped around their metallic bodies as they floated upward like puppets on invisible strings. It seems to be limited to the central area of the stage, Aizawa noted, eyes narrowing. Then his gaze flicked to the idle examinee on the other screen, and it all appears to be centered on that kid. What's his quirk? Vlad King asked urgently. They immediately began pulling up his data. Midnight was the first to find it. Takahashi Fukumoto. Quirk, muscle to mind. It allows the user to convert physical force into telekinetic power. That doesn't add up, Cementas muttered. Even if the robots are made of lighter materials, that's still 2 or 3 tons he's lifting. As if responding to the comment, the youth suddenly stepped forward and jumped. He dropped straight off the building. Then, a moment later, he landed below in a textbook superhero landing, the concrete beneath him cracking outward as it shattered. Yet, despite the impact, he stood completely unharmed. The description seems a bit incomplete. Midnight added, sweat dropping. It probably includes superhuman physical strength as well, which makes his telekinetic power equally as superhuman. Was he the one you were referring to earlier, Principal? Vlad King asked, glancing at Nizu in disbelief. Nizu only smirked. Perhaps. We'll see. He still hasn't reached first place yet and there are 6 minutes remaining. The teachers turned their attention back to the monitors. After landing, Taka raised one hand and then brought it down in a sharp, decisive motion. Instantly, every robot suspended in the air plummeted downward, crashing violently into the ground. Not a single one survived the impact. Without wasting a second, his figure blurred as he kicked off the ground and shot forward, hunting for his next targets. Any robot that came even remotely close to him was obliterated in an instant. And at the speed he was moving, his point count began climbing rapidly. Faster than Bakugo's. Yeah, Vlad King muttered wryly. At this rate, he'll take first place before long. Suddenly, Nizu stepped forward and lightly tapped Vlad King on the shoulder. We don't know that yet, do we? A concealed panel slid open, revealing a massive red button. It's often during the most critical moment of an exam that examens truly show what they're made of, Nizu continued pleasantly. Perhaps Bakugo-kun will give us a spectacular comeback or perhaps he'll be fully overtaken. With that, Nizu pressed the button. Taka's POV. Too easy. Way too damn easy. I definitely went overboard with my preparations at least for these early stages of the show. Even though I'm sparing the other participants a few robots so I'm not being a complete dick, I'm still wrecking most of the ones around here. How many points have I racked up already? 62? No, that'd only be the case if I destroyed nothing but 1-point robots. I'm pretty sure I've taken down a good number of 2 and 3 pointers as well. Honestly, I barely had time to register each robot before turning it into scrap, so I didn't even see how many points they were worth. I'm just estimating based on how many I've destroyed. I'm probably nearing first place by now, if I'm not there already. Normally, if there had been anyone from Wana here who wasn't my neta, I'd have slowed down about now. No point in accidentally robbing them of points and risking some random getting into the class instead. But since this battle center seems to consist of that guy, my neta, and a bunch of randoms, I don't have any reason to hold back. I was going to use every robot in this place to score the highest of today, of this decade, or of this damn century. Was this school even a century old? No matter. Let's do this. My eyes narrowed as I began accelerating. I wasn't flying, I didn't want to look too much like Rockinesis. Honestly, the telekinesis alone was already a pretty big giveaway, which, admittedly, made me grateful Nizu had stepped in and forced me to retire that identity. Otherwise, I would have ended up revealing a lot more of my abilities over these past 3 months. I just couldn't resist showing off. But now that my vigilante days were over, I had plenty of powers I could use without linking them to my delinquent self. Of course, there was still the issue of showing too many seemingly unlinked abilities to my supposed quirk that alone would link me to Rockinesis, who showed a similar level of randomness. I'll just have to sneak them in as subtly as possible. With a sigh, I slowed down and surveyed my surroundings. Behind me, dozens of robots lay completely destroyed. Still, this was far from enough. I was planning on setting a whole new record. Now then, which direction still has robots left? I tried to recall which sections of the mock city I hadn't cleared yet. That's when, rumble, the ground shook. For a moment, I was confused, too focused on searching for robots, so it startled me a bit. But soon, it clicked. Oh, right. Almost forgot this thing existed for a second, I snorted, turning my gaze toward the massive figure rising nearly a mile away. The 0-pointer. Honestly, between point farming and aura farming for the teachers watching us, it had completely slipped my mind. But not anymore. Seeing that giant, titanic, and terrifying figure in the distance, my mouth became watery. The biggest moment for aura farming in this exam has come, and I'm not wasting it. Smirking, I turned and started running toward it. I'd like to walk toward it calmly and epically, but with it being a mile away, the exam would be over by the time I arrived. So I had to sacrifice a few cool points just to make it there in time. At my current speed, it didn't take long to reach the area where it was wreaking havoc. Many participants were fleeing in groups or hiding from its scanners while desperately searching for any remaining robots. However, none of them was actually facing it, which was good. Otherwise, who knew if my robot monopoly ended up causing one of these guys to think of something desperate and steal my spotlight? Not happening. I thought, finally slowing my running to a walk as I got close enough to focus back on looking cool. As I strode calmly towards the metal behemoth, one examinee after another ran past me, throwing perplexed looks my way when they realized I was heading toward it instead of away. Soon, I even crossed paths with an entire retreating crowd of panicked examines. When they saw me approaching, they parted instinctively, making way. I smirked at the sight but didn't slow my pace in the slightest. Before long, I was close enough. A few examines were still nearby, some frantically searching for other robots, others hiding or trapped beneath collapsed buildings left behind by the giant robot's rampage. All of them realized I was there the moment I stopped walking, including the 0-pointer. Its many red eyes locked onto me, glowing like a hunter that had just spotted its prey. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the nearby examines, who stared at me as if I were insane for facing it head-on. But this is what an aura farmer does. Rumble. The air around stirred, and the horrifying sound of metal screeching against itself filled the air as the giant mass of metal began descending, ready to smash me into Smith-Aarons. But all I did was close my eyes and smirk faintly. Then I raised my hand. Screek! The 0-pointer's metal plates and components groaned as their momentum slammed into an invisible force, stopping the punch dead in midair. The resulting shockwave tore through the air, slamming into the ground and sending my coat whipping violently behind me. Violent lie but epically. Humph! I opened my eyes again, still smirking. Then, swoosh! I flicked my hand aside, forcing the zero-pointer's arm away. With its guard wide open, I moved. Bam! My figure blurred like a shooting star. In an instant, I slammed into its chest, warping the metal inward as smoke burst free. I kicked off immediately, rebounding toward a nearby building, and using it as a foothold to launch myself back again. Another strike, this time to its arm. Then again, landing along its side. Again, and again, and again. I ricocheted around the battlefield, striking from every angle while the zero-pointer stood helplessly, absorbing blow after blow. Thud! Phew! When I finally landed back on the ground, ending my assault, the zero-pointer was pitifully deformed from the sheer number of impacts, morphing from a machine of pure destruction into a bullied little kid. Yet, as it recovered from my onslaught, it still moved, still trying to attack me. Foolishness, zero-pointer, foolishness. Of course, that was only because I was allowing it to. As I was now, a single strike would have been enough. But that would have made everything too short. And where was the fun in that? Snorting, I turned my back on it. Moments later, I felt the air pressure of one of its massive hands swinging toward me. But before it could reach, be gone. I raised my palm and clenched it. Boom! In an instant, the zero-pointer's head compressed like a crumpled paper ball and exploded, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent my hair and coat whipping forward as it struck my back. And as all of that happened, I walked away without looking back. Because walking away from explosions without turning around is always cool. To be continued. A/N, how was all the aura farming? Decided to add a few style points by banging on the zero-pointer before deciding to destroy it for good. Anyway, see you next chapter. I'm going to sleep now. 34, I don't know this guy. 34, I don't know this guy. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. I don't know this guy. 30 minutes after the exam ended, and after receiving information about when they would be able to check their results, the examines began leaving UA's facilities in waves. Amid the mass of teenagers heading out, two stood out, as the crowd seemed to give them far more space than it did anyone else. Phew, those were easily the most hectic 10 minutes of my life, even more if we count the waiting time before the exam, Jiro said, letting out a relieved sigh. Taka nodded, though he didn't look even remotely as tired as she did. She noticed immediately and deadpanned. Why the heck are you nodding? You probably had it easy. I overheard some guys who were in the same battle center as you. They said you went and toppled that huge robot that appeared at the end. Fighting was the easy part, Taka replied, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The rest wasn't. Constantly searching for cameras and good aura farming spots was a pain, he added inwardly. Jiro didn't look convinced. I mean, I knew your telekinesis was strong after seeing how you dealt with those delinquents months ago, but I didn't think it was strong enough to take down a giant robot. You never asked. He answered matter-of-factly. She snorted, clearly unimpressed. Then what even is your quirk? You always answer with something like that, so I never actually learned what it is. And there's no way a simple telekinesis quirk has that much power. Taka took a moment before answering, glancing to the side as if considering it. It's called muscle to mind, he said at last. The stronger my physical body is, the stronger my telekinesis becomes. Or at least, that's what's registered under my name, he thought. Fortunately, Nizu hadn't seemed to mind the misleading description, mentioning that it could be adjusted into a more appropriate one over time once Taka began showing more abilities. After all, quirks evolving or revealing their true nature, different from what was thought in the beginning, wasn't unheard of. And in his case, being a late bloomer benefited him even more since he'd barely had any time to explore it compared to someone who'd had their quirk their whole life. However, although Nizu did advise him to show his other abilities so they could adjust his quirk's description over time, he did clarify that slow changes were preferable, as anything too abrupt would raise suspicion and link him to his Rakinesis identity. Still, Taka thought, holding back all these abilities without using them is starting to itch. He had plenty of time to train and refine them, but very few chances to actually use them and show them off. His inner aura farmer was being edged, and he didn't like it. Well, UA isn't far off. I'll have plenty of opportunities there, he reassured himself, smirking inwardly. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that instead of the matter being clarified, Jiro now looked even more confused. But is it exponential or something? She asked. Because you definitely don't look like someone who could smash a giant robot with his bare hands. I could, Taka replied without hesitation. Yeah, right, Jiro scoffed, amused for a moment. But when Taka didn't laugh and instead remained completely serious, Usher's smile slowly faded. Seriously? Taka nodded, glancing at her. Wanna see? She raised an eyebrow. How? I don't see any robots around. I could lift you. Jiro's face turned awkward. That's a bit. And throw you into the sky. Then I'd just catch you with my telekinesis. She deadpanned. Please don't. Taka rolled his eyes. Suit yourself. A brief silence followed, both of them lost in their own thoughts about what had just been said. Eventually, Jiro spoke up again, shooting him a smirk. By the way, how do you think you did? Enough to claim first place as you said before. Taka smiled faintly. Easily. Whoa, not even a second of humility with you, Jiro laughed. I'm pretty sure I destroyed over 70% of the robots in the entire stage. That, plus the rescue points I probably earned after taking down that huge robot, should have put me in first place without much trouble. Our rescue points? Jiro asked, startled like someone who had just found out an already finished exam had an entirely hidden section they hadn't seen. Taka fell silent for a moment. Right, they didn't tell us that, he mused, pursing his lips but keeping it off his face. Yeah, rescue points. His mind kicked into overdrive, scrambling for an excuse. I overheard some guys talking about a secret gimmick. Apparently, the faculty also awarded points for heroic actions during the exam, not just for destroying robots. Who said that? Jiro asked, worried. Some random guy in my battle center. But honestly, it sounds like something a hero school would do, so I figured it was true. She looked shaken by the information. Why yeah, it does make sense. Did I help anyone during the exam? I think I did. How do they even evaluate that? Like, does saving one person equal 1 point or something? Taka shrugged. No idea. Come on, Takahashi. You can't just drop info like that and leave me hanging. He averted his gaze. The guy I overheard didn't seem to know much either. Damn it. Jiro clicked her tongue. What if the others in my stage knew and scored more points than I did because of it? He glanced at her with a faintly guilty look. He'd overspoken, and now she was clearly worried. After a moment of thought, he spoke again. I'm sure not many people knew. You'll probably be fine. And even if you didn't get many of those points, everyone else's quirks weren't anything special. You should pass easily just off the robot points. Ugh, hopefully. She still didn't look convinced. Seeing that, Taka grumbled inwardly. Me and my big mouth. Suddenly, his eyes darted upward, an idea forming. He lifted his head and pointed at the sky. Ha! Isn't that Rockinesis up there? Jiro's head snapped up. Ha! Where? I was joking, Taka said flatly. Her shocked expression instantly twisted into a glare. Unbothered, Taka slapped her shoulder. Come on, lighten up. You have my vote of confidence and I'm pretty strong, so that should count for something. Again with the confidence, Jiro scoffed, though a slight smirk tugged at her lips. Taka smiled in quiet triumph. However, as they finally reached U.8's gate, slowing slightly since they were too narrow for the crowd pouring out and stepped onto the street beyond, Taka saw something that shook him to his core. Noah's eyes widened as he froze mid-step, cold sweat running down his back. This can't be. Jiro quickly noticed that he had stopped walking and raised an eyebrow, turning to see what had frozen him like that. But all she saw was an empty street save for a car parked not too far away, with a blond man standing beside it and waving at them. Does he know him? Jiro wondered. Taka, however. I think we should take a detour, he said suddenly. But before she could even answer. Yo, Taka, I came to bring you home. The blond man shouted. I think he's calling you, Jiro said. He must be talking to someone else. Taka is a common na. Takahashi Fukumotovich, by the way, is not a common name. I said I came to get you home. You're home, in Shizuoka. In case you think I'm mistaking you for someone else. Now get your ass over here. This fucking guy, Taka muttered. And so he started making his way over. Jiro followed along, figuring she might as well say hi to whoever he was. Soon, they stood in front of the man, who smirked at Taka with smug satisfaction. Well, if it isn't my ward, Takahashi Fukumoto, who, for some reason, likes to act as if he doesn't know me. Enough already. Taka clicked his tongue. Seiji snickered, then shifted his gaze to Jiro standing beside him. And who is this young lady? Did you make a friend during the entrance exam? Hi, I'm Kyoka Jiro. I've been friends with Taka for a while now, she introduced herself awkwardly. Seiji tilted his head. Ha, Taka, a friend? That's impossible. Whack, ow. His head snapped forward as something struck him from behind. When he looked down, a baseball was rolling on the ground. A group of kids quickly ran over, apologizing profusely and saying the ball had flown over by accident. Kids these days sure are careless when they play, Taka muttered, staring straight into Seiji's eyes. The adult's smile twitched in annoyance. Still, he didn't let the matter drop. So you've been friends for a while, huh? Funny how this little prick never told me, Seiji said with a smirk, ruffling Taka's hair aggressively. That ice until Taka caught his wrist mid-motion and stopped it cold, creating an awkward standoff as Seiji tried to force it and Taka held him in place. All the while, Seiji kept talking. So, you're probably from Shizuoka too, right? Jiro nodded. Then you must recognize me. After all, I'm quite the famous her. Whack, ack, what the hell? Another ball struck Seiji on the head. Once again, the same kids hurried over, looking flabbergasted as well. After grabbing their ball, they apologized before running off. Seiji shot Taka a narrowed glare, then sighed and turned back to Jiro. So, how about you come with us? He tapped the car's roof. Or are your parents waiting for you? Taka very not discreetly shook his head at her. She smiled wryly at the sight. Even if he hadn't, she would have refused anyway. My parents are already waiting for me, so I'll have to pass. Is that so? Too bad. I wanted to ask you what this rascal is like at school. You see, he acts all broody and serious, but he's actually, bam. This time, there was no ball. Taka elbowed him hard. You little shit, Seiji hissed. Stop running your mouth, Taka shot back. I see you got cocky just because you beat me once. Just so you know, I wasn't even trying. Sounds like loser talk. While the two traded insults, Jiro snorted in amusement. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. When she checked it, she realized her parents had arrived. She prepared to leave, giving Taka a small wave. Well, Takahashi, see you in a month hopefully. See you in a month, Taka replied, still half wrestling with Seiji. And with that, she walked away. Once she was finally gone, Guardian and Ward separated. So why did you come? I would have been home in just a few minutes on my own, Taka said with a frown. Seiji shrugged, his expression sly. Come on, kid. You just took the entrance exam for the best hero school in the country and probably passed, considering how overpowered you are. Let your guardian spoil you a little. Rolling his eyes, Taka smiled faintly. Suit yourself. A week later, Taka sat at his desk, tapping a pencil against his chin as he glared at the sheet lying before him. Right now, he was planning yet another song to upload to his channel. Ever since his early retirement from vigilantism, this had become his only source of aura, along with the songs he had already uploaded. Since then, he had released a few more tracks, all of them taken from his old life. Having already proven himself, he was no longer against recreating them, and since he was busy studying and dealing with other matters, he decided to make the process easier on his clones by having them recompose the songs instead of creating entirely new ones from scratch. He had already done Hunting Soul from the anime Dandadan, New Divide since he needed to maintain an edge and I Despise from Chowtika, which used to be one of his favorites. All of this, besides giving him a bunch of aura daily, also allowed him to add them back into his playlist again. Two birds with one stone, if he said so himself. Now, he was busy deciding which song should be next. But as he searched the deepest corners of his mind, looking for something that would hit nicely, someone knocked on his door. Wham! Only to be slammed open before he could even say anything, revealing an excited-looking Seiji behind it. "Yo, Taka, it's here," the older man said as he stepped inside, waving an envelope in front of his face. "What is it?" Taka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Your entrance results." For a second, Taka looked genuinely surprised before quickly regaining his composure. "Is that so? Hand them over." Seiji did, and soon Taka placed the small projector sealed inside the envelope onto his desk. The moment he pressed the button, a projection of Nizu appeared in midair. "Hello, Takahashi-kun. It's been a while, hasn't it?" The principal waved cheerfully at the camera, almost like a child. "I'm here with your results, though I'm quite sure you already know what they are, given the huge show you put on during the exam." Seiji shot his ward a sly glance, which Taka completely ignored. "You certainly made sure to cement yourself as one of the best participants we've ever had. Not only did you rank first, but you also achieved the highest score ever recorded." A panel appeared in the projection, displaying his name above all others, making Taka's and Seiji's eyes widen like platters for a split second. "Takahashi Fukumoto, 100 villain points, 70 rescue points. Be proud, Takahashi-kun. Not only did you achieve an unprecedented result," Nizu leaned closer to the camera, covering one side of his mouth as if whispering, "you also surpassed the score All Might himself once achieved." Seiji grabbed Taka by the shoulders, shaking him excitedly as he laughed. Nizu's projection finally reached its end, showing the principal opening his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. "You are hereby invited to join our institution, Takahashi Fukumoto. This is your Hero Academia." The projection cut off, leaving the room in silence for a moment. Then Taka spoke. "This is nothing less than the expected result." Even as he discreetly pumped his fist. "To be continued. A/N, no more waiting, UA is finally here. I have already planned a few things so that you guys don't have to watch merely a repetition of the show, but with a guy or a farming in the background. It also wouldn't make sense given the level Taka already has. Also, updates should pick up the pace a bit from now on since I've reached my goal of putting the Patreon 10 ahead. Not like instantly, though, but either way, the wait between chapters should be smaller. 35, First Impression. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. First Impression. A month later. Monday morning, 7:40 a.m. Taka stood in front of his bathroom mirror, brushing his hair with a still faintly sleepy look. "Now's the moment. Tonight's the night, well, in this case it should be something more like, now's the moment, this morning's the morning." Muttering nonsense, he smiled faintly at his reflection as the dandruff and dried saliva from having slept a bit too well vanished without him doing anything. "This shit's so convenient." Now looking more presentable, he stared intently at the mirror, shifting his face from side to side, checking for anything that might need fixing. Of course, there was nothing. That was impossible, he was simply too perfect. Letting out a smug laugh, he brushed his hair up and looked at himself with pure arrogance. "Prepare yourself, UA. You're about to be aura farmed." With those words, Taka left the bathroom and went to grab the rest of his things, preparing for his first day of school. The day had finally come. Today, UA began its classes, and with them, canon would start unfolding. Fortunately, he had been sorted into Class 1A, which meant he'd have a front row seat to all the crazy events that were about to happen and, by extension, the perfect scenarios to become the ultimate aura farmer. If he had ended up in Class 1B, though, he honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Those guys were never present for the good stuff. Though being a mysterious character from the other class who only appears at the clutchest moment would have been pretty epic too, Taka mused, before quickly discarding the thought. He was already in one Ano point and planning for something that didn't happen. Yeah, imagine going to 1B. That must suck. Who would do that? Finished gathering his things, he went downstairs and tossed his backpack onto the couch before heading to the kitchen to make something to eat before leaving. Something to eat, as in All Might's puffs with milk. After a quick preparation, he sat at the table, pouring his breakfast into a bowl while checking his phone. His eyes drifted to the time. 7:50 a.m. Classes started at 8:25 a.m., meaning he had barely 35 minutes left. And he was still in Shizuoka trip that normally took about 2 hours. Heh. Taka smiled. As powerful as he was now, though, it would take him no more than 20 minutes. Basking in his own awesomeness, he began eating his breakfast with a relaxed smile. But as he took his first bite, a familiar sensation hit him. A DJVU. Chewing slowly, Taka stared ahead pensively. "It's been a while, huh?" he muttered, recalling the day everything had begun. 12 months ago, he'd received his Reincarnator starter pack complete with memories of a past life and a system. Since then, he'd been dragged into all kinds of ridiculous situations in the pursuit of becoming a true aura farmer. His power had grown by leaps and bounds, and his brain had been thoroughly washed in the process. Now here he was, sitting right where his life had done a full 180, eating the same breakfast as back then. Though, to be fair, he always ate this in the morning, so maybe it wasn't that crazy of a coincidence. Either way, he had grown a lot since that moment, and it's only going to get better from now on. He smirked. Glancing at his bowl, he opened his mouth wide and dumped the rest of his breakfast all at once. His efficient body skill had really turned him into a glutton when he felt like it. Licking his lips clean, he picked up his things and got ready to leave the house. But before he could, "Yo, Taka, already leaving?" Seiji stepped out of his room, looking half dead from sleep. "Yup." Taka nodded. "Well, good luck on your first day," Seiji said. Taka was about to nod, but Seiji wasn't quite done. "Though try to tone the edge down a bit, you wouldn't want to scare possible new friends and ladies, would you? Just go back to sleep." Taka rolled his eyes, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips. After that, Seiji waved at him half-heartedly and closed the door behind him. With that, Taka opened the door and stepped outside, taking in the morning air as he closed the door behind him. Then, boom! With a sudden burst of air, Taka shot straight into the sky. Minutes later, U.A.'s Classroom 1A. Amidst a classroom full of strangers, each sitting at their desks and waiting patiently in silence for their teacher to arrive, two individuals stood out for the opposite reason. They were loudly arguing without restraint. "Get your feet off the desk. Don't you know it's disrespectful to our seniors and to the people who built it?" Tinya Aitsa berated, standing beside Katsuki Bakugo's desk. Of course not. Bakugo spat, then glared at Aitsa with narrowed eyes. "And who the hell are you supposed to be?" Aitsa blinked, as if realizing he had violated the unspoken rules of human interaction by not introducing himself first. Quickly, he gestured towards himself, extending a hand. "My name is Tinya Aitsa. I attended the private academy Same." Bakugo ignored the proposed handshake and clicked his tongue, hostility flashing in his eyes. "TCH. So you're an elite? I'll thoroughly enjoy crushing you." Aitsa recoiled slightly at the declaration. "Crush me? Why were you seriously aiming to become a hero?" Bakugo snorted and looked away, already bored with the conversation. "Tisk, again some nobody," he thought disdainfully, before his narrowed gaze scanned the whole classroom, falling on everyone's skulls. Someone had dared to steal first place from him. Whoever it was, they were probably feeling like they were the king of the world right now. "I'll make sure to remind them what their place is before they get too ahead of themselves," he thought, mouth stretching slightly into a small grin. He may have lost, but he for sure didn't think he was less than anyone for even a second. He had seen the scores. Whoever it was, they either cheated or had a skill that went really well against robots. Otherwise, there was no way someone could have attained that kind of score. Or at least, that's what he thought. But as his gaze drifted back toward the front of the classroom, he noticed someone standing at the entrance. Someone he recognized clearly and who made him scoff in disdain. Midoriya Izuku. And as Bakugo noticed him, so did Aitsa, who immediately left Bakugo's side to greet the newcomer. As Midoriya stepped inside, his way was blocked by the glassed student, who offered yet another handshake. "Good morning. I'm Tinya Aitsa from the private academy Sum." I heard it." Midoriya cut him off, accepting the handshake with a nervous smile. I am Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Aitsa-kun." Aitsa nodded, but his expression suddenly turned serious, making Midoriya even more nervous. "Midoriya, you knew about that extra rule in the practical exam, didn't you?" Ignoring Midoriya's confusion, Aitsa clenched his fist, frustration clear on his face. "I never realized yet, you did. I truly misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you're better than me." Midoriya deadpanned as a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Sorry, I actually didn't know either." Sadly, his nervousness turned his normal voice into a mere mumble, making it so Aitsa never caught that. "Ah, that curly hairy, that common-looking guy. You passed the exam just like President Mike said." Before Midoriya could try to speak louder, though, a new voice interrupted them. Turning his head, Midoriya saw Yurika, recognizing her instantly as the girl who had helped him during the practical exam to avoid his death by fall damage, and whom he had helped prior to that by smashing a certain giant robot's face flat. "It's the kind person, and she looks really nice in that uniform." While Midoriya got lost in his own weird thoughts, Yurika heaved a relieved sigh before snickering as she punched the air enthusiastically. "Well, I mean, of course you passed. With a punch that's strong, it'd be weird if they rejected you." At the compliment, his face instantly turned red like the bum he was. But just as the atmosphere was turning pleasant, well, it was thanks to you going to talk to the teachers that you're in the way." A blunt but powerful voice cut through it, making their conversation, and any other that may have been going on inside the classroom, die in an instant. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source, including those of the students who had been quietly seated. A black-haired boy stood there, his dark, sharp eyes landing on Yurika and Midoriya, who stood at the entrance. Without realizing it, both took a step back, giving way to the newcomer. And so, with the path open, he stepped into the classroom. The moment he did, an oppressive sensation washed over the entire room. Not heavy, not frightening, but the kind of feeling you get when standing in the presence of someone superior. Nervousness, averting gazes, not knowing how to exist. That kind of feeling assaulted almost everyone, and as that pressure settled on them, Bakugo had been lazily leaning back in his chair with both feet on the desk snapped upright, his eyes blazing with sudden realization. He had been wondering who the bastard was who'd stolen first place from him, but now, the question felt almost stupid. The one standing before him was clearly the culprit. It had to be. That presence, there was no way it belonged to anyone else but to the bastard who had dared take first place from him. You. In an instant, Bakugo prepared for conflict, ready to put him in his place. But just as the words reached his throat, the boy's eyes met his. And in that very instant, it felt like a brief clash had occurred. Like the meeting of two predators, who gauged each other from their gazes alone. One that Bakugo lost a millisecond later. His gaze averted itself before he even realized it, and when he did, his eyes snapped wide in shock. Two dodged his gaze. While Bakugo spiraled over his own unconscious reaction, the boy snorted before his eyes returned to the front and he continued walking into the classroom, eventually stopping right in front of Aitsa. "Aitsu," Aitsa said, his mind flashing back to their brief confrontation in the auditorium. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether to greet him like the others. To his surprise, however, the handshake came first from the boy himself. He didn't give an introduction or say anything at all. He simply offered his hand. Aitsa hesitated for a moment, questioning if this was some kind of trick. After all, they had started off on the wrong foot, but in the end, his manners won out over his unease. I am Tinya Aitsa." The bespectacled guy gave a curt nod. The boy nodded once too, then finally spoke. "Takahashi Fukumoto, though you can just call me Taka." The instant those words left his mouth, the oppressive aura blanketing the room vanished. Several students let out unconscious sighs of relief as the tension dissipated. For a brief moment, the imposing presence surrounding the boy seemed to thin, almost fading away entirely. But just as the atmosphere began to lighten, "Go make friends somewhere else," another voice cut in. Everyone's attention snapped back to the classroom entrance, more specifically, to the floor just behind the door. There lay something resembling a caterpillar. One that, for some reason, had a human face. Never mind. It was just a guy inside a sleeping bag. Slurping from a pouch of mashed fruit, the man wriggled free from the bag and stood up, staring at the class with an utterly exhausted expression. Messy, shoulder-length black hair. Dry, perpetually tired eyes. A thin, unshaven beard. A plain dark green jumpsuit, paired with a thick scarf wrapped loosely around his neck. He was the very embodiment of hoboness. Eraserhead Shota Aizawa. "Alright, it took you all 15 seconds to shut up," he muttered, folding the sleeping bag under his arm before sweeping the room with a sharp glare. "Time's limited. You kids aren't rational enough." The students stared at him in disbelief, unsure of who or what they were looking at. Thankfully, he didn't leave them guessing for long. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa," he said flatly. "Nice to meet you." The classroom erupted into gasps. Under normal circumstances, such an introduction wouldn't have caused such a reaction, but such was his hoboness to provoke those reactions. Before anyone could voice their questions, though, Aizawa reached into his backpack and pulled out the standard UA gym uniform, holding it up for everyone to see. "This is sudden, but put these on," he said. "We're heading outside to the field." Confusion rippled through the class. Aizawa, however, clearly had no interest in suspense. "We're doing a quirk assessment test," he added, a faint grin tugging at his lips. And he wasn't the only one smiling. "Ha!" Taka let out a quiet snort, the corner of his mouth curving upward. "Oh yeah," he thought. "It's aura farming time." To be continued. A/N, the first impression has been made, and what an impression indeed. How is it looking so far for you guys? I have to ask, since the line between cringe and epic is often thin. Gotta make sure I'm keeping a safe distance. 36, Hardcore Ball Throw. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Hardcore Ball Throw. After receiving their instructions, the students made their way out of the building, walking together in the meantime until they reached their respective changing rooms and had to separate. Along the way, a few of them made small talk with whoever seemed approachable, which, obviously, did not include Taka. That said, someone still approached him. "Hey," Jiro said, lightly elbowing his side. He glanced at her, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Didn't you say you weren't making it into UA? Why are you here?" She deadpanned. I get it. You were right about me getting in." "Of course I was," Taka replied seriously yet confidently, making her click her tongue. "Is it just me, or have you been getting cockier ever since we met?" "It's not cockiness, it's confidence." "Yeah, way too much of it." She rolled her eyes, but a moment later her expression sharpened, suspicion creeping in. "By the way, what was all that about?" "What do you mean?" Taka frowned at her in confusion. "You messaged me 15 minutes before class saying you arrived, so how come you were the last one to enter? Not to mention how everyone reacted. The whole class went silent the moment you walked in. It's like you planned it, like you were making some kind of grand entrance." Taka took a moment before responding, averting his eyes. "She knows too much." Clearing his throat, he looked ahead again, expression unchanged. "I don't know. Maybe I just have that effect on people. You really don't understand moderation, do you?" She deadpanned. Taka didn't reply, simply staring forward stoically, as he couldn't afford to break character. Inside, however, his thoughts were racing. Maybe I should make my aura farming more subtle. Back in the classroom, he had indeed planned everything carefully. He'd waited patiently until everyone had arrived, and then, when Midoriya and Yuriko were in the middle of talking, he decided to make his entrance. One that he purposely made extra intimidating, so everyone could be clear who was the real strongest here. Todoroki? More like Bumaroki. Midoriya? More like Bumdoriya. Bakugo? More like Bumkugo. Pretty accurate, actually. And so on and so on. Like that, he made sure his first impression was unforgettable. Of course, no matter how good his true walking ability was, it couldn't have caused that pressuring sensation that everyone experienced earlier. The real MVP had been the latest aura projection mode he unlocked. Aura projection, aura type. Thinking about said skill, he opened the panel mentally and gave its contents a satisfied look. Aura projection, aura type, active. Description: it's often said that body language speaks louder than words, and they're right. Physical cues convey what people don't, or can't, put into words. In that sense, it acts as a window into our true selves. But who says aura can't do the same? Intimidation, warmth, anger, excitement. Time to let your aura speak for itself, don't you think? Allows you to make your aura visible and freely change its color. Your aura can convey your emotions to those around you. Certain emotions may trigger special effects. Your aura can also make people feel certain emotions themselves. Though, this function is dependent on the type of emotion, the person's mental fortitude, awareness of this sensation, and the resistance they may put. With this awesome skill, he'd sent a faint wave of oppression through the room to complement his other abilities, turning his entrance into something undeniably impactful. He hadn't gone as far as outright scaring them, just a subtle sense of authority. Combined with his passive skills to look cooler than usual, it had been more than enough. Even so, he hadn't expected it to be that effective. Even Bakugao he'd fully expected to lunge at him like a rabid dog at back down after their eyes met. That didn't mean the guy was scared. Taka could still feel Bakugo's furious gaze burning into the back of his head. He'd likely retreated strategically, waiting for the right moment or for whatever activity was coming next, to call him out. And Taka was looking forward to it. Conflict meant someone to put in their place, and that, in turn, meant aura. As to why he had greeted Aitsa, that had been a last-second adjustment. As he had been entering the room and scanned his soon-to-be classmates briefly, he'd realized how thick the atmosphere had become due to his aura's effects. So, realizing he may have exaggerated a little, he decided to soften his own image a little. That, and because they were gonna be classmates from now on, there was no point in antagonizing someone who, according to the canon, stopped being an asshole pretty quickly after UA began. So, he decided to return their animosity to zero with that handshake. Hopefully it worked. Still, the side effects of my aura are becoming a little too obvious, Taka thought wryly as his eyes swept over the class. Most of them were avoiding his gaze entirely. He had been simply too intimidating, it seemed. Nothing I can't fix later, he huffed. All in all, he'd rate that aura farming attempt a solid 8 out of 10. Great at establishing power and presence, but he might have overdone it just a little. Fortunately, he had a new incoming aura farming opportunity to make up for his earlier mistakes. Maybe now he'd go for a more approachable aura farming, rather than the intimidating type from earlier. How do I do that, though? I already established my edginess in their minds. If I go back on that, wouldn't that backfire? While he mused thoroughly on how to lessen the barrier he had accidentally created with his classmates, soon the class reached the field. Once there, everyone splits off toward their respective changing rooms. However, as the boys entered theirs and began changing into their gym uniforms, competitiveness sparked immediately. UA was an elite school, and as such, it was normal for most of the hero department to be fit to some extent. Being a hero involved a lot of body movement, after all. So, in a room full of muscled teenagers, gauging each other's levels right away was a given. And naturally, eyes were drawn to the biggest threat of all first, only for most of them to widen their eyes in surprise. Taka's body looked as though it had been honed specifically for combat efficiency, striking a perfect balance between musculature and flexibility. They had muscles, but Taka looked literally sculpted. Kirishima, unsurprisingly, was the first to blurt out what he thought. "Yo, man, you look crazy strong." Taka paused mid-change and gave the red-headed student a nod. "Thanks." Seeing no hostility or coldness, Kirishima's friendly nature was encouraged. "How much do you lift, bro?" Taka seemed to think about it for a moment. About 1 ton. Ha. At least with my current stat configuration, Taka added mentally. Still, there was no need to reveal his true limits just yet. A slower, more deliberate reveal would be far more epic. While Taka smirked inwardly, the rest of the boys had clearly overheard the exchange. Soon, several pairs of eyes turned toward him in disbelief, wondering what kind of quirk could allow someone to lift a full ton. The obvious answer would be super strength, but that felt too simple, didn't it? Besides, they'd seen the rankings. There was no way mere super strength alone could account for all the points Taka had earned. Tisk. Of course, some weren't wondering, they were scowling. But putting those people aside, that's a lot, Kirishima muttered, clearly taken aback. Still, he wasn't the type to be intimidated by sheer power. After pulling on his upper gym uniform much like Taka had already done, he extended a hand. "I'm Eijiro Kirishima. Nice to meet you, man." Taka accepted the handshake without hesitation. "Takahashi Fukumoto. Just call me Taka." That earned him a wide grin. "Sure, call me Eijiro if you want." "Sure." Minutes later, after everyone finished changing, they returned to the field and gathered together, waiting for their teacher to arrive. Not long after, Aizawa appeared, carrying a small device in one hand and a ball in the other. He stepped in front of the class and gave them a half-hearted look. "All right, let's begin immediately. Wait-sensei, what about the opening ceremony?" Okako asked quickly before he could continue, clearly worried about skipping it. Aizawa looked almost bored by the question, fixing her with a stern glare. "If you're aiming to become heroes, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Udate's selling point is how unrestricted its traditions are, and that applies to teachers as well. So this is what we'll be doing instead. She shrank back slightly, intimidated by his seriousness on their very first day. Huffing at her reaction, Aizawa returned to the point, gaze directed at everyone. You've all done this since junior high, haven't you? Physical fitness tests where quirks aren't allowed. The class nodded hesitantly. Aizawa sighed, irritation flashing across his face. For some reason, this country still relies on averages based on students who aren't allowed to use their quirks. It's completely irrational. He clicked his tongue. Well, that's just the Ministry of Education procrastinating. Then, his gaze locked onto a single student. A black-haired boy standing at the front with both hands coolly on his pockets. Takahashi. You placed first in the practical exam, didn't you? A few surprised gasps echoed around the field, mostly at the confirmation that this year's exceptional record genuinely belonged to him. Most of them had already suspected as much. Taka nodded faintly, his expression flat and unreadable. What was your best result for the softball throw? Aizawa asked. Taka pondered the question for a moment, looking away as he tilted his head slightly. My results were pretty pathetic until I started training seriously last year. After that, I took one more test. It was more acceptable, but still nowhere near my current limit without aura. About 60 meters, he answered at last. Aizawa nodded. Then try again, this time, using your quirk. At that, a dangerous glint flickered in Taka's eyes. Are you sure? Aizawa didn't bat an eye. Yes. He tossed the ball toward him. Tack. Taka caught it without even looking, then walked over to the marked throwing area, a large circle painted onto the ground, with growing arcs ahead of it. You can do anything you want as long as you stay inside the circle, Aizawa clarified. Taka nodded faintly, his eyes locking forward with focus. Then, he took a step back. Step. As he did, a sensation similar to the one from earlier in the classroom spread across the field, making many of the students squint and unconsciously focus on him. This feeling was familiar yet different. Before, it had made them avert their eyes. Now, they couldn't look away. And it was a good thing they didn't. What is that? Muttered Kaminari, the blonde with the bolt mark in his hair. His words echoed everyone else's confusion. Suddenly, a red aura began to emanate from Taka, its waves calm, almost fluid. But despite its peaceful appearance, somehow, it oozed something that all the class couldn't help but swallow in awe at. Pure, raw power at its finest. I suggest you all take a step back, Taka said, his voice snapping them out of their daze. Most of them backed off instantly without hesitation. The only ones who didn't move were Bakugo and Aizawa. Taka glanced at them briefly, as if confirming they wouldn't budge, then shrugged faintly. And so, with the preparations taken, his muscles tightened. One foot stepped forward. His body twisted. His aura visibly condensed around his arm and the ball. And then, his arm whipped forward. He threw. Boom! The instant the ball vanished from his hand, shooting into the distance, the air around him exploded outward in every direction like a bomb. As a result, both Aizawa and Bakugo were forced to shield their faces as the violent gust slammed into them head-on. The others had to do the same, though the force they felt was noticeably weaker than what hit the two standing at the front. Even so, Aizawa never took his eyes off the device tracking the ball's distance. Beep, beep, beep beep. The numbers climbed relentlessly. 10 meters, 100, 1,000. They just kept increasing, until, finally, they stopped. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Noticing his reaction, Taka smirked inwardly. How's that? The truth was, he had held back, but not just to hide his true strength. Raw power was good for aura farming, sure, but there was something even better. 3,500, Aizawa announced. Not a digit more, not a digit less. The class erupted into gasps. And that something was power paired with control. Aizawa stared at the device in his hand for a moment too long, his expression unreadable. Eventually, his gaze lifted and locked onto Taka, his brows knitting together. Takahashi, he said flatly, you held back. Taka didn't blink. He stoically turned toward his teacher. Yeah. That answer only seemed to irritate Aizawa further. Do you think being a hero is a game where you can afford to hold back? Taka met his gaze without flinching. I think it's a job where I'll have to know how to. A brief silence followed. And if you can't? Aizawa pressed. Then I won't. Aizawa studied him for a moment longer before his expression softened slightly. You might actually be rational. Taka wasn't sure how to respond. Luckily, he didn't have to. Tack. His hand instinctively caught the ball again. He looked at it, brow raising slightly. Knowing how to hold back is good, Aizawa said, but this is a quirk assessment test. Go all out. So much for control satisfying him, Taka scoffed inwardly, staring at the ball for a bit. Go all out, huh? In his previous throw, he'd barely used 25% of his true strength. He wasn't about to reveal everything just because he was told to. Big reveals required timing. Still, if his teacher was feeling so curious, then he could show a bit more. Half, maybe. Either way, by the time a revelation became necessary, half of today's strength would probably represent way less in the future. So, stepping back into the throwing circle, Taka rolled his shoulder and wound his arm. But just before releasing, he glanced at Aizawa and Bakugo. Step back. He advised, though now not so kindly. This time, even though Bakugo hesitated for a moment, both eventually complied, mostly because Aizawa forced the blonde with a glare. Seeing that, Taka smiled faintly. Then, he tensed. His aura flared violently, not like water anymore, but instead like raging fire, sending visible tremors through the air. His muscles tightened. His arm wound up to the max. And then, boom! The ball was launched. This time, it wasn't just air that exploded outward. Dust erupted from the ground as the shockwave blasted through the field, sending students staggering back. Even Aizawa was forced to shut his eyes for a brief moment. By the time everyone recovered, the ball was already long gone. Aizawa immediately checked the device. His eyes widened then, involuntarily, he grinned. 7,698 meters. In an instant, the field fell into stunned silence. To be continued. A/N. Another cliffhanger. I must be the very devil. How was that? Was it tough? Or am I doing too much? Hopefully the first. Sorry for the wait, despite what I said last chapter about increasing time between chapters, but university got intense this week, and it will do so in the next one, too. Fortunately, my academic year ends next week as well, so I'll be finally free. 37. Tests. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Tests. This is the first place of the entrance exam. Midoriya's eyes trembled in disbelief. A month ago, after finishing the entrance exam, he'd heard people talking about someone destroying his zero-pointer. At the time, he'd assumed they were talking about him, even though some of the people who were speaking about it weren't from his battle center. But now he understood. They had meant that boy, he, too, had accomplished the same thing. No, at that level of power and technique, it probably was much different from how he had done it. With the power he'd displayed today, destroying a robot like that wouldn't have been any harder than blowing away dust. He, on the other hand, had to break an arm to accomplish the same result. And what shook Midoriya the most wasn't just the strength on display, it was the fact that someone like this would be his classmate for the next 3 years. Is this the level of UA, he wondered, glancing down at the fist that he once destroyed and doing what the youth in front of him could have done without breaking a sweat. For a brief moment, doubt crept in. Had his 10 months of training really been enough? He shook his head sharply, forcing the pessimistic thoughts away. No, even Kaken can't do something like that. That person, whatever his quirk is simply on a whole different level. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. While Midoriya's thoughts spiraled, the field itself had fallen into a deafening silence after the loud display of power. Everyone stood frozen, too stunned to say a word after realizing not all quirks were made equal. This shit had levels. Fortunately, a voice cut through their collective daze. Is that enough, sensei? Taka asked calmly. His tone was neutral, serious, but there was a faint trace of challenge beneath it. Aizawa's smirk faded. Yeah, now go back to your place. Snorting softly, Taka turned and walked back toward the group. As he returned to his spot, he could feel countless eyes on him, stares filled with awe, shock, and unease. He ignored them all. Cool people didn't acknowledge admiration. So, did you all understand what we're doing today? Aizawa said sharply, snapping everyone back to attention. Judging by your faces, you were daydreaming instead of listening. You'll be performing the standard physical fitness tests this time while using your quirks. Instantly, chatter broke out across the field, excitement replacing the earlier shock. For real. We get to use our quirks right away. That's UA for you. This sounds fun. Unfortunately, that last comment spoken by a certain pink-haired student seemed to flip a switch on Aizawa. Looks fun, huh? Aizawa said, his voice flat, eyes locking onto her as if daring her to repeat herself. She shrank back right away, and along with her, the excitement died instantly. Smiles vanished, nervous expressions replacing them before their teacher's change in humor. You have 3 years to become a proper hero. Will you really keep that kind of mindset the whole time? He asked, his eyes sweeping over everyone who had dared show even a sliver of excitement earlier. The class didn't answer. No one dared risk stepping on another landmine. Unfortunately, silence itself was a landmine. Alright, let's do it like this, then. A smirk crept onto Aizawa's apathetic face. Whoever ends up in last place after all the tests are done will be judged as having no potential and expelled. Ha! The entire class gasped in horror. Taka, of course, remained as stoic as possible. Uraraka was the first to protest. Last place will be expelled. But it's just the first day of school, and even if it wasn't, it's still unfair. Aizawa didn't bat an eye. Instead, his tone gained even more conviction. Natural disasters, large-scale accidents, dangerous villains without scruples, calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is full of such unfairness. Heroes are the ones who defy that unfairness and make things right. During your 3 years at this school, UA will throw hardship after hardship at you to make you capable of doing exactly that. If you were expecting a place where you could make friends and go to karaoke after class, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. Go beyond, plus ultra. There's a reason that's our school's motto. Here you'll all overcome your limits, or fail trying. That was enough to cement reality for everyone. Heitza took out a bottle of water and hydrated himself, mentally praising UA for its difficulty and preparing for the hardships ahead, just as Aizawa had said. Bakugo spun his arm around, scowling with determination to reclaim the place that belonged to him. Midoriya was having a mental breakdown, agonizing over how to survive this with his lack of control over his new quirk. Todoroki he remained stoic throughout everything, and Taka he glared at Todoroki and deadpanned. What a copycat. Thinking so, he cracked his neck left and right, his eyes sharpening. How's this? Too badass for you, emo boy. Todoroki spared him a brief glance before looking away. Ha, that's right, run away, Taka smirked. Minutes later, the first test was the 50-meter dash, held with 2 students at a time, paired according to seat numbers. Their speed was recorded by a special automaton standing beside the track. Taka, very alarmingly, was in the last batch of seats, paired with Yaorozu's actual last seat. So, he was able to let everyone else have their chance to shine before his own turn finally arrived. As some could say, save the best for last. As he and Yayorozu stood at the starting line, his eyes naturally drifted toward her, wondering how she was doing. Yayorozu, standing beside him, swallowed nervously. In an instant, she materialized a pair of rocket skates and put them on. Does that even count as using her quirk? He sweat-dropped, briefly glancing at Aizawa, then deadpanned when he saw him not reacting at all. I guess it does. On your mark. As he pondered what truly counted as using one's quirk, the automaton began the countdown. Get set. Refocusing on the task at hand, Taka's body lifted, floating just a centimeter above the ground. Then, go. His figure blurred. 0.7 seconds. By the time anyone realized what had happened, he was already standing at the finish line, his feet gently touching the ground again. Whoosh! A moment later, the force behind his movement exploded outward, faster than even the air itself. A curtain of dust erupted all the way from the starting line, blasting in every direction. Those watching from several meters away were hit by the shockwave, forced to cover themselves. For a moment, Aizawa's eyes narrowed while he, too, guarded himself against the force, wondering if that had interfered with Yayorozu's run. But when his vision cleared, he saw that the massive shockwave hadn't affected her at all. Somehow, something shielded her against it. He accounted for that, he thought, glaring at Taka, who stood calmly at the finish line with an impassive expression. Seconds later, Yayorozu reached the goal. 3.31 seconds, the automaton announced. After slowing down, she removed her skates and heaved a sigh, whether glad it had ended, or because she was satisfied with her result, only known to her. Then she walked toward Taka, who spared her a brief glance as she approached. You shielded me from the shockwave, didn't you? Thank you very much, she said, performing a deep bow. He blinked faintly at the sudden gratitude. It was my speed that caused it in the first place. Don't mention it. Taka closed his eyes enigmatically, though his thoughts were anything but enigmatic. How's that powerful and responsible? Aren't you all feeling odd? He opened one eye slightly to glance at the spectating crowd. Their expressions hadn't changed at all. Then it dawned on him they hadn't heard him at all. Forgot to talk loud enough. He sighed inwardly. +5 aura. Fortunately, it seemed his coolness hadn't been lost completely. Turning to Yayorozu, it appeared she had appreciated it, judging by the newfound respect in her gaze. With them finished, the test came to an end. The second test was grip strength. They all moved to the nearby school gym, where grip strength measuring devices were kept in stock. The highest score belonged to Shoji, whose quirk allowing him to produce several limbs at will pushed his strength to an impressive 540 kilograms. The grip was immaculate indeed. Many boys gathered around him in shock, at least until Taka stepped up as well. Crack! The device snapped apart under the speed and sheer force of his grip, instantly drawing every eye to him. Whoops! Taka smirked unapologetically inwardly. Aizawa could only sigh helplessly. After that, the third test was the standing long jump. Aura farming was a bit harder here, since the task was simply jumping forward beyond the sand. A rather plain and simple task. That's what a loser, non-aura farmer would say. Bang! A burst of force exploded from Taka's feet as he leapt, sending him soaring skyward for a brief moment. He even performed a flip midair, hands tucked casually into his pockets for extra style. An instant later, he plummeted. Bam! His feet slammed into the ground, shattering it on impact and embedding slightly into the earth. But despite buckling a little from the landing, he soon stood up tall again, expression unchanged, his hands still in his pockets. Jiro stood not too far, having done the test herself already. That guy's doing too much. She deadpanned. Even if deep inside, she thought that had been pretty cool. Then came the fourth test. Repeated side steps. This time, Taka decided to copy the style of a fellow aura farmer. A certain caped baldy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dust erupted, and air exploded as his figure multiplied into after-images that moved from side to side, his eyes seeming to shine for a moment as a red stela traced his rapid horizontal movements. And through it all, his figure remained unchanged. Despite the blurring speed, he stood relaxed with both hands in his pockets. His feet did all the heavy lifting, propelling him from side to side while the rest of his body was left to aura farm. Soon enough, the test came to an end. Half the class stared at him in disbelief, while the other half looked worried for their own sake. Then, at last, came the next test. The ball-throwing test moment that would decide Midoriya's fate. In the original show, the greenhead had pulled a plan out of his ass that earned just enough of Aizawa's respect to cancel his expulsion plans. But this wasn't the show. Nothing guaranteed he'd be that clever this time around. Perhaps the butterfly effect had already taken hold, and Taka simply hadn't noticed yet. Maybe because of his own grand and mighty presence, the pressure on Midoriya would be higher than in the original, and the kid would either rise through it with the protagonist's determination of heiser screw up and go home as a bum after all the work it took to get into UA in the first place. I'll be watching, just in case, Taka thought, ready to intervene if necessary. A lesser person might have seen this as the perfect opportunity to eliminate an aura farming rival, but a true master of the craft doesn't fear the light of others. He lets them shine as brightly as they can, as only when others are able to see how brightly others can shine, can they truly appreciate the brightest light of all. That was supposed to be my line. The system chimed in. It was a bit obvious, and you were too slow to say it, Taka scoffed. Leaving the system to sulk, Taka glanced back at Midoriya, whose turn was drawing near. Come on, Midoriya. Clutch up. Feeling a gaze, Midoriya turned around. But by then, Taka had already crossed his arms and closed his eyes enigmatically. Midoriya sighed and returned to dreading the immediate future. Finally, his turn came. The green had stepped into the throwing circle, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as his mind raced at 1,000 miles per hour, hand tightly gripping the ball in his grasp. To use his quirk or not? That was the question. So far, he'd attempted every test without it, and the results were grim. His training with All Might may have improved his physique compared to last year, but his classmates weren't slacking during it either. They, too, possessed good physiques that allowed them to get fairly good results from sheer physical ability only. But unlike him, his peers had quirks that allowed them to shine in specific tests, elevating their score and leaving him hovering at the bottom of the scoreboard. At this rate, expulsion was inevitable. Midoriya gripped the ball, frustration boiling over. Breaking his limbs was agonizing, but if the alternative was being kicked out on the first day, he had no choice. I'll do it, he resolved. I won't let it end like this. With renewed determination, Midoriya wound up his arm. Faint arcs of electricity began to dance around him, his veins glowing with stored power. He stepped forward, a massive surge of energy funneling from his core directly into the ball. I'll become a hero. And so, he threw. Thud. A second later, the ball hit the dirt just some meters away, raising a bit of dust in its landing, but not much more than that. In an instant, Midoriya's face went pale. How? I'm sure I erased your quirk. Aizawa's voice cut through the air with solemnity. Honestly, to allow a kid like you here that entrance exam was truly irrational. Here it is. Taka narrowed his eyes. Just as in the show, Aizawa proceeded to give Midoriya the pep talk, making him realize that by maiming himself, he would become more of a hindrance than a help to other heroes in real disasters. With that done, and having left Midoriya to his thoughts, Aizawa returned to his spot. Now, however, low expectations were plastered all over his deadpan expression. You have 2 more tries for the ball throw. After that, we are moving on to the last person, and then to the next test, he declared, leaving the poor green-haired boy to get lost in his own swirling thoughts. Taka's hand twitched, ready to boost the ball's speed if necessary. For a moment, the field fell into a heavy silence. The entire class watched in a mix of pity and tension while Midoriya let his mind race. Soon after, it seemed he had reached a conclusion. Just like before, he took his stance, his arm winding up for the throw. Everyone caught their breath. Some were already mentally marking Midoriya as the one to be expelled, namely, a certain explosive blonde. And then, Midoriya's body snapped into motion. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, wondering which path the boy would take. All in, or nothing at all. With the lack of control he had over his power, he could only choose one, and to Aizawa, whichever he chose mattered little. As he was now, Midoriya had no talent for being a hero. Today, he would get rid of the kid before he harmed himself permanently. Being a hero wasn't a playground, after all. Or at least that's what he thought. Suddenly, Aizawa's eyes snapped open in surprise as his trained gaze caught a minute detail. While mid-motion, Midoriya had indeed activated his quirk. For a moment, he scoffed, thinking of it as the last try of a cornered rat. But then, he truly realized what was different. Unlike earlier, this time all that energy and power was entirely focused on the very tip of his finger. Boom! The next instant, the air exploded as the ball shot violently into the sky. Midoriya's body sagged forward from the sheer recoil of the blast. But then, he caught himself. He pulled his injured hand into a tight fist and looked up at his teacher. Despite the tears in his eyes, he wore a defiant, bright smile. I can still move, sensei. Aizawa's face, baffled until that moment, shifted. A wide, excited grin spread across his features. In the meantime, Taka snorted, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Ha! Not bad, kid. His aura, which had flared invisibly around Midoriya to intervene if things went south, receded. It flowed back to its rightful owner, settling once more. This would have been boring, otherwise. To be continued. A/N another chapter right away, so you guys are not left abandoned while I focus on my exams. And so, the tests are over. At least the important ones. Did this chapter feel a bit like filler? I felt like I spent a lot of time on an event that wasn't that important. Then again, aura farming must be done properly, so taking this long is probably to be expected. 38, end of day 1. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. End of day 1. After Midoriya's aura farming moment, and a small altercation with Bakugo going bonkers at Midoriya for having a quirk, the class continued with the rest of the tests like normal. Sit-ups, seated toe touch, long distance run, all of them relatively simple exercises, and still something Taka made use of to aura farm somehow. During most tests, Yaoyoroza stood at the lead, with the crazy inventions she produced with her quirk often surpassing what any of the others could reach with their own quirk. Of course, that was without counting Taka. The teenager kept crushing every test with overwhelming power, placing himself at the top in each one, save for the baseball throw, where Yurarika managed to score infinity with her quirk by erasing the ball's gravity. During it all, sadly, Midoriya's performance dropped a tad more thanks to the wretched pain coming from his broken finger. It made it so that, even after clutching up at the baseball throw, he still went back to the bottom of the rankings in no time. And so, just like that, 30 minutes and several other tests later, the quirk assessment test came to an end. Once they were done, the whole class reunited outside the gym, watching as Aizawa pulled a remote from his pocket and projected everyone's results. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the projected board of results, most of the students being nervous or worried about what they were about to see. Midoriya, in particular. After all, while they had a faint understanding of how they had done, nothing said the teacher wouldn't evaluate them in a completely unexpected way, and end up with them in the dreaded last place. At least until Aizawa himself explained that the scores were simply the results from the tests added together. That was enough to set Midoriya in a spiral of worry. He, after all, was the one the most aware of how much he had sucked. And, to his dismay, as soon as the results were revealed, what he had feared became true. There, at the bottom of the list, was his name ranked last in the class. On the other hand, well, I was gonna crash out if I hadn't been there, Taka thought with a snort as he saw his name at the top, followed by Yaoyorozu and then Todoroki. As expected, he had dominated. I guess that concludes the aura farming for the day. He sighed, tension faintly leaving his shoulders. As for Midoriya being at the very bottom, he didn't bat an eye. After all. By the way, Aizawa spoke up nonchalantly as he turned off the projection. I was lying about the whole expulsion thing. Instantly, most of the class's faces twisted into bafflement. What? Aizawa seemed to smirk at their suffering, looking at them with a mocking gaze. It was a rational deception to force you to push your limits. Instantly, those at the lower ranks became exasperated, namely Midoriya, for thinking this had been the end, and Aiza, because he had trusted the teacher with all his heart. Of course it was a lie. Yaoyorozu chimed in upon seeing their upset reactions, sweat dropping faintly. It would have been obvious if you had just thought it through. Those who had been worried earlier sweat dropped as well, mentally slapping themselves for falling for it at least, until a voice cut through. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Taka said ominously out of the sudden, drawing most eyes to him. What? Yaoyorozu turned to him, baffled. Sadly, she didn't get an answer, as Taka simply closed his eyes enigmatically. And before she could press for answers, with that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, give them a look. Aizawa said, turning around to leave. Albeit, just before doing so, he passed a doctor's note to the injured greenhead. Midoriya, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office, em? Weren't you injured? His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he glanced at Midoriya's previously broken fingernail completely healed, and it seemed he wasn't the only one to just realize it. When did it Midoriya stared at his finger in bafflement, now without any trace of ever having been broken. While the teacher and Midoriya's new friends tried to comprehend what had just happened, Taka snorted and turned to walk away, heading toward the changing rooms. Didn't even cost me 300 aura to fix it, he smirked inwardly, glancing at the skill that had been the hardest to unlock of them all. Aura projection, their mode, active. Description, to destroy is easy, and a basic skill of any aura farmer. But is the aura farmer truly one if he can't walk the most difficult path as well? Because harder than destruction is the path of creation and protection. Suffering is part of the cold universe they inhabit, but with his light, the aura farmer can dampen the cold and bring protection to those around him. For the aura farmer is more than a cool weapon, he is also a cool protector. Allows the user to regenerate their own or others' wounds by expending aura. Expenditure is based on how much of the body currently requires treatment. Bigger parts require bigger chunks of aura. Certain parts of the body require more aura to heal. Vital organs are the most expensive. Due to the type of transformation aura undergoes, aura recovers at half the usual speed compared to other modes. Very good indeed. Taka nodded, satisfied. It was indeed a glorious skill, albeit crazily expensive, but he supposed that was appropriate, otherwise, it would be far too easy to abuse. Even though Midoriya's finger had only cost him around 300 aura to fix, a finger was a very small part of the body. Healing larger areas could easily reach the thousands in cost, maybe even surpassing the tens of thousands. Not to mention vital organs, he didn't even dare think about how much those would cost to heal. He hadn't yet had the chance to test more serious healing, but as things stood, with his aura pool hovering around 40,000, he still didn't feel capable of performing a truly powerful heal if someone ever needed it. Still, for now, it was enough. And when the time came that large-scale healing became necessary, he'd probably have a much larger aura pool anyway. As for why he had decided to heal Midoriya's finger when there had been no real need to, especially with Recovery Girl around, it was all for the sake of aura farming. When the day he'd have to reveal his healing abilities finally came, the impact would be far greater. Everyone would connect all those moments of inexplicable recovery and trace them back to him at the moment of truth. But why was he so blatantly risking exposure, you ask? The answer was simple. Hiding his skills had never been the goal, only a means to an end. Or rather, a means to aura farm later in the story. In truth, he never planned on staying hidden forever. After all, the more the show progressed, the stronger his opponents would become, and hence the more abilities he'd inevitably be forced to reveal to stay up to the level. And knowing that day would come eventually and seeing no point in wasting all that aura by playing it low-key forever, why not prepare for the future? Why not plant all these seeds, so the moment he had to show his true abilities, he could aura farm as hard as he could with them? Besides, his vigilante charges weren't that much of a deal, at least not in the long term. When the day came that his identity as Reincarnation was revealed, and he had to face the heavyweights of this world and probably save it in the process, what were the chances they wouldn't forgive him for his vigilante days after all that? And even if they don't, living as a wanted guy running from the law is also pretty erratic. He thought, the strongest criminal in the world. That sounds tough as hell. Grinning now that his back was facing everyone and they couldn't see his face, Taka waited patiently for the future. Whatever was to come his way in the future, he would be thoroughly prepared to aura farm the heck out of it. Minutes later, having changed back into their regular uniforms, and after stopping by their classroom to pick up the handouts Aizawa had mentioned, the students gradually began leaving the school premises. Taka walked alongside Jiro, the two already heading toward the gates, followed by dozens of students around them. As they walked, she sighed tiredly, sounding like a 90-year-old grandma. Huff, I thought I was a goner back there. When I didn't see my name in the first row of students, I thought, this is it, I'm getting expelled on my first day of school. Taka raised an eyebrow. Why? Midoriya was doing terribly. Midoriya? Oh, the green-haired kid. Jiro nodded. Well, he got a pretty amazing result in the baseball throw. I got some fairly good results in the other tests, but not as good as his, so I got worried for a second. Taka seemed to ponder that for a moment. I suppose it makes sense. Still, you clearly did better than Hagakure. Her quirk just wasn't suited for this kind of test. Jiro deadpanned. I just panicked, okay? No need to overanalyze it. Then, after a brief pause, she looked at Taka with a puzzled expression. By the way, how did you know her name? I didn't even see you talk to her. Taka clicked his tongue inwardly, cursing his loose mouth again, before quickly coming up with an excuse. I just have a good memory. With the teacher mentioning names once, I already got the hang of most of them. Seriously? Jiro asked, surprised. Taka nodded without changing his expression. So an overpowered quirk and a good memory. You really hit the genetic lottery, huh? Taka smiled faintly. I suppose. Jiro grumbled in discontent for a moment before her eyebrows lit up faintly in mischief, recalling something. By the way, what was with all that during the tests? Taka didn't bat an eye. What was with what? Jiro's gaze turned accusatory. You know the extra steps, the looking cool, when you could have just done the tests normally. You really thought you were being subtle? I don't know what you're talking about, Taka denied, eyes fixed straight ahead. That's just how I usually do tests. Jiro didn't seem ready to let the matter go that easily, grin widening at least until Taka suddenly turned his gaze on her, cutting her off. Anyway, you thought I looked cool, huh? Jiro's words caught in her throat. After a moment of silence, she looked away, grumbling under her breath. Let's change the subject. Snorting with a faint smile, Taka nodded. Like that, the two eventually left the school premises and headed toward the station, making small chat on the way. What station are you going to? She asked as they neared the subway. My parents got me an apartment near Shinjuku. I'm not going to one. I live just around here, Taka said, gesturing with his head vaguely. We moved here temporarily since it's close to the school. With Seiji-san. Yeah, with that guy, Taka replied, distaste evident in his tone. Jiro chuckled. Eventually, they parted ways as she entered the station. Taka, on the other hand, turned around and slipped into a nearby alleyway as soon as he was left alone. Then, swoosh! After making sure no one had seen him, he soared into the sky, using his aura both to elevate at high speed and to dampen the noise of his ascent. Once airborne, he shot forward in the direction of Shizuoka, his speed enormous as he cut through the countless clouds above. As he soared across the open sky, his thoughts drifted back to the day, evaluating his own performance with a thoughtful face. My introduction was a bit forceful, but I think I nailed it during the tests. There's no way they don't think I'm cool now, he nodded to himself, albeit deadpanning a bit as he recalled Jiro's comment after school. Still, I should be careful not to make it too obvious that I'm aura farming. Otherwise, I'll just look like some narcissistic dude trying to look humble instead of the composed, naturally cool persona I'm aiming for. The tests themselves had been a tad too simple, which forced him to improvise ways to farm aura in them, and he had accomplished it. However, in the process, they might have made his intentions a little too obvious. Well, tomorrow's class should make aura farming simpler, he thought, a smirk forming on his face. After all, if things go as per the show tomorrow, there'll be a combat class. There, he wouldn't need to think of complex ways to aura farm like today. Instead, it'd be as simple as overwhelming his opponents. Although if they were too weak, that'd be kind of a waste, or somehow end up in him looking bad instead. Maybe I can find a way to force myself to fight the heavy hitters of the class. Taka mused, already planning ahead. Regardless, tomorrow would be a great day to aura farm. Not only because of combat but because the fit is gonna be immaculate. Tomorrow, they were getting their hero suits. To be continued. A/N, one subject left, and my arsonist impulses will fade away. 39, Hero Basic Training Class. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Hero Basic Training Class. The second day of classes arrived the day after the first. Everyone was already gathered in the classroom, waiting patiently for their teacher to arrive, either making small talk with the classmates seated nearby or messing around on their phones. Everyone, save for one person. Slam! The door opened suddenly, and a familiar figure stepped in, drawing most eyes and plunging the class into brief silence. It was Taka, of course. New day, new opportunities to aura farm. He let everyone get a good look at him for a second or two, then made his way to his seat right behind Midoriya, next to Tokoyami, and in front of Yaoyorozu. Bzzz. As he sat down and set his things aside, however, the vibration of his cell phone startled him. Curious, he took it out, and to his surprise, Jiro, didn't you say you were here 20 minutes earlier? How come you're last again? Taka clicked his tongue internally and glanced toward Jiro, who was seated a few rows away and looking at him with a sly smirk. He quickly typed a reply. You went to buy something to drink. A response came almost instantly. Jiro, I didn't see anything in your hands when you came in, though. I already drank it. Jiro, just how thirsty were you? Jiro was now shooting him a disbelieving look. Having successfully dodged the question, Taka sighed faintly and put his phone away, leaning back in his chair comfortably. At least, until a hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Excuse me, Takahashi-san. He turned around to see Yaoyorozu sitting there, behind him, looking a bit timid. Well, after yesterday's round of aura farming, I guess I'm a tad imposing, Taka mused for a moment before addressing her. What's up? His casual response seemed to have lessened her worry, judging by her more comfortable look. Well, after what you said yesterday, oh, my apologies. Her eyes suddenly widened, panic flashing across her face. She bowed faintly from her seat. I'm Momo Yayorozo. I apologize for the late introduction. Taka's sweat dropped faintly. Are all rich kids this proper? His gaze flicked briefly to Aitsa, who sat upright in his seat, stiff as a statue and likely waiting for the teacher to arrive. Quickly, his attention returned to Yayorozu, and he offered her a polite nod. It's fine. I'm Takahashi Fukumoto, though you can just call me Taka. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too, Takahashi-san. Another one using my full name. Taka rolled his eyes internally. First Jiro, now Yayorozu. He was giving them the chance to save themselves a mouthful. Only Kirishima had accepted his grace so far. Well, to each their own. So, what were you saying? Taka asked. She perked up, her expression turning serious once more. Yes, I wanted to ask you about what you said yesterday. What did I say yesterday? Taka wondered. A moment later, it clicked, and his expression flattened slightly. Is it about the expulsion thing? Yes. You disagreed with me when I said the expulsion threat had been false. If I may ask, why? She's still on that. Taka stared at her for a moment, speechless. At the time, he'd only wanted to aura farm a bit by acting mysterious. But since she was still curious about Ida Ven after his edgy exit yesterday without an answer he supposed he could explain, it wasn't like he'd lied, after all. Well, I'm pretty sure he actually expelled the current second years when they entered. Yayorozu looked genuinely shocked. What? But that exclamation hadn't come from her. The startled voice of someone outside the conversation cut in, catching both of them off guard. They turned slightly to see Midoriya leaning toward them, eyes wide with panic. Only after realizing they had heard him and were now staring at him, along with everyone else who'd been startled by his shout, did he panic and turn back around. Ah, sorry. This guy sure has a long way to go. Taka smiled wryly at Midoriya's quick-to-panic nature. His mind immediately drifted to the arc where the guy went all edgy and serious. That was when he really began aura farming properly. Of course, he had a few memorable moments before that, but only after that point did he become a more thorough fighter and a more consistent aura farmer. For now, though, there was still a long way to go before that happened. Over a year, Taka snorted. It wasn't actually that long, now that he thought about it. If anything, it just showed how absurd this year was going to be, with all the bad stuff crammed into a single stretch of time. Well, I'm gonna be here this time, I should be able to turn a few bad things around, Taka thought, recalling the scale of certain events to Komi and the repercussions they'd have on everyone involved. Now that he was here, though, he could make sure those things didn't happen. And while he was at it, aura farm. Because it was never a bad time to aura farm. Having established his priorities, Taka turned back to Yayorozu, who was still looking oddly at Midoriya's already turned back figure. Anyway, you can ask them yourself after class. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. Yayorozu nodded faintly as she turned back to him. With the conversation coming to an end, Taka faced forward again. Not because he didn't know what else to say, but because an aura farmer must be silent and cool. Yes. As he resumed his silent, meditative pose, the classroom door suddenly opened, and his eyes snapped open, a smirk forming on his face. Finally, here he is all mig. Hell yeah. What's up, students? Taka pursed his lips as the one who burst through the door turned out to be Present Mick, not All Might. Only then did he remember the curriculum Aizawa had handed them yesterday. Right, that class was in the afternoon. Sweat dropping at his mistake, he sighed faintly. It seemed the aura farming would have to wait a few more hours. UA, afternoon. I miscalculated, Taka muttered as he slammed his head onto the desk. Mentally, of course. When he'd planned to enroll in UA, he'd only thought about all the moments where he'd be able to aura farm. What he'd completely glossed over was the fact that it was, first and foremost, an actual school. Alright, hadn't really forgotten. He just hadn't paid it much mind. Now, however, he was facing the harsh truth. The show had focused only on the interesting parts, conveniently skipping over the long, boring classes that naturally came with a school Setangond, with the main cast being students. Don't get him wrong, he wasn't bad at studying. He'd worked like hell alongside his clones to get good grades, which he did, but he definitely wasn't some prodigy. So whenever a teacher asked a question, he sweated bullets worrying he'd answer wrong and lose aura in the process. Fortunately, so far, he'd managed to answer everything correctly. But that brought up another problem. Besides aura farming in clutch moments, he'd also have to worry about not screwing up during the downtime from now on. And for an entire year. Aside, as always, the path of the aura farmer was never easy. Still, he had finally made it through the whole day. And along with it, the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. I am. Taka's head lifted, and he glared toward the classroom entrance as a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Coming through the door like a normal person. Along with the shout, the massive figure of a man stepped into the classroom, no smaller than Titanophyte, but all muscle instead of rock. His wide smile and imposing presence immediately filled the room with awe, Mastiff not Alof, the students gaping at the hero's appearance. Of course, save for Taka, who merely glanced at All Might with an analytical gaze. Well, if it isn't my errand boy. And of course, the biggest aura farmer of our time. While Taka liked to joke about him being his errand boy, the truth was that if there was anyone worth learning about aura dynamics from, it was this man. The one and only. The symbol of peace. A hero so powerful and influential that a single smile could calm the hearts of everyone watching, no matter how dire the situation. A single phrase of his could instill hope in some hearts, and fear in others. And a single punch could erase all evil or protect all good. Not to mention that, powers or not, he could aura farm just fine. The man, far in the future as per the show, fought the world-ending villain using nothing but a high-tech Suthi's body wrecked by old injuries, and his powers long gone. And to top it all off, he laughed his ass off in the villain's face. If that wasn't aura, then he didn't know what it was. Albeit, he and other students ended up in a pretty shit condition after the battle. Well, things won't need to go that far with me here, Taka snorted, closing his eyes for a brief moment, only to open them again a second later, determination blazing in his gaze. Now, show me what you've got, All Might. While Taka was taking this far too seriously, All Might had already reached the teacher's podium. He stood before the class with both fists on his waist, his wide smile radiating warmth. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I teach hero basic training. Here, you'll train in different ways to learn the fundamentals of being a hero, and it'll be the subject you spend the most hours on as heroes in training. The class nodded almost in unison, completely taken in by his presence. Having said that, let's get straight into it. He flexed, apparently pulling something from his pocket in a stylish motion before flashing it toward the class. What we'll be doing today is this. All eyes snapped to the object in his hand, and the moment the students recognized it, excited murmurs spread through the room. There, held between his fingers, was a card. Won that red battle. Combat training. All Might announced, just in case anyone hadn't seen it. Then he whipped his arm toward the adjacent wall. And to go with that, we have these. Several compartments began sliding out from the wall, revealing boxes numbered from 1 to 20. All Might's smile widened, focusing back on the students. Costumes based on your quirk registrations and the requests you submitted before school started. The instant the word costumes left All Might's mouth, excitement exploded throughout the class. Everyone wanted to see how their costumes had turned out and, of course, try them on. He really knows how to handle a crowd, Taka thought silently as he observed the surrounding reaction and All Might's theatrics, rubbing his chin. Still, he did not ignore the mention of the costumes, his gaze instantly settling on the number 19. Let's see if they did it as I asked or if I'm gonna have to kill someone today. Minutes later, All Might stood before the entrance to Ground Beta, patiently awaiting the arrival of his students. As he waited, his mind drifted back to the moment he had presented himself to the class. Before that, Nizu had told him he would find a very interesting student among them. Curious, he had reviewed everyone's quirks beforehand save for young Midoriya's. While several of them had shown promising potential, none had truly stood out as someone Nizu would go out of his way to point out. At least, that had been the case, until he stepped into the classroom. The moment he crossed the door, he felt it, the piercing gaze of one of the students. Amid all the other excited stares, this other one could have easily gone unnoticed. Yet the presence that the student emanated made it impossible to ignore. The gaze didn't hold hostility, but it certainly wasn't pleasant, either. If he had to describe it, it reminded him of the gaze Endeavor used to direct at him during their years at UA. But in this student's eyes, there was something Endeavor's glare had never possessed. Certainty. Whatever the student had been thinking as he stared at him, there hadn't been a single ounce of doubt behind it. Humming thoughtfully, All Might opened his teacher's folder and scanned through the class list until he found the photo attached to that presence. Takahashi Fukumoto. Quirk, Muscle to Mind. Yes, he had seen it earlier, and he had considered it a quirk with solid potential. But now, having met him, perhaps there was something more to this boy. Smiling faintly, All Might closed the folder and looked ahead. Well, he thought, this is the perfect chance to find out, isn't it? His bright blue eyes shone with interest as figures began emerging from the shadows of the entrance. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice to address the approaching students. They say clothes make the man, young men and Lady Sand, that applies here just the same. Class 1A stepped into the light, the vibrant and flashy colors of their hero suits blending together into an impressive sight. All Might's smile widened. Now that you're wearing those outfits, be fully aware that from this moment on, he paused for effect. You are heroes. Chins lifted proudly across the group, the title accepted with a mix of nervousness and reverence. Soon, however, another figure emerged from behind, clearly late compared to the rest. All Might's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, the student stepped into the light, revealing, did I make it in time? Midoriya, clad in a Bugs Bunny-like suit. All Might nearly choked at the sight, immediately recognizing the inspiration. So obvious he struggled not to laugh. With everyone finally gathered, the students began glancing at one another's costumes, excitement and competitiveness rising in equal measure. Everyone wanted their suit to be praised and everyone wanted to see what choices the others had made. But as they chatted about designs and possible future adjustments, another sound echoed from the darkened entrance. Step. A single footfall, calm and measured, yet somehow loud enough that nearly everyone heard it. Immediately, all eyes turned toward the source, the dark hallway where they had all come from. And from within it, they could all see it. A figure was approaching, his pace deliberate and almost regal. Instantly, everyone knew who it was, and all focus centered on it. And soon, the figure stepped into the light. Or rather, it felt as though the shadows followed him out. Unlike the vivid colors of the others save for one student in particular, this one stood in stark contrast to the bright day. A dark coat, a stylish yet strangely savage-looking black tricorn hat, and a mask covering everything up to his nose, plus many garments that only added to the edginess. Image. As he made his entrance, reactions rippled through the group. A certain raven-headed student nodded in quiet acknowledgement. A certain earphone-jack-earlobbed student deadpanned, muttering something about someone being right behind her and somehow still managing to arrive last again. A certain red-haired student's eyes sparkled, mumbling about manliness and whatnot. A certain explosive blonde clicked his tongue in annoyance. And a certain white and red-haired student stoically ignored it. Plus 50 aura. Yes, I look quite awesome, I know. Taka had arrived. To be continued. A/N, there we go, another chapter, and finally getting to the combat exercise. I had some free time and managed to write a chapter. Might be able to come up with a chapter for tomorrow as well, or not, who knows. Anyway, see you next chap. 40, combat exercise. A/N, a bit late, but I was trying to get some sleep after not getting much last night. Sadly, it didn't work out, and I had to chug a monster to last the rest of the day. Today I'm sleeping early, that's for sure. Also, for those who didn't like the costume, it's okay, I respect it. It's okay to have wrong opinions. Combat exercise. Once everyone was fully reunited and they had all gotten a good look at Taka's extravagant costume, All Might began giving the instructions for the exercise right away. In summary, the class would be segmented into several teams of 2 students, who would take on the roles of either heroes or villains. 2 opposing teams would then face off inside the many buildings scattered across ground beta, each match having its own building to destroy. The villain's objective was to protect a mot bomb placed at the top of the building. The heroes, on the other hand, had to start from the bottom floors and reach the bomb to deactivate it. The victory conditions were fairly simple. The villains would win if they managed to protect the bomb until the 15-minute limit ran out, or if they apprehended all the heroes using the capture bindings they'd been given. Achieving either condition would secure their victory. The heroes, meanwhile, would win if they touched the bomb, counting as deactivation for the exerciser if they apprehended the villains using the same bindings they, too, had been provided. Once the instructions were given, and as certain last students' multiple questions were answered, the students stepped forward one by one to draw balls from a box, each marked with letters from A to J, to determine their teams. As the process went on, Taka began thinking of ways to rig the whole thing so he could get matched against Bakugo or Todoroki, who were currently the strongest contenders in class. While doing so, his turn came, and he was offered the box to take a ball out. A moment after rummaging through it, he glanced down at the ball he had drawn. Team I, and his partner. Hagakure, huh? He sweat-dropped, turning to look, or rather, not look at the invisible girl at the other side of the group. Damn. Immediately, all of his plans went straight down the gutter. He had hoped things would play out as they did in the show, letting him use his foreknowledge to identify which ball belonged to which team and subtly manipulate them with his aura so he could fight whoever he wanted. But seeing the invisible girl there made something painfully clear. They already weren't the same. His eyes swept across the other groups forming around the field, narrowing as his worries cemented. The teams were different from the show, which meant the matches would probably be, too. That left him with no way of knowing which ball belonged to Todoroki's team or Bakugo's, and with the remaining balls hidden inside the box, right beside All Might, even trying to peek was close to impossible. He wasn't that fast yet. Well, so much for aura farming. Taka clicked his tongue. If only he had a way to make something like an actual astral projection, so he could check on the box without being noticed. He didn't, in case you were hoping otherwise. Still, it's a pretty good idea. I might try it out later. He squinted faintly at the idea. Hello, Takahashi-kun, right? A voice calling out to him snapped him out of his ideas. A bit nervous, but trying to sound calm, he turned and saw that Hagakure had approached on her own, namely, only her gloves and shoes. The rest of her was invisible. Focus, man. Preventing his mind from wandering into strange topics, he offered a hand. That, or Taka. Whatever you feel like calling me. It seemed that the friendly gesture had been enough to erase the nervousness from her voice. Then Taka it is. I'm Toru Hagakure, nice to meet cha. She said energetically as she shook his hand. Taka nodded faintly. However, inwardly, a smile appeared on his face. Finally, someone else who takes on my offer. The other was Kirishima, but given his focus on aura farming, he hadn't talked much with him. He had to act mysterious all the time, so going to speak to others on his own volition was a no-no. Then you ask yourself why you have few friends. It's the path of the aura. It's not. PFF, what would you know? As he scoffed inwardly at the system's obvious ignorance on the topic, both he and Hagakure turned to All Might, who had begun the process of establishing the team matches, sinking both hands into 2 boxes, one for the villains, and the other for the heroes. The hero's hands rummaged through each box, his expression pensive, as if gauging which ones he should pull out first. And as the tension rose amid the class, with each student awaiting to see who they would be fighting. Hold on. A crazy idea formed in Taka's mind. Trouble radar, activated. For a moment, nothing changed. But then, he felt it. For a moment, an alert had sprouted, vanishing as soon as it came. It hadn't been of much level at most, a threat level of 1 or 2, but that much had been enough to prove Taka's theory right. The moment All Might touches my team's ball, it gauges the level of the opposite team's ball his hand is touching. And as if to prove that true, there goes another one, nearly level 3. Taka's impassive face broke into a small smile. Instantly, he laid out his plan. His aura, invisible, expanded and reached the boxes, entering them and covering most of the balls, as well as All Might's hand, without him realizing. Then, Taka simply waited. In the meantime, All Might took out 2 balls, designating the first teams that would fight against each other, Mina and Kaminari as heroes, and Ciro plus Aoyama as villains. Then he went back to rummaging through the boxes, alerts popping up every now and then. Taka simply remained calm, waiting patiently with a watchful eye until, there it is. A level 4, nearly 5. That was the highest so far. Whether it was Bakugo or Todoroki, it didn't matter. Both worked. He supposed there was a chance it would be Midori Yatolbite, as he was now, he wasn't much of an opponent, even if the alert said otherwise. Quickly, he made sure to lock onto it with his aura, discreetly pushing it into All Might's hand along with his team's ball as well. And, to his delight, the second match will be Team B as heroes, against Team I as villains. All Might announced as he showed both balls to everyone, both being the ones Taka had chosen. And, if my memory doesn't fail me, Team B should be as eyes darted across the class, until they landed on a particular someone who was also glancing his way, eyes narrowed. Todoroki. The moment the two made eye contact, Taka snorted and glanced back ahead. For having escaped eye contact, that would have been his defeat, and a loss in aura. But just before looking away, Taka had shot him a cocky smirk, changing the meaning of it all completely. Utter disrespect. Taka didn't quite catch what Todoroki's expression was after that, but judging by his daddy issues, he probably hadn't liked it much, not that anyone would like it. But that was what he wanted. The angrier he was, the better Taka would aura farm. Albeit, I guess I'll have to take care of her. He thought as he shot Hagakure a short look. That guy does pack quite the punch. If Todoroki went on a rampage, the girl wouldn't be able to do much. Well, fighting with ease while protecting someone at the same time is even more auratic, isn't it? Taka mused with a smile. Hell yeah, everything was coming together. Now, all he needed to do was bide his time until his turn came. Minutes later, Hero Team wins. All Might shouted as the image of Mina touching the bomb with a smug look was projected to everyone watching the big screen in the monitoring room. After a not-so-tough battle in which Aoyama was knocked out, quickly forcing Sero to do most of the heavy lifting, blocking most of the room with his self-produced tape, only for Mina to dissolve it all easily with her acid and Kaminari to stun him just as Quicklife's first battle of the day came to an end. Soon, the two teams made their way into the room, standing at the center for All Might's evaluation of their performance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, who can tell me who was the MPV of this combat exercise? The hero asked, scanning the room. Yaoyorozu, ever the applied student, was the first to raise her hand. Once given the word, she spoke. That would be Ashido-san. Not only was she superior in combat against Aoyama-san, taking him out first, but after that, she also proceeded to weaken all the villain's precautions with her quirk, making it easier for her partner to make the most effective use of his quirk. On the other hand, the villain team lacked in quite a few aspects. There was no coordination between Aoyama-san and Sero-san, which ultimately led to. A minute or so later, Yaoyorozu finished with her profound analysis of each team's performances, leaving even All Might, who was the teacher, a bit at a loss. Still, nothing of what she had said was wrong, so he simply assented and praised Heraldbite a tad intimidated. With the review over, it was time for the second match. Alright, everyone, let's change locations and go onwards to the next match. All Might announced, and soon, everyone began moving towards the next building to destroy. Minutes later, the class had gone towards the monitoring room of said building, while the next two teams went to their respective posts on the bottom and top floors. One of the teams being Taka and Hagakure, the villains. The heroes Todoroki and Sato. The top, very fitting for aura farming. Taka thought as he watched down through the window of the room they were in, a satisfied deadpan on his face. Let's do our best, Taka. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, that being Hagakure. Taka turned, giving her a brief nod. He wasn't sure about his best, but he for sure would put his utmost into aura farming the heck out of his opponent. So, do you have any plans? Hagakure asked, her tone very earnest and somewhat urgent. Taka took a bit to answer. After all, he couldn't just say his plan was to be flexing while Todoroki went all out. So instead, we crushed them with overwhelming power. So direct. Hagakure cried out, sounding a bit exasperated. +5 aura. Though it seemed to have done the job Taka intended. Still, she was right. So he added a bit more detail, so she wouldn't feel so lost. I'll take on Todoroki. His quirk is a bit wild, so I'm gonna have to deal with that first. If I'm not wrong, Sato's quirk strengthens him when he eats sugar, but he gets slower mentally. So if you sneak up on him, you should be able to apprehend him before he's able to react. Alright. One of her floating gloves did a fist-pumping motion, though her voice clearly denoted a bit of nervousness. Her invisibility quirk didn't aid much in combat, besides the sneaking aspect. Only in the later seasons was she able to weaponize it somewhat. Taka mused, recalling how she became able to warp sunlight with her quirk to blind his opponents. Then, there was also the moment when, after Aoyama shot a laser at her, she was able to redirect it as an even more powerful attack towards some villain he couldn't bother to remember. And it happened again when she tanked a full-blown city-destroying laser from the final boss. Albeit, in doing so, her quirk bugged out, and she became visible temporarily, revealing herself as she was born to the world. Hey system, if I shot her a full-powered aura beam of pure luminic energy, would she? Host, I thought you had moved past that already. What were these past 12 months for? Taka clicked his tongue. It's called intrusive thoughts, and it's quite difficult not to have them when she's literally naked next to me and I have an idea of how she looks from my memories. Besides, I was asking for a moment when she isn't naked. That'd allow her to turn off her quirk for a moment, right? I'm not very informed about the specifics of Aoyama Yuga's quirk, nor the properties that All for One's laser had at that moment, but in theory, it should work. Taka hummed at the thought. He was pretty sure that after both incidents, they were eventually able to develop a suit for her that would turn invisible along with her. That, or her quirk bugged out so much from that last laser that she got pressured into finding a solution, given her random spasms of visibility. Either way, he could help her get herself a suit for her condition, or at least be able to turn off her invisibility if she wanted. Why would you do that, host? Are you seriously an aura farming system? Taka asked in disbelief. What did I do? He rolled his eyes. Shouldn't an aura farmer be able to do anything? Even helping seemingly unhelpable cases? Indeed. Snorting, Taka gave Hagakure a brief look. Not now, though. That's not gonna end well. Putting the idea for later, he glanced at the door, waiting patiently for All Might to give the announcement of the exercise's start. Hagakure did the same, calmly standing in silence. The need happened. Now let's start the second combat match of today. All Might's loud voice rang in their earpiece, snapping both teams into alert. Ray-a-a-ah. Then, the loud honk that announced the match's start dropped, setting them into motion. Bear with this for a moment. Taka's red flaring aura wrapped around Toru, forcing her afloat without warning, earning slightly panicked sounds from her. Just as she was about to ask what that was about, however. TSSSS. In an instant, a wave of frost raised the whole building, covering walls, floor, and ceiling. What's this? What the? Hagakure, who had been floating, remained untouched save for the low temperatures that dropped with the coat of ice that now surrounded the building. Taka, however, got hit directly by the wave, and ice had crept up to his knees, trapping him to the ground. Taka, are you okay? Seeing his state, Hagakure asked panically from the air, squirming in panic. But Taka simply nodded, and then, crack! He snapped apart the ice trapping him with sheer strength. With that done, he set Hagakure down and cracked his neck. That should have done it for the first attack. He mumbled, eyes narrowing. Given the big range attack, Sato is probably out of the building right now, so there's no need to worry about him for now. Saying so, he began walking toward the room's door. Where are you going? Taka didn't answer right away. He opened the door and shot her a small look, to force a direct confrontation. To be continued. A/N, I am become author, creator of cliffhangers. 41, Aura vs Frost and Punch. 41, Aura vs Frost and Punch. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Aura vs Frost and Punch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Todoroki's heavy steps crushed the crystalline layer of ice coating the floor as he advanced through the mock building, swallowed by near-total darkness, save for the few occasions a window appeared amidst the multiple corridors. Misty breath escaped his mouth with each exhale. With the ice now all around, the temperature in the whole building had dropped. However, he was resistant to cold. This level of temperature drop wasn't enough to faze him yet. Such were the benefits of his quirk. No, this was but the result of his own progress. Even freezing an entire building was effortless, and under normal circumstances, it would have been enough to deal with almost anyone. Yet, even after such a grand display of power, Todoroki hadn't lowered his guard. On the first day, he hadn't paid much attention to his classmates. Audiobooks prestige, aside from being the best school available to him, didn't impress him. So, he hadn't expected much of a challenge from them either. He wasn't being arrogant. That mindset was simply the result of the relentless training he'd endured. Training meant to ensure he wouldn't have to rely on that. To become the #1 hero and to prove his damn old man wrong, he had forced the ice side of his quirk to stand on its own, to make it powerful enough to stand as a sole quirk by itself. So when he rose as a hero, he would need only it, and not the other part. And for a long time, he'd believed he had succeeded. His ice output dwarfed that of similar quirks recorded throughout recent years. But it was during the quirk assessment test that he realized he'd miscalculated. Someone posed an actual threat to his objective, someone with an absurdly powerful quirk. And that same someone was now his opponent. Even after that initial wave of ice fast and strong enough to catch almost anyone off guard, he wasn't certain it would have been enough to deal with him. Still, he hoped it could have accomplished something. He didn't know the specifics of the other boy's ability, but from what he'd gathered, it was a telekinetic type quirk, a frighteningly potent one. But that meant the weak point was the user himself. This ice attack should have caught him by surprise. It was just that fast. It should have pinned his feet to the ground at least momentarily. The telekinesis was strong enough to pull him out for sure. He didn't have a doubt about that. But as for protecting his feet from the damage that pulling them out from the burning cold ice would do, he wasn't so sure it'd be able to accomplish that. So, either the boy was still trapped after realizing the damage he would inflict on himself by trying to escape, or he had already broken free. Regardless of it all, Todoroki wouldn't know until he reached the top floor. But hopefully, never mind. Todoroki scoffed. The stairway to the next floor had just come into view when a figure appeared, descending calmly toward him. Not a speck of ice on it. Shrouded in darkness, the figure looked like a vengeful ghost. The aggressive design of the costume and the mask, which hid most of his features, only worsened the effect. The only proof that the figure was human was the eyes beneath the brim of his hate eyes currently looking down at Todoroki as he finished descending the stairs. Each step echoed sharply through the ice-filled hallway. Soon, they stood on the same level, meters apart, silently gauging each other's level. At least, you aren't coming. Until the figure raised an arm and curled a finger toward himself. A blatant invitation to attack. Todoroki didn't hesitate. Bang! He stomped the floor, and waves of ice surged forward in unison, completely flooding the hallway as they rushed toward his opponent, looking like a violent flood of raw ice. Yat! Swish! Shatter! A single palm thrust from his opponent obliterated the oncoming ice before it could even reach him. The sheer wave of red telekinetic energy sent the shattered remains back past Todoroki, forcing the red and white-haired student to stumble a step as he shielded himself from the storm of frozen debris. He disregarded it so easily. Todoroki grit his teeth, squinting through the blizzard of his own ice as it flew back at him, refusing to lose sight of his opponent. Finally, the shockwave died down after a few seconds, allowing Todoroki to steady himself and stand upright once more. But when his eyes settled forward again, all he saw was another finger beckoning him. This guy, his eyebrows furrowed. Without hesitation, he attacked again. This time, with less restraint. Boom! A massive surge of ice erupted outward, swallowing the hallway whole and tearing apart the surrounding walls. The entire building trembled under the sheer force of it, the explosion of ice roaring as it expanded across the floor uncontrolled. And this time, his opponent didn't block. The ice surged forward unabated and, eventually, swallowed him whole. The dark figure vanished beneath layers of ice, completely encased. For a fleeting moment, a glint of regret flashed through Todoroki's eyes. Was his telekinetic ability perhaps limited by a cooldown or something else that hadn't allowed him to block? Had he actually gravely injured one of his classmates because he got too into it? Those thoughts crept into his mind as he stared at the motionless, frozen figure. Until a sound reached him. Crack! The sound of ice parting. And soon, it was not only that. His eyes followed each crack, each fissure, until he realized it. They all came from the guy at the center of it all. Shatter! In an instant, most of the ice that had engulfed the hallway and shattered the walls in the process exploded outward, blasting chunks of frozen debris clean off the building. Somehow, all missing Todoroki in the process. And there, amidst the falling shards reflecting the surroundings like fragments of shattered reality, stood his opponent. Unshaken and clearly unbothered by such a move. And he made it clear by raising a single finger. You get one more try. His voice echoed through the now widened hallway, commanding, despite the clear taunt. Todoroki's teeth ground together, frustration boiling beneath the surface. He hadn't come this far for his efforts to hit a wall on the second day of classes. He couldn't lose. If he did, then he'd be proving that bastard of a father right. That, without his fire, there was little he could accomplish. And they couldn't allow. Focusing back on his opponent, anger surged in the depths of his being. So, Todoroki abandoned all restraint. This opponent was clearly stronger than him. There was only one answer for this. He had to go all out. To prove he didn't need his father. To prove to himself that his efforts hadn't been in vain. To prove to everyone that his ice was all he could ever need to reach the top. You want an attack? He muttered, his usual composure cracking as raw frustration twisted his expression. Then how about this? He dropped to one knee, both hands slamming against the floor. Thud. And then, it happened in an instant. TSSSSSS. An ice explosion. Not one meant to merely coat walls or freeze surfaces. This was ice meant to consume everything. The expansion was terrifying, erupting from Todoroki's position and swallowing most of the floor in less than a blink, with no intention of stopping there. The entire building was about to be entombed in sheer frost. That's what should have happened. Bang! But the monstrous wave of ice didn't make it far beyond the floor. As if seized by an invisible force field, the advancing mass slammed into something midair and simply stopped. The ice groaned like a roaring beast, pushing and agonizing to grow beyond that, but failing completely. Todoroki's eyes widened, confusion flooding his mind at the sudden halt. Then, it became even worse. Like a chain reaction, the compressed ice's training to expand but denied by the unseen force began to crack. The sound of what had once been a mighty attack collapsing from inside filled the entire vicinity. CRK. His head whipped around, watching the ice formation all around become filled with fissures. One of his most powerful attacks stopped, and destroyed, just like that. Then, as if to confirm his disbelief, shatter. It finally collapsed, breaking apart into several fragments. But they didn't fall. Under Todoroki's stunned gaze, tons upon tons of frozen debris hung suspended in the air, almost mystically. Then, slowly, they began to circle around him, forming a swirling storm of ice. He glanced around, startled by what was happening, danger alarms screaming in his mind. What was his opponent trying to do? Was he about to turn all that ice against him? He had to react, maybe erect an ice wall before he could. That was your last try. Time's up. The voice came from behind him. Todoroki's eyes widened. In a flash, he spun around and lashed out, sending a wave of ice forward. Crash! The ice barely traveled a few centimeters before shattering in place. But he didn't stop. More ice surged forth under Todoroki's relentless lash-out as he took his distance, each wave weaker than the last. And each one was effortlessly crushed by the unseen force before it could even come close to its target, who calmly walked after him. Todoroki's breathing grew ragged, his muscles trembling as the cold gnawed at him. He was reaching his limit. Without using his fire to regulate his body temperature, pushing any further meant crossing into dangerous territory. I must not. He swung his arm once more. Tack! Only for his wrist to be caught mid-motion. For a brief moment, silence fell between the two contenders. Todoroki was too exhausted and too cold to say anything, and the boy in front of him seemed to pause, as if lost in thought. Then, just as the moment stretched, the boy in black tilted his head. You thought you could half-ass this? The words struck something deep. What? Todoroki snapped, despite his weary condition. For a moment, silence fell again, the boy's eyes locking with Todoroki's in a sharp gaze. You're aiming for the top, aren't you? Todoroki didn't answer, whether from disbelief or simple refusal, only known to him. Regardless, the boy took the silence as agreement. And so, he let out a mocking snort. You didn't think you'd reach it by half-assing your way through it, did you? What do you even? An incomplete person can never hope to defeat me. As if Todoroki's response no longer mattered, the boy released him. Then, wham! A surge of telekinetic force slammed Todoroki into a nearby, untouched wall. Before he could recover, a binding wrapped tightly around his wrist, one they'd been given for the exercise. His eyes snapped to the binding in bafflement. Just like that, Todoroki had been disqualified. Huffing softly, the boy turned away, shoving both hands into his pockets as he began to walk off. His business here was finished. Or so it seemed. Wait. Todoroki's voice stopped him. The boy turned, casting a sideways glance. Your name, Todoroki said, forcing the words out. What was it? Silence stretched between them once more. Then, Takahashi, or Taka, pick whichever you like. And with that, he turned his back again, heading toward the stairwell leading down, in search of his next prey. Taka's POV. That fucker didn't even bother learning my name. I clicked my tongue as I descended another flight of stairs, briefly wondering if I should have gone harder on him. He'd earned a couple more whacks to the head. Forget it. He got humiliated more than enough for today. Rolling my eyes, I set my irritation aside and focused instead on the seeds I planted. I wonder if that worked. My thoughts drifted back to the last words I'd thrown Todoroki's way. I'd kinda gotten inspired by Midoriya's future talk no Jutsu, one that finally got Todoroki to stop caring about his old man and start using his fire. Of course, mine had been far cruder, shorter, and way more condescending than anything the greenhead would ever say. But hey, I wasn't about to sit him down and give him a heartfelt pep talk about self-acceptance and daddy issues. That wasn't part of my actor who I was. Sure, I could try to improvise something convincing. With true voice and all, it'd probably sound decent. But it'd just be random fluff without real meaning. So I went the competitive route. Either he stops holding back or he never beats me. My main objective was to get him to drop his limiter fast, so he could start climbing in strength right away. Why? Because the stronger he gets, the stronger I look in comparison. Maybe it was a crude method, but if it worked, it worked. That or he becomes Endeavor 2.0, and I end up being his all might. On second thought, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe this was how villain Todoroki started. Yeah, maybe I should deploy Midoriya to do his magic, just to be safe. I was still mulling that over when I reached the next lower floor and ran into an unexpected sight. There he was. Rikido Sato. Mr. Diabetes is my superpower himself. The moment he saw me, his expression went flat, followed immediately by a nervous sweat drop. I figured something was going on up there, he said cautiously. But given the scale of it, I didn't dare step in. So you beat Todoroki, huh? I nodded. No point lying about his partner's unfortunate fate. He grimaced and let out a heavy sigh. Then just finish me off. I won't even be able to reach you before you blow me away anyway. I hummed. That was indeed fully true, but I checked the timer on my phone. 5 minutes, I muttered. He asked, confused. I raised my hand, palm forward, all 5 fingers extended. How about this? For the next 5 minutes, I won't use my telekinesis. Until then, you can show the teacher everything you've got. I'd let Todoroki attack me 3 times, not just because of the massive aura gains that tanking all his attacks like nothing would get me, but because this was an exercise. All Might was supposed to point out flaws, give feedback, all that educational stuff. After this, one-shotting everyone without letting them show anything would have been kinda mean. Even though that was exactly what Todoroki did to the team he fought in the show. But I was better than him, wasn't I? So I'd give this guy the same chance. Let the guy show his stuff, then let All Might handle the critique. And while I was at it, I could aura farm by proving I wasn't just amazing because of my quirk. Powerful and responsible, truly, I am an exemplary aura farmer. If someone could hear your thoughts, you'd be losing aura in real time. But no one can. Let me be. This aura farming crap is exhausting. I should at least be allowed to relax in my own head. For real. Sato's voice snapped me back to reality. I cleared my throat. Yeah. Saying so, I took off my coat and tossed it aside. Clang. The instant it hit the metal floor, the surface bent slightly under the impact. Sato's eyes widened like saucers. That's weighted clothing. Indeed. It wasn't. I just used my aura to force the coat down and slam it into the floor. But he didn't need to know that. I guess even without your quirk, you're no pushover, huh? Just my luck. Sato smirked nervously, but he didn't back away from the challenge. Instead, he pulled a packet of sugar from the belt of his hero suit and swallowed it without hesitation. His body swelled, muscles bulging as his strength skyrocketed. Good. Come, I beckoned. And he did. Arg. He roared as he charged. His lunge was fast-powered more by brute strength than technique, but compared to Seiji, who had both power and agility, this was easy. A fist nearly touched my nose by mere centimeters as I took a single step back, already knowing it wouldn't reach. Another punch followed. I weaved past it, slipped under his guard, and ended up right behind him. He reacted quickly, throwing a blind punch backward. I dodged by leaning back into a limbo, the blow passing just inches from my nose. He turned around and threw. Another punch. Weave. Then another. Weave. And then another right. Yeah. I'd momentarily forgotten the side effect of his quirk. I weaved again and, wham! I planted a punch of my own into him, knocking him back a few steps. As he staggered in surprise, I spoke. Snap out of it, I commanded, my voice low and firm. If you don't think while fighting, you're gonna get folded by the first random villain you find. Despite being in his dulled state, my words seemed to get through. He scrunched his face, visibly struggling to process them and apply them. Seeing that, I beckoned again. So he charged. Punch, punch, punch. No, that was a headbutt. I still dodged it, though it caught me off guard. That's an improvement, I guess. Another punch, then another, and again another. He sure was struggling with thinking in that state. As the repetition continued, I started punishing him harder for it. Another punch? I dodged and countered with a strike of my own. Another? I kicked him before he could even reach me. Another, and this time I redirected his arm and landed a clean gut punch. The fight went on like that for a while. Eventually, new attacks started to appear. He was learning slowly, but there was progress, which made sense, given he was trying to learn how to fight while stuck in a cognitively dulled state. Still, when I checked the time, I squinted. Only 1 minute left. Then, we'd win automatically. But, winning by default is kinda lame, right? I thought, noticing something on the current floor that made me decide on how to end this combat properly. With my decision made, Sato lunged in with an uppercut, and I slipped behind him. He tried to turn, and to his credit, he did. But before he could react, I thrust my palm into his chest, this time putting a bit more force into it. That sent him skidding several steps back until he finally forced himself to a stop. For a moment, he looked ready to keep fighting, but just as he moved to charge again, click! The sound of binding bands snapping shut echoed through the room. Sato yelped, staring at his now immobilized wrists. You lied. You said you wouldn't use your telekinesis. I snorted. That wasn't me. Ha! He, it was I, Toru. You forgot I was here, didn't you? A voice rang out from midair, near him. Sato's jaw dropped. And no way. While Hagakure reveled in her sneak attack and Sato realized how thoroughly he'd been played, I bent down, picked up my coat, and slipped it back on, letting it flap in the process for extra coolness. The dust it had picked off disappeared instantly. And just as I finished, the villain team wins. All Might's slightly baffled voice came to our earpieces. I broke into a smile from behind my mask. That's what I'm talking about, baby. To be continued. A/N, almost there, just one assignment more and I'll be free. 42, after battle. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. After battle. Minutes later. Both teams made their return to the monitoring room not long after All Might's announcement, though it was immediately clear that only one of them had been truly successful. While Tora seemed to vibrate with excitement even if she wasn't visible, and Taka looked strangely satisfied behind his usual poker face, the other team presented the complete opposite picture. Sato looked nervous, his eyes constantly dodging All Might's gaze. He was clearly beaten up and exhausted from the fight. Todoroki was worse. He wasn't nearly as physically battered as Sato, but his expression was a tangled mix of frustration, dejection, and something close to shock. And threaded through it all was anger channeled into a sharp glare aimed straight at Taka. All in all, it was painfully obvious who the victors were. Not that Class 1A needed to guess. They had all watched it unfold firsthand on the big screen, albeit without audio. It had been an utter defeat for the heroes. A strange one, however. Even All Might seemed to think so, judging by the faintly confused look on his face. Still, he had a job to do. Very good work out there, young ones, he praised, stepping forward and giving Todoroki's shoulder a gentle tap. You fought bravely and showed great promise. The boy acknowledged the gesture only briefly, glancing up at him for a second before his gaze fell back to the floor. Sighing softly, All Might turned to the rest of the class. Now then, can anyone guess who the MVP was this time? Instantly, nearly every pair of eyes turned toward Taka. He remained impassive, arms crossed, and eyes closed, though he was probably fist-pumping internally. Yaoyorozu raised her hand, though unlike during the first combat exercise, there was a hint of hesitation in her movement. Was it Hagakure-san, perhaps? That answer seemed to surprise everyone. Everyone except Taka, who didn't react in the slightest. All Might, for his part, didn't correct her. Instead, he simply nodded. Could you explain your reasoning, young Yaoyorozu? Well, Yaoyorozu began, glancing apologetically at Taka. While Takahashi-san was undoubtedly the one who defeated the hero team and secured victory, I believe he committed several errors that, in any real scenario, would have been dangerous or illogical for villains, or any combatant for that matter, to make. Taka met her look and gave her a curt nod. Seeing that he didn't object, she continued. First, he allowed his opponents to attack first when, judging by his capabilities, he could have apprehended them in minutes if not less. Second, he abandoned his role of securing the bomb and his partner to pursue combat. If Sato-san had taken an alternate route or climbed the building from the outside, Hagakure-san would have been forced to deal with him alone, leaving both herself and the bomb vulnerable. She then turned toward Hagakure, who was a bit startled upon receiving her gaze, pointing at herself baffledly. In contrast, Hagakure-san remained by the bomb for a significant amount of time, properly assessing the situation before deciding whether to descend and assist or ambush whatever awaited below. She remained faithful to the objective of the exercise. Finally, she glanced at the two defeated members of the hero team, her expression turning slightly wry. As for Todoroki-san and Sato-san, they both committed notable mistakes. Todoroki-san chose to engage alone, which led to his defeat, when the two of them could have worked together to overcome Takahashi-san. He also risked detonating the bomb by recklessly damaging the surroundings. Sato-san, on the other hand, remained inactive for too long despite the limited time, and in the end committed a similar mistake by engaging in combat when there were only a few minutes more to go by. All Might nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to Taka. Those are indeed serious mistakes, young Takahashi. Even if your power allows you to overwhelm your opponents, such overconfidence could easily allow them to seize the advantage in a more serious battlefield, and as a future hero, allowing villains to gain an advantage is a grave mistake. Can you explain why you chose that approach? Taka didn't bat an eye before the reproach. Instead, he answered calmly. It wasn't really part of the initial strategy. Then, he tilted his head casually. This was an exercise. Preventing my classmates from being evaluated by ending the battle in a single move would have defeated the purpose of the exercise for them, so I allowed them to show what they were capable of before deciding to end either fight. He let the words linger for a few seconds, allowing them to sink in. Even though it had been obvious from the footage, hearing them from Taka himself did stir bafflement from the class. After all, Todoroki had been clearly very strong. Yet, even after their fight, Taka was stating he had allowed the fight to go on of his own volition. The confidence he was oozing was overwhelming. Is he serious? Damn, I'd hate to be Todoroki right now. Just what is his quirk? The class was already struggling to take his words in, but then, Taka dropped another bomb. His eyes sharpened, and his tone grew heavier, his costume amplifying the sudden weight of his presence. If this had been real, I would have ended it the instant the alarm rang. A few surprised gasps escaped the room at the boast. Yet no one objected. No one called it arrogance. After the display they had just witnessed, not a single person found it in themselves to doubt his words. If he had wanted, he could have indeed brought the exercise to an end in a brief moment. Sato scratched the back of his head, visibly embarrassed at hearing out loud that he'd only been given a chance to fight so he could be evaluated properly, even if he already knew it. Todoroki, however, reacted differently. His expression tightened as the true reason he'd been allowed to fight back settled in. A single question echoed in his mind. If Taka had attacked first, would he have even been able to respond? In a real fight, would he have stood a chance at all? As Todoroki brooded over the thought, his heart heavy, All Might nodded, a wry smile forming as he looked at Taka. Taking your classmates into consideration is a wonderful quality, young Takahashi. However, from now on, especially as these tests grow harsher, and forget to take care of yourself as well. You came to this institution to learn, did you not? Taka huffed softly, but nodded. Satisfied, All Might turned his attention to Hagakure. As for you, young Hagakure, just like young Yaoyorozu pointed out, you were the one who remained most faithful to the objective of the exercise. For that, I must commend you. He. It was nothing. Toru laughed, her index finger brushing under where her nose would be an unmistakable smugness. At least, that's what seemed she was doing. She was invisible, after all. Then, All Might turned toward the losing teenie's expression, shifting into something more complex. As for you, young men, don't forget that today is only the second day of school. While your performances weren't stellar, that simply means you have plenty of potential left to develop. Todoroki nodded absent-mindedly. Sato, however, clenched his fists, his expression pensive as he stared down at them. Yes, today, I realized there's more to fighting than just raw strength. He then turned toward Taka, who blinked, slightly startled by the sudden attention, and bowed deeply. Thanks, man. Without you, who knows how long it would have taken me to figure that out. Sure. Taka waved him off, sweat dropping inwardly. I was just aura farming you, man. No need to be grateful at all. He might have also released some pent-up frustration from his earlier training sessions with Seiji. Being the one doing the whooping instead of getting whooped was a strange experience, but definitely not an unpleasant one. Still, if he feels like he learned something from it, then I guess it wasn't all that bad in the end, Taka thought, mentally excusing himself. With the evaluation complete, the next teams soon stepped forward for their respective matches. Taka could have acted uninterested. With his current Leaveland, his experience in battle watching the newly appointed heroes was a bit like watching someone with zero experience trying to look like they knew what they were doing. Not exactly thrilling. And yet, that was precisely why he watched most of the matches with a sharp, analytical gaze. Too weak. They were all weaker than he had expected. Maybe that was only natural. They were just starting school, after all. Or maybe this was the real-life effect kicking in. In anime, everything always looked more epic than it actually was. And if that were the case, then the same applied to his classmates and their quirks. As powerful, prodigious, or outright superhuman as some of them appeared during certain moments in the show, how many of those scenes were simply dramatic exaggeration rather than a reflection of their true capabilities, or what had actually happened? Crazy techniques, unnatural speed, abnormal strength. That worked in anime, meant to hype up viewers, but nothing guaranteed that those feats translated cleanly into reality. Of course, he didn't doubt that some of his classmates would eventually scale to great heights, but from what he was seeing now, some of them had been far more hyped than they deserved. And that bothered Taka. I wanted to create a gap, sure, but this is too much, isn't it? He thought, glaring at his classmates' matches with a wry look. His total aura might have ended up being a bit too much. As they were right now, they were simply too weak. Which, on its own, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, weakness makes strength stand out. But you know what makes it stand out even more? Collective strength. Surpassing the weak no matter how large their numbers is a given for anyone with enough strength. But standing at the top among the strong? That could only be achieved by someone truly powerful. And right now, they were far too weak for that. Taka sighed, shaking his head. His gaze drifted to Sato, who had thanked him earlier for helping him realize his own flaws. Then to Hagakure, whom he had considered helping unlock her visible form, and thus embark her on a path to develop actual clothes for her quirk. Then, to Todoroki, who remained staring at the floor, lost deep in thought. A more delicate case, sure, but Taka had wanted him to reach his full potential for the same reason as the others. Finally, his eyes shifted to the screen, where Midoriya was currently fighting, fortunately not against Bakugo like in the show. His form was sloppy, his physique barely passable. His combat instincts resembled those of a true Yuniba, convinced he could plan 10 steps ahead even as a punch was flying straight at his face. Haith protagonistic was the biggest future threat to Taka's aura farming, but he was also the one who could make Taka shine the most, once he proved himself unchallenged even by him, the wielder of One for All. The sports festival would be in a month or two, if Taka remembered correctly. If he fought a Midoriya like this, it wouldn't be much of a spectacle. But if he fought an actually trained Midoriya One who could fight without destroying himself, and in front of all Japan, that would be a literal rain of aura. And the same logic applied to everyone else. If he stood out as the strongest in their class, it would be a bit awe-inspiring, sure. But if all his classmates were strong as heck by the time the festival happened, and he stood as the strongest, then that could make it much better. That was enough to form the idea completely in Taka's mind. He had accidentally made the gap in power a bit too large, so why not help them narrow it a little only to widen it even more later? Maybe I'm biting off more than I can chew here. Helping an entire class reach their true potential faster than they did in the show won't be easy, especially since I'm no specialist or anything. He paused. But giving up the chance to aura farm more isn't something an aura farmer would ever do. He huffed, closing his eyes as a small smile tugged at his lips. I'm sorry about this, y'all, but... His eyes snapped open, scanning everyone with a greedy glint. You're all gonna become heck strong whether you like it or not. For the sake of my aura farming. Suddenly, a shiver ran down everyone's spine. They glanced around, uneasy, but all they saw was Taka leaning coolly against a wall, eyes closed and expression relaxed. And so, they never noticed the anomaly. If only they had, they might have been able to skip the suffering coming ahead. For the aura farming path was never easy, even for those unaware of it. An hour or so later, once everyone finished their matches, they received a few general pointers from All Might, and the class came to an end. After a quick visit to the lockers to change back into their usual uniforms, the students returned to the classroom to await the last lesson of the day. Taka, of course, was the last to arrive. Slam! The classroom door snapped open as he entered. Contrary to his expectations, however, no one turned to look. The room remained lively, students chatting, laughing, or busy finding ways to kill time before the final class. They're adapting, he thought grimly. It seemed he was gonna have to think of other ways to gather attention to himself from now on. He was just about to head to his seat, slightly dejected, when, "Yo, Taka, you were amazing out there, man." Kirishima's voice rang out, his hand raised in invitation to come. Might as well talk with someone instead of acting like I'm meditating for who knows how long until our last teacher arrives. Figuring he had no aura farming ideas left for the remainder of the school day, Taka shrugged and walked over. Only then did he notice it wasn't just Kirishima. A whole group had gathered around the nearby desks: Mina, Siro, Jiro, Sato, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Toru. Before he could even reach them, however, Invisible Girl herself stepped forward. "Hee, good job out there, Taka," she said cheerfully, raising her hand for a high five. Taka paused for a moment, then indulged her. He was an aura farmer, not an asshole. Tap! He met her hand cleanly. "Whoa, that was a really solid high five," she exclaimed, half excited, half baffled. Taka gave her a puzzled look. Seeing his expression, she laughed awkwardly. He, I don't usually get such dead-on high fives or, hand contact in general. Invisibility and all. Taka nodded, unfazed. It wasn't that hard. His aura had somewhat pinpointed the location, after all. With that settled, he went and joined the rest of the group, Toru following from behind silently. As soon as he arrived, the first to speak was his opponent from earlier. "Sup, man, we didn't really get to introduce ourselves earlier. I'm Sato," the big guy said, offering a fist bump. Taka met it lightly. "Takahashi, or Taka." Sato barely had time to nod before a pink-haired girl popped up between them. "You were awesome earlier. Just hen wash right through those crazy ice attacks. I'm Nina Ashido, by the way. Nice to meet ya. Likewise, call me Takahashi, or Taka." Taka nodded, fully agreeing with her assessment of his awesomeness. "And I'm Siro Hanta," another voice chimed in, the boy pointing at himself with his thumb. Next to him, someone else followed suit. "Denki Kaminari. Nice to meet you, man." A girl leaned in. "I'm Tsuyu. You can call me Tsu." Taka nodded vaguely at each of them. "Taka." He introduced himself vaguely, starting to get tired of repeating himself. With introductions out of the way, Kirishima stepped forward again. "We were talking about the exercise earlier, and your name kept coming up," he said, clenching his fist with passion. "Man, you really made an impression. I've never seen anything like that." Nina jumped in place, nodding enthusiastically. "Yeah, it was insane." "Yeah, just what is your quirk, man?" Siro asked, eyes wide. "Some kind of crazy, overpowered telekinesis." "No, I don't think that's it," Sato chimed in, rubbing his spot where he'd been hit early, even though it had already healed. "He hit hard even without using his quirk." "We asked Jiro," Toru added, sounding mildly exasperated, "but she said we should just ask you ourselves." Taka glanced toward Jiro. She was leaning casually against a desk, smiling. "We weren't sure about approaching you at first," Tsuya said thoughtfully, finger resting against her lips. "You're kind of intimidating, but you turned out to be nicer than expected, Ribbit." Jiro shrugged, giving the group a told-you-so look. "See, I said he wasn't all that whoa. She yelped as the desk she was leaning against suddenly shook. Instantly, her eyes snapped toward Taka. Taka, meanwhile, was averting his eyes from her, facing Zero. My quirk is called Muscle to Mind, Taka spoke evenly, expression impassive. It converts physical strength directly into pure telekinetic energy that I can control. The gasp was collective. Tsuyu was the first to recover, tilting her head faintly. No offense, Taka-kun, but just call me Taka. Then Taka, she corrected herself. But your appearance doesn't really match the level of telekinesis you showed. Taka nodded in understanding. Jiro did the same, earning herself another desk shake that made her yelp and shoot him a sharp glare. He ignored it and continued. My quirk also enhances my body's limits. My physical strength isn't bound by normal human constraints, and since my telekinesis scales off that, neither is it. He lifted a fist, clenching it slowly. A red aura wrapped around it, dense and controlled. It wasn't like this at first, but after enough training, both my strength and my telekinesis reached this level. That's crazily manly, Kirishima muttered, a single tear slipping down the corner of his eye. So that's why you're so skilled, Sato said, nodding as he recalled the beating he'd received earlier. His expression turned thoughtful. Training. The rest of the group nodded, a mix of awe and dawning understanding settling in. So that's why you felt stronger than when we first met, Jiro commented, recalling that peculiar day. Taka nodded vaguely. You two went to the same school, right? Nina asked, even though she already knew the answer from Jiro. She just wanted to hear it confirmed. Both nodded. Something lit up in Nina's eyes. So how did you two meet? That question formed a smirk on Jiro's face, as if she had just recalled something incredibly funny. I was walking home one day when I saw this guy. Screech. Her speech was cut short as the desk she was leaning on shook noticeably this time, like in an earthquake, making Jiro yelp as she grabbed onto it for balance. As soon as it finished, though, she shot Taka a venomous glare. Taka, however, ignored her and spoke in her place. She butted into something I already had under control. After that, we stayed in contact. As Yue got closer, we ended up talking more. Jiro looked like she wanted to argue, but before she could, she also kept pestering me obsessively about this guy all the time, like she was his fangy. Stop! Jiro screamed, panic flashing across her face. Taka narrowed his eyes at her, his meaning crystal clear. Mind what you say or I won't mind what I say. She sweat dropped and shot back a silent got it look. Satisfied, Taka huffed. He couldn't let the beating he'd taken that day stain his current reputation even if the punks involved had ended up far worse. And as for Jiro, while she still followed Rakanesa's account religiously, she absolutely couldn't let her new classmates see her as some kind of unhinged fangirl on the second day of school. Still, it seemed the topic wasn't quite over yet. You two are from Shizuoka, right? Nina asked, curiosity lighting her eyes. They nodded once more. Then wait, are you talking about Rakanesis? Nina suddenly exclaimed, visibly excited. I heard he's from there. The question startled Jiro. She'd assumed they would just gloss over Taka's earlier words. Had she been caught? Rakanesis. Kirishima repeated, eyes lighting up. That guy's super manly. You listen to him too, Ashido. Kaminari cut in, equally excited as he looked between Kirishima and Nina. Wait, you guys are fans too? Of course. Kirishima pumped his fist. That guy's basically the embodiment of manliness. I wasn't a huge fan at first, Nina admitted, rubbing the back of her head shyly, but his music kinda grew on me over time. I think I've heard of him, Tsuya said thoughtfully, tapping her chin. Wasn't he a vigilante who got popular recently? Oh, that guy. Sato nodded, suddenly animated. I didn't really follow him, but I remember liking that song that blew up. Ah, that Rakanesis guy, I've got all his songs on my playlist. Toru cheered, excitedly. Yeah, same, Zero added, squinting as if digging through his memory. I feel like I hear his stuff pretty often. This time, Jiro, who had seemed completely reserved about the topic, leaned in instead, eyes wide in excitement. So you all like him too? She said, grinning. That's sick. Just like that, the conversation derailed completely, turning into an impromptu discussion about Rakanesis, leaving Taka standing there, feeling more than a little awkward. How do I walk away from this? He wondered grimly. I really don't want to hear people talk about me like this. Sure, he loved to hear people praising him and all. But the thought that these people didn't know they were talking about a guy who was literally standing right beside them was giving him some serious second-hand embarrassment. So much so that some must have slipped through his poker face. Noticing the slight discomfort, Toru tilted her head to the unawareness of everyone and asked Taka. What's wrong, Taka? You don't like him. Ah. Taka snapped out of his daze, realizing his blunder. Instantly, all eyes had settled on him. Scratching the back of his head, he lied through his teeth. I don't care much about him, he said, not looking particularly interested in the conversation. You don't? That caused outrage in the group, of those more passionate, at least. How can you not? His music is godly. Kaminari asked, exasperated. Yeah, and besides, have you seen the moves he pulls off in his shows? They're crazy. Mina chimed in, looking at him as if he were a lunatic. Not liking him is, like, unmanly, man. Kirishima struggled to come up with a proper protest. Jiro simply shook his head. I should have gone to my seat. Taka thought grimly. Fortunately, soon his savior appeared. Slam! The door opened, and a familiar, unkempt figure stepped into the classroom. Silence! All of you, to your seats, now! Aizawa commanded, making everyone instantly scramble back to their desks. I will never forget this, teacher. As he escaped the torture, Taka thanked him in his mind, settling on his seat with a content poker face. To be continued. A/N. Lots of interaction this chapter, so it was a pain to write. Hopefully, nothing seemed off. Maybe just that I repeated myself a bit too much. Also, it ended up extra long. Hopefully, that doesn't mean it ended up boring as well. Luckily, with the plans I set in Taka's mind, it wasn't. Anyway, see you next chapter. 43, Class Representative. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Class Representative. 2 days after yesterday. Collective sigh. Why the heck are you all sighing? Taka asked flatly, glaring around the room with a deadpan expression. Scattered across his room, several clones were sprawled wherever space allowed, in the bed, at his desk, and even on the floor. Each of them held a book on a different subject: math, biology, quirk history, and more. Their expressions, however, were anything but pleasant. Why else? You're making us do the boring stuff. Yeah, why the heck do we have to study? We could be doing so much more, yet here we are, forced to do your responsibilities. The clones raised their fists in collective protest. Taka's eyebrow twitched. You're my clones. Why are you all so damn pesky? You're literally Maya should know exactly why this needs to be done. Yeah, you can't afford to fall behind. Mr. Aura Farmer almost got his ass handed to him by a math question yesterday. Boo-hoo. Taka pinched the bridge of his nose, massaging his temple. Do I secretly hate myself or something? Why is it that every time I make clones, they immediately start roasting me? One of them smirked. It's just fun to mess with you, man. Since you're the original, we feel entitled to blame you for every cringe thing we've ever done. But you're literally me. Yeah, but since we're external now, we can finally bully our worst enemy since we were born. Our Selvasaws in you. Taka gave them all a dead fish stare. System, are you sure my clones aren't faulty or something? Clones are an exact copy of you. Whatever it is that being aware of their existence as a clone is doing to them, that's on you. Whatever. Taka shook his head helplessly, waving the system off, before turning to the clones. I'm heading to school now. Y'all better study properly or at least go mess with Seiji together. I'm sure that'll be a fun memory for me to receive later. Ho, the original has a point. Wouldn't that be funny as heck? He's still sleeping, isn't he? Imagine his reaction if we swarmed his room with all of us. As his clones began seriously considering swarming downstairs to gang up on Seiji, Taka grabbed his backpack and opened the window. Swoosh! In the next second, he shot upward into the sky. As his figure sliced through the open air like a distant blur, unnoticed by most, mistaken for a bird by others, his thoughts drifted toward what awaited him today. Third day of U.A. What was supposed to happen today, according to canon? Taka rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The first 2 days had stuck clearly in his memory, given their relevance in aura farming. Not long after them was supposed to happen the USJ incident, which was literally the aura farming moment. But what happened in between? Taka couldn't answer outright. It wasn't memorable enough. Actually, when was the USJ incident supposed to happen? Next week? Tomorrow? Troublesome. He clicked his tongue. He regretted not having written the plot down somewhere to keep it fresh. A full year had passed since his old life had merged with this one, and the show's minor details were slowly blurring with time. Humming irritably, he pressed a finger to his temple and continued flying, searching his memory as best he could, occasionally getting distracted by the scenery below, or by passing birds that shot him confused glances. A few minutes later, he reached Tokyo, descending swiftly yet silently into a sparsely inhabited area suitable for landing. Seconds later, as his feet kissed the earth, Taka sighed, realizing he'd completely lost track of whatever he'd been thinking about. Well, I guess I'll figure it out as it goes. He shrugged it off. Whatever was supposed to happen today clearly hadn't been important enough to stick in his memory. So, whatever it was, he'd just do what he always did best. Aura farm. With that resolve, Taka began speeding toward UA, sticking to empty alleyways to avoid trouble, or worse, awkward questions from the police about why a student was moving at inhuman speeds. Eventually, he reached the building. However, instead of the usual open gate leading inside with a few students passing through, a massive crowd stood clustered beside it, completely blocking the way. The press. Taka recognized them instantly, eyes squinting. He'd had more than enough encounters with them as Rakinesis, never direct, but certainly unpleasant enough. Though it wasn't like those meetings were needed to recognize them. The cameras, microphones, and scared students being interrogated made it obvious enough. He huffed quietly, already anticipating the annoying pestering that would inevitably come his way if he tried to walk through them. For a moment, he considered how to avoid drawing their attention altogether. But then he blinked at a cold realization settling in his heart. I don't need to do anything. His eyes narrowed at the thought. His aura, though invisible, flared outward, oozing raw intimidation. The air itself seemed to tighten as his red eyes gleamed faintly, light trailing within them. They'll move on their own. With that thought, he stepped forward. Step. The sound of that single footstep drew the reporter's attention immediately. Like hungry wolves, they all turned toward him, cameras lifting, mouths opening ready to pounce and unleash a barrage of questions. But the instant they took a step toward the approaching Taka, they froze. All the courage and practiced insensitivity they'd built over years of trampling boundaries as reporters vanished in an instant. Apprehension crept into their bodies as they watched the figure of a seemingly ordinary teenager approach, his expression utterly dismissive. Some of them stepped back without realizing it, instinctively clearing a path. Others struggled against their terror, forcing their legs to move, ordering their mouths to speak and to do their job. But to no avail. The youth simply walked straight through the stunned crowd, calm and unbothered, his gaze never wavering, and then, before they knew it, he had already passed the gate, gone from there completely, leaving only baffled murmurs and shocked curses. Heh, easy peasy. Having passed through the army of reporters, Taka smirked and calmly made his way toward his classroom, all while keeping a careful eye on the time to ensure he'd still arrive last. His classmates might have grown used to it, but that didn't mean he had to stop with the theatrics. So, a minute or so later, slam, he opened the door and strode inside. Unlike yesterday, however, this time a few heads turned. Not because he was especially imposing today, but likely because he'd grown more familiar with his classmates after yesterday's events. Yo, Taka. Kirishima waved enthusiastically from the middle rows. Sato did the same from the back of the class. Others reacted more subtly. Jiro glanced at him with mild amusement. Kaminari attempted some strange, awkward arm gesture that didn't quite qualify as a greeting. Mina, Tsuyu, and Siro offered short waves. Taka acknowledged them all with a single nod as he moved down the front of the classroom toward the last row of seats. At the front of that row sat Hagakure. As he passed her seat, he gave a brief nod. Her sleeve fluttered in response for a moment, most likely a wave before settling again. A few steps farther in was Bakugo. Taka walked past him without so much as a glance. Bakugo, on the other hand, was not so calm, sending a glare that most likely would burn 1,000 death threats in paper if it had been heat vision. Taka, however, didn't even spare him a glance. Next came Midoriya. The green-haired boy stiffened as Taka passed, fingers fidgeting against his desk. His eyes flicked up for half a second before snapping back down. Taka's eyes remained on his own desk throughout it all. Finally, the aura farmer reached his seat, the second to last in the row. As he sat down, he tilted his head just enough to acknowledge Yayorozu behind him. "Good morning, Takahashi-san," she said with a polite nod. "Sup?" He replied curtly, maintaining his poker face. With greetings done, he dropped into his seat and let out a quiet sigh, closing his eyes and preparing to wait calmly in mock meditation for the start of the class. That was, until he felt a gaze from his side. His eyes opened in confusion. Turning his head, he found Tokoyami shooting him a sideways look. The hell? Taka was about to ponder if he had done something to offend the bird-headed classmate, but before he could even consider it, Tokoyami gave him a short nod before facing forward again. And just like that, their first interaction since school started was over. What's this guy's deal? Taka thought flatly, not quite understanding what that exchange had been about. Still, he returned the nod just in case Tokoyami was watching from his peripheral vision, then stared ahead again. And thus, with most of the class greeted, Taka went back to his mock meditation, closing his eyes, or that was the plan, until he caught sight of a messy green head of curls blocking most of his view of the front rows. As his eyes lingered on it, the plans he'd considered yesterday resurfaced. So, with no aura to farm until class started, he decided to check on them again. Right, I said I was gonna make this class stronger than in the show, didn't I? He thought, eyes going to the side, and thought, but how the hell do I even start? Midoriya wouldn't be much of a problem. Taka already knew the paths through which he improved in the series. All it would take was to drop a hint or two in brief conversations, and the greenhead would figure out the rest himself, speedrunning his progress in the show. He didn't need to get friendly or anything, but everyone else. He hadn't had many interactions with the others, so he couldn't just go up to them and say, "I'm gonna make you strong, and you're gonna like it." Well, he could. He just wasn't sure that'd end well. Maybe I could crush them so thoroughly in a future exercise that they'd inevitably want to learn from me. He mused, wondering if there were combat exercises like yesterday's that the show had skipped over as filler, and that he could use to give the students some proper motivation. Unfortunately, he didn't get to pursue that scary line of thought for long. Slam! Because just then, the classroom door opened, and you know who walked in. "To your seats, now," Aizawa commanded as he stepped into the classroom. Everyone was already seated, though, so he was only met with silence. Still, he didn't seem fazed in the slightest, simply walking to the podium and dropping his things onto it before straightening up. Once settled, his tired gaze swept across the class. "I reviewed all of yesterday's combat exercise footage," he said flatly. The air immediately grew tense. Several students stiffened, already dreading what their strict homeroom teacher was about to say. Rumor had spread that Yayorozu had confirmed that the current second years had indeed been expelled back in the day by Aizawa, meaning the so-called rational deception of the first day hadn't been a deception at all. They had been pretty close to having someone expelled. Everyone shuddered as Aizawa's gaze swept through the classroom, seemingly searching for someone. Was someone about to be expelled? That was the collective thought. But then, to their surprise, Aizawa's eyes stopped on Taka. "Takahashi, you better start taking this seriously. Consideration is fine, but you're here to become a hero. You'd better start giving your all from now on." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Plus ultra. Remember that." A collective sweat drop followed. So it was just advice. Still, as most processed his words, several students glanced at Taka with silent pleas for him not to take that advice to heart. The last thing they wanted was to face a serious Taka after witnessing what he'd done yesterday without even trying. Taka, however, only gave a half-hearted nod, his expression unreadable. That somehow made it worse. Had he actually listened or not? Ignoring the class's unease entirely, Aizawa shifted his gaze to Todoroki. "Todoroki, pull yourself together next time. You can't afford to let your emotions control you in combat." "Yes," Todoroki replied quietly, his usual stoic expression intact, though something somber lingered beneath it. Aizawa moved on. "Bakugo, the same goes for you. You're not a child anymore, stop throwing tantrums. TCH. With that, Aizawa addressed the class as a whole. As for the rest of you, you certainly weren't perfect, but you're still learning. Don't get discouraged. You'll have plenty of chances to get the knowledge smashed into your brains. No one liked the way he phrased that, but no one dared comment on it either. Satisfied with their silence, Aizawa glanced down at a paper on the podium, then looked back up with a bored expression. Anyway, with that out of the way, his eyes sharpened slightly. Let's move on to today's main activity. The class collectively tensed. Except for Taka. So far, it had only been intense activity after intense activity since they got to UA. They couldn't help but feel nervous about what was to come now. Fortunately, you'll be deciding your class representatives, Aizawa declared. And the instant he did, me, choose me. I want to be class repic me. Me too. I'll do it. I'll be the leader. Let me do it, me. Pandemonium erupted. Hands shot up like rockets all around the classroom, voices overlapping into a single wall of noise as enthusiasm ran rampant. Every single student raised their hand. Every single student save for one quiet, black-haired teenager seated by the window. Right, now I remember, Taka thought, massaging his forehead as future events clicked back into place. The class representative thing, and then the whole press panic mess. In the show, it had been Aiza's quick thinking during the student stampede caused by reporters trespassing onto school grounds that earned him the class's respect. Despite not being the initial favorite, he'd ended up as class representative. And that was it. Everything else that day had been relatively calm. Too calm. Because the press invasion, something that shouldn't have happened given a test level of security, had been nothing more than a prelude to the USJ incident. Which means Shigaraki is somewhere out there right now. Taka's eyes narrowed as he glanced through the window, toward the streets beyond the school grounds. The source of most of the future chaos was out there. Somewhere. If he went now and beat the crap out of him, there was a chance he could prevent everything. Or, he'd just invite Potato Head to personally knock on his door. Either way, I won't be doing it, Taka decided, pulling his gaze away from the window. Why? Because Shigaraki had a purpose to fulfill. One greater than whatever All for One had planned for him. A very important purpose. To help me or a farm, Taka thought, a faint smirk tugging at the edge of his poker face. Then it's decided. We will choose the representative via voting. Aiza's sudden announcement snapped Taka out of his thoughts. By the time he looked back, Aiza was already at the board, writing names as the rest of the class watched with anticipation. Focus, Taka. Focus, he reminded himself, eyes narrowing slightly. Shigaraki's future ass-whoopings are a problem for another day. Today, worry about today. And first of all, Taka's eyes sharpened as his name appeared on the board. Without his consent, that raised an important question. Did he even want to be class representative? Being in a position of authority was erratic, sure, but class rep? No matter how hard he searched his memories, the role mostly boiled down to organizing things, keeping classmates orderly, and dealing with paperwork. Not exactly prime or farming material. On top of that, with all the studying and training he already had his clones doing, adding more responsibilities meant all of that boredom, exhaustion, and stress would come flooding back into his head once they dispersed. Yeah, hell no. Taka snorted quietly, closing his eyes and shaking his head wryly. Still, it wasn't like he had to worry. He'd barely talked to most of the class. Even if he was undeniably cool, no one was going to vote for someone they hardly knew. Especially not when everyone was just gonna vote for themselves, save for a few. With his worries gone, he stared at the multiple names written across the board, jaw shifting while deep in thought. Maybe I'll vote for Yayorozu. She was elected in the original as vice representative, so one more vote for her won't matter much. Minutes later, the votes were tallied. Aiza stared at the results written on the board, his expression sullen. 0 votes. His name stood alone, completely untouched, not even by his own vote, having given it to someone else. On the other hand, Takahashi Fukumoto, 6. Momo Yayorozu, 3. Izuku Midoriya, 2. A total defeat. Taka stared at the board, deadpan. Slowly his head turned as he scanned the classroom. Immediately, he spotted Sato and Kirishima flashing him enthusiastic thumbs-ups. His eyebrow twitched. He continued scanning, and the first thing that caught his eye was right next to him. Tokoyami met his gaze for a brief second, gave him a curt nod, then averted his eyes and stared straight ahead, stiff as ever. You can't be serious. Taka felt a curse rise to his lips. Then his eyes shifted forward. Toru was waving at him from the front of the row, her sleeve fluttering cheerfully. He kept looking but couldn't immediately identify the rest of the bastards who had dared vote for him. Still, one thing was absolutely certain. Congratulations, Taka thought, eyes narrowing vindictively. You just became the first ones I'll be personally training. Ahead of him, a certain green-haired boy shuddered for no apparent reason, and behind him, a certain rich girl felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. To be continued. A/N got a forest fire pretty close to my parents' house yesterday night. Fortunately it didn't seem to extend much nor last too long, as a few hours later it was gone for good, although there's always the risk of embers reigniting it, but with the storm that came after, I'd say it's good as dead. My leg has healed, also. 44, press attack. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Press attack. Then, the class representative will be Takahashi, while the vice representative will be Yayorozu, Aizawa announced lazily from inside his sleeping bag. The two students stood at the front of the classroom, accepting the nomination with outward grace and dignity. I'm going to make you all suffer unimaginably, Taka thought as he glared at the culprits behind his newly acquired responsibility. Kirishima and Sato cheered enthusiastically from their seats. The rest of the class seemed content with the result. As for the others who had voted for him, those he still hadn't identified yet, they could hide for now. That wouldn't stop him from finding them eventually. Let's do our best, Takahashi-san. Yaoyorozu's bright, enthusiastic voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned toward her, sweat dropping internally. She looks way too excited about the mountain of work waiting for us. Deadpanning, he gave her a small nod. Sure. With that, he faced forward again and let out a quiet sigh. What was done was done. Even if he hadn't wanted this, there was no denying reality. He was the class representative now, and he couldn't exactly call himself an aura farmer if he got cold feet at this point. Very well. Let's do this shit, he thought, eyes narrowing as his resolve hardened. Here. Aizawa's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Taka turned and froze. A thick stack of papers was being held out to him. This is. He eyed them as if they carried some kind of contagious disease. Aizawa smirked faintly. Paperwork. Registering your positions, basic information, and after lunch, during our next period and Yaoyorozu will be selecting additional class officers. Make sure to file that too once you're done. He continued casually. Some of those forms also require your classmates' parents' signatures. They're related to future training exercises, quirk usage permissions, and various legal matters. Taka took the stack without a word, his expression unchanging, and nodded. Yaoyorozu stepped closer, curiosity written on her face. Taka split the papers and handed part of them to her so she could look them over. As she did, Taka stared down at his own share and pondered the future. Should I just reveal that I can make clones right here and now? Lunch period. After waiting in line and choosing from the many dishes Lunch Rush had prepared, spiciest, Taka scanned the cafeteria for a place to sit. Not long after, he found one, or rather, it found him. Not too far away, Kirishima was waving him over with a friendly grin. Sighing and shelving his vengeful plans for later, Taka walked toward the table. Kaminari, Mina, Sato, and Jiro were already seated there. So much for a quiet lunch to calm down my stress, he thought as he sat down. Well, if it isn't our new class representative. Mina exclaimed as Taka joined the group, slamming her palms onto the table inquisitively. So, how is it? Feeling the power going to your head already? The only thing going to my head is a headache, Taka groaned internally, but merely nodded without answering. You don't look very pleased, Jiro commented, studying him curiously. Did you vote for me? Taka asked, eyes narrowing as they locked onto her. She stiffened. And no, I figured you were going to get elected anyway, so I voted for myself. I did. Me too. Sato and Kirishima both raised their thumbs proudly. I figured as much, Taka muttered, fingers tapping impatiently against the table. Not May wanted to be class representative. Mina stuck out her tongue, then immediately grinned. Still, I think you're gonna do a great job. You've got that broody, serious vibe. It kind of fits. Yeah, I thought so too. Kirishima added, pumping a fist. Sato nodded along, arms crossed and eyes closed in agreement. You helped me improve during the combat exercise, so I figured someone like you wouldn't be bad at the job. So these are the consequences of my actions once again, Taka thought as he stabbed a bite of food and ate it without enthusiasm. I voted for myself too, Kaminari admitted shamelessly before flashing Taka a thumbs up. But honestly, I think you'll do great, man. You all really think so? Taka asked, his gaze sweeping around the table. They nodded in unison. Taka smiled gently. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he pulled out a thick stack of papers and began distributing them. All right. Fill these out with your personal information, sign a few of these forms, read the rest carefully, and I want everything completed and returned by the end of the day, he said calmly. If not, I'll be informing Aizawa-sensei of your impunctuality and making sure you're properly reprimanded. The table fell silent as everyone stared at him. What? You don't like it? Taka asked flatly, shooting them a sharp glare. You're the ones who chose me, so why are you looking at me like that? Immediately, everyone averted their eyes. Why does it feel like he's angry? Kaminari whispered to Jiro. Why should I know? She shot back. Did we do something wrong? Kirishima added nervously. Maybe it was the broody and serious comment. Mina asked, a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. Taka simply watched them with narrowed eyes while going back to eat. You wanted me to be class rep? Fine. I'll be the most class rep to ever class rep. Even Aiza will fear my name. As Taka steeled his resolve, Sato tucked the papers into his bag with a firm nod. He then stared at his half-eaten food, browsed it in thought. Hey, Takahashi finally spoke, cutting through the lingering tension as he looked up with a serious expression. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. What is it? Taka lifted his gaze from his meal, raising an eyebrow. I know it's kind of weird, asking this from someone I've only known for a few days, but... A brief silence followed. Then Sato straightened, eyes burning with determination. Could you help me train? The table went dead silent again. Everyone's eyes darted between Sato and Taka in disbelief. Until... Sure, Taka replied calmly, not a hint of surprise on his face. What is this sudden development? Mina yelled, standing up and slamming her hands onto the table. Kirishima turned to Sato, completely baffled. Dude, are you serious? Why so suddenly? I mean, yeah, you said he helped you during the combat exercise, but so much you're even asking for training now. Sato shook his head, fists clenching tightly. You don't get it. When we fought I felt it. Takahashi, his fighting skills are incredible, even without using his quirk. His gaze locked onto Taka. It might not have looked like much to you guys watching from the monitoring room, but I felt it firsthand. After that fight, it was like I'd taken a step forward in my combat ability. He took a breath. And seeing how serious Aizawa-sensei is, he's even willing to expel us if we don't meet his standards. I want to be ready for anything. Takahashi's the only one I know who can help me with that. For real. Kaminari muttered, stunned by how intense things had suddenly become. Silence fell once again as everyone processed Sato's words. At least, until then could I join too? Kirishima chimed in, the fire of manliness lighting up in his eyes. I don't really get it, but if you trust Taka that much, then I want to see what the fuzz is all about. What's this? Nina perked up, excitement rising. It suddenly turned into some kind of training session. Can I join too? It sounds fun. Taka nodded simply, not looking particularly bothered by the extra people joining in. What's with these guys? Kaminari muttered, no longer sounding nearly as enthusiastic. Jiro shared his confusion, glancing between the suddenly energized group with an odd expression. It was only their third day of school. Granted, it was the hero course, but still, weren't they being a bit too intense already? To their dismay, Nina suddenly turned toward them with a bright, inviting smile. What about you two? Wanna join us? Both of them visibly hesitated. On one hand, they didn't share the excitement buzzing around the table. On the other hand, outright refusing for no real reason felt awkward. So, after a moment, Jiro sighed. Maybe just to watch for a bit. I'm not good with physical training like that. Kaminari turned to her, baffled. But finding no solid reason to back out either, he sighed as well, scratching the back of his head helplessly. Then, I guess I'll go too. And just like that, an after-school training session had been decided out of thin air. As for Taka, his internal smirk stretched as wide as it could possibly go. Didn't even have to suggest it myself. Does the universe love me or something? His plans were already moving forward before he'd even taken the first real step. How could he not be pleased? Now all that remained was figuring out how to help this bunch step up their game and he'd be set. However, while Taka calmly mapped things out in his head, Nina turned toward him. So, class representative, where should we meet? That snapped Taka out of his thoughts, realizing he hadn't actually planned that far ahead. Fortunately, someone else had. We could use the same gym where we did some of the quirk assessment tests on the first day, Sato suggested. We'd need permission first, though. Taka nodded, unfazed. Sato had very obviously voiced exactly what he had been thinking. I see. Well then, we'll leave that to you, class representative. Nina said cheerfully, passing the responsibility off without hesitation. Taka opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Rai-ing, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the cafeteria, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Attention! A level 3 security breach has been detected. All students, please evacuate outdoors immediately. What's going on? Kirishima jumped to his feet, panic flashing across his face. The others followed suit, standing up and glancing around at the increasingly restless crowd. Only Taka remained seated, calmly finishing his meal, his eyes quietly scanning the rising chaos with complete composure. Jiro snapped her head toward him. Oi, Takahashi, what the hell are you doing? We've gotta. Before she could finish, Taka raised a hand to calm her down and stood. His expression was so utterly calm, so unshaken, that the panic welling up inside her faltered. And as the others turned to look at him, that same strange calm spread to them as well. Their racing hearts began to slow. Regardless of what the alarm actually meant, with Takahashi here, none of them felt like it could truly be that bad. Such was the presence of the genuinely strong. As the group gradually calmed, Taka lightly tapped his tray once, then looked at them evenly. Make sure no one steals my food. I'll go deal with that. His tone left no room for argument. Turning away, he walked calmly toward the cafeteria exit, where clusters of panicked students were already beginning to pile up. Within moments, chaos had already bloomed. Students pushed against one another, voices rising in distress as bodies were squeezed together, all of them trying to force their way into the hallways leading outside. Taka stopped just behind the writhing mass and snorted softly at the sight. Wouldn't want anyone to be trampled to death, so let's do this quick. Not willing to let this drag on any longer, his aura expanded. Invisible but absolute, it washed over the crowd in a single, overwhelming wave. Then, he took a step forward and called out, "Step! Hey!" The effect was immediate. Just like with the press earlier that day, dread rippled through the crowd the instant he spoke. An instinctive certainty spread among them. If they didn't turn around and acknowledge the speaker, they would be making an unforgivable mistake. So they did. The pushing stopped. The noise died down. Every single student turned. Confusion flickered through their faces when all they found was a teenager standing there, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed, expression cool and detached. Some of them were upperclassmen, third years, even. And yet, no one questioned him. No one scoffed, no one spoke, and no one dared to disregard him. The moment their eyes settled on him, there was no doubt he had been the one who spoke, his presence repressing any kind of diminishing thought from their minds. So, they waited for him to speak, like kids before a greater authority. Seeing he had gathered their attention, Taka slowly removed one hand from his pocket and casually hooked his thumb to his side, pointing toward the hallway windows next to them. Only then did he speak again. "It's the press," he said flatly. "Behave yourselves." Heads turned as one. And there, just beyond the glass, the distant mass of reporters finally came into view. The panic that had been brewing vanished almost instantly. Relief spread through the crowd as understanding set in, and their gazes naturally returned to the teenager who had resolved everything so effortlessly. Only, he was already gone. Just as mysteriously and imposingly as he had appeared, he was gone, like a ghost. Of course, in reality, he was just back at the table, calmly taking his seat and resuming his meal as if nothing had happened. He ignored the stunned stares burning into him from his classmates around him, focused solely on finishing his food. It wasn't until he set his utensils down that he finally looked up. Seeing the disbelief plastered across their faces, he cleaned himself and raised an eyebrow slightly. What? To be continued. A/N, the plans are developing, and, of course, Taka Aura farms once more using his future knowledge. I'm not gonna put how much aura he gains every time, since it's a bit annoying. But since the number of people was kind of big this time, let's say he earned some good 400 aura in one go. Pretty good for a day where not much happens. Of course, the day ain't finished yet. There's still the training session to attend. But I'm gonna make it just one chapter long to not stay on it too much. Anyway, see you guys next chapter. 45, Training Session. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Training Session. Nizu's office. Taka stood before Nizu, his expression impassive as the large rat tilted his head, amusement gleaming in his eyes. So, you wish to occupy one of the gyms for a while for a training session with your classmates? Yeah, Taka answered without batting an eye. Nizu nodded thoughtfully. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. There should be no classes today using it. Thanks. And so, having obtained what he came for, Taka turned to leave. Or at least, that's how he wished it would end. But as expected, a meeting with the omnipresent rat was never that simple. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Well, you saw me a month ago on your acceptance letter, but for me, it's been quite some time, Nizu said from behind him, forcing Taka to halt mid-step. I suppose, Taka muttered, not quite sure how he was supposed to respond to that. How has school been so far? You ended up in Aizawa-kuen's class, didn't you? That must be rather troublesome. Taka neither denied nor agreed. Aside from Aizawa's clear dislike of him holding back, there hadn't really been many issues. It's alright, I guess. He shrugged. Ha ha ha, alright, you say? That's the first time someone's spoken so calmly about his classes. Nizu chuckled. Though, considering the level you're at, I suppose it's hard for Aizawa-kuen's usual strictness to feel all that concerning. Taka nodded absently, a faintly lost look crossing his face. Where is this even going? Still, Nizu continued, if he ever goes too far, don't hesitate to tell me. I can't allow the best prospect of this year to be expelled over something trivial, can I? Now that was weird. Why did this suddenly feel like a mafia meeting, with Nizu offering to take care of his problems? No need, Taka said, shaking his head faintly. I'll be fine on my own. Is that so? Nizu smiled, whatever thoughts running through his mind remaining known only to him. A brief silence followed. Taka wasn't sure if he was free to go, while Nizu seemed content to let his thoughts speak before his mouth did. Eventually, Nizu broke the quiet. I reviewed some of your hero class matches from yesterday. Your prowess seems higher. How much has that energy you hold grown since we last met? Taka paused, eyes unfocusing slightly as if running calculations. It's about twice as big. Of course, it was closer to 4 times, but Nizu didn't need to know that just yet. Gotta save the surprise factor for the perfect moment. A twofold increase in just over 3 months? Nizu scratched beneath his muzzle thoughtfully. And considering it's been over 12 months since your quirk awakened, I suppose that energy of yours grows exponentially. Ah yes. Taka's sweat dropped. He hadn't expected Nizu to infer that much from a single statement. He nodded carefully, worried even that small motion might risk giving something else away. What about other abilities? Nizu pressed on. Have you developed any new ones? Taka considered the question. This much, I can show. Taka nodded inwardly, his previous wariness fading slightly. He knew Nizu would likely help smooth the process of officially registering future quirk evolutions, and now that UA was starting, there was no better time to start unlocking some of those abilities for future use. And perhaps, if he revealed a bit here, Nizu might help with something else he had in mind. There are a couple. So, he began with the demonstration. First, he tore a sheet of paper from one of his notebooks. Then he picked up a pencilone that had accompanied him since his days as a vigilante, and had tasted blood once, and the pastan tightened his grip. His usual red aura began to bubble around him, like still, tranquil water. Then a frown crossed Taka's face. The aura flared. The room shuddered faintly under the sudden pressure, though Nizu remained calm, observing from his seat without so much as blinking. Abruptly, the aura began to condense around the pencil, sharpening and compressing until it formed a blade of light along its length longer than the pencil itself, and far deadlier. With the preparations ready, Taka tossed the paper into the air, and slashed. Swish! In the next instant, the paper split cleanly in two, drifting helplessly to the floor. As it did, the aura receded. Nizu stroked his snout, curiosity clear in his gaze. But Taka wasn't finished. This time, he released the pencil, letting it float several meters away within the office. Then, he raised a palm. The moment he did, his aura surged forward from his hand, stopping a few centimeters ahead, and solidified. A literal wall of hardened aura formed in midair. The pencil, which had been floating motionless, suddenly snapped into alignment with Taka. Then it shot forward like a bullet. Clang! All of its momentum died the instant it struck the barrier. The wall didn't even ripple. Taka huffed softly as he ended the demonstration, pulling the pencil back to him and slipping it into his backpack in one smooth motion. That energy of yours is truly a mystery, Nizu said, his tone openly entertained. Both abilities appear to stem from a solidification function coupled with your laser beams, which imply conversion into light and heat, and then with its main function as telekinesis, there truly doesn't seem to be an end to its versatility. Its potential truly appears limitless. I find myself quite curious to see how you'll develop over the next 3 years, Takahashi-kun. Taka shrugged. Nizu chuckled at the reaction, then waved him off. Well, I merely wanted to check in on you. You're free to go now, if you wish. Your friends are likely waiting. Actually, Taka said calmly, stopping before turning away. There was something I wanted to ask of you. Minutes later, Taka walked out of the building calmly, his poker face carrying a faint trace of contentment. Success. The smug thought lingered as he adjusted his bag. I'll have to deliver the official petition to the support course later, but it should be done within a week at most. He didn't know exactly when the USJ incident would happen, but judging by canon, it wouldn't be far off. So, if luck was on his side, what he had asked the support course for would be ready before then. And if not, whatever. He could always improvise. Snorting softly at the thought, he shifted his attention inward, reviewing the 2 abilities he had just demonstrated to Neza, skills that would likely become part of his official arsenal in the near future. Aura projection, even a stick is enough mode, active. Description, what makes a swordsman? His sword? His skill? The question can be reduced to something far more basic. Does the sword define the man, or does the man define the sword? In most cases, a blade grants the ability to cut. But for the truly exceptional, it is not the sword that gives power, it is the man who lends the sword its edge. For one who truly commands the blade, even a simple stick may cut the heavens. Converts aura into a coating that grants a cutting property to objects. The more aura condensed, the sharper the resulting edge. The bigger the object, the more aura it consumes. Leaner and longer objects provide a more efficient expenditure in aura. It is highly recommended that the host learn swordsmanship, lest he accidentally bisect his own allies. Aura projection, hardening mode, active. Description, the aura of the truly cool is malleable like clay yet hard as steel. Let imagination shape your aura, and let that imagination impose itself upon the world. But please, unlike many solid energy manifestors, if you form a barrier, do not lose consciousness when it breaks. That is extremely unauratic. Allows the shaping and solidification of aura into arbitrary forms. The more aura poured in, the sturdier the construct becomes. The more aura poured in, the more complex constructs you can make. The more aura poured in, the bigger the constructs. Just as Nizu had said, both abilities stemmed from the same core concept, solidifying what was once an ethereal and intangible energy. After recalling several characters capable of reinforcing weapons to cut through materials normally deemed uncuttable, Taka had begun experimenting with forming an aura blade around pointed objects. It hadn't come naturally as telekinesis did, but it also hadn't been that difficult. After a few failures and adjustments, he unlocked the skill without much trouble. He could now act like a mystical swordsman, splitting mountains with a stick, albeit at the cost of losing a chunk of his usable aura until he changed tactics. From there, the leap in thought for the next skill was obvious. If he could form a blade, why not other solid constructs? That line of thought led to the second skill. This one had been trickier. Solidifying energy itself was a far more abstract concept. Still, with persistence, he eventually grasped it. His healing skill did use a similar concept, after Alanli, turning his aura into actual matter instead of just solidifying it. Still, this would be quite good for aura farming in the coming events, provided the support course finished his request before USJ. Even if they didn't, he could still make use of these abilities later, so it wasn't a real loss. I wonder how that'll turn out, Taka thought, excitement slowly building at the prospect of the literal day his school got hit by a terrorist attack. But hey, that's just how it goes. Everything for the aura. Class rep, how'd it go? Mina's voice snapped Taka out of his thoughts as he stepped into UA's backyard, same field where they'd done their quirk assessment days ago. Not too far, his classmates waited for him, with Mina waving at him. As he approached, he gave the group a simple, curt nod. Good. Sato let out a relieved sigh. For a moment, I thought they weren't gonna lend it to us. We are first years, and it's only our third day. As expected from our class rep. Kirishima bellowed, pumping a fist. He pulled it off anyway. It wasn't even that hard, Taka deadpanned inwardly, but outwardly, he merely nodded again. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Mina bounced on her heels, already fired up. Not long after, the 6 of them made their way to the gym, unlocking it with the keys Nizu had handed Taka. The place was spacious and impeccably maintained, exactly what one would expect from an elite school like UA. Still, at its core, it was just a gym. Nothing extravagant. Once everyone had changed into their gym uniforms and settled in, they gathered in a loose circle at the center. Sojiro glanced around, arms crossed. What now? Takahashi, let's spar. Sato said immediately, slamming a fist into his palm, eyes already blazing. It would have to be a spar without quirks, as we don't want to damage the gym. Taka clarified. Sato nodded, looking very eager. But then the rest of us would just be watching, Mina complained, pouting slightly. Kirishima scratched his cheek, conflicted. I don't mind, but yeah, it kinda feels like a waste of the time they gave us. Doesn't sound that bad to me, Kaminari shrugged. Jiro nodded along with him. They preferred to be spectators. Taka seemed to think for a moment. Then, how about 5 against 1? All 5 of them stared at him, so full of himself. Even if no one said it out loud, the thought was written all over their faces. Still, despite the arrogance, that didn't take away the fact that even with such a hindrance, the match was still leaning in Taka's favor. That's totally unfair. Mina protested, raising a hand. Sato and Kirishima might manage, but the rest of us aren't very good close combat fighters, we just get steamrolled. Taka, however, remained unfazed. My quirk lets me convert my physical strength into telekinesis, he explained calmly. That means I can convert most of it into telekinesis and leave a normal level of strength in my body. That way, that'd leave you all an equal chance. So arrogant. Mina shot back as she pointed at him accusatorily, though there was more amusement than offense in her tone. How normal are we talking about here? Kaminari asked, interest creeping into his voice. No superhuman strength, Taka replied flatly. Just as strong as I look. Taka was fairly lean, if that meant anything. When he wasn't flexing, at least. That did it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then Sato muttered, clenching his fists, you'd be beatable. I don't like it, Kirishima said firmly. It's manlier to fight you at your strongest. First, Taka replied evenly, you should prove you can fight me at my weakest. Kirishima froze. Then his teeth flashed in a grin, competitive fire igniting in his eyes. Don't underestimate me. Fine and no take backsies. That'd be totally unmanly. Sure. Taka nodded. He walked away from the group, stopping on the opposite side of the gym, hands on his pockets in calm, and eyes closing as he waited patiently. Sato, Kirishima, and Mina began stretching immediately, eagerness clear on their faces. Kaminari and Jiro exchanged glances, still hesitant, but undeniably intrigued. Seeing that, Taka spoke up to them, opening one eye. Try to last a bit. Ha! Those words were enough to make any hesitation they had left evaporate. Soon enough, the remaining two joined in on the stretching. Meanwhile, Taka went back to closing both eyes, his posture calm and composed. At least externally. I might be pushing it here, he admitted inwardly, sweat dropping. I'm confident in my fighting skills, but 5 against 1 might be a bit much. This ain't a movie, after all. Then again, maybe not. Ever since acquiring the Let's Dance skill, his battle IQ should have improved. But aside from Seiji, he hadn't had many chances to properly test it. The same applied to his fight dance skills. He practiced with his clones from time to time, and sparred with Seiji as well, but Seiji was a professional. That made it hard to tell how much he'd actually improved against less experienced opponents. And his clones, well, it was weird to spar against himself. Now, though, that opportunity had finally appeared, albeit in a rather annoying format. Keeping track of 5 people at once was going to be a pain. But if I can't handle this, he reasoned, can I really call myself an aura farmer? Either he lost aura today or he upheld his title. Opening his eyes, Taka saw the group finishing their stretches. He took his hands out of the pockets, and took his stance. Status page. Strength, 2167. Defense, 3595 334. Aura projection, 35,632. Total aura, 36,032 35,632, 98.92%. First clone's aura, 100, 0.27%. Second clone's aura, 100, 0.27%. With preparations complete, he beckoned them forward. There was no need for a referee, nor a countdown. Let's begin. The battle started just like that. While some hesitated, unsure about rushing their classmate all at once, others didn't bother with restraint. Rei-Aik. Kirishima moved first. The redhead lunged forward and threw a punch on clean and practiced. It looked like Kirishima had some basics in boxing, but he clearly lacked before Seiji. Even with his stats heavily suppressed, Taka had no trouble following the motion. He tilted his head slightly, rolling his shoulder just enough to redirect the punch so it grazed past him. Using the momentum of that deflection, he stepped in and snapped an upward elbow strike into Kirishima's shin. One meant to shake him, rather than truly hurt him. Whoa! Kirishima stumbled, forced several steps back as his balance broke. Before he could fully recover, Sato charged in. Even without his quirk, the guy was built like a tank. More importantly, without Sugar Rush clouding his mind, he was actually thinking. Sato threw a solid combination, mixing punches while avoiding the obvious counters. For a moment, he held his ground. Oof. Then a heavy kick slammed into his chest, pushing him backward. Again controlled. Enough force to move him, but not hurt him. What did I say about only using punches? Taka remarked calmly. Sato frowned as he steadied himself, clearly annoyed at having that pointed out mid-fight, but knowing he was right. Next came Mina. Unlike the others, she didn't rely purely on strength. She was light on her feet, fast, agile, surprisingly technical. She lacked Sato's raw power, but she made up for it with movement and pressure. Why won't you stay still? She complained, throwing out rapid strikes as she darted around him. Unfortunately for her, Taka had dealt with worse. Even as she dipped under his guard and circled to disorient him, Taka evaded each attack with minimal motion, small shifts, subtle pivots. Compared to that damn monkey who never stopped moving, this was practically tutorial level. Still, something about her style felt familiar. It's like a basic version of me using dance movements in combat. Taka mused as he dove under yet another blow, noticing a certain grace in her movements, which meant he also knew its weaknesses. After all, he'd sparred with his clones enough times to recognize them, and one of them, wash-fast movement, could just as easily disorient the user if the opponent used it to add onto his speed. Take this. Ha! As Mina dove in again, Taka's footwork sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. At least, that's what it felt like. A split second later, Mina felt her foot snag mid-step. Ooh-wah! She stumbled as Taka's foot locked briefly against hers, throwing her balance off. Still, she recovered quickly, hopping back and putting distance between them. She laughed nervously, eyes fixed on Taka as he stood there calmly utterly composed. With Mina reassessing her approach, that left only two to attack, Jiro and Kaminari. Both were still hanging back. Never mind, can we call this off? Kaminari muttered, watching how easily the others had been handled. Jiro, however, inhaled deeply. Then, she dashed forward. And like the others before her, Jiro did her best to land a hit on Taka. Her movements were noticeably rougher. Clearly, she hadn't focused much on hand-to-hand combat compared to the rest. It faintly reminded him of his early days training with Seiji. I've come a long way since then, huh? Snorting quietly at the thought, Taka sidestepped another attack, then suddenly redirected her momentum, pushing her forward just enough to nearly make her stumble. She managed to keep her footing, but like the others ended up halting once she realized she couldn't land a single hit. That left only Kaminari. All eyes turned to him. He looked nervous. I guess it's my turn to get kicked now, huh? He muttered. Still, comforted by the fact that everyone else had already been handled without much trouble, he dashed forward. Just like Jiro, Kaminari lacked real hand-to-hand skill. After a brief exchange, he was sent rolling across the floor before scrambling back up, swaying slightly. What's with this guy? Kaminari complained, rubbing his side. Is he really not using his superhuman strength? The others looked just as frustrated. Taka, on the other hand, remained composed beyond measure. At least that's what they thought. Soon, they noticed the faint frown creasing his face. I thought I said this was a 5 against 1, Taka said calmly. So why are you attacking like it's a movie eon at a time? The 5 hesitated. Ganging up on someone didn't feel very heroic. Their doubts vanished when Taka beckoned them forward with one hand. Come on, you're heroes. One day, you'll have to fight in groups, he said evenly. Better learn now where I won't hurt you too much. That settled it. The 5 launched at him together. 30 minutes later. I might have bitten off more than I can chew. Taka's eyes flicked rapidly from one opponent to the next, constantly assessing incoming threats. At first, handling all 5 hadn't been much of a problem. Their coordination was terrible, and while some had decent technique, it wasn't enough to overwhelm him. But as the minutes passed, something changed. Their affinity began to rise. The bunch were learning to actually work as a team. Gone was the easy rhythm where he could repel them one by one. Now, Taka was dodging for his life as 5 determined hero students came at him with growing coordination. I may have gotten them too fired up, Taka thought as he dove and slipped through a flurry of attacks, his body swaying rapidly away from Mina's swift barrage. Kaminari and Jiro flanked him from either side, one throwing a punch, the other snapping out a kick. With a sharp twist of his torso, Taka narrowly escaped both and skidded backward, only for Sato to appear behind him, swinging a heavy arm down. Taka ducked under it at the last second, sliding past the overly burly student. Orya aaa. Then Kirishima charged in, ferocious and fast, lunging straight for a tackle. This time, without his aura-enhanced movement, Taka couldn't escape. The redhead wrapped him up and slammed him to the floor. But at that very moment, something snapped inside him. I'm not gonna lose Aura. The aura farmer within him roared to life as he teetered on the edge of aura loss. His thoughts accelerated. In an instant, he forced the fall into a roll across the gym floor using the momentum to kick Kirishima away once he gained the upper position. The impact gave him just enough space. Taka sprang backward in a long, powerful jump, barely landing before the others were already rushing him again. However, time to kick it up a notch. Taking a deep breath, Taka stepped forward and charged at them. The sudden shift in pace startled the group, but already coordinated, they didn't think it would matter. They had the numbers, and now they were overwhelming him, or so they thought. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Taka dropped flat and slid beneath them. Now out of their eyesight, his legs snapped into motion. Swift, precisely, and, of course, stylishly, they entangled on theirs in a fluid maneuver. Then he swept, all at once. Ack. Wah. It caught them completely off guard. Most crashed to the floor before they could even react. Mina, however, managed to recover, planting one hand and springing away, eyes shining. Whoa, what the heck was that? Taka ignored her. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. As he pushed himself up into a stylish sky kick and landed cleanly on his feet, he felt it. Let's dance. Activated. His passive skill kicked in. Instantly, his reflexes sharpened. The world seemed to slow down yet somehow remain just as fast. It was a strange sensation, one that nearly made him smirk. It felt like his brain had been kicked into a higher gear, and it showed the moment the 5 regained their footing and charged again. Taka didn't blink. He surged forward to meet them, and under the storm of incoming attacks, his body flowed effortlessly, dodging with full body movement as kicks lashed out in rapid succession, his breakdancing skills fully unleashed. Before they even realized what had happened, each of them was sent flying, struck somewhere, shoved aside, or knocked off balance. Moments later, Taka spun up from the ground and landed on his feet, barely winded. You can't be serious, Jiro panted, bracing her hands on her knees once she stood back up. What's with this guy? Kaminari stared at Taka, eyes wide with frustration. Just when I thought he was looking invincible. Sato nodded, equally exhausted and annoyed. Kirishima, meanwhile, was crying, whether from emotion or frustration, that was only known to him. What the hell, what the hell? Mina, on the other hand, looked thrilled. Her grin widened as she bounced in her spot. That was sick. What were those moves? Hey, class rep. They almost looked like breakdancing. Didn't tell me you know how to dance. Taka winced inwardly. His desperation not to lose aura had made him get carried away, and show more than he should have. It was just his breakdancing skills, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but the fewer connections he had to Rockinesis for now, the better. That was why he had fought normally up until this point. Sadly, he'd just added another one. Ahem, I know a bit, Taka said calmly, trying to downplay it as much as possible, hoping they wouldn't make a fuss over it. He had miscalculated. That didn't look like a bit. Mina shot back immediately. You were outright fusing breakdancing with martial arts. It was crazy, I could barely follow your movements. Taka sweat dropped at the sheer enthusiasm the pink-haired girl had for dance. Was she a fan of that in the show, he mused, wincing as he tried to remember. His mind jumped ahead to the school festival, the only arc where hobbies like that should have had a place. And indeed, right, Mina was the one in charge of directing the dance team. Taka groaned inwardly. He would have slapped himself on the spot if doing so wouldn't cost him aura. I really need to start writing a notebook with all this useful info before I screw up again. You gotta show me that sometime, class rep. Mina beamed, already fired up and ready to go another round. Seeing her enthusiasm, the other four subconsciously prepared themselves as well. Crap. Taka winced, not quite feeling like fighting anymore. Fortunately. Ring. The alarm on Taka's phone cut through the tension, snapping everyone out of it. In his mindscape, Taka let out a long, relieved sigh. He silenced the alarm, then turned the phone around to show them the time. Sadly, we need to get going. Our time in the gym is over. No way. Yes way. Arg, that was insane. Kirishima exclaimed as he dropped onto the floor, sitting heavily while catching his breath. He turned to Sato, who was slouching forward now that he'd finally relaxed. Dude, you were right. I feel like I improved a ton just from that fight. Right. Sato replied with a faint smirk. Mina bounced over, still brimming with energy despite the sweat on her brow and her slightly ragged breathing. It's so frustrating that we didn't land a single proper hit aside from that tackle, and even then, he shook it off almost immediately. Arg. Despite her words, her smile was wide. Jiro clicked her tongue, clearly less pleased. We were this close to dragging him down from his high cloud, she muttered. Mina swept her gaze across everyone. We should totally do this again sometime. What do you guys say? Kaminari was sprawled on the floor, panting like he was on death's door. Still, he weakly raised a thumb. Weh. Of course. Kirishima declared. It wouldn't be manly to give up after just one defeat. Alright, Sato nodded as well. He had come here to train, and he clearly wasn't done yet. Jiro hesitated, conflicted but eventually nodded too. She couldn't deny how much their coordination had improved in a single spar. One by one, the five saved for Kaminari, who remained horizontal turned toward Taka, waiting for his answer. His sweat dropped. This is just the consequences of my actions, he laughed wryly to himself. Still, it wasn't all that bad. After today's spar, he could clearly tell what each of them lacked, at least physically. Quirk training could come later. And since this had been his plan from the start, backing out now would be ridiculous. Very well. He nodded. The group instantly lit up at his agreement. As Taka watched them chatter excitedly among themselves, he let out a soft huff. My life sure is getting busier and busier. Still, that only meant his aura farming future was shining brighter than ever. And as his thoughts drifted ahead, one event loomed clearly in his mind. USJ, I'll be waiting patiently. To be continued. A/N, extra long chapter since I wanted to finish this sparring part fast. How was it? Hopefully it wasn't boring. 46, terrorist attack incoming. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Terrorist attack incoming. After the day of the press invasion, the rest of the first week at UA passed without much of note. Aside from the now recurrent after-class training sessions, aura farming opportunities dropped dramatically. After all, the in-between events of the show were mostly composed of long, boring classes. Sure, there were occasional chances to shine like answering questions no one else knew, but even those were scarce. And worse yet, a rival had emerged to take those away from him. Yaoyorozu, of course. Time and time again, she stole his chances to answer first, responding with terrifyingly fast, almost robotic precision. After several such incidents, Taka officially reassessed her threat level to be comparable to Midoriya's. One was a threat to his aura farming moments during major events. The other was a threat during filler arcs. Truly, UA was a dangerous place to be an aura farmer. Still, he wasn't one to accept defeat that easily. With his clones arduously studying at home so the chance of him looking like a dumbass would never come to happen, the class's contents became fresh in his mind, and he even began getting ahead a bit. With such academic prowess at his disposal, Taka managed to beat Yaoyorozu in answering first 7 out of 10 times on average. A total victory, as far as he was concerned. However, while their academic rivalry intensified at least within Taka's competitive mind, who couldn't allow the spotlight to go to anyone else, they were also forced to cooperate closely as class representative and vice representative. Hero basic training class reports had to be documented and handed to Aizawa. Schedules had to be organized and last-minute changes announced. Information about anything particular needed for classes needed to be relayed daily to their classmates, and they were also the ones who were in charge of the class's chat, often reminding everyone about stuff the teachers had asked for or homework. Truly perilous tasks. Tasks that Taka abhorred with every fiber of his being. What was worse, he couldn't create clones to handle them while at UA, and barely any of the class rep work reached his home since they stayed as long as required to finish them at school, meaning his clones couldn't help even there. For a brief moment, he even considered sending a clone to class whenever nothing important was happening while he instead remained home to relax for a bit. But the mere thought of letting paperwork defeat him made his blood boil. He was above that. Besides, considering his clone's strange tendency to be wilder than himself, something even the system couldn't explain, who knew what they'd do if he let them roam his prime aura farming grounds? They'd probably reveal all his secret powers just to flex. No, unacceptable. Thus, Taka swallowed his frustration and handled the paperwork with grim determination. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu took care of half the burden, which made it a tad more tolerable. Beyond that, the rest of the hero basic training classes they had after the first were disappointing to say the least. They had focused almost entirely on disaster control and logistics, with zero combat involved, which meant zero worthwhile aura farming, much to Taka's further dismay. As for the after-class training sessions he had every once in a while with his new classmates, the group became far more coordinated than on the first day, displaying excellent teamwork in their attempts to finally beat him. Unfortunately for them, after the first session, Taka no longer hesitated to activate Let's Dance. Thus, even as their coordination improved by leaps and bounds, without quirks involved, Taka remained decisively superior. And so, the first week at UA came and went without anything truly important happening. Then, at last, arrived the weekend. Now with some time off from aura farming at school in his hands, Taka focused on composing new songs, reading fun stuff online, and exercising a bit. Meanwhile, his clones continued grinding away at everything he didn't want to get rusty in immediately: his fighting skills, breakdancing, and mastery over his many instruments. Of course, he didn't forget to experiment a little amidst all that. Just because he was already at UA didn't mean his abilities had to plateau. His aura had proven to be incredibly versatile, after all. Who knew what else he had yet to discover? So, sitting in his backyard, Taka stared at the flaring aura in his hand with narrowed eyes. Where am I even supposed to start? His current objective was to unlock some form of astral projection, or at least something that would let him observe things from afar like an aura-based drone. Anything that could give him an edge in sensory abilities. He was quite lacking at that right now. At present, he could spread his aura and get a faint sense of what lay around him, since it worked like some sort of ethereal sense of touch. Not quite like a touch, but weirder. Still, it was effective. That was how he'd focused on the balls from each team during the combat exercise to rig his own match. Laugh. But that wasn't enough. He didn't want blurry impressions or vague shape awareness. She wanted to see beyond the limits of his own eyes. Unfortunately, connecting the concept of aura to something as precise and seemingly unrelated to it, such as vision, was proving difficult. A few minutes later, Taka scratched the base of his chin in deep thought and decided that sitting there just wasn't leading him anywhere. So he tried the first thing that came to mind. Let's see how about this. He severed a tiny speck of aura, which formed into a small bubble of red light that slowly floated away. Then, he attempted to connect with it. Whoa. For a split second, it worked. Only, pop. The moment he tried to actually do something through it, the bubble exploded. There wasn't much aura in it, so all it produced was a soft breeze before dissipating entirely. Still, Taka didn't look displeased. Instead, he blinked in mild disbelief. That's not what I was aiming for, but at least now I know I can give my energy attacks a delayed effect. He glanced around, raising an eyebrow. Doesn't that count as an extra skill? That is merely an additional feature you have discovered. It is not sufficient to become an independent skill. Whatever. It's still useful, Taka replied flatly. Now I can copy the technique I've had in mind for a while. A sphere of pure energy rose from his palm, humming ominously, only to fizzle into nothingness the very next second as Taka went deadpan. But trying that in my backyard probably isn't the smartest idea. Letting out a wry chuckle, Taka shelved the matter for the next week, or rather, tomorrow. It was already Sunday after all. He could always ask Mizu for access to one of the disposable city facilities to test destructive techniques properly. He recalled that Class 1A had been given access to them before the sports festival to train, and probably other classes too, albeit off camera. So there shouldn't be any reason for the rat to deny him access. But that's for tomorrow. Saving the matter in his to-do folder inside his mind, he returned to his original objective, to become omnipresent. So, he got to work. Alright, how about I try forming an eye or something? The light work was very pretty, but it didn't go beyond that. Aura shooting from my eyes. Nothing came out. Connect to my very essence and open my third eye. He spent about 10 minutes sitting in a lotus position. Then his ass started to hurt, so he stopped. His weekend continued like that, flimsy attempts, half-baked theories, and a lot of trial and error focused on something he wasn't even sure his aura could actually do. Perhaps he was overestimating his own potential. Or perhaps, in the end, it would all prove to be worth the effort. Either way, until next weekend, he'd have to wait. Because just like that, his weekend ended and Monday came knocking the next morning along with the workload that followed as a class rep. The next day, class time. Very good, Takahashi. You solved it quite fast, Ectoplasm said, nodding as he eyed the board now filled with advanced calculus all over it. Taka nodded plainly, a bored expression on his face, chalk still in hand. Then, receiving permission to return to his seat, he calmly walked back and sat down. His movements and attitude were fluid and calm, like still water. At least externally. If he hadn't possessed such strong self-control, he might have turned around and sent Yaoyorozu a smug smile. But he was an aura farmer. Mocking an already defeated opponent wasn't auratic. Humph, he snorted inwardly. After that, the class continued without a hitch. Ectoplasm carried on with the lesson before shifting to a more practical approach, handing out a set of exercises, which Taka, of course, finished in record time. He couldn't afford to be some lame second place. Soon enough, the hour passed, and the recess alarm rang throughout the school. His classmates immediately began standing up from their seats, some lingering behind to chat or eat something quick. Taka, however, seemed intent on staying where he was, calmly waiting for the next class with his usual arms crossed and eyes closed. That plan didn't last long. Takahashi, ectoplasm, called out, snapping him out of his very serious meditation, and forcing one of his eyes open barely. Yes. Power Loader asked me to tell you to stop by his office, Ectoplasm informed. He says he finished what you requested, and that you can go retrieve it right away. Taka's eyes snapped open, a faint glimmer of excitement slipping through his otherwise unreadable poker face. With a nod, he stood and made his way out of the classroom. His classmates stared after him, baffled. What would someone like him even need? He already seemed practically invincible. That was the collective thought. Leaving behind a thoroughly confused class, Taka stepped into the hallway and headed toward the support workroom. It took him about 2 minutes to arrive, stopping in front of a massive door that rumbled with the sounds of machinery and the occasional explosion coming from inside. Without hesitation, he opened it. And immediately, swoosh, clank, a blunt chunk of metal came flying straight toward his face. Fortunately, he caught it with ease in his palm before it could hit him. Sorry. A pink-haired girl with messy dreadlocks apologized, turning for a second, probably to check whether he was dead or not, before snapping back to her work, disregarding him completely. Taka's sweat dropped as he recognized her instantly, despite barely getting a brief second to see her face. The best support equipment creator, or at least in the distant future, May Hatsum. He would have thought the world was small to have met her already, but he was literally standing in the one place she was most likely to be, so her presence wasn't exactly surprising. Still, getting greeted by a flying chunk of metal wasn't very nice. Should I throw it back at her when she's not looking? Before he could entertain the thought further, someone else spoke up. Oi, Hatsum, how many times have I told you to be careful of your surroundings? If you make the same mistake again, I'm restricting your access to this room for an entire week. The girl froze instantly, like a statue. Ignoring her horrified expression, the newcomer turned his attention to Taka. It was Power Loader, the instructor of the support course. Takahashi, was it? Come, I have what you asked for. With a nod, Taka followed him deeper into the workshop. They soon arrived at a large table cluttered with all kinds of equipment devices of wildly different shapes, purposes, and frankly confusing designs. Power Loader knelt beside a large storage box and rummaged through it for a moment before finally pulling something out. I have to ask, Power Loader said, eyeing Taka curiously, what would you even need this for? I read about your quirk. It doesn't seem to mesh well with this, at least not in a way that isn't redundant or unnecessary. I discovered another application for my quirk, Taka replied calmly. Is that so? Power Loader hummed. Well, in that case, no problem. Though, good thing you specified no sharpness. Otherwise, I might have thought you were planning a murder or something. In his hands lay a strange weapon, something between a massive cleaver and a grotesquely uneven saw. Its handle was long and bendable, allowing it to shift between longer reach and close quarters use. A saw cleaver. Taka couldn't stop a small smile from forming the moment he saw it. This shit is so cool. As Power Loader handed it over, Taka felt the sheer weight of the raw iron settle into his grip, his eyes glinting with excitement as he inspected it. He had already taken inspiration for his hero suit from a certain game character from his previous life. Borrowing yet another piece from that same source felt only natural. Of course, unlike in the game, the weapon in his hands had no sharp edge whatsoever. Any cutting or piercing capability had been completely removed. What remained was pure aesthetics and an absurd amount of weight. A blunt replica made of solid iron. But that hardly mattered to Taka. After all, he had a skill that could grant sharpness to anything. Even if the weapon itself wasn't lethal, in his hands, everything was. And what better test subject than the Nomu? Taka smirked inwardly at the thought, already looking forward to seeing whether that abomination would be able to stand his ground, with everything he had prepared for it. Maybe 3 months ago, he might have struggled fighting it. Maybe he would have even lost. But now? No, we didn't know for certain. Still, considering his performance against Gigantomachia 3 months ago, when he'd been 3 times weaker than he was now, he liked his chances. The thing supposedly had a monstrous regeneration quirk, along with another that allowed it to absorb All Might's punches like they were nothing. That sounded intimidating, to most people. To Taka, though, it sounded more like, I'm a very durable punching bag. No, scratch that. To Taka, it sounded more like, I'm a very durable piata. And instead of candy spilling out, it'd be aura. Lots of aura. He. As Taka laughed creepily inside his mind, Power Loader handed him a belt attachment designed to integrate the weapon into his hero suit. Accepting it with grace, Taka bowed faintly before turning and leaving the room, heading back toward his classroom. Just like before, the walk didn't take long. Only a few minutes later, he stood once more at the classroom door. The moment he stepped inside, however, all eyes turned toward him. Or rather, toward what he was carrying. What the hell is that? Kaminari blurted out first, seated near the front and getting a clear view. What's with that big-ass saw? Mina exclaimed next, eyes wide as she stared at the weapon in Taka's grasp. In the next instant, nearly everyone stood up and crowded around him. "Dude, that's sick," Kirishima muttered, his hands trembling as they hovered near it. "See, can I hold it?" Taka nodded curtly and handed it over. Kirishima accepted it eagerly. Ugh! And almost buckled under the weight. It was, after all, made of raw iron. Just because it lacked sharpness didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. One solid hit could easily crack a skull. Of course, Taka had no intention of being that crude with it. What the hell? This thing's heavy," Kirishima exclaimed, struggling just to lift it properly, let alone swing it. The others leaned in closer, inspecting the weapon with fascination. Ha! Kaminari squinted at it. Why doesn't it have an edge? And what's with the saw teeth if it can't even cut? The confusion spread. Jiro narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Taka. More importantly, why do you need this? Isn't your whole thing telekinesis? This seems kinda unnecessary. Yeah, can't you just crush everything with it? Sato asked, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Azui chimed in, placing a finger on her mouth in curiosity. Taka, do you plan to swing it around with your telekinesis? Like a remote-controlled blade? Couldn't he just swing other things if that was the case? With how blunt it is, debris or anything else could have done the job. Siro pointed out. This blade reeks of darkness, a blade of the void, perhaps. A certain Tokoyami muttered from amidst the crowd, eyes glinting like stars despite the serious tone he was using. By then, curiosity had reached its peak. Everyone was waiting for Taka's answer. However, just as he was about to offer either a dramatic reveal or a very convenient excuse, "To your seats, you irrational kids," his savior arrived once again. The voice alone sent everyone scrambling back to their places. Kirishima hurriedly handed the saw cleaver back to Taka before sprinting to his seat. Aizawa snorted, then glanced at Taka, frowning faintly. "What's with the blade, Takahashi? As far as I know, you don't need it." The class tensed. Their perpetually grumpy teacher had actually voiced everyone's question. Unfortunately, less than a second later. "Well, whatever. Go back to your seat." Aizawa waved him off, already losing interest. Taka nodded calmly and did as instructed. The rest of the class deadpanned in unison. Unfortunately, they didn't even have time to sulk. For today's Hero Basics class, it'll be a joint lesson with 3 instructors. All Might, myself, and 1 more. Aizawa announced from the podium. Several heads tilted at once. 3 teachers for a single class? That alone was enough to grab everyone's attention. Siro raised a hand. "Oh, excuse me, sensei. What are we doing today?" Aizawa slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out a card, much like All Might had during their very first lesson. Unlike back then, however, this one wasn't about combat. It read something that made Taka's previously calm expression twitch for the first time. "Today, we'll be doing rescue training," Aizawa announced. That was all it took. "This is it, it's finally here." His heartbeat quickened, blood beginning to boil in his body. His gaze flicked to the weapon resting against his desk. And just in time. For once, his mouth curled up into a faint smile. USJ was coming. To be continued. A/N. Now our dear protagonist has an equally edgy weapon to combine with the rest of his aesthetic. After this, though, I think I'm gonna start making him drift toward a more personal style, rather than just let him cosplay as a game character. Maybe I'll get him to take some of the stuff off, or add stuff that might help with aura farming further. Anyway, that's all for this chapter, bye bye. 47 USJ. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. USJ. After Aizawa announced today's class dynamic, everyone left the classroom and headed to the parking lot, where they waited for the bus to arrive. Since the USJ was located outside the school facilities, transport was necessary. Students naturally formed small groups as they waited, chatting idly to pass the time. Taka was no exception. Sato, Jiro, Kaminari, and Mina stood together, talking as usual, with Taka contributing his signature stoic silence. They talked about whatever came to mind. The training sessions and better strategies to beat Taka, everyone's favorite foods, everyone's favorite Rakanisas song, something Taka smoothly ignored, which teacher was their favorite, with Kaminari's choice being of course the modern hero history teacher, among many other topics Taka just half-heartedly nodded to, or answered curtly. His mind was simply not on their conversation. Noticing it, Kirishima turned toward him, raising an eyebrow as he came up with an idea of why that might be. "Don't you get hot in that, bro?" he asked, eyeing Taka's full hero suit as the aura farmer stood with his arms crossed. The others glanced over, curiosity sparked. After a faint snort, as if he had heard something funny, Taka shook his head calmly. "Temperature is meaningless to me." Kirishima laughed. "Man, you really are all round, huh?" Taka nodded in agreement. "Though, shit, I'm fucking dying in here." Inwardly, he was suffering. Who would have thought that his suit's greatest weakness would be a sunny day? This suit is gonna need some modifications after this. Seriously, the moment summer hits, I'm gonna be soaked, and I'm pretty sure that's not very erratic except for those who got some weird kink for it, I guess. Standing under the sun in black clothing, with a bandana covering his mouth and nose, made the heat almost unbearable. The hat helped a little by shading his face, but it also absorbed warmth like a sponge. With it pressing down on his head and trapping the heat there, it wasn't doing him any favors. Such was the reality of hero suits. Cool on the outside, absolute hell on the inside. I could fix this with that, he mused, but if I mess with that now, I'll lose possible aura gains later when I reveal a tan. That's a no-no. Taka's eyes drifted toward Todoroki, who stood off to the side, waiting patiently and not speaking to anyone. A devious glint crossed Taka's gaze. Should I rage bait him into blasting me with some ice? He hummed inwardly, already imagining the conversation. "Yo, Todoroki, remember how I beat you last time? Bet I could do it again, and while at it, not get hit even once by your ice." Surely those words would make the emo teenager angry enough. Thankful I for both Todoroki and Taka before the aura farmer could try anything, the bus finally arrived, pulling around the corner before parking nearby. With the wait finally over, Yaoyorozu and Taka quickly took charge, organizing everyone into a line to avoid clustering. Soon enough, everyone boarded the bus, Aizawa included. Minutes later, the vehicle was already on its way to the USJ, with everyone joyfully eyeing the landscape and chatting with their seat neighbors. Taka, for his part, sat at the back of the bus by the window, his edgy persona clearly not allowing him to coexist with the rest of the mortals or engage in something as mundane as social interaction. In summary, he was being asocial. Still, even in solitude, one could find company, albeit a very quiet kind, one that matched him almost perfectly. Somehow, he had ended up sitting next to Tokoyami, their deep and thunderous conversation filling the entire bus for the duration of the ride. Truly, very serious matters were being discussed here. Eventually, though, someone had to break the silence, and Tokoyami was the one to do so, mostly because he'd noticed the rather heavy and huge weapon resting beside Taka's feet. "I see you brought the accursed blade along." Taka, who had been staring out the window with stoic intensity, shifted his gaze toward the bird-headed student without changing his relaxed posture. "Yes. For what purpose, if I may inquire?" Tokoyami continued. "This is rescue training. A weapon does not seem especially useful in such a scenario." Taka exhaled slowly, as though the answer should have been obvious. But still, he took a few seconds to respond. Obviously not, because he hadn't come up with an excuse yet. Of course not. After a few seconds, though, it seemed he was finally ready to reveal the answer. "Evil lurks constantly, and peace is but a fragile illusion upheld for too long. To leave myself unarmed because of such a lie would be a fool's errand." Tokoyami blinked, then nodded solemnly. "I see. Even under the brightest sun, darkness yet dwells unseen, and we remain ignorant of it. As you say, preparedness is the mark of the wise." "I apologize." "There's no need," Taka replied calmly. "The illusion of peace is often the most dangerous trap." "Indeed," Tokoyami agreed. "As one who walks the path of darkness, I shall remain vigilant against the evil hiding in the shadows." "This guy is way too into it." Taka's sweat dropped inwardly. Still, much to his annoyance, he was having a bit of fun. Not that he would ever admit it, though. If anyone ever asked, he was being edgy out of obligation to farm aura. Nothing more and nothing else. Unfortunately, their exchange was cut short when another conversation rose above the murmur of the bus, drawing everyone's attention. "Your quirk is kind of like All Might's." From the front rows, where the seats faced each other, Tsuyu glanced at Midoriya as she spoke. The green-haired boy instantly panicked. Why you really think so?" To be fair, he was already skittish by nature, so his reaction didn't raise too many alarms, even if slightly suspicious. Except for Taka, whose eyes narrowed at the greenhead's reaction. "Man, this guy sucks at keeping secrets. If we even become friends, I'm never telling him shit." Though suspicious wasn't quite the right word, he already knew everything. Luckily for Midoriya, though, before he could continue screwing up, Kirishima jumped in. "Hold on, Sue. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his quirk. They're just similar, that's all." Midoriya let out a quiet sigh of relief as Kirishima unintentionally saved his ass. Kirishima continued, scratching his head. "Still, it's pretty cool to have a simple enhancement-type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff kinda like Taka over there." All eyes turned toward Taka, who blinked at the sudden attention. "Yes," Tsuya said thoughtfully, studying him. "He is kind of flashy." "Too flashy," Jiro added flatly from her spot. Sato scratched the back of his head. "Is he? I didn't really notice." Kaminari shot him a look. "Dude, you didn't see him fight Todoroki. If that wasn't flashy, I don't know what is." He put quite the spectacle back then. A faint frown appeared on Todoroki's face, but no one paid it much attention. Mina chimed in to defend him. "Who knows? Maybe it was just unconscious showmanship. He knows how to dance, after all. Maybe the instincts are still kicking." "Dance?" Tsuya tilted her head. Mina threw a playful punch into the air. "Oh yeah, he's got some crazy moves when he fights. They kinda look like if breakdancing and martial arts had a baby. And they're super effective. We get our asses kicked every time we fight, and we can barely follow his movements when he pulls them out." Aitsa pushed up his glasses, looking intensely inquisitive. "As far as I am aware, we have not held any combat exercises since Tuesday of last week. What exactly do you mean by kicking your asses?" Kirishima answered this time, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin, before pointing at their group. One thing led to another, and we ended up training together at the school gym after classes." "I'd say it's more like Taka training us, though," Sato added dejectedly. "Even after several sessions, we haven't landed a proper hit on him." "You've engaged in unauthorized quirk usage." Aitsa gasped. "Not only that, but you fought amongst yourselves." Kaminari grinned and jerked a thumb toward Taka at the back of the bus. "Relax. Class rep over there handled everything. He even got permission from the principal and all. And it's all hand-to-hand combat with no quirks involved." Is that so?" Aitsa froze, clearly caught off guard. It seemed nothing truly illegal was going down here. "So you know how to dance?" Tsuya suddenly asked, turning toward Taka, apparently that being the most important detail she'd taken from the entire conversation. Taka stared at her for a moment, his silence heavy and ominous. "A bit," he finally said. "Snort." A certain blonde snorted, a mocking smirk forming on his face. Almost immediately after, the bus jolted over a bump that the driver for some reason wasn't able to see in time, and somehow Bakugo slammed his head a bit too hard against the window. It ended with him clutching his head while everyone else promptly ignored him. "Didn't take you for someone who could dance, Taka," Tsuya said, blunt as ever. Taka took a slow breath. Consequences always catching up to me. When will I be the one to catch up to them instead?" Still, this wasn't an unsalvageable situation. It gave me an edge in hand-to-hand combat when I needed it, he said with an enigmatic tone only making everyone more curious. Even so, the way he worded it, and with him being vague about it, it felt too personal for anyone to pry. So they moved on. If only they knew it was to beat up a monkey. So you guys are training together? Ajiro, the incredibly memorable classmate, asked. And why didn't you invite me? Toru added from beside him, her sleeve waving furiously. Well, we've only met up 3 times so far, Jiro replied, scratching her cheek. And to be honest, the only thing we do there is get beaten up while Takahashi dodges everything we throw at him. So yeah, you're not missing much. We've become crazy strong, though. Kirishima added, pumping a fist. I'd say our coordination's practically pro level now. Alright, let's not get that crazy, Kaminari cut in with a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, trying to rein him in. From his seat, Aitsa slumped forward, his body trembling as his clenched fists rested on his knees. I see all of you engaging in additional training, on top of our already demanding hero basic training classes. How admirable. Seichil, man, it's not that intense, Kaminari said quickly. It's honestly kinda fun, like karaoke but more U.A-ish, and with way more punches and kicks. From the front of the bus, Aizawa observed the conversation quietly, a faint snort escaping his nose. Still, I never took Taka for someone who'd agree to something like that, Toru said, earning several nods from nearby seats. He's surprisingly friendly once you get to know him. Kirishima added. So if any of you want to join us, feel free to ask. Honestly, we could use all the help we can get. He's just too strong. A few eager nods followed from those interested. Why the hell are you nodding? Taka deadpanned internally as he saw Tokoyami nodding as well from his peripheral vision. Eventually, he sighed, turning his gaze back toward the window, his poker face barely concealing his irritation. It seems the unseen wounds from my poor aura farming are starting to show. At this rate, my aura might actually be in danger. If the class kept going down the path of realizing he wasn't as edgy as he appeared, there was a real risk that his future aura farming moments would get dismissed as meaningless boasting, which was just another way of saying aura loss. He was losing respect in exchange for friendship power. Unacceptable. Friendship power was for boring bums like Nidoriya. A true aura farmer relied solely on the power he cultivated himself, and the system, but that part didn't count. Either way, the problem was clear, he needed to regain the respect he'd lost. Something easier said than done. It was easier to lose than to gain respect. Yet, for the briefest moment, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Fortunately, we're heading exactly where I need to be. After today, there would be no doubt left in this place that he was just naturally cool. Nothing artificial about it. Minutes later, after a while of incessant chatter, the bus finally came to a stop. The students disembarked, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the massive structure before them. A circular edification the size of a stadium, if not even bigger, and with a giant cupola working as a ceiling. USJ. And all of it was property of UA. Seriously, and I remember they had even more places like this in the show. Just how rich are these guys? Taka's sweat dropped. This was a different kind of aura. The aura of pure, crushing economic power. Ha, not bad, rat. Snorting at the mental image of Nisa surrounded by a swirling aura of floating bills, Taka walked alongside his classmates toward the entrance, Aizawa leading the group. As they drew closer, a figure was already waiting for them in front of the massive doors. Everyone, I've been expecting you. Instantly, recognition spread through the class. It's the Hero 13, the space hero who's rescued tons of people from disaster zones. Midoriya exclaimed, launching into one of his ever-convenient hero explanations, because of course he did. Yurika, beside him, looked just as thrilled, clearly a fan. Taka, however, was not. He remembered her quirk being impressive, at least on paper, but her role in the show had been minimal. Even Ajiroti, most influential and famous guy in One, had more screen time than her, and that said a lot. Achoo! Someone sneezed from within the group. Ignoring it, 13 turned toward the entrance and waved them forward. Come, let's head inside without delay. The class followed obediently, soon passing through the doors and marveling at the sight within. The place almost looked like a theme park, given the sheer variety and scale of the structures inside. Some students even pointed out its resemblance to a certain famous amusement park franchise. The difference, however, lay in what those structures were meant for. That being rescue work, a landslide zone, a shipwreck, a fire-ravaged cityscape, a violent windstorm area, disasters of all kinds, recreated in massive detail, all of it designed for training. That was the unforeseen simulation joint. As the students nodded along to 13's explanation, Aizawa stepped closer, his eye sweeping the area with visible displeasure. 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. The astronaut-like hero shook her head. About that, it seems he did too much hero work on his way here and ran out of his daily time. He's resting in the lounge for now. He said he should be able to join us later, once he recovers a bit. Aizawa clicked his tongue. That man is the very peak of irrationality. From his spot, Taka narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to hear the conversation to know exactly what it was about, and because he knew that, he knew what was coming next. Immediately, his gaze swept across the environment, sharp and alert. He wasn't afraid, but the idea of dozens of villains attacking at once was hardly calming. Aura flowed quietly toward his back, where the saw cleaver rested in its scabbard, secured to the belt power loader had given him, ready to be drawn the moment things went south. Aizawa had given him a weird look earlier when he tried to bring it along, saying it wouldn't be necessary given the nature of today's class. Taka had simply shrugged it off, stating it was his hero equipment, and that learning rescue work while carrying it should be a given. While not the best of arguments, fortunately, Aizawa's care for the matter wasn't big enough to bother trying to come up with a comeback, so he just let Taka go after that, thus allowing Taka to continue with his plans for his new weapon, and bringing us back to the present. Patiently, he let the time pass as 13 explained the contents of the class, and how the dynamic would be going, which Taka, of course, didn't even bother to listen. Minutes passed, questions flew, and answers returned, and eventually, his heightened alertness began to itch. The timeline didn't get screwed up or something, right, he thought, sweat dropping internally at the very noticeable lack of villains. As more time passed, his vigilance wavered, replaced by mild bafflement. There was no way the USJ incident just wouldn't happen, right? Not to him. Not after all his preparations. Only a bum would miss something like that. Unfortunately for him, he had no way to know that the USJ incident would never happen. Bzzzzz. Never mind, my bad. A portal suddenly tore open at the very center of the USJ. Taka's fading calm reignited instantly. Finally. A smirk spread beneath his mask. The first grand aura farming event had begun. To be continued. A/N, I'm gonna have to fire that narrator, misleading you guys like that. It's not cool. Damn that narrator, who may he be? Anyway, next chapter we are starting right away with the action, so look forward to that. It's an order. 48, USJ Incident 1. A/N, think went incredibly hard while writing this, to know about reading with it, but I'd say it's pretty epic. In case anyone here wants to hear my recommendation, put on Slava Funk near the end, when something epic happens, or read the whole chapter while listening to it on repeat. Both work, I think. USJ Incident 1. As the portal opened, Aizawa's until then bored expression snapped into sharp alertness. His head turned toward the center of the facility, where swirling purple mist churned violent land where several threatening figures began stepping out of it. Without wasting a single second, he slipped on his goggles and prepared for action. There wasn't a shred of doubt in him about what was happening, nor was there hesitation. Everyone, don't move from where you are, he barked. 13, protect the students. Both parties reacted instantly. 13 moved in front of the class, ushering the students behind her as she stared at the steadily growing crowd of villains in the distance. The students, meanwhile, froze in place, confusion rippling through the group. Who could even consider the possibility of villains attacking at the literal start of their second week of classes? Who could even imagine villains daring to raid a school crawling with pro heroes, and with All Might himself on staff? At first, it was simply illogical. What's this? Kirishima tilted his head, squinting to get a better look at the figures emerging from the mist. Is it like the entrance exam? With robots or something? Midoriya and a few others instinctively stepped forward to see better. Do not move. However, Aizawa's sharp shout cut them and their carelessness off immediately. There was none of his usual laziness in it, no hint of casual detachment. That alone was enough to instill in them the realization that something wasn't right. And when he spoke again, that realization cemented even further. Those are real villains. The word hit like a physical blow. Bodies stiffened as dread finally seeped in, ignorance no longer shielding them. The people that most of them had always seen from afar, as something only heroes dealt with, were now here, in front of them, and realer than ever. Villains. What? There's no way they could get into the school. Where's All Might? Yayorozu, standing the closest to 13, reached for her. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? We have them, 13 muttered, her tone grim, but it appears they aren't working. If the sensors are down, then they must have someone with a quirk capable of blocking them, Todoroki said, eyes narrowed as he observed the enemy numbers. And for them to appear now, during class, in a facility isolated from the main campus, this was carefully planned and with a specific goal in mind. That realization sent a chill through the group. The idea that this wasn't a random attack, that these weren't brutish villains, that there was intent behind their appearance here only worsened their dread. And when someone actually answered the remaining question, it only became worse. The villain's goal was to kill All Might, huh? Taka's voice cut cleanly through the group, making several students widen their eyes at the realization. Todoroki spared him a brief glance before nodding slowly. With numbers like those, no other objective made sense. They were here to bring an end to the symbol of peace. However, unconcerned with the villain's motives, Aizawa refocused on immediate priorities. 13. Begin the evacuation and try to contact the school. If the sensors are blocked, they likely have a radio wave interference quirk. His gaze flicked briefly to Kaminari, landing on the communication equipment built into his costume. You too, Kaminari. Try reaching the school using your quirk. With that, Aizawa started walking forward. His scarf eyes capture weapon rose into the air as he prepared to engage. Midoriya, however, called out after him, panic slipping into his voice. You're going to fight alone, sensei? Eraserhead's fighting style relies on erasing quirks and capturing opponents. There's no way you can win a frontal battle against that many villains. Aizawa waved the concern off without stopping. You can't become a hero with just one trick, kid. Then he glanced back at 13. I'm leaving them to you. And with that, he leapt, skipping the stairs entirely as he descended straight toward the approaching army of villains. Bam! The ground cracked as he landed before the approaching army, but despite the harsh descent, Aizawa stood back up unbothered. Then, tightening his grip on his capture weapon, he began walking toward the ground of villains before. Soon, his walk turned into a full-on sprint. something the villains reciprocated, dashing at him too. Sensei. The students watched with dread as Aizawa dove straight into the swarm alone, but as the villains surged forward to meet him, the scene that unfolded was nothing like what they had imagined. Whack! Bam! Thud! The attackers were clearly inexperienced. Most relied entirely on the raw power of their quirks, with little to no actual combat training to back it up. Against Aizawa, whose quirk was the literal antithesis of theirs, they were nothing more than reckless children waiting to be beaten up. Even when heteromorphic villains joined the fray, those whose quirks couldn't be erased, Aizawa proved himself far more dangerous than he had first appeared. He fought physically enhanced opponents with nothing but sheer skill, speed, and ruthless efficiency. His capture weapon moved like an extension of his body, snapping, coiling, and tightening as he swung villains around like ragdolls, using them as blunt instruments to smash into others mid-charge. No matter how many Kamion, 3, 5 Aizawa's eyes snapped from target to target with frightening precision. He erased quirks in perfect tandem with his movements, all while engaging 3 or 4 enemies at once. Villains were seized, kicked, punched, slammed, hurled, and discarded, their own numbers turned against them. His control over the battlefield, its pacing, its numbers, and the constant prioritization of which quirk to erase first was immaculate. Badass Taka raised an eyebrow, quietly reassessing his earlier thoughts about All Might being the soul or a farmer at UA. Not bad, Aizawa-sensei. His observation was cut short when 13 ordered the students to retreat toward the entrance and begin evacuation. Taka didn't protest or comment. He simply followed along, calm and compliant. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The entrance was only seconds away. When it happened, a thick dark purple mist poured into existence directly in front of them, spilling from the air itself and blocking their escape. The group was forced to halt as the fog swirled violently. Then, the mist began to take shape. Nice to meet you, students. A towering body of black mist rose before them, 2 glowing yellow eyes forming within its mass. We are the League of Villains, the figure continued smoothly. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes UA. High Skull to make All Might, the symbol of peace, take his final breath. Its gaze swept over the students, sharp and assessing. Unfortunately, it seems he isn't here at the moment. Was there a change in the schedule? Silence was the only thing that he received. Not that the students or 13 were gonna answer him anyway. He snorted. No matter. My role here is another. The misty body began to expand, tendrils of vapor creeping outward as if threatening to engulf them all. 13 tensed, clearly preparing to unleash her quirk, Black Hole, to absorb it all. But before she could act, 2 figures burst forward. Bakugo and Kirishima. One was eager to prove himself, and probably held a grudge against villains after what had happened a year ago. The other refused to remain frozen in fear while a villain did as he pleased, as he had done months ago. They moved in a blur, fast enough to catch the villain off guard. Then they struck. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from one side, while from the other came a forward thrust, palms straightened and hardened into spear-like points. Against the villain's misty body, the explosion was clearly the more effective attack. Still, even the blunt, hardened strike forced the villain backward, colliding with something solid hidden within all that vapor. The blast kicked up a thick cloud of dust, giving the 2 students just enough time to pull back after their opening strike. Didn't expect to get beaten by us first, did you? Kirishima shouted, a nervous smirk stretching across his face. But as the dust thinned, restoring visibility. Oh dear. That was dangerous. The villain's voice drifted through the settling haze, calm and almost amused. For a moment, I forgot that while you're students, you're still the golden eggs of this school. You must possess some talent to be here in the first place. The mist reformed seamlessly, as if nothing had happened. 2 glowing eyes narrowed within the dark mass. But now, it's time for me to fulfill my role. The fog swelled violently, to separate and scatter you all and send you to your deaths. Swoosh! Then, the mist exploded outward in every direction, a violent surge of black vapor that made everyone widen their eyes and cover themselves out of instinct. Amidst the students, 13's eyes widened as her suit's finger gloves shifted open, preparing to unleash her black hole to stop it. But that's when she noticed, Kirishima and Bakugo stood directly in front of her. There was no clear line of fire. You too, move Awa. But by then, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the wave of darkness swallowed them. First Kirishima and Bakugo, then 13, and those close to her, and then the rest of the class. One by one, they were consumed, pulled into a storm of dark mist that curved inward, forming a sealed dome that encased them all. A space meant to trap them, teleport them, and scatter them across the facility to face the villains that had already taken their positions, waiting for them. That was how it was supposed to go. It was a seamless plan, with none of the students' documented quirks and the villains' intel being something that should have been able to deter their plans. But then, Shiiin. A single ray of crimson light pierced the darkness from within. Thin, focused, like a laser cutting through the night. But against all that darkness, it didn't do much. Until the next seconds. Shiiin. Another followed. Shiiin. And another. Then many more. Crimson rays tore through the mist from every direction, carving glowing seams into its domain. Until, bam, the darkness was blown apart. Light burst outward like molten lava escaping a shattered shell, flooding the space and violently pushing the mist back. The cupule collapsed, torn open from the inside, and the mist receded to its origin. What is this? The villain staggered as he reformed, staring forward in disbelief. In another timeline, most of them would have been warped away, scattered across the facility and forced to fight for their lives against villains. But not in this timeline. Not with him here. This red light. This is. Whoa, what the hell? Ha ha ha, should I say as expected? The class remained where they stood, frozen in disbelief, their bodies bathed in radiant crimson light. Some laughed wryly, others glanced down at themselves, examining the glow that surrounded them protected them still dumbfounded. Normally, such an ominous color inspired fear. It was the color of peerless power, of dominance, of inevitability. But now, wrapped in that light shielded from the villain's mist, everyone shared the same realization. It was warm, like a thick mantle resting on their shoulders. As one, they turned toward its source. The villain did the same, following the crimson glow back to its origin. And there, at the center of it all, seems like you miscalculated, stood a single teenager. The red light condensed around him, bubbling into a dense, roiling aura. His normally black eyes now shone with an imposing crimson glow, gazing at the villain as though he were nothing more than a minor inconvenience, not a real threat. Then, the youth lifted an arm calmly, like a commander issuing an order. The light surrounding the students responded instantly, surging outward and shooting toward the villain. This time, not as a shield. Ugh! The villain grunted as invisible pressure crashed down on him, locking his movements in place, crushing in from every direction. But as a captor. Now. The youth rose a few centimeters off the ground, as though even walking was beneath him. In a blink, he stood directly before the villain, meeting his glowing eyes without a shred of fear. How about we talk, he said calmly, about those plans of yours? To be continued. A/N, reading it again, maybe the edge was a bit too much. Nothing I can do until Taka gains some development, though. Anyway, it was a bit short, but I liked the way this chapter went. 49. Maintain the attitude. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. Maintain the attitude. Well, that worked better than I hoped. He even gave me special effects and all. Taka thought as he glared at the now captured Kurojiri hovering before him, struggling under his aura's pressure. He didn't quite remember every detail of how things had played out in the show, but he had to admit, using a cupule of darkness to teleport everyone away? It was the perfect setup for a light that pierces the insurmountable darkness moment. He sure reaped quite a lot of aura with that move. About 200 in one go, and probably more later. Taka thought, smirking behind his mask. And aura wasn't the only thing he had managed to harvest there. He also got to try wrapping it around his classmates' bodies to prevent the mist from touching them, something he hadn't had the chance to do so far, since he acted alone most of the time. Now he was more ready for similar situations in the future, and it had also sparked a new idea about his aura's still untapped applications. A very interesting idea, but more on that later. I need to focus on the matter at hand. Taka shook his head briefly. Pushing the thought aside, Taka swept his gaze briefly over his classmates. They remained behind him, staring in stunned silence at how everything had unfolded, and how the terrifying villain and whatever his plans had been, were stopped in a matter of seconds. But although they were clearly relieved, Taka didn't share much of the sentiment. Too bad they won't get to fight villains today. I'm fairly sure that was a good growing instance for them, even if a bit scary, he sighed inwardly, recalling the fights and the clutch-ups his classmates pulled in the show to beat the villains waiting for them. Whatever Kurogi had warped them. He had just taken away the chance to experience the real thing and grow as heroes from them. For a moment, faint regret showed on Taka's face, only to disappear as a sneer escaped his nose. But I suppose I'll make it up to them with some extra training. Canon deviation resolved at least to his satisfaction. Taka turned his attention back to Kurojiri. Now then, he said calmly, how about we talk about those plans of yours? The villain's glowing eyes narrowed, his voice slipping through the crushing pressure around him. It seems you.ads golden eggs are more exceptional than we anticipated. To think I'd meet a quirk that counters mine right here. How troublesome. Are you deaf? Taka's raised hand twitched. In response, the aura constricting Kurojiri's metallic neck brace compressed further, the metal denting inward with a sharp groan. Under this thing, Taka continued coolly, is your physical body, is it not? KGH. Kurojiri's eyes widened slightly as a grunt escaped him, the pressure finally making itself known. Taka's eyes burned brighter, his aura flaring with unmistakable menace. Start talking, he said, if you don't want to become a flattened can. You unfortunately, I cannot. Kurojiri maintained his composure, even through the pain. Is that so? Taka's eyes narrowed. His grip on the metal increased. Kurojiri's breath began to hasten, and the metal compressed further. But even then, he remained silent. Not only that, the villain clearly wasn't hiding his pain. The eye twitches, the groans, the hastened breath, he was suffering. And yet, his eyes never left Taka's. Even as the student's fingers slowly closed, and the metal around Kurojiri's neck screamed under the strain, buckling more with each passing second, the villain never broke eye contact. Not even once showing hesitation in them, nor fear. He wasn't going to talk, even if it meant his death. So, in the end, Taka released his grip. Pretty erratic, he admitted inwardly, nodding in quiet respect. He descended back to the ground, boots touching the floor as his aura relaxed and the pressure dissipated. A huff slipped from his nose. Well, it's not like I expected a different outcome. Kurojiri was already thoroughly brainwashed. Beyond putting on a show, Taka hadn't truly expected him to reveal anything about the League's plans. Not that he needed him to, he already knew mostly everything. But the others didn't know that, so appearances had to be maintained. As for why he wasn't killing Kurojiri enough, if not the most troublesome villain around, well, that was because Shigaraki needed this guy with how often he screwed up, otherwise, he'd be caught before he could even amount to anything. So, leaving the foggy villain running around until Shigaraki and company became worth aura harvesting was the smart move. That, plus the fact that my edginess is just for show. I'm not quite that willing to kill someone just yet. Taka thought grimly. Maybe in the future he'd be willing to take that step with the most unredeemable bunch, but for now, he wasn't about to try his luck on finding out whether he would be a cold-blooded killer or vomit from guilt the instant someone got blasted by him. Maybe he was inviting trouble onto himself by not ending this guy here, but wasn't that the way of the aura farmer? Trouble aura. And besides, these guys won't be able to beat me, he thought, glaring at Kurojiri with a smug look. Decision made, and letting out a sneer, Taka turned toward 13, who had been watching the entire exchange in speechless disbelief. It seems he won't talk, Taka said, snapping her out of her thoughts. You 13 hesitated, then exhaled softly. I think Aizawa mentioned you. You really are as troublesome as he said, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Taka raised an eyebrow. After a brief nod of thanks, 13 turned back to Kurojiri, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Can you keep him restrained? So long as I want, Taka replied calmly, confidence filling his tone, he won't be moving. Nodding, 13 turned and swept her gaze across the main plaza, her eyes narrowing as she spotted Aizawa still locked in combat with the horde of villains below. We should evacuate immediately and call in the other heroes quickly. Everyone, let's get on the move. She turned to the students, gesturing firmly toward the exit. They obeyed, nodding as they started moving. 13 was about to follow when she noticed someone hadn't moved. Takahashi. She turned, tone filled with confusion. Taka stood still, his eyes fixed on the main plaza where Aizawa carved through the villains. Then he turned back to them, his voice calm. You guys go. I'll help the teacher. What? Multiple voices erupted at once. This is not the time to be reckless, Takahashi. 13's tone hardened. We need outside support. There are too many villains, this is far too dangerous for mere students to deal with. No, the single word landed heavily. Oi, Takahashi, don't be an idiot, Jiro stepped forward. I know you're strong, but that's at least 50 villains down there. That's too much even for you. Kirishima swallowed. Why yeah, man, this isn't the time to show off. We need to get All Might. He can handle this. You're strong, Taka, but this is too much, even for you, Suya said, worry clear on her face. Taka didn't blink. By the time All Might or anyone else gets here, he said evenly, Aizawa-sensei will be dead. A chill ran through the group. What are you talking about? Sato protested. He's holding his ground. We're just slowing things down by staying here. Yes, Takahashi-san. Aitsa snapped. This is not the moment to prove yourself. Takahashi-san, please. Yaeorosa stepped forward, too, but Taka's next words pulled everyone into silence. You still don't get it? Taka asked, his tone almost amused, shooting them a look. They came here to kill All Might. Those villains down there are numerous, sure, but they're weaklings. Anyone capable of and with the influence to gather this many people should know that, regardless of numbers, weaklings wouldn't even be able to scratch All Might. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. So you're saying they have something else? Taka nodded. And whatever that is, he continued, his tone turning ominous, Aizawa-sensei won't be able to hold out against it. He paused, turning his gaze toward Kurojiri. Isn't that right? The villain didn't answer, but he didn't need to. There was no fear in his glowing eyes, not even after being captured. That alone was enough to unsettle the group. Even 13 hesitated. Still, Kaminari said shakily, if they really have something to deal with All Might, we can't handle that ourselves. Only All Might and the others should. Arg. Before he could continue, however, Aizawa's scream tore through the air, reaching them even from the distance between the main plaza and here. Every head snapped back toward the battlefield. And this time, the scene had changed completely. Where moments ago Aizawa had been overwhelming the crowd, now he was pinned to the ground, his body crushed beneath a towering, monstrous figure with obsidian skin and a beak like maw. Their teacher's arms bent at impossible angles under the monster's grip, pitiful screams coming from the erasure hero. Sensei! Shit! What do we do? That was enough to set the class in panic. For once, 13 looked uncertain of what to do as well. But before any of them could even attempt to think of something, Taka began moving. You all leave, and call for help, Taka said, already moving toward the stairs leading down to the plaza. I'll stay. Protests erupted behind him from teacher and students alike. But that hadn't been a suggestion. It was a statement. Whoosh! Taka's aura flared violently. In the next instant, he leapt from the stairs, following the same path Aizawa had taken earlier, and skipping the stairs entirely. Boom! His descent was like a falling comet of crimson. The ground detonated as his feet slammed into the plaza. His arrival rang out like a gong, freezing the battlefield in an instant. The villains who had been rushing toward the now restrained Aizawa paused, turning their heads in shock, their surging confidence vanishing in an instant the moment they laid their eyes on the figure standing there. Through the pain of being pinned down, Aizawa's eyes widened. Takahashi. Shigaraki, on the other hand, squinted at the newcomer, his eyes scanning him for a moment before they looked at something else behind the newcomer's shoulder. Ho! Floating behind him, a still restrained Kurojiri struggled. At least, until Taka casually waved a hand and hurled him across the plaza. Thud! Ugh! A few seconds later, the villain slammed harshly into the ground near Shigaraki, skidding a meter or so, before he finally came to a stop. Shigaraki's eyes swept over him briefly, irritation twisting his face. You got captured, Kurojiri. Despite the pain and the tense look Shigaraki was shooting him, Kurojiri showed no fear. He simply reported the details of what had happened as he weakly pushed himself up. Shigaraki Tamura, the plan has failed. I was unable to teleport the students, and they are right now evacuating the facility. It won't be long before external help arrives. For a moment, Shigaraki went utterly silent. Then his fingers rose to his neck. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The pacing and violence of the scratching increased as the seconds passed. Of course, he muttered, voice trembling with rage. Of course you failed at the only thing I asked you to do. One job. One fucking job. His scratching grew violent. Damn it, Kurojiri, if your quirk wasn't gate, I'd have killed you already. Kurojiri remained unmoved, as if the threat meant nothing. Eventually, Shigaraki forced himself to calm down. Whatever. This mission is a failure. His gaze shifted to Taka, who stood calmly at the foot of the stairs. And who might you be? He's the one who prevented me from using my quirk on the students, Kurojiri added, pushing himself upright, although with a little limp. Takata should jet out of here arg. From the ground, Aizawa tried to shout, only for Nomo to slam his head back down. Takahashi, ha! Shigaraki's lips curled upward, mockingly. So, a student. He laughed softly. He must think he's the chosen one to drop here, amidst dozens of villains without fear. Seriously, this society has everyone so thoroughly brainwashed. Taking a deep breath, Shigaraki's red eyes landed directly on Taka's own. We've failed our objective, so we should be retreating soon before more annoying pests come to bother us, but since you came all the way down here, I suppose we can leave All Might a little souvenir to remember us and shatter that pride of his while at it. His smile widened, his tone turning sadistic and manic. A dead teacher and a dead student. How does that sound? You're misunderstanding something. Taka's voice cut through the air, calm and absolute. His eyes shone as the aura around him thickened, growing heavier, more oppressive. Ha! Shigaraki tilted his head. Then, swoosh! A burst of crimson aura erupted from Taka and slammed into Nomu. The creature was launched backward like a meteor, tearing through the plaza before crashing some meters past the fountain at the center, tearing it apart. Shigaraki looked past his shoulder with a surprised gaze before looking back at their new foe. Then, another surge of that bright crimson aura followed immediately. KGH. You damn troublesome brat, get out of here. Aizawa cursed as his body was lifted gently, carried upward by the aura. Moments later, he was deposited safely above the stairs, where several of Class 1A rushed forward, grabbing their injured teacher and pulling him back with them. Shigaraki stared, disbelief etched across his face. Then Taka spoke again, drawing the villain's attention back to him. From now on, he said, stepping forward, you'll be fighting only me. His aura exploded outward, flaring like a crimson inferno, dominant, overwhelming, unmistakable. The dark silhouette of his suit contrasted sharply against the raging red lights surrounding him. Shigaraki let out a hollow laugh. Well, aren't you cool? He waved a hand. Immediately, the remaining villains regrouped, forming a defensive barrier between him and Taka. Then, dark swirling portals opened. Kurojiri's eyes narrowed as one gate after another flared to life. Villains who had been waiting across the facility prepared to ambush scattered students stepped through, swelling their numbers. Soon, a small army stood against a single student. Let's see if you can maintain that attitude, Shigaraki snorted, then pointed straight at Taka. With that simple command, every remaining villain surged forward, all of them charging straight at him. Taka cracked his neck with calmness before the rushing numbers, a smirk forming beneath his mask. Status page. Strength, 14,000. Defense, 14,316. Aura projection, 8,000. Total aura, 36,815, 35,815, 97, 2%. First clone's aura, 1,000, 28%. Upping his physical stats, Taka stared down the rushing horde. 60 maybe 70 villains. A scene worthy of nightmares for many. That many people rushing at you usually meant certain death. For someone lesser, that is. Without an ounce of fear, Taka took a single step forward. Swoosh! What followed was etched permanently into the memories of everyone watching. Villains, classmates, teachers, all of them stared with awe at what followed. Taka's figure blurred. A trail of crimson light that zigzagged across the army like a ricocheting bullet. Too fast for any eye to properly follow him. And then, thud! In the very next instant, every villain collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After that, a red trail of light lingered in the air, dissipating slow life, only proof of what had just occurred. Without it, no one could have followed what had transpired or known what Taka had done. But one truth was unmistakable, no matter if they had caught Taka's movements or not. In mere seconds, Taka had crushed an entire army. And standing past the fallen villains, now without anything blocking his path to Shigaraki, Taka stood unbothered. Shigaraki stared at the fallen bodies, disbelief freezing his expression. Then Taka's voice snapped him out of it. Let's see if you can maintain yours. To be continued. A/N. And now, the fodder is taken care of in one chapter. I considered dedicating a chapter to Taka fighting against the sheer numbers, like Aizawa, but I realized it wasn't that necessary and that'd just be me lengthening this for no reason, so let's get on to the good stuff right away. Maybe I'll do an army versus one situation later on, but for this arc, it's prescindable. Next time, in MHA Aura Farming, Taka versus Nomu. Don't miss it. 50, the Nomu. Join my Patreon to get access to more chapters, and you'll help me make ends meet while doing so. The Nomu. What the hell is this, a surprise sub-boss? Shigaraki muttered, his face scrunching in growing distaste. His gaze swept over the dozens upon dozens of villains he had recruited for this attack, no all pathetically sprawled across the floor, defeated by a single move. Just when had it all gone wrong? The plan was perfect. He had obtained All Might's class schedule, recruited nearly 100 villains, taken severe precautions to ensure everything went flawlessly. The gnome, a monster designed to endure all forms of beating, with strength rivaling even that of the top hero, should have battled All Might and overwhelmed him completely, drowning the symbol of peace in despair. And even if that failed, even if that damned hero had somehow found a way to surpass his secret weapon, Kurojiri should have teleported the brats toward the several ambushes he had planted around the facility, thus turning them into hostages and forcing All Might into a checkmate. And yet, nothing had gone as expected. All Might hadn't even shown up. Kurojiri failed to warp the students, and then this random kid appeared and wiped out his entire force in an instant. What kind of bullshit is this? All that preparation, all that planning, ruined by unknown variables in a single moment. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Shigaraki clawed at his neck furiously, the skin already raw and reddened. Then, abruptly, he stopped. His gaze lifted to the sky, empty and drained. This is a failure. An utter failure. There was no denying reality anymore, no trying to save this. His forces were defeated. Kurojiri had failed at his job and apparently was countered by the kid ahead, so he couldn't even play the hostage card anymore. By now, the students, or at least one of them, should have already left the facility. With the villains down, the one jamming communications was probably among the unconscious. Any second now, heroes would swarm the facility. He had to retreat. There was no other option for this. Shigaraki nodded, accepting it. But then, his head snapped back toward Taka, red eyes gleaming with murderous intent. But not before getting rid of the brat who ruined it all. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Shigaraki glanced over his shoulder and grinned. The gnome stood there, uninjured, unfazed. Its body showed no sign of damage from the earlier blow. He snorted. I was worried you'd found a way to bypass shock absorption, seeing how you sent him flying earlier, but it turns out you only pushed him, huh? A cruel smile twisted his lips as he turned back to Taka. Did you know, brat? This thing is my secret weapon, an obedient soldier designed to counter and kill All Might. He laughed, confidence returning. You're strong, I'll give you that, but jumping down here. He laughed sadistically. You played yourself doing that. Thud, thud, thud. The gnome stepped forward, placing itself squarely between Shigaraki and Taka. It loomed massive, grotesque. An aura of raw physical power radiated from its frame. Its exposed brain pulsed faintly, its blank eyes and twisted grin were straight out of a nightmare. In front of such a monster, Taka, thud, grabbed his coat and tossed it aside. The impact cracked the ground. Then his hat followed, landing atop the coat and fracturing the stone even further. Weighted clothing. Shigaraki's face twitched. You said it was built to kill All Might. Taka's calm voice echoed across the plaza, freezing Shigaraki's widening grin. Swoosh! Crimson aura erupted around Taka once more as he shifted into a fighting stance. Too bad for you, he said evenly. I'm not All Might. That was enough. NOMU, kill him. Shigaraki roared, all patience gone. The gnome screeched a shrill, inhuman Sondan kicked off the ground. So did Taka. Two blurs crossed the battlefield. Boom! And crashed. Top of the stairs, by the entrance. Boom! 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 The entire class watched the raging battle from near the entrance, speechless. Taka really is strong, huh? Kirishima muttered, loud enough for all to hear, earning several silent nods in response. Even from this distance, they could barely follow his figure as it tore across the battlefield, clashing head-on with the villain with the brain exposed. In fact, if not for his aura acting like a blazing beacon, they would have lost track of him entirely. The shockwaves rolling through the area only reinforced the overwhelming power on display. I guess we really underestimated him. He's almost Zero hesitated for a second. Like All Might. A certain green-haired student twitched at the comment, his gaze sharpening as it remained locked on the distant fight. Like All Might, huh? Midoriya thought, fists clenching. Zero-san is right, Takahashi-san's power is on another level. Even if All Might made me his successor, can I really compete with something like that? It felt like two entirely different worldshires in Taka's. And he wasn't the only one thinking that. Todoroki watched the battle with a serious, unsettled expression. During the combat exercise, he had thought that while Taka was strong, his power was still within reach. After all, that day he had let his emotions get the better of him and fallen straight into Taka's taunts. If he fought seriously, with a cool head, Todoroki believed he could close the gap. But now, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Now, he realized how pointless that belief had been. He had known Taka hadn't gone all out during the exercise, but the fight unfolding before him was nothing like what he had imagined. If this was truly the extent of Taka's power, then he had been utterly wrong. It was hard to believe that monster down there was their peer. Boom! Another shockwave exploded through the plaza, closer this time, making several students flinch. Bakugo stood frozen, much like Todoroki and Midoriya. He had come to UA believing he was special, that even at the top hero school in all of Japan, he would remain unmatched, just as he always had. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He knew others could have quirks as strong as his, maybe even stronger. And if there was anywhere those kinds of people would gather, it was UA. But to Bakugo, it had never been just about his quirk. It was him. He was the one who made the difference. Not his quirk. A peerless talent, that's what he was. The kind that made him the only one who could draw out his quirk's full potential and crush anyone who dared stand in his way. That was what he believed. That was what he expected. Now, that belief was cracking. He gaped at the battle, struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. A fight on a completely different level, speed he could barely track, power behind every blow leagues beyond his explosions, durability that allowed Taka to tank similar hits and strike back without hesitation. And all of it was coming from a mere classmate. Not a pro hero, not All Might, but a classmate of his. The one he had fully believed he would surpass in time. Now, doubt began to creep in. His view of himself hadn't changed. To him, he was still a peerless genius, his quirk among the best in the world, and an attitude that would no doubt lead him to the top. But now, a question lingered he couldn't ignore. Will that be enough? Aizawa, don't overexert yourself. 13's voice suddenly echoed among the class, snapping most of them out of their daze. As everyone turned, they saw Aizawa struggling to get back on his feet, blood trickling down from his forehead. 13 stood beside him, gesturing insistently for him to stay down. I can't. Not with Takahashi fighting that thing, Aizawa muttered, forcing himself upright despite the pain. His arms trembled, and judging from the blood on his face, fractures most likely riddled his skull. But that wasn't going to stop him. 13 placed a firm hand on his shoulder. You're wounded enough as it is. Aiza already went to fetch help. It won't be long before All Might and the others get here, so lie down. Aizawa shrugged her hand off. The villain boss said that thing was built to kill All Might. I can't, in good faith, leave one of my students to fight that alone. He took a few unsteady steps forward under the students' worried gazes, doing his best to reach the stairs. But he didn't make it far. Ugh. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground once more. Damn it, Aizawa. 13 rushed to his side. Even if you wanted to help, right now Takahashi seems to be the only one capable of holding that thing back until reinforcements arrive. And at the level they are currently fighting, both of us couldn't even be able to keep up with them. Still, Aizawa struggled, planting his hands against the ground, refusing to give up. At least, until the sound of the battle approached. Aizawa frowned and lifted his head. At that instant, time seemed to freeze for but a brief moment for his trained eyes to capture the image of the two figures clashing as they passed close enough for him to see clearly. That's when he saw it. Taka and the Nomu, exchanging blows like a dance through the air, while an aura of crimson enveloped them. And more importantly, Aizawa caught a glimpse of Taka's face. The mask still hid his mouth, but even without seeing it, Aizawa knew. He was grinning. His student was grinning while fighting that monstrosity. Soon, time resumed again, and the two figures dashed away again, not so visible anymore save for Taka's powerful aura. As the two continued clashing in the distance, silence out of sheer disbelief drowned the class at least, until Aizawa let out a laugh. Damn troublesome brat, he muttered. But for once, he stopped trying to get back up. Leaving everything to him was still not something he wanted to do. But if the brat looked that confident, then maybe, at a time like this when the tide was leaning so unfavorably toward Theme, it was time to trust him. If Takahashi truly was their only chance at holding the villains back, then so be it. That said, the moment the battle tilted against the villain's favor, he wouldn't let pain stop him from rushing in. Even if he was far below their level, his erasure would still be effective against whatever quirks the mutant possessed regardless of its overwhelming physical strength. Having reached that decision, he forced himself into a seated position, resting there as he, along with the class, watched the raging battle in awe. 13 let out a sigh at his stubbornness before turning to the students. Everyone, even though Takahashi is fighting the villains, you should all evacuate as soon as. Imaginary technique, my theme, activated. Song Chosen, Judas, Lady Gaga. Her words were cut short as something inexplicable happened. She stiffened, glancing around in confusion before grabbing her head. Bafflement spread across her hidden features. And she wasn't the only one. Aizawa did the same, his brows knitting into a deep frown. The students, however too absorbed in the battle unfolding before them, failed to notice anything amiss. If they had, they might have realized. A melody was playing inside their heads. One that made their hearts pound in time with the rhythm of the battle. Back to the fight. Boom! A thunderous shockwave erupted as Taka was launched downward, his body wrapped in a blazing crimson aura, crashing like a meteor. KRKC. The ground shattered as he dug his feet in, skidding across the concrete for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Ha ha ha. This is the shit I've been waiting for. Taka laughed beneath his mask. The chimes of aura earnings rang in his ears, sending a wave of euphoria through his body. Combined with the music pounding in his head, it pushed him into a near-crazed state. His gaze flicked upward to his classmates, to the teachers making sure they were watching. Then, elsewhere. And finally, back to the approaching Nomu. You better not miss it. As Taka rushed forward, the Nomu leaped skyward, reaching a terrifying height before descending, winding up a monstrous punch. Let's put on a show, alright. Taka's aura flared like a blowtorch. In the next instant, he launched himself upward to meet it, arms spread wide in invitation. Image. Boom. Then, they collided once more, the air rippling from the sheer force of their fists crashing with one another. Of course. This isn't really doing anything, Taka thought, the smile never leaving his face. After the impact, Nomu's punch barely wavered. The only one pushed back was Taka himself, sent crashing down as the two descended like falling stars. They landed a few steps apart, and immediately lunged again. Boom! Another clash shook the plaza, concrete rupturing and spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Tata. This time, Taka slipped beneath the Nomu's guard and unleashed a barrage of strikes into the creature's torso. His fists blurred, hammering forward like Gatling guns, each blow packed with violence and precision. For a brief moment, it almost looked effective. Almost. Taka was forced to disengage as the Nomu swung a massive right hook, the blow whistling past his face by mere centimeters, and sending a gust of air similar to that of a tornado. Still too weak for that, huh? He snorted as he retreated. In the show, All Might had overwhelmed Nomu's shock absorption quirk by brute force punching him so relentlessly that the quirk exceeded its absorption threshold and simply failed. Taka, strong as he was, didn't have the raw stats to replicate that yet. The threshold was still far out of reach. All Might had needed over 300 punches. He, on the other hand, would probably need 1,000. And delivering 1,000 punches just to deal 1 damage afterward. Yeah, that wouldn't look very cool. His thoughts were cut short as the Nomu charged again, massive fists winding up. Taka's grin widened. Instead of retreating, he stepped back in. Tata-tata-tata-tata-ta. A storm of punches erupted as both combatants exchanged blows at blinding speed. Despite its bulk, the Nomu was monstrously fast, each of its fists colliding with Taka's, the sheer force steadily driving the aura farmer backward. Taka gritted his teeth. Tata-tata-tata-tata-ta. 30,000 something aura sounded impressive, but split into 3 stats? A lot less so. Even dividing it into just 2 setting aura projection aside, his physicals barely reached 15,000 evenly. He could skew one higher, sure, but only by crippling the other. The Nomu, on the other hand, at least 20,000 in strength alone, Taka estimated. Minimum. And with shock absorption stacked on top of that, its effective defense was downright absurd. Right now, he was outmatched. If this continued, he'd be the one ground into dust. But that was something he had already anticipated. Swoosh. In the middle of the relentless exchange, Taka suddenly dropped low. In that fleeting opening right as Nomu's punches sailed overhead, his aura erupted. Status page. Strength, 10,167. Defense, 18,316 6,000. Aura projection, 8,000 30,149. Boom! The aura detonated outward. Instead of slamming into the Nomu, it grabbed him, crimson energy coiling around the creature's frame and hurled him away with brutal force. The Nomu was sent flying, unable to stabilize midair, its massive body tumbling across the plaza. Taka exhaled sharply as his aura recoiled back into him. Then, it flowed elsewhere. Behind him. Sheet. The saw cleaver tore free from its restraints and flew into his waiting hand, the handle settling perfectly into his palm. Taka caught it, resting the massive weapon across his chest for a moment. Say, he said calmly, does your shock absorption work on cuts? He rolled his shoulder. Aura projection, even a stick is enough mode, activated, and swung to his side. Sheeing. A thin line spread across the ground beside him. Bam! Then the earth split apart, a fissure several meters deep, tearing open from that same thin line. With the demonstration over, Taka rolled his neck, took a deep breath, and squinted as he saw the Nomu finally land, only to immediately crush the ground beneath its feet and launch itself toward him again. As the monster charged, Taka let out an amused laugh. Status page. Strength, 167 6,000. Defense, 6,000 10,000. Aura projection, 30,149 20,316. Shifting his stats, he settled into his stance, the unedged blade resting in his hand, ready to cut down anything in his path. A long, nervous breath escaped him. With these stats, getting hit even once would deal serious damage. Worse, his speed was noticeably lower than before, making evasion far more difficult. Still, the past 3 months hadn't been spent solely on discovering new AP modes or recomposing songs. He had uncovered a new affinity between skills. Let's dance. Activated. His eyes burned crimson as the saw cleaver vibrated with anticipation. If he got hit once, it would probably be over. On the other hand, he wasn't even certain this would damage the Nomu, and even if it did, the thing still possessed absurd regeneration. Something told him this wasn't the optimal choice. That this was stupid. That he should just aim at the brain of the thing, or something. But when had aura farming ever been optimal? All I need, he muttered, stepping forward, is not to get hit. To be continued. A/N, Few, made another illustration for this one, although the IA forgot to smooth the strokes of the sketch I gave it, so the Nomu looks a bit cranky. Still, I think it ended up pretty good. Also, how was the aura farming this chapter? I tried to time the song with the chapter's length after the system alert was given, but I don't know if I managed it. I think I did, but who knows? You guys tell me, did they end simultaneously?
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.